Mian found himself ensnared within the pages of a captivating ABO romance novel, where all characters were engulfed in madness. He was not the beloved protagonist, but rather the earnest Bate fiancé, a mere foil designed to accentuate the allure of the main character. The system informed him, you must comply. When your fiancé is pursued by others, you must feign ignorance. When he flirts with someone else, you must act as if you have not seen. Moreover, you must actively create opportunities for their interactions that if someone provokes you, respond with heartfelt conviction. I am his fiancé. Once the heartthrob falls for another, you will take your leave with monetary compensation, and your role will conclude. Chapter 1. This earnest individual. The corridor leading to the master bedroom was adorned with a plush carpet. Each of Mian's steps felt as though he treaded upon clouds, silent yet burdened with an unbearable weight that he knew behind the door awaited his fiancée, Lian, enduring the most tumultuous phase of an alpha's sensitivity. As a beta, however, he could not detect any pheromones, nor could he comprehend the instinctual agitation that accompanied such a state, yet did not hinder his anxiety or the profound sense of responsibility that weighed upon him. Mian tightened his grip on the box containing the expensive soothing agent and clean towels, his knuckles paling from exertion. Just as he gathered the courage to knock, a chilling voice cut through the air. Who permitted your presence here? His entire body froze, hands suspended in the air, slowly and stiffly turning his head. Shun Jinshao, the second son of the Shun family, stood with arms crossed, leaning against a pillar. His beautiful eyes, an inheritance of the Shun family's exquisite genes, now glimmering with disdain and unmasked loathing. With the precision of a scalpel, he scrutinized Mian. From the ordinary shirt that starkly contrasted with the Shun family's opulence to his worn, albeit clean, shoes. Every detail served as a testament to Mian's inadequacies. I came to see Shun Lian. Mian felt a shiver run down his spine under Shun Jinshao's gaze, instinctively hunching his shoulders, his voice trembling with nervousness. He is in a sensitive phase. I brought some things. See him? Bring things? Shun Jinshao scoffed, straightening up and advancing step by step. His towering figure radiated the oppressive aura of a top-tier alpha, rendering Mian breathless, even in the absence of pheromones. Mian, are you deceiving yourself, or are you truly hopelessly foolish? He halted before Mian, looking down at him with a tone laced with cruelty. You, a beta, cannot perceive nor emit pheromones. You cannot even discern whether my brother is in pain or merely agitated. What can you achieve inside? With that face of yours, which only knows how to appear meek and submissive, are you going to remind him of how unfortunate he is to have a fiancé like you? And no, that's not it. Mian's face drained of color, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a defense. I just wanted to help. Help? With you? Shun Jinshao's voice rose sharply, dripping with scorn. What can you do besides relying on a marriage contract bestowed by the old master to cling to the Shun family? Look at yourself. What about you is worthy of my brother? I would hesitate to let you assist him, even with his shoes. He gestured towards the corridor's entrance, each word laced with icy disdain. Leave. Disappear from my brother's door immediately. Your pitiful, obsequious demeanor nauseates me. An alpha in a sensitive phase requires the comfort of an omega or professional care, not your superfluous, hypocritical concern. The term waste struck Mian like molten iron, searing through his ears. He trembled violently, his eyes welling up with tears, a heavy mist clouding his vision. Biting his lip fiercely to the point of drawing blood, he fought to suppress his tears. He lowered his head deeply, unable to bear the sight of Shun Jinshao's face, which was rife with contempt. His arms, which clutched the box, fell limply to his sides, the box's edge digging painfully into him. I'm sorry. With every ounce of strength, Mian managed to utter the fractured words, his voice barely above a whisper, laden with unshed tears. I will leave now. With that, he turned, a soulless shell moving stiffly, dragging his legs back the way he came. His figure appeared frail and stooped, embodying the utter degradation and silence born of crushed dignity. Shun Jinshao watched him retreat, silent and weeping, his heart only burning with a deeper, more intense ire. That coward, fully aware that approaching him would lead to humiliation, terrified of him, yet still had the audacity to come to the main residence. He must be so enamored with Mian, so much so that he could temporarily forget his fear, to the extent of courting humiliation. Mian's foolish affection only served to heighten Jin Shao's irritability, more so than mere aversion. Truly absurd, he muttered under his breath, feeling a semblance of relief as he vented the tumultuous emotions stirred by jealousy, disdain, and a nameless vexation. Holding the meager box as unwelcome as himself, Mian traversed the main residence's garden, maneuvering around the dense winter holly. Once he was entirely shielded from any gaze emanating from a main building, the expression of humiliation and impending tears vanished without a trace. Nonchalantly, he set the box down at the edge of a flower bed, his movements devoid of any reverence. Ding! The plot task sensitive phase humiliation has been completed. Execution rating, a grade. Task rewards have been distributed. A crisp notification chimed in his mind. Mian could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips, revealing a genuine grin. Indeed, Mian was a task performer. The world he inhabited now was that of a novel he had once perused, rife with jarring perspectives. The narrative unfolded within an ABO framework, centering on the enchanting protagonist, who, despite having a fiancé, was fervently pursued by many and ultimately swayed by one. Among the throngs of adoring fans, leading to the dissolution of the engagement in favor of a new relationship. Though it sounded cliched and melodramatic, it had once dominated the charts in Mian's world. Encompassing themes of our 18 competitive arenas and training dogs, the element of the protagonist having a fiancé heightened the sense of moral transgression. The fiancé was a Bate, impervious to pheromones. Thus, numerous suitors would unabashedly flirt with the heartthrob in his presence. Mian was destined to portray this unfortunate fiancé. Initially, he had vehemently declined. No one desired to be a mere pawn. However, the rewards offered by the system were too enticing. Upon task completion, he would attain a new identity and a staggering 20 billion in rewards. With this thought, Mian's spirits soared. He languidly stretched, easing the tension in his neck from the earlier performance. The night breeze caressed his face, offering a delightful reprieve. Disregarding the prop-like box, he strode with buoyancy towards the taxi awaiting him. The driver, engrossed in playing short videos at a high volume, was startled by the sudden opening of the door, causing him to drop his phone beneath the seat. Upon recognizing Mian, he managed a sigh of relief, awkwardly shifting the topic. "Hey there, back so soon?" He glanced at the box in Mian's hand. "Did you deliver the items?" Perhaps a touch too inquisitive. Yet, Mian chose not to dwell on it. After all, the other party had indeed waited here for quite a while, just as promised. "No." Mian shook his head, his demeanor reverting to that of a timid man, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "I should not disturb him at this moment." Though he did not articulate it explicitly, the driver immediately grasped the essence of his words. A hint of compassion flickered in the driver's gaze. This was a prime area in City A, where every inch was precious. A guard booth stood at the intersection, making it impossible for taxis to enter without prior arrangement, and even empty cabs seldom ventured near this vicinity. Those who had expelled him had not contemplated how he would return home at such a late hour. Young man, heed my advice." The driver spoke with a wisdom of experience. True sincerity is a rare treasure. It should be bestowed upon those who are willing and capable of receiving it. There is no need to seek the company of those who are indifferent. It will only lead to your own discontent. The occupants in the back seat remained silent for a moment. It wasn't until the vehicle arrived at its destination and came to a gentle halt that the atmosphere remained heavy with silence. Just as the driver began to wonder if his words had been excessive and perhaps irksome, Mian spoke as the door swung open. "Master, I believe you are quite right. Rest assured, such days will not linger for too long. Warnings. 1. The journey from being universally disliked to becoming universally adored will inevitably involve a phase of unpopularity. If you cannot accept this, please withdraw promptly. 2. All male contestants are of mediocre caliber. 3. The fiancé will initially possess the traits of a heartthrob, as articulated in the narrative. 4. Kindly refrain from posting AI-generated images on PLQ. Reading is meant to satisfy the imagination, and in my view, the visions conjured by each reader are far more captivating than any AI creation. Point 5. Reading should be a source of joy. Please do not engage in disputes over trivial matters. Countless exquisite works abound in the world. If one does not resonate with you, seek out another. Let us find literature that delights you, rather than expecting the author to cater to your preferences. Perhaps destiny will allow us to meet again when our tastes align. Chapter 2: The Arrival of Pursuer No. 1. Although he stood on the precipice of becoming a future magnate with a fortune of 200 billion following the successful completion of his mission, Mian found himself compelled to engage in a rather irksome task for the sake of maintaining his persona. That task was none other than the drudgery of work. If there was anything more excruciating than embodying the role of a compliant individual, it was certainly the pretense of being a dutiful employee. The seasoned veterans at the company had long since discerned the original Mian's character and brazenly assigned him a workload that was not rightfully his. They euphemistically termed it assistance. Naturally, the compliant individual could not refuse. Even when faced with personal hardship, he would acquiesce if others displayed even a modicum of pity. Throughout the morning, Mian toiled to the point where he scarcely had a moment to sip water, leaving him in a state of dizzying fatigue. It was not until the midday break that he could finally catch his breath. Exhausted, he slumped at his workstation for a moment before slowly rising to fill his cup, making his way to the pantry in search of a much-needed cup of coffee. During the break, the pantry was bustling with several colleagues engaged in animated gossip. Did you all catch the live stream of last night's charity gala? That top alpha from a shunned family was absent. The main seat was left empty, and I couldn't bring myself to look away from the camera. Everyone was sneaking glances. Even the host mentioned it twice. Mian paused mid-action, realizing that the subject of their conversation was none other than his charming fiancé. The moment the topic arose, excitement rippled through the pantry. Goodness, he asked someone who never arrives late to business summits. How could he be absent? Could it be that something more pressing demanded his attention? An Omega leaning against the window chimed in with a hint of mystery and infatuation in their voice. Could it be he was out on a date? What? Does he have an Omega? Someone exclaimed, eyes wide with curiosity. ID assumed that a top-tier alpha like him would remain untouched amidst a sea of admirers. I'm not certain, but word has it that his family has already arranged a betrothal. Sigh, why do all the good alphas marry young? I wonder what kind of person his Omega is. Mian held little interest in the conversation and was about to depart when the Omega by the window caught sight of him, smiling as they called out, Mian, are you here for coffee too? We were just talking about Mr. Sean. Have you heard anything about it? Suddenly being addressed directly, Mian's hand trembled, causing him to accidentally spill coffee onto the countertop. Flustered, he hurried to clean up, his voice nearly a whisper. And no, I haven't heard. The Omega laughed at his flustered demeanor. Well, of course, as a beta, how could you possibly be aware of such matters? But I wager his Omega must be an extraordinary beauty, hailing from an illustrious family. For only then could one even hope to be deemed worthy of the young master of the Shin family. Every word uttered by the Omega struck Mian like a resounding slap, an unintentional reminder of his own inadequacies and insignificance. The other party bore no ill will. Yet each syllable served as a constant reminder of how unremarkable he truly was. Wouldn't you agree, Mian? Mian buried his head, feeling as though his throat was stuffed with cotton. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to utter a syllable. Yes. The approved Omega revealed a proud smile. Mian's presence in the company was quite minimal. He often kept his head down, reluctant to engage with others. Thus, when the other party responded to him, it made him feel an innate charm as an Omega, a gratifying affirmation of his existence. The Omega, somewhat exhilarated and ready to say more, was suddenly interrupted by a soft cough from behind. The group seemed to be pressed on pause, turning in unison. Their superior, unbeknownst to them, had appeared at the door, holding a document. The air around the top alpha was cold and imposing, silencing the break room instantly, even in the absence of any pressure to assert dominance. His indifferent gaze swept over the gathered individuals, finally resting on Mian, his tone devoid of emotion. Mian, come here. Mian froze, akin to a student called upon, his elbow colliding with the water cooler. Be boss by? As Bai Junshuo turned to walk toward his office, Mian finally realized, hastily following. His back straightened and his breathing subdued, vividly portraying his timidness. Consequently, no one noticed the fleeting excitement in Mian's eyes when Bai Junshuo made his entrance. How delightful! The most sought-after suitor, the strongest faction from the novel, had arrived. Bai Junshuo, a top alpha hailing from a prestigious family, had, at the tender age of 19, emerged victorious in the family inheritance struggle, overcoming the united pressure from 3 uncles and outshining numerous promising contenders. He was low-key, aloof, and adept at camouflage, embodying the beloved trope of a strong couple. The moment he caught up to Shun Lianyin, Mian could consider retiring early. Mian gazed at his silhouette, wishing he could offer him encouragement directly. However, upon entering the office, he reverted to his usual demeanor as a modest beta, carefully inquiring, "Boss Bai, what do you need me for?" "The partner's information here requires your assistance in organizing," Bai Junshuo replied, leisurely approaching the desk and nodding for him to take the documents above. Mian hurriedly complied, swiftly moving to the desk and gingerly grasping the materials. Just as he was about to step back, his wrist was suddenly seized. Bai Junshuo had, unbeknownst to him, approached from behind, the pressure of his fingers gripping Mian's wrist with an undeniable force, his gaze revealing a palpable chill. What is it?" Mian stammered, startled, his shoulders trembling. Bai Junshuo's eyes lingered on the dark circles under Mian's eyes for 2 seconds, his tone as cold as ice. "You have such heavy dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night?" Mian was taken aback, instinctively raising his hand to touch the corner of his eye. This was undoubtedly due to his late-night errand delivering inhibitors to Shun Lianyin, returning at the break of dawn. It was a wonder he managed to sleep at all. Internally grumbling, he responded ambiguously, "No, perhaps I just slept a bit late." "Slept late? What were you doing last night?" Bai Junshuo inquired, probing for information regarding Shun Lianyin through Mian. As the fervent suitor number 1 in this narrative, Bai Junshuo, a paragon of excellence, hesitated to approach the enchanting flower atop the lofty peak. He could only leave the object of his affection's fiancé at the company, subtly inquiring about the captivating figure. With an outward demeanor of indifference, he was, in truth, gnashing his teeth in jealousy, unable to fathom why this beta before him could effortlessly attain what he desired. This subplot had garnered much acclaim from readers back in the day, establishing a solid foundation for his subsequent popularity. As a supportive ally, he naturally needed to cooperate splendidly. Mian, feeling guilty, averted his gaze from Bai Junshuo, murmuring, "I haven't done anything at all." Suddenly, the grip on his wrist tightened as Bai Junshuo looked down at him from his elevated position, his eyes reflecting a casual aloofness. "Done nothing? Then why is there an alpha's scent lingering about you?" This statement was, of course, a deceit. Bai Junshuo merely sought to extract information regarding why Shun Lianyin had not attended the charity gala the previous night, in the presence of someone capable of perceiving pheromones. This lie would crumble. Yet, ironically, Mian was a beta, an ordinary individual utterly oblivious to pheromonal cues. At this realization, a hint of derision flickered in Bai Junshuo's eyes. How could someone like him possibly be in a relationship with Shun Lianyin? It was unfathomable. As anticipated, a glimmer of disbelief crossed Mian's eyes as he pallidly murmured, "I didn't see him at all." He did not deny the pheromone connection. Just from this single utterance, Bai Junshuo discerned that Shun Lianyin's absence from the gala was due to the onset of his sensitive period. However, the phrase "didn't see" still prompted him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Judging by Mian's expression, the events of the previous night were all too clear. A beta, unable to release pheromones to soothe the other, still daring to approach, was indeed fortunate not to have been cast out. Bai Junshuo could easily envision Mian's despondent demeanor when he was ultimately dismissed, likely as foolish as he appeared earlier in the break room when being taken advantage of. With this thought, a subtle mockery crept into Bai Junshuo's gaze as he released his grip on Mian's hand, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to meticulously wipe his hands, as if he had just touched something unsavory. Even Mian, with his typically languid disposition, was taken aback by the action, his lips parting in astonishment. Oh, so he can indeed be angered. Bai Junshuo, lowering his gaze, awaited the man's outburst with mild curiosity. However, the man pressed his lips tightly together, and, after a considerable pause, finally lifted his head, meeting Bai Junshuo's gaze with his light brown eyes, uttering a faint yet clear statement. I shower daily. Upon hearing this, Bai Junshuo let out a derisive chuckle, coldly retorting, I have no interest in how often you bathe. I simply disdain anything associated with betas. Mian tightened his grip on the hem of his clothing, his fingertips tracing the fabric's texture, his head bowing even lower. Yet, before he could complete his thought, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Junshuo's scathing reprimand. The company is not a place for you to idle away your time. If you can't rest properly, you might as well stay home. Don't come to work with that listless face. It hampers efficiency. Mian, can he really dispose of this stock? With such a foul mouth, he won't assist you anymore. Chapter 3. You're his fiancé? Upon hastily exiting Bai Junshuo's office, Mian exhaled a sigh of relief. The derogatory remarks directed at betas held no sting for him. Before his transmigration, his world lacked the ABO designation altogether. Thus, being a beta was, in fact, a fortunate circumstance. To him, the world bore no distinction from what it once was. Devoid of the need to comprehend the elusive sensitive periods or to inhale the so-called pheromones emanating from others. To be candid, the notion was quite peculiar. The very thought of various odd scents wafting from grown men sent shivers down Mian's spine. Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? A colleague, noticing Mian rubbing his arms, leaned in with a concerned inquiry. Of course, the underlying intention was far from altruistic. The original owner of this body was hardly held in such high regard within the company. This individual merely perceived Mian's recent emergence from Bai Junshuo's office with a hint of apprehension, suspecting a potential connection with the general manager. No, it's nothing. Mian feigned astonishment, shaking his head, attributing his discomfort solely to the air conditioning's low temperature. I see. The colleague nodded, signaling to the person seated near the air conditioning unit to adjust the temperature upward. Thank you. Mian expressed his gratitude, his light-colored lips curving into a gentle arc as he sincerely thanked his colleague. What was merely a trivial act of kindness was elevated by him to the stature of a grand gesture. Fool! He couldn't possibly believe that adopting such a humble demeanor would foster camaraderie with his office peers. A quintessential beta mindset. Bai Junshuo, observing the entire exchange from his office, felt a surge of disdain for Mian. He promptly turned off the camera, remaining oblivious to the fact that their superior was monitoring the office's activities. After concluding his pleasantries with his colleague, Mian retrieved his phone for a glance. As usual, throughout the morning, his device had received no fewer than a dozen anonymous messages. Without exception, they were filled with insults and curses directed at him. Why are you still alive? What right do you, a mere ordinary beta, have to be with him? If I were you, I would have taken my own life long ago. Who do you think you are? He has merely refrained from breaking off the engagement out of pity. If you had any sense, you would proactively propose to dissolve the engagement. All of these messages were sent by Shen Lianyan's admirers. As previously mentioned, Shen Lianyan was a heartthrob. This was no exaggeration. In truth, anyone who had even the slightest interaction with him, or had merely laid eyes on him, would find themselves irresistibly enamored. Mian found it utterly absurd. Indeed, Shen Lianyan was exceptionally handsome, perhaps the most striking individual he had ever encountered in his life. But was it truly worth becoming so grotesque over someone who didn't even love himself? Fortunately, he had long since built an immunity to such trivialities, perceiving them merely as trials on his path to amassing a fortune of 20 billion. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have found the time to meticulously critique or savor any lexical missteps. However, today, due to the nature of his diligent work ethic, he found it impossible to indulge in distractions like playing with his phone. Thus, he regrettably missed out on those words. Subsequently, he opened Shen Lianyan's contact information and sent a message conveying his concern. Lian, Are you feeling unwell again during your sensitive period? If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to let me know. I can prepare some simple soup for you. If you don't mind, I could bring it to you after work. Naturally, there was no response from the other party, which was precisely what Mian desired. Although he was unaware of the sensations associated with an alpha's sensitive period, previous readings had depicted them as quite alarming. What if he inadvertently provoked the other party? He would have nowhere to seek redress. After completing his tasks, he set his phone aside and immersed himself once more into the rigors of corporate life, only to find that the end of the workday had crept upon him unnoticed. The early summer weather is notoriously capricious. What began as a clear blue sky during the morning commute had transformed into a shroud of gray clouds by the time he stepped out of the elevator. Vehicles hastened along the road, their headlights and the mist kicked up by tires forming a blurred spectacle through the curtain of rain. Mian had a habit of keeping an umbrella in his drawer, and as he opened it to leave, he unexpectedly spotted the Omega from the tea room that morning, standing at the doorway, frantically trying to tame their wind-tossed hair, gazing at the rain with a troubled expression. He paused momentarily, returning to offer the umbrella, his cool fingertips accidentally brushing against the other's palm. "Take this. I live nearby, just a few steps away." The colleague looked up, their gaze meeting the clarity of his light brown eyes. In the rain mist, the collar of Mian's shirt fluttered slightly in the breeze. Suddenly, the Omega's face flushed crimson, their voice stammering even as they expressed their gratitude. By the time Mian had turned and dashed into the rain, the others still held onto the umbrella, its warmth lingering in their grasp, heart racing as if it might burst from their chest. Upon reaching his building, Mian was thoroughly drenched. He resided in an old apartment complex left by his parents, which lacked an elevator. Thus, as he ascended the staircase and rounded the corner, he encountered a striking youth waiting by his door. The boy leaned against the wall beside Mian's entrance, the wall behind him bulging with peeling paint and remnants of torn advertisements. He appeared out of place, like a white jasmine fallen into the mud. Despite his limited understanding of this world, Mian recognized at first glance that the youth was an Omega. The reason for their presence became evident. Stop right there. In stark contrast to their exquisite features, the youth's voice was sharp and almost confrontational. "Hey, are you Shenlian's fiancé?" Under normal circumstances, Mian would have displayed shock and bewilderment, yet the very term fiancé nearly shattered his composure. "Fiancé? Wait a moment. Is this how it works in this world? I'm a man, after all. Shouldn't it be fiancé? Is it? Or isn't it? Don't pretend to be mute here." The young man furrowed his beautifully shaped brows tightly, his round eyes glaring as he spoke again with a fierce demeanor. In that instant, Mian instantly deduced his identity. By Rongxing, the second suitor of the heartthrob in the novel, ostensibly a renowned Omega star, yet in reality, a young master from a criminal family. His personality was petulant, with his likes and dislikes plainly visible on his face. He rarely displayed any amiable demeanor towards anyone other than Shenlian. Nevertheless, it was this very double standard that endeared him to a certain readership. As they would say, the AO dynamic is the rightful evolution within the ABO realm. All right. Another faction has arrived. Mian thought excitedly, while outwardly pausing to wipe the rain from his face, calmly gazing at the other party, and earnestly responding, "It is I. May I inquire what you need?" Biao Biao remarked to a colleague that Mian was blissfully unaware of his own flirtations. Before the term flirtation king emerged, we had always referred to him simply as Mian. Chapter 4. Why is this Bate so cunning? His gentle demeanor made by Rongxing feel as though he had struck a pillow with his fist. Rather than improving his mood, it only intensified his ire. Bai Rongxing stepped forward, nearly jabbing Mian in the chest. "On what grounds do you presume to act so? A mere beta, devoid of pheromones. Yet he dares to reject me, for someone like you? You are utterly unworthy of Shenlian. If you know what is good for you, then you should distance yourself." Mian listened quietly, raindrops dripping from his hair, forming a small puddle at his feet, presenting a picture of both disarray and pity. Prior to this encounter, Bai Rongxing had conducted an investigation into this man. He hailed from an ordinary family and was orphaned. Had it not been for his parents sacrificing themselves to save the head of the Shun family, he would have never secured this engagement. You must understand, a person like Lian, even an exceptionally gifted alpha or omega, may not be able to hold on to him, let alone you, a beta who is often bullied in the workplace. It would be wise to release your hold. Perhaps you might still leave a favorable impression on the Shin family. As Bai Rongxing spoke, he scrutinized the man before him, believing that a coward like him would soon relent. Indeed, the next moment, the man's melodious voice broke the tension. Thank you for your advice. Aha, Lian's fiancé seems to be more easily dealt with than anticipated. Just as Bai Rongxing's lips began to curve into a smirk, he was taken aback by the next words. However, I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request. What? Bai Rongxing could hardly believe his ears, his beautiful feline eyes widening in shock. This beta dared to refuse him? I am the betrothed of Lian. This status was ordained by our families and is a promise I made myself. As long as he requires me, and as long as this engagement exists, I shall remain by his side. This is my responsibility and my choice. Mian's voice was soft yet remarkably steady, blending with the gentle sound of the rain outside, possessing an unusual penetrating quality. Especially that phrase, as long as he still needs me, carried an almost foolish sense of devotion. Bai Rongxing was utterly taken aback. The Mian he had envisioned should have been filled with shame, inferiority, and timid justifications, or at the very least, should have expressed anger. Yet, unexpectedly, he was met with such a solemn proclamation. This pure emotion pierced through all of Bai Rongxing's preconceived notions like a beam of light. The taunts and mockery he had prepared lodged firmly in his throat. Thus, you should strive to make Lian fall for you. Only if he takes the initiative to dissolve the engagement can I be liberated, Mian added silently in his heart. This scene could almost come to a close here. However, his gaze swept over Bai Rongxing's slightly damp shoe tips and the sleeves of his coat, which had been soaked by the rain in the corridor. In the context of the ABO world, omegas seem to be inherently fragile beings. Observing the boy's slender frame, he wondered if he would catch a cold for being drenched. What if it affected his pursuit of Lian? After a few seconds of contemplation, Mian resolutely spoke up. His tone as gentle and sincere as ever. The rain is quite heavy outside, and your clothes appear to be wet. He turned slightly to retrieve his keys and politely offered, would you like to come in for a while? Have a cup of hot tea? You could wait until the rain subsides before leaving. This single remark left Bai Rongxing utterly bewildered. What was he doing? Was he inviting me? This rival was inviting me to his home? Bai Rongxing stared blankly at Mian. The beta before him appeared somewhat disheveled from the rain, with damp black hair clinging to his forehead. Yet his gaze was clear and unpretentious, devoid of any sarcasm or ulterior motives, merely a concern stemming from kindness. Who would want to go to your house? Bai Rongxing instinctively retorted, though his voice lacked its previous conviction and even carried a hint of stammering. The sensation of being completely ignored in his hostility left him more flustered than direct confrontation ever could. His cheeks began to heat uncontrollably, and his heart raced inexplicably. Was this beta a fool? How could he invite someone who had just been insulting him into his home? Or did he genuinely not take his provocations to heart? Seeing Bai Rongxing rendered speechless, Mian assumed he was either hesitant or disdainful. Adhering to the notion that a quality stock must remain unscathed, he added with even greater sincerity, I have clean towels at home, and I just bought some fresh black tea. Pausing briefly, he gently reminded, if you keep standing here, you might catch a cold. The water from his hair continued to drip down. As Mian spoke, he instinctively raised a hand to wipe his chilly chin with the back of his hand. This gesture made him appear even more harmless, perhaps even a bit pitiable. Bai Rongxing's gaze involuntarily followed Mian's hand, landing on his rain-soaked lips and the softly contoured neck. This beta, upon closer inspection, was not unattractive. Stop it with that. Bai Rongxing suddenly took a step back, as if burned, with his ears turning crimson. The pheromones, disturbed by their owner's chaotic emotions, wafted forth, carrying an alluring scent of jasmine. He dared not gaze into Mian's eyes, which sparkled like glass orbs, and stammered, I won't drink your tea. Just you wait. With that, he nearly fled in a panic, forgetting his umbrella, and dashed into the curtain of rain outside. Mian observed the swiftly disappearing figure. who seemed to be tripping over his own feet and blinked in confusion. Given his spirited demeanor, he should not catch a cold, right? After all, the other party was the young master of a notorious family. Although an omega, in the narrative's context, he was certainly not inferior to many alphas of lower rank. Never mind, there was no need for her to worry. Mian withdrew her gaze and turned to enter her abode. Meanwhile, Rongxing, who had sprinted several meters away, abruptly halted in his tracks upon seeing the bodyguard stationed in front of his family's Rolls Royce. The rain cascaded over his flushed face, and the bodyguards, noticing his distress, hastily opened an umbrella to approach him. "No need to bother with me." He raised a hand to signal them to stop. Then, in frustration, he raked his fingers through his hair. "What am I doing? I was clearly looking for trouble, yet it feels as though I've been caught in my own trap. That Bate must have done it on purpose, feigning innocence to lower others' guard. In reality, he harbors a cunning mind. Next time, I shall ensure he sees the error of his ways." The young master kicked the car door, unsure to whom this declaration was intended. Chapter 5. The arrival of the heartthrob in the days that followed. Mian diligently played her role. At the company, she was invariably the first to arrive and the last to depart, her temper as pliable as dough, allowing anyone to mold her as they pleased. Occasionally encountering her superior, who exuded disdain toward her, she never suspected a rival for affection. Instead, she frantically assumed she had erred in some way. Of course, she also made time to send text messages to the heartthrob, filled with clumsy flattery, despite it being a one-sided affair. She adhered to this routine without fail. Finally, one afternoon in the second week, after clocking in and sending her usual message, she pondered what to have for dinner when she received a reply. "Sorry for making you wait." The unexpected notification startled Mian. Rubbing her eyes to confirm she was not imagining things, she was struck by the odd sensation that the daily dialogue with a seemingly NPC-like character was finally evolving into something more significant. As she held her phone, contemplating how to respond, another message soon popped up. "I suddenly entered a sensitive period a few days ago, and after taking suppressants, I felt drowsy and lay down for several days, unable to check my phone." Mian, you're not upset, are you?" The last message left Mian nearly speechless. One must admit, the heartthrob truly lived up to his reputation, being so gentle even towards an ordinary beta occupying the position of his fiancé. Judging solely by this message, who could distinguish which of them was the genuine romantic devotee? Fearing her character might be deemed inconsistent by the system, Mian hastily replied, "Not at all. How could I ever be angry with you? How is your health recovering? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? If there is any way I can assist you, do not hesitate to speak up." After a brief silence, a message arrived. "Is it convenient for you to take a call now?" 3 minutes later, Mian stepped into an empty conference room, and his phone rang as expected. He answered almost instantly. "Hello, Lian." A moment of silence lingered before a voice, as crisp as morning mist, yet imbued with a subtle rasp that lended an inexplicable tenderness, flowed through the earpiece, gently caressing his eardrum. Mian. Despite only being the two of them, Mian felt a warmth creeping up his ears. Shun Lian Yan's voice possessed such enchanting power that no matter how many times he heard it, he remained vulnerable to its charm. "Yes, I'm here. Are you feeling better?" Mian repeated the question that Shun Lian Yan had left unanswered in his previous message. "Much better," Shun Lian Yan replied, his tone soothing and tinged with just the right amount of apology. "I'm sorry about that day. I heard you came to see me. Shun Xiao is young and inexperienced, and I apologize on his behalf. I hope you won't take it to heart. It's all right. I didn't mind at all. He was just concerned for you, and I understand that." Mian truly bore no ill feelings, and in fact, he felt somewhat grateful toward Shun Xiao. After all, he was merely playing a role and had no desire to confront a sensitive alpha. A faint sigh emanated from the other end of the line, delicate as a feather falling, brushing against the edges of one's heart. "You're always so understanding." Mian held the phone, choosing not to respond. Perhaps it was a figment of his imagination, but he inexplicably sensed that Shun Lian Yan's emotions seemed less exuberant than at the outset. After a brief silence, Shun Lian Yan spoke again, his voice lowered slightly. "To express my gratitude for your understanding, are you available this weekend?" He mentioned having reserved a restaurant and invited Mian to join him for dinner. As a devoted admirer, Mian was, of course, delighted to accept the invitation. After ending the call, his fingertips felt slightly warm from gripping the phone for an extended period. When Mian opened the conference room door, the chill of the corridor enveloped him with an oppressive aura. He abruptly halted, locking eyes with Bate, whose gaze was as cold and deep as a frozen pond. The alpha leaned against the wall opposite the conference room, his tailored suit accentuating his rigid shoulders. And his eyes glinted like ice knives, sweeping from his flushed ears to the hand gripping the phone. By zone, Mian stammered, startled, nearly losing his composure. Who were you talking to during work hours? Shua disregarded his question, his voice flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As he spoke, even the surrounding light seemed to dim slightly. Of course, it was with your beloved. If you feel a sense of urgency, it would be best to invite him out this weekend. That way, you can conveniently avoid attending as well. Mian thought to himself, while outwardly, he diligently concealed the phone behind him, the warmth in his ears still unabated. He hurriedly lowered his head in apology, his expression betraying the guilt of a diligent worker caught slacking off. I'm sorry. It was a call from a friend, which took a few minutes. A friend? Shuo let out a derisive laugh, striding forward with long legs to cast a shadow over Mian completely. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the flushed tips of the Bate's ears, the faint hue stark against the fairness of his skin. It was clear to him that the person before him was lying. Mian was not new to the company, nor was Shuo unfamiliar with him. Given his character, he would never engage in frivolous phone calls during work hours unless under particularly urgent circumstances. But what could possibly warrant such urgency? An accident involving a family member or a friend. Yet, Mian had lost both parents at the tender age of 12, and his friends treated him merely as a tool. They would hardly reach out unless they required his assistance. Elimination of these possibilities left only the likelihood of a call with Mian. How naive of him to think that someone so compliant would not resort to deceit. It seemed he had underestimated the man before him. A surge of inexplicable irritation welled up within Shuo, intensifying his mocking tone. Look at how red your ears are. I almost thought you were on the phone with a lover during work hours. No, it's not that. Mian hurriedly denied, but upon colliding with Shuo's profound gaze, he instinctively averted his eyes, startled. His unconvincing demeanor betrayed his inexperience with lies. Shuo watched him fluster and evade, and his throat involuntarily bobbed. His gaze lingered for a moment on Mian's tightly clenched fingers before he bluntly remarked, well, who would take a fancy to such an ordinary beta? Mian's face paled slightly, his fingertips curling in silence. Yet, his reaction failed to appease Shuo. On the contrary, witnessing the softness of the beta, so malleable like a piece of cotton, only heightened his annoyance. An unnameable fire surged within him. Shuo attributed this to his disdain for someone so plain and useless, yet shamelessly occupying a position next to someone as exceptional as Mian. He felt that he need not even lift a finger against him, merely observing from a distance. Mian would inevitably self-destruct. With this thought, Shuo's tone returned to a businesslike indifference. Yet he could not resist casting a glance at the reddened corners of Mian's eyes. What are you doing standing there? The quarterly report from last week. Deliver it to my office immediately. Chapter 6. You must not go. Seeing Shuo's demeanor as if he were owed 8 million. Mian realized that he must have heard about his phone call with Mian. For this, he harbored a flicker of hope, wishing Shuo might intervene. Perhaps even prevent his date with Mian. Even a last-minute request for him to work overtime would have provided a suitable excuse for canceling. Alas, come Friday afternoon, Shuo had done nothing. Disappointment washed over Mian, whereas the ever-jealous, brooding man he had anticipated. Shuo was certainly not one to claim a beauty's heart. Was his strategy flawed? Perhaps a mere phone call hadn't provoked Shuo sufficiently? Or perhaps he hadn't heard the content of the call. Should he explicitly state that he was going out on a date with his lover next time? Mian pondered throughout the night, awakening the next day with dark circles under his eyes, reluctantly rising to wash up and dress for an appointment. He truly did not wish to rendezvous with Shun Lianyan. Although they were ostensibly in an unmarried relationship, the knowledge of the plot's progression weighed heavily on him. He was acutely aware that the other party would ultimately end up with someone else, leaving him with an unsettling sense of being cuckolded. The system had granted him 20 billion, yet he found himself in a position where he might be made a fool of. No, he would not allow anyone to usurp his title of Green Hat King. With this thought, Mian took out his phone, preparing to inform Shun Lianyan that he had caught a cold and could not attend a meeting. Just as he was about to press the send button, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Startled and already feeling guilty, the unexpected urgency of the sound caused his phone to slip from his grasp and tumble to the floor. Before he could retrieve it, another series of insistent knocks echoed, the impatience of the person outside palpable. Who could it be, demanding his presence so early in the morning? Furrowing his brow, Mian hurried to the door. Peering through the peephole, he was met by the sharp visage of a young man. The clean lines framing his forehead, the pronounced brow bone, and the fierce arch of his eyebrows suggested a meticulously crafted appearance. His eyes, however, bore a hint of impatience, the dark irises half-lidded, and a faintly brown mole at the corner of his eye exuded an air of defiance. This was Shun Jinxiao, the second son of the Shun family, who had previously intercepted Mian outside Shun Lianyan's room. "Open up." Shun Jinxiao's voice carried the characteristic arrogance of a young alpha, causing the door to vibrate. It was evident that his intentions were not friendly. Yet, for Mian, this was fortuitous. He needed a valid reason to avoid the appointment. Mian swung the door open, but before he could utter a word, he was abruptly blocked by Shun Jinxiao's imposing figure. Dressed in a loose black t-shirt with an open neckline, Shun Jinxiao's gaze swept dismissively over Mian's shirt, and he scoffed, "Dressed like that for whom? My brother asked you to come over, and you really think you matter?" Indeed, he was aware of Shun Lianyan's invitation. In the next moment, Shun Jinxiao fulfilled Mian's expectations, shoving him back unceremoniously. "Get back," he commanded, squeezing through the doorway. "I warn you, do not attend that appointment. If you dare step out of this door today, I'll show you where a Bate belongs." Very well. Mian had been awaiting this exact declaration. His heart swelled with joy, though he maintained a facade of reluctance. After all, his feelings for Shun Lianyan ran deep. How could he possibly forfeit the meeting due to a mere obstruction? Taking a deep breath, Mian began his performance. He pressed his lips together, pretending not to hear Shun Jinxiao's words, lowering his gaze to evade the mounting pressure of his stare, yet his feet continued to move forward, attempting to squeeze past him and the doorframe. "Second young master Shun, please step aside. I am in a hurry. I told you to go back. Are you incapable of understanding human speech?" Shun Jinxiao's arm crossed in a manner that completely obstructed Mian's path. He looked down at Mian with contempt. "My brother is merely toying with you on a whim. Do you really think you are of any significance? A Bate daring to date my brother?" Mian's body stiffened momentarily, his head bowed lower, lips pressed together until they turned pale. Yet, he stubbornly remained silent, attempting once more to sidestep and slip away. His silence and near disregard ignited an undeniable fury within Shun Jinxiao. "I told you, you are not going," Shun Jinxiao bellowed, abruptly reaching out. This time, instead of pushing him away, he seized Mian's wrist, forcefully yanking him backward towards the room. Mian lost his balance from the abrupt pull, letting out a startled gasp as his free hand instinctively flailed in search of support, inadvertently knocking over an old wooden frame perched on a nearby low cabinet. With a resounding crash, the frame first struck the edge of the cabinet with a heavy thud, then tumbled to the ground, unleashing a cascade of heart-wrenching, shattering sounds. The wooden corners splintered, the glass shattered completely, and the photograph within flew out, its edges tainted with tiny shards of glass. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Every movement from the Bate halted. He even forgot that his wrist was still clutched by Shun Jinxiao, momentarily oblivious to the intended rendezvous. His gaze fixated on the scattered fragments on the floor, the color drained from his face entirely. That photograph was a cherished keepsake from his parents, one of the few remnants they left in this world. Shun Jinxiao was equally taken aback, He had not anticipated causing any damage. Following Mian's gaze, he observed that it was merely an old, ordinary frame. However, in the next instant, he noticed Mian's shoulders begin to tremble slightly. Then, without warning, large tears cascaded from Mian's lowered eyes, falling onto the back of his hand and the cold floor beneath him. He remained silent, biting down hard on his lower lip, his body trembling slightly from the effort to stifle his cries. The silent tears streaming down his face conveyed a sense of despair and injustice far more poignant than any loud wailing. The grip of Shun Jinxiao on his wrist unconsciously loosened. Chapter 7. How did he end up here? The frame had actually been intentionally placed there by Mian. Of course, it was not the original item left behind by the original owner's parents. After all, it was something he treasured, kept safely in the cabinet since the very first day he arrived in this world. What lay there now was a meticulously crafted replica, designed to prevent any clumsy suitor from accidentally breaking it. And as fate would have it, the inevitable occurred. Shun Jinxiao, witnessing Mian's pale face and the tears streaming down his cheeks, observed the expression as if his entire world had crumbled. A strange, acute panic seized him. He had merely intended to stop him, to humiliate him, never anticipating that it would lead to tears. Hey! Shun Jinxiao's voice emerged, dry and tinged with an unrecognized helplessness. Please don't cry. This display of concern was entirely unexpected for Mian. Although Shun Jinxiao had always looked down upon him and treated him so harshly, why was it that he seemed the most distressed now that Mian was in tears? Mian couldn't be bothered to ponder what this young master was truly thinking. He took a deep breath, sensing that the moment had nearly arrived. After enduring harsh words and witnessing the shattering of the photo frame, despite his profound affection for Shun Linyuan, the desire to keep the appointment had dissipated. Thus, upon hearing the voice from across the way, he gradually straightened his posture, hastily wiping the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, slowly lifting his gaze. The corners of the Bate's eyes were tinted red, reminiscent of crushed peach petals. His gaze veiled by a lingering mist, aimlessly resting upon Shun Jinxiao's face. Shun Jinxiao's eyelashes fluttered, momentarily avoiding eye contact, but in the next heartbeat, he heard Mian declare, "I want to go." What? Shun Jinxiao was momentarily taken aback. Mian ignored him, silently turning away to crouch beside the shattered frame, extending his hand. The moment his fingertips brushed against the wooden frame, a shard of glass nearby sliced a fine line across his skin. Blood began to seep out, yet he appeared oblivious, continuing to gather the remnants slowly. Hey, are you out of your mind? Shun Jinxiao, sensing a flicker of panic within, rushed over, gripping Mian's wrist and pulling upwards. But Mian, as if deaf to his words, began to struggle against the grasp. How could a mere beta hope to escape the hold of an alpha? The grip tightened, seemingly intent on crushing his bones. Mian involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Noticing this, Shun Jinxiao instinctively eased his grip, yet his words remained harsh. Do you not want your hand anymore? What is the use of collecting these broken things? It has nothing to do with you, just leave. At last, Mian uttered his first words since the earlier exchange, like a small beast. Strong yet composed despite having its tail stepped on, unwilling to chase someone away. However, Shun Jinxiao felt a pang from the other's dismissal, abruptly releasing his grip. Yet fearing Mian might return to the shards, he immediately grasped him once more. A tumult of emotions swirled within his chest. Anger, frustration, and an inexplicable bitterness. How can it have nothing to do with me? If you get hurt and go to my brother to complain, what will happen to our bond as brothers? He could not pinpoint the source of his rising emotions, attributing it solely to a fear of Shun Linyuan's anger. So that was it. Mian fell silent for 2 seconds, his eyes still red, eyelashes damp and hanging low, yet his tone remained resolute. Rest assured, I want to tell him about this. Just go. Shun Jinxiao's throat tightened, a sudden wave of irritation washing over him. He should have felt relieved and mocked, thinking Mian was being sensible. But seeing the other's bowed head and trembling hand gripping the splintered frame stirred an inexplicable anxiety within him. Mian continued, "You came here to stop me from dating your brother, didn't you? Now that your goal has been achieved, what more is there to linger for? I implore you, please leave. These words struck Shen Jinxiao's ears like small stones sinking into water, unsettling his heart further. He wanted to retort that no one was amusing him, to explain that staying was for the sake of his hand, yet the words caught in his throat, unspoken. He could only subconsciously tighten his grip on Mian's hand, fearing that he might truly be cast aside. As Shen Jinxiao was about to defend himself, the motion sensor light in the corridor suddenly clicked on. The warm yellow glow enveloped the space from behind, infused with the familiar scent of cold pine wood pheromones, instantly saturating the atmosphere. Shen Jinxiao froze, abruptly turning around. There stood Shen Lianyan at the doorway, his white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, revealing a silver chain gifted by Mian last month. He held a car key in his hand, clearly just arrived, yet his gaze did not land on Shen Jinxiao, but instead focused on Mian's blood-stained hand and the fingers of Shen Jinxiao gripping it. What was Shen Lianyan doing here? Mian, startled, instinctively tried to pull away from Shen Jinxiao's grasp, but found it tightened instead. Shen Jinxiao called out brother stiffly, and saw Shen Lianyan stride forward. His footsteps were as light as feathers, and when he stopped before Mian, he did not acknowledge Shen Jinxiao, but leaned slightly, aligning his gaze with Mian's. The pheromones emanating from him were subdued. Even Mian, a Bate, felt the weight of tension in the air. The man's elegantly defined fingers approached Mian's hand, hovering without touching. What happened to your hand? Mian lowered his gaze, about to assure him that it was nothing when Shen Jinxiao interjected. The young alpha, voice taut with urgency, exclaimed, "It has nothing to do with me." He cut himself on the glass. Shen Lianyan's attention finally shifted to Shen Jinxiao, his brow slightly raised, remaining silent. Yet, the pressure in his gaze caused Shen Jinxiao to unconsciously loosen his grip on Mian's hand. In the next moment, Shen Lianyan reached out, taking Mian's wrist from Shen Jinxiao, his fingertips gently brushing the edge of the wound, his voice softer than usual. "Come with me. We need to tend to your injury." As Shen Lianyan turned to lead Mian downstairs, Shen Jinxiao remained frozen in place. The motion sensor light in the corridor, having not detected any movement for a while, clicked off, leaving only the faint light filtering in from outside, barely outlining his shadow at the doorway. The lingering pressure from Shen Lianyan's previous glance was now replaced not by fear, but by a belated sense of panic. He raised a hand to touch his cheek. He hadn't been slapped, yet it burned fiercely, as if he had just been pressed under the sun. The warmth of Mian's skin still lingered on his fingertips, igniting a tightness in his chest. The protest that it had nothing to do with him echoed in his mind, now overshadowed by embarrassment. The sound of a car door slamming shut came from downstairs, snapping Shen Jinxiao back to reality. He rushed to the stairwell to look down, but only caught a glimpse of the car's fleeting silhouette. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning pale, his throat constricting, and ultimately muttered a low curse at himself in the empty corridor. Fool. Afterward, he ascended the stairs again, fixating on the shards of glass and picture frame fragments still scattered on the floor. Moving with greater caution, he crouched down, meticulously gathering the pieces together. Chapter 8. Why don't you want me to punish him? Mian's body stiffened upon settling into the passenger seat, his back rigid as a board, even his breathing becoming shallow. He found himself puzzled as to why Shen Lianyan had appeared here. Had they not agreed to meet at the restaurant entrance? The other party arrived unexpectedly, leaving today's plan in disarray. How I had just been contemplating how to spend this holiday after Shen Jinxiao's departure. Mian lamented internally, completely unaware of when Shen Lianyan had started the car. It was only when the seat gently vibrated that she realized they had already set off. "Are you nervous?" Shen Lianyan's voice suddenly broke the silence beside her. Startled, Mian looked up, meeting his gaze, and hurriedly shook her head before nodding. "No, not really. I'm just a bit dazed. I didn't expect you to come over so suddenly." Shen Lianyan, focused intently on the road ahead, had a profile as perfect as a sculpture, with sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow akin to gilding on jade. As the heartthrob adored by all in the novel, he undeniably possessed a face so striking it bordered on the ethereal. each time Mian beheld him. Her heart raced with trepidation. I was somewhat worried after receiving your message, so I thought I should come and check on you. His voice, smooth and textured like frosted glass, melded perfectly with his countenance. Message? Mian was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the text she had meticulously crafted, her heart tightening suddenly. The door had been knocked on unexpectedly, startling her. Had she sent it at that moment? She lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt as her fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the edge of her seatbelt. Ah, yes, I was feeling a bit unwell, so... Her voice dwindled, shrinking to a whisper, reminiscent of a child caught in a lie, her ears faintly reddening. Shun Lian replied nonchalantly, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. So I came to see you. The car fell into a brief silence. As they awaited the next traffic light, Shun Lian halted the vehicle, turning to face Mian. His thick lashes cast shadows over his dark eyes, giving him an air of innocence. He then gently inquired, "Does your hand still hurt?" The memory of his earlier grip made Mian's heart skip a beat, and she instinctively concealed her hand behind her back. Goodness, if Shun Lian's admirers learned of this, would they not resort to drastic measures? Yuan Mian? Noting her daze, Shun Lian called out again. She snapped back to reality, shaking her head, and replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore. It's just a minor scrape. No need to go to the hospital." The shards of glass were tiny, capable of embedding themselves in flesh. Flowing away with the blood, Shun Lian resumed driving, his voice cutting through the engine's roar. They want to take your life immediately. They slowly burrow in, eventually lodging themselves in a place that causes unbearable pain. A shiver ran through Mian at his words, and she instinctively curled her fingers. In the treatment room, as the harsh fluorescent lights illuminated the space, Mian slumped on a bench with her hand resting limply. The doctor had just finished extracting the last glass shard with a needle, and when the cotton ball brushed against her wound, Mian winced, biting her lip to stifle any sound, burying her face into her clothing. The wound was not deep, but it required thorough disinfection and should not come into contact with water. The doctor placed iodine and gauze before Mian, yet his gaze, seemingly involuntary, drifted toward Shun Lian. Truly, the heartthrob was irresistible. From the moment of his birth, he was destined to bask in the adoration of many. Even during a visit to the hospital, he found himself the object of others' affection. As Mian marveled inwardly, he reached for the iodine, only to have his wrist gently restrained. He looked up to find himself ensnared by Shun Lian's ink-black gaze. The latter did not attend to the doctor, but instead focused intently on Mian's wound, casting a delicate shadow with his lashes beneath his eyes. "I will do it," he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shun Lian seized an iodine swab. He crouched before Mian, his posture low, nearly pressing his body against Mian's knee. Mian instinctively wanted to withdraw, but Shun Lian's other hand softly held him in place at the knee. The pressure was gentle yet firm, a resolute assurance that left warmth seeping through the thin fabric, causing Mian's ears to flush. As the swab, dipped in iodine, just grazed the edge of the wound, Mian involuntarily flinched. Shun Lian paused, his gaze lifting to meet Mian's, his voice soft. "Does it hurt?" "Naturally. Why not give it a try yourself?" Though such thoughts raced through his mind, Mian, mindful of maintaining his image as a good-natured person, merely bit his lip and shook his head, mustering a brave front. "No, not at all." Yet, when the swab made contact again, he couldn't suppress a stifled groan. Shun Lian halted, a flicker of an inscrutable emotion passing through his eyes, as if a fleeting luminescence had danced in the darkness. In the next moment, Mian felt the warmth of Shun Lian's palm enveloping him. He temporarily set aside the swab, gently caressing the skin surrounding the wound with his thumb, his movements tender as if soothing a small creature. "Just bear with it. It will be over soon." His voice was barely above a whisper, laced with a comforting tone, while the other hand continued to gently pat Mian's knee. Mian's body stiffened, rendering him entirely motionless. The ensuing moments became excruciatingly drawn out, a delicate mingling of itch and pain, each touch sending electric shivers through him, prompting him to breathe more softly. After what felt like an eternity, the wound was finally dressed. Mian sighed with relief, never before having felt time drag so painfully. Next came the admonitions: be cautious, avoid water, change the dressing regularly. And surely, no scars would remain. As Lian spoke, he paused for 2 seconds before asking, Mian, do you need me to take care of you? Upon hearing this, Mian hastily shook his head. No need. Only after his abrupt refusal did he realize how stiff it sounded, prompting him to hurriedly add, it's just a minor scrape, really not that serious. Besides, you must have so much to attend to, right? If Jinxiao were to find out about this, he would surely be upset. In his flustered state, his words spilled forth like beans from a pod, until he locked eyes with Lian's hazy gaze, abruptly halting his flow. Mian, do you care so much about Jinxiao's opinion? Mian found himself perplexed by Lian's inquiry. Did he believe he was attempting to sow discord between the brothers? If only he could think so, that would be splendid. After all, he had no desire to pursue the affections of a heartthrob, and thus had no need to concern himself with the character of the one occupying Lian's heart. With that thought, Mian replied softly, he is, after all, your brother. Indeed, he is my brother. Lian's voice gradually turned cold. He is my brother, yet he dares to interfere with my date, preventing you from coming. Mian was taken aback. Wait, what is this development? Shouldn't Lian be speaking well of Jinxiao and downplaying today's events? However, Lian's subsequent words were entirely contrary to Mian's expectations. It seems he has discarded all etiquette lessons since entering university. Rest assured, I will ensure he remembers how to respect his future sister-in-law. When the time comes, he will personally come to apologize to you. Mian, there is no need for such theatrics. Don't add so much drama to the cannon fodder. He nervously shook his head. It's fine. Jinxiao is still young. Is 21 still considered young? Or perhaps you simply do not wish for me to punish him. Lian seemed to see through Mian's thoughts clearly. His expression remained smiling, yet his words bore a heavy sense of pressure. Mian, are you not angry that he obstructed your date? If I hadn't come today, perhaps we would not have met. Or do you not actually look forward to our date? Chapter 9. Compensate me a little. Upon hearing these words, alarm bells rang in Mian's heart, and he hurriedly denied. How could that be? Who in this world wouldn't want to go on a date with you? Lian remained silent, merely gazing deeply into his eyes with his dark orbs. Such a stare sent shivers down Mian's spine, prompting him to add, when I said I wouldn't go, it was merely in a moment of impulse. In fact, I regretted at the moment the words escaped my lips. Is that so? Lian responded with just 2 words. Mian felt an urge to avert his gaze. Yet he forced himself to maintain eye contact, like a small creature trying to appear fierce. Of course, he bit his lip, inadvertently digging himself into a deeper hole, and retorted, You don't believe me? How could that be? Lian remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly, lowering his gaze, his voice deepening. I am merely concerned that perhaps you have grown weary of me. Mian sensed a hint of sadness in Lian. It was difficult to overlook the melancholic expression on a person blessed with such striking features. It was then that Mian noticed Lian was dressed impeccably in formal attire. He recalled that the restaurant they were supposed to dine at required formal wear for entry. In contrast, he himself had donned casual clothes, having never intended to attend the date. Standing side by side, it was glaringly apparent who had truly invested in this outing. Even knowing that the other could not possibly be his boyfriend, an inexplicable guilt for deceiving his feelings surged within Mian. Yes, I am sorry. I never anticipated such a turn of events. He instinctively apologized, then stood up from his chair, looking at Lian. Shall we go on our date now? I believe the restaurant isn't far. Before he could step outside, Lian grasped his wrist. A sudden force pulled him back, and Mian stumbled, colliding into a warm embrace. The tip of his nose brushed against the collar of the other's shirt, mingling with the faint, crisp scent of pine. He abruptly lifted his head, only to be ensnared by Lian's descending gaze. Lian's face, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more enchanting up close. Each eyelash was distinctly defined, and the natural curve at the corners of his eyes seemed to glow softly. Yet, the hand encircling Mian's waist tightened gradually. Mian thought to himself, "This is it. Being embraced by a heartthrob is sure to incite more envy." He swallowed hard, unconsciously glancing around, wondering if he might find himself doused with acid on the street tomorrow. Fortunately, there were no onlookers nearby. It would be odd if there were. The dominant alpha's possessive pheromones permeated the air, causing anyone who approached to tremble. Who would dare venture this way? However, as a beta, Mian remained oblivious to this reality. He was not of this world, and his understanding of human biology was limited to the differences between men and women, leaving him unaware of the implications of pheromones. "What's on your mind, Mian?" Shen Lianyan noticed his distraction almost instantly. "I was contemplating where we should go for our date after dinner." Mian fabricated this excuse, yet he sensed that upon uttering it, Shen Lianyan's mood brightened considerably. "Let us just let today slide," Shen Lianyan suggested, loosening his hold on Mian and affectionately brushing his cheek with his fingertips. "Your hand is injured. It would be best to return home and recuperate. Next time, we can arrange another outing." With that, he expressed his intention to visit Mian's home to take care of him for the next few days, only to be firmly declined by Mian. He insisted it was merely a minor injury and that he could manage on his own, while internally he pleaded for mercy, hoping for a way out. Ultimately, both conceded to compromise, with Shen Lianyan escorting Mian home. In the ensuing days, Mian was required to report on the healing progress of his injury. He inwardly grumbled, wondering if Shen Lianyan would even read the messages he sent. Shen Lianyan then added another stipulation, a phone call. Mian hesitated, feeling that a phone call might be overly intimate, and wished his feelings as a devoted admirer could be respected. He resolutely considered refusing. However, in the next moment, Shen Lianyan gazed at him with those misty black eyes, asking if he did not long to hear his voice. What choice did Mian have? Naturally, he could only acquiesce. As their vehicle returned to the old residential building, the evening had already descended. The dim golden sunlight filtered through the car window, casting a gentle shadow upon Shen Lianyan's face, gilding his eyelashes with a luminous sheen. From the side, they appeared to flutter delicately like butterfly wings. Mian grasped the seatbelt buckle and quietly expressed his gratitude. Just as he reached the car door, his wrist was suddenly grasped lightly. Why the haste? Shen Lianyan's fingers caressed the soft skin on the inside of Mian's wrist, his tone imbued with a seriousness that brooked no refusal. "If we cannot go on a date, surely you owe me some form of compensation?" "Compensation?" Mian's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of bewilderment flickering across his expression. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. However, since it was indeed his own prior commitment that was broken, Shen Lianyan took her to the hospital, and it was only right that he should make amends. Observing the myriad of emotions flitting across the face of the person in the passenger seat, Shen Lianyan seemed to reach a resolution, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "How much was the restaurant bill? Including today as hospital expenses, I shall transfer the total to you." Wasn't it said in novels that Shen Lianyan's artwork could fetch 8 figures at auction? Why then was he so meticulous about this modest sum? Mian felt a tinge of frustration at that thought. Upon hearing Shen Lianyan's words, his eyebrows arched slightly, and his lips parted in surprise, the depths of his dark eyes reflecting a clear astonishment. Then, he leaned on the steering wheel, laughter spilling forth. His striking features, already vibrant, became even more enchanting when he smiled, possessing a charm that seemed to compel anyone to offer him everything. Except, of course, for Mian. His money was indeed precious. "Rest assured, I do not seek your money," Shen Lianyan declared once he had laughed to his heart's content, a glimmer of shimmering light sparkling in his eyes. He leaned closer, causing the air inside the car to thicken. His breath brushed against Mian's ear, carrying a faint scent of cool cedar pheromones, devoid of any alpha's oppressive aura, instead inducing a sensation that made her heart nearly stop. "Compensate me a little," he whispered, his voice soft as a caress, his fingers gently pinching Mian's chin, coaxing her to look up at him, the corners of his eyes curving in a delightful arc. "Kiss me, will you?" Chapter 10. This is not enough, no, that one T do. Mian's mouth responded faster than her mind could process. Must it be like this? Kissing someone else's boyfriend is a sin worthy of divine retribution. Why not? Shun Lianyan's expression turned frosty in an instant. After rejecting him, Mian became aware of the misstep. Regardless of how the narrative might unfold in the future, at present, Shun Lianyan was undeniably her fiancé, and she was merely a devoted tool. How could she possibly refuse such intimacy? Yet, she truly wasn't prepared for this. The system had merely instructed her to play the role of a devoted tool, but it never stipulated that she must sell herself. However, if her character were to stray too far from the established persona, and Shun Lianyan sensed something amiss, she would lose even her reward. What to do? What to do? Mian's mind raced, and suddenly, she noticed the bandage on her hand. An idea sparked, and she explained, I caught a slight cold this morning. It would be unwise to infect you. Having uttered this, Mian mentally applauded herself. The fact of her cold had already been communicated to Shun Lianyan via text, making her excuse sound plausible. As a devoted tool, she was concerned for Shun Lianyan's health and had thus reluctantly sacrificed her chance for intimacy. It seemed the perfect justification to avoid the kiss, didn't it? Yet, Mian overlooked the absurdity of this world. So, you were worried about that, Shun Lianyan said, his eyes twinkling as a smile graced his lips. Have you forgotten? I am an alpha. My physical constitution is far superior to that of an average person, so I do not fall ill easily. Mian, help. I want to flip this world to bird. Is this sufficient now? Shun Lianyan inched closer. At this proximity, Mian could discern the distinct lashes and the elegantly shaped lips of the other. To refuse any further would be impolite. After all, they were both men. A kiss would not cost them anything. For the sake of his 2 billion, Mian inhaled deeply, leaned forward, and swiftly yet softly pressed his lips against Shun Lianyan's cheek. Like a feather brushing by, the contact was fleeting. Just as he prepared to withdraw, Shun Lianyan's hand suddenly clasped the back of his neck, preventing his retreat. This was insufficient. Shun Lianyan's voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of danger. In the next moment, his breath enveloped Mian, his lips expertly capturing Mian's trembling lower lip, gently nibbling twice. As Mian's lips parted in surprise, Shun Lianyan's tongue slipped in. Mian instinctively struggled, yet Shun Lianyan pressed him back against the chair until he could hardly breathe, finally releasing him. Mian tilted his head back, gasping for air, his Adam's apple caught between Shun Lianyan's lips. Having lived 23 years without ever being kissed, Mian was utterly bewildered. His mind echoing the last words spoken by Shun Lianyan, his warm breath brushing against his ear, and the rapid beating of his heart. Mian, remember to breathe when we kiss next time. When Shun Lianyan returned to the mansion, the night had deepened. Only a few wall lamps illuminated the living room, casting a soft, warm glow. Shen Jinxiao was waiting downstairs, not nestled in the gaming room as usual, but sitting restlessly on the sofa. Upon hearing footsteps, he immediately stood up. Brother, Shun Jinxiao called out, his gaze flickering. Yet he could not restrain himself, asking with barely concealed urgency, is his hand all right? Shun Lianyan loosened his bow tie, accepting the water brought by the servant, his movements elegant and composed. He merely cast a casual glance at Shen Jinxiao, his tone calm. It's bandaged, yes, fine. Shun Jinxiao's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, as if he had exhaled a sigh of relief. Shun Lianyan did not head upstairs immediately. Instead, he settled into the single sofa across from Shun Jinxiao, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. His gaze rested on his brother, casually inquiring, have you been busy lately? Shun Jinxiao paused, taken aback by his brother's question, but obediently replied, not busy, just the usual classes. He hesitated, as if finding his voice, then added with a hint of irritation, there's this Omega who keeps bothering me for some reason. It's so annoying. Shun Lianyan listened quietly, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa, his expression neutral, though a faint glimmer passed through his eyes. He refrained from commenting on his brother's complaints, instead suggesting in a nearly gentle, brotherly tone, since you're not busy, perhaps you could try dating. Shun Jinxiao was utterly stunned, almost believing he had misheard. His brother had never shown interest in their chaotic romantic affairs, and often seemed vaguely averse to them. Shun Lianyan observed the astonishment of his younger brother with keen eyes. He leaned slightly forward, picked up the kettle from the coffee table, and poured a glass of water for Shun Jinxiao, his movements deliberate and unhurried. However, the words he uttered plunged his brother into a chilling abyss. Find something to occupy yourself. If you keep busy, you won't have the luxury of meddling in others' affairs. Will you? Without even releasing any pheromones, Shun Lianyan made Shun Jinxiao's face turn pale in an instant. He understood that his brother's concern was not out of care, but rather a warning. Everything that transpired today had been observed by him. I know, Shun Jinxiao stammered in response. Shun Lianyan disregarded his brother, who was now drenched in cold sweat, leisurely finishing his drink before rising to his feet. It's getting late. Go rest, he stated flatly before turning and ascending the stairs. Chapter 11. A lesson for the rival. Mian's plan to relax over the weekend was ultimately forced to be abandoned. Initially, he believed that after bidding farewell to the Shun brothers, everything would settle down. However, the following morning, he received a call from someone saved in his contacts as assistant Li. Upon answering, he recalled that this individual was the assistant to Bai Junshuo. The caller requested Mian to deliver a document to Bai Junshuo. I'm terribly sorry, Xiao Yu, the voice on the other end sighed amidst a cacophony of background noise. Filled with helplessness, I promised to accompany my girlfriend on a date today, and I'm already at the amusement park. I really can't get away. Could you do me this favor? I'll treat you to dinner next week. Upon hearing this, Mian's first reaction was silence. Assistant Li was Bai Junshuo's right-hand man, someone everyone in the company sought to please. How could delivering a document require the help of someone as inconspicuous as himself? Had Bai Junshuo finally decided to intervene in his rendezvous with Shun Lianyan after spending an entire day at home? Yet, it seemed far too late for that. Although there was a possibility that the other party was unaware of the precise timing, it still felt rather slow-witted. If it were an Omega, a night would have been ample time to consummate their affair. And what could he possibly do to prevent it now? Mian felt compelled to impart a lesson to his dear superior, illustrating the importance of timing when it comes to disrupting someone else's relationship. With that thought, he rolled up his sleeves and quickly agreed to Assistant Li's request. An hour later, atop a premier apartment in the city center, Mian stood before the imposing double doors, internally lamenting the fact that the world had one more wealthy individual. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Seconds later, the door swung open with force, revealing Bai Junshuo, whose handsome face bore the expression of someone who believed the world owed him a fortune. As it was a day of rest, he was not dressed in formal attire, but wore a dark gray loungewear ensemble, the collar slightly undone, revealing his strong collarbones. His brown hair was somewhat disheveled, as if he had just awoken, yet his sharp eyes remained alert and predatory, fixated on Mian like a hawk eyeing its prey. The air was thick with an oppressive alpha pheromone, a faint aroma reminiscent of whiskey, causing Mian, as a beta, to feel a wave of breathlessness wash over him. A fervent plea for a new approach to competition echoed in Mian's heart, though her visage betrayed a reluctance to meet his gaze. Bowing her head, she extended the documents before her. Mr. Bai, the files you requested. Bai Junshuo did not take them. Yet, Mian acutely felt his penetrating gaze shift from her lashes to the bandaged hand she concealed. The plan was successful. She mentally applauded herself. If Bai Junshuo inquired about her injury, she could seamlessly mention how Shun Lianyan had tended to her wounds the previous day, inevitably heightening her rival's sense of urgency. He would then likely devise ways to orchestrate a meeting between herself and Shun Lianyan. However, Bai Junshuo merely furrowed his brow ever so slightly, then stepped aside to grant her entry into the apartment, asserting with undeniable authority, "Come in." Mian was taken aback. "Mr. Bai, I've delivered the documents, but I need you to confirm a few data points immediately." Bai Junshuo interrupted her, his tone unyielding. "The company requires it urgently. We cannot wait until Monday. Or do you have a personal engagement of greater significance?" He deliberately emphasized the words personal engagement, his gaze scrutinizing. Upon hearing this, Mian felt a wave of relief. Indeed, he cared about her rendezvous with Shun Lianyan. Without hesitation, she cautiously stepped into the sparsely decorated, lifeless apartment. No need to change her shoes. Observing her discomfort, Bai Junshuo felt a peculiar emotion surge within him. How could someone so timid, a beta, sustain an injury while on a date with an alpha? How could someone as exceptional as Shen Lianyan commit such a fundamental error? As an alpha, he was confident he could safeguard his partner. Wait, was he blaming Shen Lianyan? This beta, so brazenly unashamed and utterly ordinary, dared to aspire to someone beyond their reach. The thought exacerbated by Junshuo's agitation. With a heavy atmosphere enveloping him, he strode to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back on Mian. The data is on the floor, the highlighted sections. Read them to me. Mian promptly opened the file, locating the specified section. Sunlight filtered through the glass, dancing upon her soft hair. Searching intently, she softly and clearly articulated the monotonous figures. Her voice was melodious, embodying the gentle warmth characteristic of a beta, neither as delicate as an omega nor as coarse as some alphas. Yet, Bai Junshuo absorbed none of it. He merely observed, through the glass-s reflection, the slender neck and lowered head of the figure before him. A beta, devoid of pheromones, incapable of being marked, and unable to forge a soulful connection. Why would such a person be the fiancé of Shen Lianyan? Why did he feel compelled to summon her? If he wished to uncover what transpired yesterday, he could easily concoct a reason to visit Shen Lianyan. Why squander his time on her? As these thoughts coursed through Bai Junshuo's mind, his pheromones instinctively intensified. After Mian finished reviewing the data, she waited for a moment, but upon hearing no instructions, she raised her head, only to meet the profound gaze of Bai Junshuo through the glass. The emotions within that gaze were intricate. Before she could fully decipher them, he inquired, "What happened to your hand? You truly care?" Mian realized inwardly. However, on the surface, she feigned a startled reaction as if she had been scalded. Instinctively hiding her hand behind her, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly as she replied, "It's nothing, just a small scratch from yesterday." Yesterday? Bai Junshuo sneered. It was indeed an injury sustained during their date. Company policy mandated that employees prioritize their safety and maintain optimal work performance. With a stern expression, he adopted a near-reproachful tone, yet his gaze remained fixated on the concealed hand. "You've sustained an injury. What if it affects your work efficiency? Damn the capitalists." Mian cursed inwardly, then feigned a flustered demeanor, saying, I went to the hospital and had it properly bandaged. It won't affect my work." As she mentioned the word bandaged, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she adopted a bashful expression. Although unspoken, it was evident to any discerning observer that the person who had wrapped her injury shared a special bond with her. This display deeply registered in Bai Junshuo's mind. Is this T so easily swayed? Just a single instance of care, and he becomes so emotionally entangled. Chapter 12, his ears reddening, he replied, The more they conversed, the more Bai Junshuo's unnameable anger simmered. He focused on the glaring white of the bandage on Mian's hand and coldly remarked, "Having been bandaged yesterday means you haven't changed the dressing today?" Mian hesitated, stammering in response, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. I'll change it as soon as I get back." Truly, she was like a character from a novel, unwittingly attracting jealousy. If she did not want to bear the wound bandaged by Shen Lianyan, she should just say so. Yet she feigned concern for herself. Going back, Bai Junshuo nearly interrupted her, his tone tinged with an imperceptible urgency. "I have a first aid kit here." After uttering this, he seemed to realize that his eagerness appeared somewhat excessive and quickly added, "To prevent you from half-heartedly attending to it and arriving next week with an inflamed hand, delaying the project timeline." With that, he gave Mian no chance to refuse and swiftly turned toward the storage cabinet in the living room. His movements quick, as if fearing his own hesitation. Mian understood his underlying thoughts and naturally did not hesitate to accept Bai Junshuo's first aid kit. Her injured hand was on the right side. She managed the initial tasks of unwrapping the bandage and changing the dressing, but when it came to re-wrapping her hand, she appeared somewhat clumsy and at a loss. Bai Junshuo watched from the side, his brow furrowing tighter. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself, and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "You're so clumsy." He then stepped forward, skillfully avoiding the bandage in her hand, and, while appearing rough, was in fact careful as he wrapped it securely. Mian sighed in relief at the snug bandage. By Junshuo felt a slight alleviation of the inexplicable restlessness within him. It was swiftly replaced by another wave of emotion. The work report had been completed, and the bandaging was in place. What further excuse could he have to keep Mian around? Naturally, he retained this Bate out of concern that he might engage in mischief beyond his sight. However, it appeared that Mian's rendezvous with Shen Lianyan had already transpired. There was no longer any need for his concern. With this thought, Bai Junshuo's lips tightened as he spoke. "All right, you may leave now. Set down the documents." Mian had achieved his objective and was eager to depart. After all, they were nominal rivals in love, and lingering under the same roof for too long would not reflect well upon them. Upon hearing his words, Mian felt a wave of relief, hastily placing the documents down and exiting without a backward glance. As for Bai Junshuo, once the man had departed, he remained seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the discarded bandage for an extended period. Finally, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he picked it up. After being kissed, Mian had a fleeting desire to avoid Shen Lianyan. However, prior to this, in the hospital, he had agreed to report daily on the healing of his wounds via telephone. It was a predicament he could not escape. Having left Bai Junshuo's presence, Mian wrestled with his thoughts throughout the day, staring at his phone screen as if attempting to bore a hole through it, until night fell without him having made the call. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he mused that perhaps Shen Lianyan had forgotten about it altogether. As the epitome of an aloof beauty in the narrative, he was not merely defined by his striking visage. In truth, Shen Lianyan possessed remarkable professional acumen. Not only had he inherited his family's business at a tender age and expanded it significantly, but he was also a renowned painter, frequently showcasing his work in exhibitions around the globe. At times, Mian could not help but ponder that Shen Lianyan's popularity stemmed not only from his exceptional looks, but also from the unique ethereal quality he exuded, characteristic of an artist despite being a businessman. This duality, seemingly contradictory yet mutually compelling, drew everyone around him like a night-blooming flower. Returning to the matter at hand, considering Shen Lianyan's busy schedule, it was quite normal for him to occasionally forget a phone call, wasn't it? If he did remember later, Mian could simply claim that he did not wish to disturb him. Yes, such reasoning fit well with the persona of a humble, infatuated individual. After reassuring himself internally, Mian finally set aside the phone he had clutched all day, turning to head towards the bathroom for a shower and rest. Yet, just as he laid down the device, the ringtone erupted, accompanied by a frantic vibration, the screen illuminating with the name, Shen Lianyan. Mian thought to himself, is this truly an action befitting an aloof beauty? One should not lower their stature by calling a devoted admirer, regardless of his internal protests. He sluggishly but obediently answered the phone. Yen? Yes, it's me. Shen Lianyan's voice was deeper than it had been in the car the previous day, tinged with a husky quality that suggested he had just emerged from a busy spell, yet his tone was gentle. Mian, he called out to him, his tone as casual as if engaging in a daily greeting. How is your wound today? Does it still hurt? Listening to his voice, Mian's heart raced to an unparalleled degree, almost echoing like a drum in his chest. Fortunately, the pain had subsided. Mian responded dryly, attempting to mask the nervousness in his tone. Shen Lianyan replied, and then, as if casually mentioning it, infused his words with an elusive emotion. I've been waiting. Yet your call never came. I was beginning to wonder if something unfortunate had befallen you. Upon hearing this, a wave of guilt surged within Mian. I'm sorry. Allons. As he apologized, his mind raced. He had refrained from calling earlier, fearing he might disturb you. Just as he was about to dial your number, your call came through. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a 2-second silence on the line, followed by Shen Lianyan's low, teasing laughter, which playfully danced into Mian's ears. Really? Mian hurriedly affirmed. That's good. Shen Lianyan remarked with a half-smile. I thought perhaps you found me bothersome and chose not to make the call. How could that be? Mian quickly refuted, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment and guilt. He silently rejoiced that Shen Lianyan was not in front of him. Otherwise, the truth of his deception would have been glaringly obvious. How is your wound healing? Is there any redness or swelling? Have you taken your medicine? Lian shifted the conversation back to his initial concern without pressing further about the call. Mian, feeling like a student subjected to an unexpected inspection, answered all inquiries about his wound in detail. It's healing well. After listening to Mian's hesitant report, Lian seemed satisfied. For the remainder of the conversation, they exchanged light banter as an ordinary couple would. Just as they were about to end the call, Lian's tone took a decisive turn, carrying an unmistakable undertone of insistence. Tomorrow, don't keep me waiting too long for your call, all right? Mian, you are my fiancé. There's no need for you to overthink it. Mian clutched the phone tightly, his ears flushed under the warm yellow light, and replied softly in Chapter 13. Is this enough to satisfy you? In the following days, Mian transformed into a dutiful husband, diligently calling Lian every evening at 8 o'clock as if under surveillance. With each conversation, he discovered that this high-profile figure, so sought after in novels, was remarkably easy to get along with. Lian's demeanor was gentle, his speech measured. Occasionally, he would share a jest with Mian or help him navigate some work-related troubles. Mian mused that were it not for their respective statuses, he would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to befriend someone like him. Alas, however, the thought of his 20 billion brought a smile to his face. While lost in his thoughts, a figure with a sweet, milky scent suddenly appeared at his workstation. Mian looked up to see a delicate, flower-like face. His Omega colleague, Yan, had somehow positioned himself beside him, beaming with a smile. What's the matter? Mian was taken aback, his gaze lingering on Yan's name tag for a few seconds before recalling his name, Yan. As Yan was called by name, her eyelashes fluttered, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks, transforming her from the proud little peacock she had been in the tea room into a different person altogether. Here is your umbrella, she said, placing the neatly folded umbrella on the table. Thank you so much for that day. Mian then recalled the rainy day from the previous week. He responded with a gentle smile. It's nothing, just a small gesture. I couldn't possibly let you return in the rain. He understood that in this world, Omegas deserved to be cherished. Upon hearing these words, Yan's ears turned even redder. Biting her lip, she extended the bag in her hand, saying, "These cookies are a token of my gratitude." After a brief pause, she added, "I baked them myself, so I hope you won't be disappointed." The paper bag was adorned with a small ribbon tied in a delicate bow, showcasing the thoughtfulness of its creator. It was Mian's first time receiving a handmade gift, and he momentarily stood in surprise before accepting the bag. You are too kind. There was no need to go through all this trouble. The bag was small, with barely enough space to hold it, which led to their hands inadvertently brushing against one another as he grasped it. Yan's fingers trembled, and she quickly withdrew her hand, stammering, "Then, I'll take my leave." She nearly dashed back to her workstation. Mian suppressed a smile, pondering who invented the notion of being an Omega. It was as if they were little firecrackers. As Mian untied the bow, the sweet aroma of buttery cookies wafted from the bag. He felt a slight hunger and was just about to pop one into his mouth when his phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. It was the distinctive tone he had set for text from Bate. After returning home that day, Bate had somehow acquired his phone number, bombarding him with messages daily. Some warned Mian to steer clear of Lian, while others relayed information about Lian's whereabouts at various gatherings, who he smiled at, or which Alpha had lavishly gifted him something. Each message served to remind Mian of his ordinariness and his incongruity with Lian. Yet, Mian found genuine joy in reading them. The sooner Lian found true love, the closer Mian would be to his own dream of 200 billion. Occasionally, Bate would also share snippets of his own life, such as which film he shot today, whom he dined with, or invitations to brand events. Mian categorized these updates under the heading of dissuading rivals. In retrospect, it was rather easy to decipher the thoughts of this young heir from the underworld. A flicker of amusement crossed Mian's eyes as he opened the conversation. Today, Bate had sent an exquisitely composed photo of a meal, perfectly lit. The dish was presented on expensive Japanese ceramic tableware, featuring low-temperature chicken breast salad, quinoa, and a glass of vibrant green juice. The background was blurred, but one could faintly discern a corner of a script and the logo of a luxury brand. Mian typed, "Is this the only kind of food celebrities can eat?" The sight of it did little to whet his appetite. Perhaps due to the absence of his response, Rongxing sent another message. "The crew is having lunch, healthy food. To maintain a splendid on-screen appearance, I have sacrificed many culinary delights." Like a proud feline, he emphasized the refinement and discipline of his lifestyle. Mian's eyes curved slightly as he snapped a photo of the cookies on the table and sent it over. On the other end, Rongxing lounged on the sofa in his exclusive lounge, casually awaiting a reply. He imagined that the unsophisticated Bate would respond with something lofty or express sympathy for the challenges of celebrity life. However, the next moment a hastily taken, slightly distorted photo appeared. A pack of handmade cookies lay on a simple desk, adorned with a bear pattern, exuding warmth and homeliness. The Bate replied, "Thank you for sharing. They look quite healthy." The Bate continued, "He also gave me a pack of his baked cookies, which appeared delightful and smell wonderful." Rongxing stared at the photo, his fair fingers lightly tapping on the cold screen of his phone. Despite the ample air conditioning in the dressing room, he felt inexplicably stifled. Clearly, Mian was already with Lian. How could he still accept gifts from others? Rongxing pursed his lips, his long fingers dancing across the screen. "High in sugar and fat, a diet killer," he typed, then deleted, as if he were overly concerned about the Bate's health. "It seems you have a leisurely job." That felt off. The tone was peculiar. He frowned slightly, ultimately sending a different message. "Huh. Are mere cookies enough to satisfy you? Your taste seems to be rather limited." "Very well. Since you mentioned cookies, remember this. Lian detests sweets and despises the cloying scent of others. I hope when you approach him next, you can at least ensure a modicum of decorum." Upon receiving this message, Mian had already washed his hands and was nibbling on the cookies. Observing Rongxing's constant references to Lian, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He still loves him so much. Then, he set down his phone and went to the pantry to fetch himself some coffee. Rongxing's message sank into silence. Frustrated, he set the phone down and rang for assistance. The assistant promptly entered, respectfully inquiring, "Young Master Bai, how may I assist you? Which French pastry shop should I order afternoon tea from for everyone?" "It's on me." After a pause, he added through gritted teeth, "But no cookies." Chapter 14. Conversations on different frequencies. Mian was blissfully unaware that his unintentional act had treated the entire crew. Had he known, he would surely have shared in the joy. As a fellow worker, he was naturally pleased to see others living well. The reason for his silence towards Rongxing stemmed from the mention of Lian, leading him to believe that the latter had completed his KPI for the day. However, to his surprise, the following day brought no message from Rongxing. Initially, Mian thought little of it, assuming his colleague was simply busy filming. Yet, as the week progressed without a single message from Rongxing, doubt began to creep in. At his workstation, he clutched his phone, gazing at the chat interface between the two, utterly perplexed. Could it be that there was progress with Lian? The thought sent a jolt of excitement through him. Beyond the tantalizing prospect of a 20 billion fortune beckoning him, there was another reason. He found himself more enamored with the stock Rongxing than with his surly superior. It was undeniable that while Jun Shuo garnered greater favor among readers outside the novel, after spending time with Lian, Mian discerned that both he and Shun possessed rather aloof temperaments, making it difficult for any sparks to ignite between them. Thus, Rongxing was the more appealing choice. Although he still bore a grumpy expression towards Mian, he genuinely cared for Lian. His conversations were invariably centered around the latter. With that in mind, an insatiable curiosity bubbled within Mian. Despite daily conversations with Lian, there were no discernible signs of romance from his end. To uncover the truth, he would have to inquire with Rongxing. Once the inclination for human gossip arose, it proved difficult to suppress. Ultimately, Mian tentatively extended his fingertip and sent a message to Rongxing. "Xiao Bai, had you been busy lately?" Almost instantaneously, the chat box indicated that the other was typing, a status that persisted intermittently for a full 2 minutes before a message finally appeared. Rongxing, not busy, not busy. Did that imply there were no dating intentions? Mian furrowed his brow, a wave of regret washing over him, just as he contemplated whether to pose further inquiries. His phone chimed again. By Rongxing, not as busy as you. The tone of this reply was laden with palpable tension, causing Mian to blink in confusion. The Beta, I'm fine, the project just wrapped up this week, so it's much easier now. By Rongxing, upon seeing such an unrefined emoticon, felt a surge of irritation, fingers flying across the screen. Of course it's easier. You even have time to indulge in cookies. Cookies? Mian pondered for a while, recalling a casual mention of cookies gifted by a colleague the previous week. Was Bai Rongxing upset over this? Why? Just as he was mulling over this perplexity, another message from Bai Rongxing popped up. Only you betas would enjoy such sugary treats made from inferior butter. In an instant, Mian grasped the reason behind the other's ire, concern over possibly betraying Shen Lianyan. Well, it was entirely incomprehensible. After all, in the eyes of this group, his association with Shen Lianyan was already a lofty endeavor. How could he possibly engage in infidelity or flirtation with another? Humanity often exhibits a double standard. While they too engaged in clandestine affairs, they nonetheless remained wary of him. It was unwise to apply ordinary reasoning to fictional characters. Mian sighed inwardly, then offered his own explanation. Ah, you mean that? It was merely a token of gratitude from a colleague for lending him my umbrella. A token of gratitude? It seemed the other was not pursuing Mian after all. Bai Rongxing paced back and forth in his lavish apartment, convinced that the matter could not be so straightforward. Although the item gifted to Mian by that individual was rather commonplace, the fact that it was handmade imbued it with a unique significance. Moreover, the meticulous packaging revealed ulterior motives. However, judging by Mian's tone, it seemed she did not take the matter to heart. Perhaps it was merely a case of her being somewhat oblivious, Bai Rongxing quickly concluded. With such pronounced obliviousness, the person pursuing her likely had made no progress whatsoever. This thought, in turn, inexplicably filled Bai Rongxing with delight. Do you enjoy cookies? He ultimately replied. Not particularly. I don't have a penchant for sweets. Most of it has been shared with my colleagues, came her response. See, she truly isn't concerned. Bai Rongxing was nearly ready to hum a tune, as all his previous frustrations dissipated in that moment. He picked up his phone once more, his fingers dancing lightly across the screen, as if the week of cold silence had never transpired. He reverted to being the playful rival, always seeking opportunities to provoke. By the way, did you know that Brother Lianyan has an important art exhibition opening next month? Mian paused, her hand holding the phone momentarily stilled. She had not received any message from Shen Lianyan. After all, she was merely a background figure, an unengaged fiancé. How could she possibly partake in such a grand event, which was sure to attract a multitude? Just as she was about to reply with an I don't know, Bai Rongxing's message arrived. Such occasions are significant. One must dress appropriately. I wouldn't want others to say that Brother Lianyan's fiancé lacks grace. Would you like me to recommend a stylist? Mian was taken aback. How much would Bai Rongxing's recommended stylist cost? Without a moment's hesitation, she declined, saying, Thank you for your kindness, but that 1 be necessary. I'll likely 1 attend the exhibition, so it's not essential. Why not? You are Shen Lianyan's fiancé. How could you possibly miss it? What could be the reason? The Shen family does not hold me in high regard. Moreover, I have not received an invitation from Shen Lianyan. I can't just show up uninvited, can I? Mian rolled her eyes inwardly. Yet outwardly, considering her persona as a straightforward individual, she replied, I don't have an appreciation for art. It's best not to disrupt Alien's event. A subtle discomfort rose within Bai Rongxing as he read her message. He was astute. Although Mian had attempted to be diplomatic, he immediately grasped the underlying reason for her absence from the exhibition. Bai Rongxing bit his lip, falling into a momentary silence, his grip on the phone tightening gradually. He mused, if his beloved were a beta, he would undoubtedly protect them, ensuring they would never endure even the slightest indignity in such circumstances. Shen Lianyan appeared so captivating on the outside, yet beneath the surface he seemed less enthralling. Reflecting on the evident disappointment Mian must have felt as she typed those words while attempting to suppress her concern for others, Bai Rongxing pondered for a few seconds before finally retrieving his phone. Chapter 15. Little Bai in the afternoon office. The only sounds are the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the occasional rustle of documents. Mian was fully engrossed in the data displayed on her screen, striving to finalize a particularly vexatious report before the end of the workday. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. "May I inquire who Mr. Mian is?" A clear, resonant male voice echoed at the entrance. Instinctively, every individual in the office, including Mian, lifted their gaze. Standing, there was a young man clad in a meticulously tailored uniform, adorned with white gloves, cradling an opulent, oversized gift box. "I am," Mian replied, somewhat bewildered. As he rose from his seat, the young man's face instantly blossomed into a professionally enthusiastic smile as he briskly approached, placing the hefty gift box beside Mian's desk. His voice resonated loudly enough for the entire office to hear. "Mr. Yu, this is the dessert gift box from the Silly Carlton Hotel that you ordered. Thank you for your patronage. Wishing you and your colleagues a delightful dining experience." "The Silly Carlton Hotel," exclaimed a colleague from the adjacent cubicle. "Isn't that the place where reservations are booked 6 months in advance?" In an instant, all weariness and fatigue dissipated as curious and excited colleagues gathered around. Upon unveiling the gift box, they discovered exquisite macarons, Napoleon cakes, and fruit tarts, each detail silently narrating its extravagant price. "Goodness, little you, have you won the lottery? This is incredible. You actually managed to secure desserts from this establishment. Thank you, little you." Amidst a chorus of gratitude and astonishment, Mian found himself utterly perplexed. He opened his mouth to clarify that he had not made any such order when he suddenly noticed a small, hand-painted golden star emblem on one corner of the box. Was it from the week before last? Or even earlier? He recalled a dessert photo sent by Bai Rongxing, which bore the same emblem in one corner. With this thought, Mian took out his phone and typed, "Xiao Bai, our department just received a dessert package from the Silly Carlton Hotel addressed to me. Did you send it?" "Yes. It's a sampling, too much of it. And please do not call me Xiao Bai." He knew there was a highly popular cartoon dog named Xiao Bai. Although Bai Rongxing assumed that, given Mian's rather mundane personality, he would not have seen it, the coincidence of sharing a name with a dog was still rather displeasing. Who packages sampling products so exquisitely? Mian immediately recognized it as an excuse. Nonetheless, he accepted it with grace. After all, he had worked hard as a matchmaker, and these individuals ought to express their gratitude. Yet, next time, it would be preferable if the gifts were sent directly to him. Mian mused to himself, ultimately replying to Bai Rongxing, "Thank you for your generosity. However, please refrain from such grand gestures in the future." Surely, Bai Rongxing would comprehend the subtle implications behind his words. The response arrived swiftly. "It's already generous enough to send you a gift. No further requests allowed." "Well," that seemed to indicate understanding. Mian smirked slightly, satisfied as he set his phone down, preparing to savor the astonishingly luxurious desserts when he caught sight of Bai Junshuo's piercing gaze through the glass wall. The intensity of that gaze was chilling, like a blade tempered in ice, brimming with unmasked scrutiny and displeasure, piercing through to him. Mian felt assured that Bai Junshuo was fully aware. Such ostentatious behavior of distributing desserts to all employees in the office is hardly characteristic of someone like Shen Lianyan. "So what is the matter? During work hours? What is all this commotion?" Bai Junshuo's frosty voice cut through the clamor of the office, instantly silencing everyone. The atmosphere, once lively and relaxed, became somber and heavy. "This is a workplace, not a tea party." His gaze swept over the exquisitely wrapped gift boxes on the table, and with a cold remark, he turned back to his office, slamming the door behind him, leaving the entire office in a state of bewilderment. Mian thought, "Well, this reasoning does hold some merit. I concede your keen hearing." As the end of the workday approached, Mian had just organized the documents when a figure approached his desk. It was an alpha from his team who had been the loudest during the dessert distribution. Clutching an unfinished report, he wore a smile, yet his tone was laced with entitlement. "Hey you, could you do me a favor?" Since arriving in this world, Mian had grown accustomed to such openings. "Yes. What is it?" The alpha nudged the report towards Yu's desk. My elder at home suddenly fell ill, and I must rush to the hospital. This report was due early tomorrow. This is the third time this month. Last week, he claimed his pet dog was vomiting, and the week before that, he said there had been a burglary in his home. In short, he always found an excuse to ask Mian to help with overtime. To maintain his persona, Mian acquiesced. After all, he had nothing to do after work, and earning some overtime pay at the office was not a bad idea. Once engrossed in work, one can easily lose track of time. When Mian finally filed the last report and rubbed his sore neck while picking up his phone, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Seeing the 4 missed calls from Shun Lianyan on the screen, panic surged within him. Oh no, I forgot to call him and report in today. This certainly does not align with the persona of a devoted admirer. As Mian hurriedly prepared to return the call, his phone vibrated once more. He immediately answered, breath slightly hurried. Hello, alien. There was no immediate response on the other end, only a faint sound of breathing, heavier than usual. Realizing he should offer an explanation, Mian was about to speak when Shun Lianyan's voice came through, still his usual refined tone. Akin to jade steeped in cool water, yet inexplicably lacking its customary softness. Are you busy? Yes, I just finished a report and didn't notice the calls. Mian tightened his grip on the phone, attempting to soften his tone. I was just about to call you back. After a brief silence, a resigned sigh emerged from the other end. Don't overexert yourself. No, I want tea, Mian replied truthfully, for he was on the brink of acquiring 20 billion. And thereafter, he could afford to relax daily. How could he possibly tire himself? My physical condition is quite good. As soon as the words escaped him, 2 soft chuckles resonated through the receiver, sending a delightful shiver down his spine. Mian discreetly moved the microphone a bit further away, shrugged her shoulders, and rubbed her ear. What is the matter? Why are you laughing? It's nothing, just some words the doctor said to me, he replied. As far as Mian knew, in the novel's narrative, Shun Lianyan indeed visited a doctor periodically, though the specifics of the doctor were never revealed prior to his arrival in this world. This seemed to pertain to the other's privacy, so Mian refrained from probing further. Shun Lianyan appeared somewhat disheartened, hesitating before continuing. Mian, I have an art exhibition this Saturday. Would you come? Mian was taken aback, nearly convinced she was hallucinating from overwork. Why would Shun Lianyan invite her to his exhibition? This had never happened before. Neither Shun Lianyan nor the rest of the Shun family acknowledged her existence in such public settings. The unexpected turn of events left Mian somewhat flustered. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to decline. I think I want to go, Mian said softly, attempting to sound natural. I don't understand this, and my presence would only hinder you from attending to your guests. Internally, she commended her reasoning, as it aligned perfectly with her role as a devoted admirer of Shun Lianyan, while cleverly sidestepping a scenario that was implausible in the original narrative. But I want you to come. His voice came through firmly. But Mian wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Shun Lianyan's gentle sigh. Mian, don't you want to see me? A devastating blow. Mian fell silent. Who could possibly refuse such a heartfelt request? I've already had my assistant send the invitation to your home. Just think of it as accompanying me, all right? Otherwise, I'll feel quite lonely standing there alone. Lonely? In such a setting, Shun Lianyan would undoubtedly be surrounded by his devoted admirers. Mian could already envision how bittersweet that day would be. Wait a minute. If all those admirers were present, it didn't seem like bad news for her. Her task in this world was to play the role of a target for the heavenly dragon's various provocations. Whether one person came to provoke or a group did, it amounted to the same. Instead of waiting for them to approach her, it would be better to take the initiative. Perhaps she could provoke that group, effectively completing her task in one fell swoop. With this thought, Mian's eyes sparkled. It's just an art exhibition. She had to go, eagerly anticipating the day. She feigned a sigh of defeat. All right, I'll be there. On the other end of the line, Shun Lianyan's voice regained its warmth. Then I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Mian felt invigorated. She could almost envision the 20 billion pairs of eyes beckoning her. Even her speed in packing her belongings transformed into a lively rhythm as she shouldered her bag and made her way toward the elevator. Passing by Junshuo's office, she faintly heard a muffled sound from within, as if something heavy had struck the door. The lights were still on inside. By Junshuo hadn't he left yet? Was something amiss? Mian's footsteps faltered, a tempest of conflict brewing within him. He had not forgotten the disdainful expression that his counterpart had worn earlier that day. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer to avoid any interaction with Junshuo during non-essential hours. Yet, what if Junshuo were afflicted by some sudden ailment? After all, he was an indispensable asset. The insatiable desire for 2 billion roused Mian's sense of responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he approached the office door and gently rapped upon it. "Mr. Bai, are you in there? Do you require assistance?" His tone was imbued with the timorousness characteristic of an honest man. Silence reigned within, save for the oppressive sound of labored, heavy breathing, as if teetering on the brink of collapse. Mian thought, "I hope my 2 billion isn't perishing in there." Without further contemplation, he boldly pushed open the substantial door. In the next moment, a wave of potent, intoxicating spirits surged forth, rendering him breathless. By Junshuo, a man often described by readers as one who perpetually maintains control, was now leaning against the edge of his desk with one hand. His expensive suit jacket lay carelessly on the floor, and his shirt collar was opened wide, revealing a sweat-drenched collarbone and the taut veins of his neck. He panted softly, his gaze unfocused, and his meticulously styled hair now fell disheveled across his forehead, lending him an air of wild disarray. Even Mian, who belonged to a different realm as a Bate, recognized that Junshuo was in a state of vulnerability. "Mr. Bai, what is happening?" Although he understood the situation, he felt compelled to utter this NPC-like inquiry. The man suddenly lifted his head, his sharp and chaotic gaze locking onto Mian. "Who allowed you to enter? Get out." Mian trembled at the oppressive pheromones that surged from him, internally lamenting the absurdity of this world's dynamics. Yet, he mustered courage and suggested, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you require suppressants? Shall I contact a doctor on your behalf?" Junshuo smirked, his tone laced with the irritability unique to his sensitive phase and a habitual mockery. "Help me? What authority do you possess to assist me? My rival's fiancé? You would only be displeased to hear it." Mian feigned being wounded by his words, meekly repeating, "I merely worry about you." "Worry?" Junshuo let out a low, mocking laugh, his voice hoarse and heated. "As a Bate, you cannot even fathom what I am experiencing right now. Why put on such a disingenuous facade?" The moment those words fell, Mian's complexion drained of color. The office was enveloped in a heavy silence, the vast space filled only with the sound of the alpha's ragged breaths and his uncontrollable pheromones. "I understand now." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and after what felt like an eternity, Mian's lips trembled. He cast a deep glance at the man before lowering his head, adopting the meek and timid demeanor he often exhibited in the office, and silently turned to leave. He realized that Junshuo perceived him as a rival mocking him. Truly, a petty mindset. Considering his sensitive state, Mian resolved to let the matter rest, directly procure the suppressants, and manage his condition before proceeding. The door was gently closed behind him. In the expansive room, only the heavy breaths of alpha and the rich scent of pheromones lingered. The uncontrolled aura seemed to intensify in the absence of that gentle figure. Junshuo gazed at the vacant doorway. An inexplicable wave of profound emptiness and agitation surged within him, more unbearable than the physiological discomfort brought on by the sensitive period. Was that Bate upset? Though typically indifferent, soft as a cotton ball, easily molded by anyone's touch, his presence today was undoubtedly a result of agreeing to cover for someone else. Junshuo harbored no disdain for Bates. On the contrary, the proportion of Bates in his company's upper echelons was significantly higher than that of others. He merely despised that particular Bate. Why this disdain? Because he lacked self-awareness, occupying a position that was not rightfully his, despite being merely a Bate. Did he suddenly care so much about someone who was not even a Bate? Was it due to an infatuation? Who could it be? The person who delivered the pastries today, perhaps? This thought ignited a surge of rage within Junshuo. The pheromones erupted uncontrollably once more. as the agony of the sensitive period mingled with a tumult of emotions gnawing at his heart. The office door was gently pushed open again. Mian returned, holding a universal suppressant found in the company's emergency first aid kit, his face still bearing a hint of pallor, yet his light brown eyes were filled with determination. He silently approached by Junshuo, extending the suppressant towards him. Observing Mian's return and the suppressant in his hand, By Junshuo's fleeting anger was swiftly replaced by a more complex emotion, as if lightly nudged by something. He suppressed the dryness in his throat. His voice still hoarse, but considerably softened. Not this one. The one I use is in the second drawer on the left, in a dark blue box. Mian replied. You should have mentioned that earlier. It made me run an unnecessary errand. Adhering to the principle of not stooping to the level of an alpha in their sensitive period. Mian placed down what he held and crouched to rummage through the drawer by Junshuo indicated. Leaning slightly forward, he focused intently on his search, inadvertently exposing a small patch of delicate, fair skin on the back of his neck to the alpha's gaze. There were no glands present, smooth and unblemished. Characteristic of a beta. Logically, Mian, devoid of pheromones, should emit no scent. Yet, at this moment, Bai Junshuo's senses were extraordinarily acute. He seemed to detect a unique herbal fragrance emanating from Mian's skin, despite the absence of any pheromone lingering around his neck. It radiated an ineffable allure of cleanliness. Bai Junshuo felt a tingling sensation at the roots of his teeth. He prodded with his tongue, yet it yielded no result. In exasperation, he resorted to casual conversation to divert his attention. What is the story behind those desserts today? A gift from a friend, Mian replied nonchalantly. A friend? Bai Junshuo narrowed his eyes, perplexed. How could he not know when Mian had acquired such a friend? Mian nodded. I assist him with his tasks, and in return, he rewards me. Acting as their tool, how could that not be considered help? Mian thought to himself with a sense of righteousness. So that was it. It couldn't possibly be that he had developed feelings for the other. Strangely, Bai Junshuo's anxious heart eased completely. He categorized his emotions as concern for Shun Lianyan. After all, Shun Lianyan was an exceptionally outstanding individual. Even if he had no feelings for his arranged fiancé, the other party should not be the first to transgress, because they were unworthy. Bai Junshuo thought darkly to himself. He had found it. Mian suddenly straightened up. The distance between the delicate skin at the back of his neck and Bai Junshuo diminished instantly. Slender, elongated. In the dim light, it resembled a magnolia. Strangely compelled, Bai Junshuo pushed himself off the table and stood, his tall shadow and potent pheromones enveloping Mian. He lowered his head, gently resting his forehead and nose against that warm skin, instinctively rubbing against it. Mian stiffened, as if struck by an electric current. He spun around, one hand clutching the back of his neck tightly, his face flushing crimson, eyes wide with shock and confusion, retreating 2 steps and almost colliding with the bookshelf. His obvious rejection and fright ignited the inherent desire for control within the alpha, amplifying the negative emotions heightened by his sensitivity. Bai Junshuo's gaze darkened as he reached out to pull him back, his tone leaving no room for doubt. What are you hiding from? Although Mian had resolved just minutes prior not to engage with the neurotic tendencies of someone in their sensitive phase, this was hardly a typical situation. The unpredictability of the sensitivity phase was astonishing, allowing someone who had always held himself above others to act upon a person he typically disregarded, and they were even rivals. What difference was there from an aphrodisiac? Mian's worldview shattered into fragments. Yet outwardly, he trembled, his fingertips shaking. Not an act this time, but genuine fear, stammering, Bai. Please calm down. I already have someone I like. This proclamation rendered Bai Junshuo's every action abruptly frozen. The person before him had done nothing but state a fact they both knew all too well, yet it filled him with a sense of wounded pride and fury. Someone you like? He scoffed, repeating the words, each syllable laced with frost. Just you? Chapter 17. The complications of A-B's relationship. A beta, worthy of discussing affection? You lack pheromones. What can you use to attract anyone? Is it your bland visage or that perpetual submissive demeanor? The beta before him paled, lips quivering. Yet no sound emerged. Just as Bai Junshuo assumed he would, as usual, bow his head in silence and swallow his humiliation in the next moment. Mian lifted his head. His fingers clutched the hem of his garment, trembling slightly, knuckles turning white. Fear was evident, yet those eyes, as clear as glass beads, remained fixated on Bai Junshuo. Why can't we talk about affection without pheromones? Unprepared for his rebuttal, Bai Junshuo's brows furrowed deeply. He advanced a step closer, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped Mian entirely, the overwhelming presence of an alpha palpable in the air. Just like now, with the pain of the sensitive period, a restless heat coursing through me. What can you do? You lack even the slightest comforting pheromone and can only stand there and watch. If your lover suffers like this, will you merely offer a glass of water and say, "Hang in there"? Is that effective? He may endure for months, even years. But can he truly withstand it for a lifetime? I don't know, Mian responded, somewhat dazed. If you don't know, then let go sooner. Don't hold him back. A flicker of derision crossed Bai Junshuo's gaze. But I know that every choice I make is not dictated by glands or pheromones. Each action stems from genuine sincerity. Such feelings are no less valid than those dictated by pheromones. Mian suddenly raised his head, shedding his usual submissiveness, speaking hurriedly. A tremor lacing his voice, yet showing no sign of retreat, his gaze unwavering as it met the towering alpha before him. The honest man, often molded by others in the office, stood firm like a blade of grass battered by wind and rain, unwilling to bend. All this stemmed from his feelings for his beloved. Bai Junshuo's expression darkened. He fixated on the reddened corners of Mian's eyes, his inner turmoil intensifying. Even back in university, he was aware of Shan Lianyan's exceptional qualities. It was only natural for someone deeply devoted to him to exist, especially someone as ordinary as Mian. Everything that transpired should have been within his expectations. Yet, inexplicably, Mian's words stirred a sense of uncontrollable irritation within him, a vexation he could not comprehend. This emotion enveloped Bai Junshuo, intertwining with the chaos brought on by the sensitive period, nearly driving him to madness. "Get out," he spat through clenched teeth. "You see, you've broken your own defenses again. It was you who steered the conversation toward AB relationships. Remember, one of my essential roles as a tool is to be unwaveringly devoted to Shan Lianyan. When confronted with such topics, I must retort, if you can't handle it, then quickly steal Shan Lianyan away, and I can retire early. If it weren't for 2 billion, who would bother with you?" As Mian silently criticized, he walked toward the door. One step, then another. Just as his fingertips brushed the doorknob, a sudden loud crash echoed behind him. Mian froze, turning to see a figure sprawled on the ground. Had he fainted from anger? No. If he had truly lost consciousness, he would have at least managed to hold on until I left. Now what? Would an ordinary, meek person truly leave another in peril? The answer was evident. Moreover, Bai Junshuo was unlikely to be in mortal danger. With such a petty disposition, he might awaken and seek revenge for being left to suffer. Mian was not particularly fearful of retaliation. Rather, he was concerned that if Shan Lianyan were to discover this matter, it might diminish his fondness for Bai Junshuo. This was a matter involving a staggering 2 billion, and he could not afford to be careless. With this thought, Mian swiftly made a decision. He approached Bai Junshuo and, raising his leg, delivered 2 forceful kicks to the latter's shins. "This is what you get for your incessant foul mouth." Observing the distinct shoe prints on Bai Junshuo's expensive suit, Mian's anger subsided considerably. As the most favored character among readers in the novel, Bai Junshuo now leaned against the cold wall, his eyelashes cast down, even in his unconscious state exuding an imposing charm. What a pity for such a handsome visage. At this moment, Mian poked at his reddened cheek with a syringe through the packaging of the suppressor. You strut around like a lion. Yet when a sensitive period strikes, you faint first. I truly fail to comprehend the merits of being an alpha. Recalling his hand, he gazed at the clear imprint left on Bai Junshuo's face, and the last remnants of his anger vanished without a trace. A smile curved on Mian's lips as he leisurely tore open the suppressor's packaging. The cold needle barely brushed against the nape of Bai Junshuo's neck when, surprisingly, The unconscious man seemed to sense it, letting out a faint, muffled groan, pressing his cheek against the wall. The red mark on his skin becoming increasingly conspicuous against its hue. Mian restrained his thrashing shoulder, his tone devoid of compassion. Stay still. If you keep moving, the injuries will extend beyond just your face. He steadily injected the medication into the gland. Consider yourself fortunate to encounter someone as benevolent as me. In return, you must strive to catch up with Shen Lianyan and secure my 2 billion. His withdrawal of the needle was ruthless and due to his inexperience. A few drops of blood trickled from the puncture. Mian felt a twinge of guilt and hastily prepared to clean it up. However, the moment his hand brushed against Bai Junshuo's skin, before he could retract it, the latter's eyelashes fluttered violently. The previously shut eyelids gradually lifted, revealing a pair of misty eyes. The usual sharpness washed away, leaving only a haze of confusion. Chapter 18. The formula is correct. But the answer is wrong. Mian was so startled that he nearly ceased to breathe. The red mark on his face was manageable since he could not see it. But how could he explain the shoe prints on his clothing? Should he claim that in his fainting fit, he flailed about and kicked himself? As Mian engaged in a mental storm, Bai Junshuo's gaze focused for a few seconds before he fainted again. Don't be so frightening, please. I almost thought I had stumbled into a horror drama. After administering the suppressor, his next task was to transport the man back. Fortunately, the security downstairs worked in shifts around the clock, and they were all professional, muscular men. Otherwise, with Mian's physique, he would never have managed to fit the nearly 6'3" alpha into a vehicle. As a mere office worker, Mian had neither a car nor the gall to summon a taxi driver for a sensitive alpha. Thus, he had no choice but to drive Bai Junshuo's 7-figure Maybach back. Mian had never driven such an expensive car before. The journey was fraught with anxiety. I dared not answer my phone, fearing any unforeseen mishap would fall upon Bai Junshuo, for which I would bear responsibility. The security personnel at the community, familiar with Bai Junshuo, conducted their duties appropriately and finally escorted him back home. What should come next? After placing him on the sofa, Mian fell into contemplation. Having delivered him to a secure location and administered the suppressant, I assumed my involvement would cease. Just as these thoughts occupied my mind, my gaze fell upon the droplets of blood on the nape of Bai Junshuo's neck. Perhaps I should tend to it. Initially, I had intended to clean it right after withdrawing the needle, but Bai Junshuo's interruption had caused me to forget this matter entirely. In the bathroom, I hastily grabbed a towel, dampened it, and reached toward Bai Junshuo's neck. In the ensuing moment, I met his gaze, which appeared slightly bewildered. Just as I approached, Bai Junshuo regained consciousness. It seemed he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. The realization struck me that, following a moment of fright, I recalled the original novel's premise. Bai Junshuo had been kidnapped as a child in a scheme orchestrated by his uncle. Since then, he had developed an acute wariness whenever anyone drew near. Bai Junshuo's eyes focused for several seconds before he could barely fixate on my face. From his throat emerged a faint, muffled sound, reminiscent of a large dog lost in confusion. My fingers hesitated, yet his hand gently grasped my wrist. The pressure he exerted was feeble, rather than a grasp. It felt more like a light, unconscious dependence. He inclined his head slightly, rubbing his flushed cheek against my palm. His voice hoarse and barely audible. Don't go. Those 2 words sent a shiver down my spine. Was this truly the Bai Junshuo I knew? Perhaps it was this sensitive period that instilled in him an instinctive attachment to the person before him. Observing his state, I swallowed back the retort that had formed on my lips. I did not withdraw my hand. Instead, I followed his movement, gently caressing the crimson marks with my fingertips and teasingly lowered my voice. Awake now? Who was it just moments ago that urged me to leave? Bai Junshuo's brow furrowed slightly, as if straining to recall a clear memory, yet he could grasp nothing coherent. All he knew was that the natural scent emanating from the person before him brought a semblance of comfort. However, it was still insufficient. Why did he not release more pheromones to soothe his own distress? With this thought, he inched closer to my hand, his eyes tinged with red. Appearing almost pitiful, it hurts. Where does it hurt? I inquired. Bai Junshuo Lian's gaze wandered before tightening his grip on my wrist. Glands, and also he hesitated, but I interrupted him with a light cough. No one understood better than I the reason behind his glandular pain. Yet, I certainly would not articulate it. Instead, I looked earnestly at Bate and nonsensically reassured him. It's nothing. You just received the suppressant. It's always like this. You're used to it by now, aren't you? Bate frowned, seemingly unconvinced by my words. He opened his mouth, intending to say something further, when suddenly, without warning, my phone in my pocket rang. The crisp ringtone cut through the oppressive silence of the room, sounding particularly jarring. As Mian's heart raced, his other free hand hurriedly delved into his pocket to retrieve his phone. The name illuminating the screen caused his eyes to widen in shock. Lian. It had arrived. In the most thrilling chapters of a novel, the fiancé finds himself attending to a fragile friend outside, only to receive a call from the legitimate partner. But wait, while the formula was correct, the person was all wrong. Shouldn't he have been the one making the call to check in? Moreover, when had he and Bate become friends? Almost instinctively, Mian disconnected the call. Yet, in the next moment, the ringtone chimed once more, insistent and repetitive. Frustration welled up within him. Was this plotline truly insistent on unfolding? He swiped to answer, lifting the phone to his ear. Hello, Lian. On the other end, Lian's voice remained as melodious as ever, laced with a gentle, albeit slightly exasperated, chuckle. Mian, you seem rather busy today. Mian understood he was referring to the missed calls. Yes, I'm sorry, he stammered, flustered. I thought I called earlier, so when my phone rang later, I didn't pay it much mind. The excuse felt somewhat flimsy. If one truly cherished another, how could they repeatedly miss their calls in a single day? Fortunately, Lian graciously accepted his rationale. No worries. The man interrupted his explanation, his tone imbued with a comforting patience that sent shivers down Mian's spine. Work is important. I was just a bit worried about you. Pausing, he proceeded to explain the purpose of his call. I know you're likely still working late, and I happen to be near your office. Would you like me to pick you up? No, it's not necessary, Mian blurted out, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. I've finished up and am about to head back. As he spoke, he could distinctly feel the warm breath of the alpha on his wrist, sending waves of tremors through him. Mian attempted to withdraw his hand, but it was futile. His strength could hardly compare to that of the alpha. Bate, on the other hand, seemed displeased by his movements and uttered a muffled grumble from his throat. Were it not for his hands being occupied, Mian might have impulsively smacked Bate across the face. Are you out of your mind? The person on the line is your beloved. A fleeting silence enveloped the call before Lian's voice returned, tinged with an imperceptible undertone of inquiry. Mian, your voice sounds a bit breathless. Are you really okay? And no, I'm fine. I might just be a bit tired. Mian sighed inwardly. It seemed that not everyone was cut out to be the protagonist of a novel. Faced with a situation devoid of any romantic feelings among the three of them, he felt an overwhelming tension. Lian's voice resonated again, as sweet as an aria. I see. Well then, make sure you rest early. Good night, Mian. Mian replied with a soft good night, and after hanging up, he finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, in the art studio of the Shun family residence, Lian sat gracefully on a high stool designed for painting, his long legs crossed elegantly, resembling a living piece of art. His fingertips caressed the interface of the recently disconnected call. With drooping eyes, long eyelashes cast fragmented shadows beneath, reminiscent of an artist's intense focus. Yet, the tenderness that once resided in his gaze had long since faded, leaving only an abyss of chilling indifference. Before him lay an easel adorned with a half-finished rice paper painting. The once luscious lotus blossoms now bore edges blurred by ink, sharp and piercing. The residence of the Shun family was at least a 2-hour drive from Mian's company. The reason behind his utterance in proximity to Mian remained a secret known only to him. Chapter 19. The depths of dark eyes after hanging up the phone. Mian realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He exhaled deeply, pondering that a heartthrob could not possibly be just a heartthrob. Such stimulation was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. On the sofa, The days by Junshuo clung to Mian's hand, resembling a large dog yearning for affection. However, Mian found himself devoid of the energy to attend to him any longer. Apologies, but returning him home was already an act of mercy. If he needed comfort, he could seek another dose of sedative or whatever else might suffice. In any case, I shall not indulge him any further. Taking a deep breath, Mian mustered all his strength and abruptly withdrew his hand, finally freeing himself from Bai Junshuo's grasp. Seizing the moment before the latter could react, he stuffed a cushion from the sofa into his arms and hastily made his escape as if his feet were coated in oil. With a click, the sound of the door locking echoed through the empty room, leaving only the sound of Bai Junshuo's breath. Minutes later, his eyelashes fluttered twice as he slowly opened his eyes. The sedative had finally begun to take effect. The darkness that once clouded Bai Junshuo's eyes was no longer weakly chaotic, but rather clear and lucid. The side effects from his sensitive period had yet to fully dissipate, but his mind had regained its basic capacity for thought. Memories from his fainting spell began to resurface, hazy yet discernible. He realized that Mian had rescued him and brought him home. Bai Junshuo gently lifted his arm, glancing at the hand that had tightly grasped Mian's arm. Though his consciousness had been clouded, he was not entirely devoid of perception. He remembered seizing a wrist, cold yet oddly soothing the searing pain within his marrow. But soon, with just a phone call, that hand withdrew without hesitation. Contemplating this, Bai Junshuo's fingers clenched tightly, turning pale from the force. A previously uncharted, intricate emotion began to quietly blossom within him, as if something was on the verge of unraveling. Soon, the day of the art exhibition arrived. The early summer sun shone brightly, exuding a vibrant warmth that was pleasant, yet not as scorching as the height of summer. The roses in the flower bed below bowed slightly under the sun, their petals glistening with translucent light, and even the air was imbued with a soft warmth, a blend of foliage and sunlight. Mian was in high spirits today, considering the impending battleground he would face. Even his steps down the stairs felt lighter. Just as he contemplated whether to take the bus or squeeze onto the subway, he emerged from the corridor and unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure beneath the nearby shade of a tree. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the strikingly beautiful face that sent a thrill through his heart. Mian's eyes sparkled with delight. Wonderful. I needn't squeeze onto the bus today. She then joyfully approached. Alien, what brings you here? The art exhibition. Just as Mian spoke halfway, her wrist was suddenly grasped tightly as she drew closer to Shen Lianyan. In the next instant, an irresistible force pulled her into the embrace of the person before her. Shen Lianyan's arm encircled her waist with a grip as firm as an iron hoop, leaving no room for resistance. He then buried his face in the crook of her neck, his warm breath gliding over her skin, mingling with the crisp scent of pine pheromones that enveloped Mian's senses. Mian's cheeks flushed intensely, and instinctively, she raised her hand to rest against Shen Lianyan's chest, hesitating to push him away, mindful of her role as the devoted supporting character. What's going on? Her words stumbled out, her mind swirling with confusion. This was unlike Shen Lianyan, who, as the charming protagonist of the novel, always acted with grace and courtesy. Even their last kiss had been preceded by mutual consent. Why did today feel somewhat unusual? Shen Lianyan remained silent, his embrace tightening gradually, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. He nuzzled his cheek against her neck, his breath sending shivers across her delicate skin. Allion? Mian felt goosebumps rising and raised her voice slightly. If he didn't release her soon, she might have to take action. Apologies. Shen Lianyan finally seemed to realize himself, loosening his hold and stepping back to create distance between them. When he lifted his gaze again, he had reverted to his usual elegant and dignified demeanor, though he acknowledged he had been a bit too fatigued recently to manage his emotions well. Mian retorted, even if you're tired, you shouldn't just hug someone like that. It's merely an art exhibition. What will happen when faced with various competitive scenarios later? Yet, she also understood his predicament. As the beloved character of the novel, the author had bestowed upon him numerous prestigious titles to justify such an endearing label. Among them were the roles of a renowned corporate CEO and an esteemed artist, both roles demanding exceptional capabilities that few could fulfill. It was no wonder he felt overwhelmed. Contemplating this, Mian regarded Shun Lianyan with a hint of sympathy and earnestly advised, if it becomes too much, don't hesitate to rest. Shun Lianyan cast a half-smile in her direction, his dark eyes revealing little of his emotions. You, who worked until dawn, seem to lack the authority to comment on my situation. The mention of that night left Mian feeling flustered, hastily shifting the topic. Shall we head to the exhibition site now? Is it perhaps too early? She had deliberately allotted extra time for her bus route. Shun Lianyan paid no heed to her attempt at diversion, instead opening the car door for her, his eyes, dark and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his feelings. There was no rush to arrive at the venue. After the art exhibition concluded, a charity auction was to follow, attracting a considerable crowd. Surely, one could not allow you to attend in such attire. As Mian contemplated declining the invitation, Shun Lianyan preemptively obstructed his refusal. The outfit has already been prepared for you, tailored to your measurements. Let us proceed to collect it. Very well, considering the bespoke gown. In truth, I should have conveyed this to you that evening. However, noticing your uncharacteristic demeanor, I chose to defer the matter. At this juncture, the vehicle halted at a red light. After applying the brakes, Shun Lianyan turned to gaze at Mian. His eyes, slightly downward at the corners, were an abyssal black, reminiscent of an ocean steeped in ink, evoking an inexplicable sense of unease. So, Mian, did anything transpire at the office that night? Chapter 20. The scent of his pheromones lingers on you. Mian paused, a hint of wariness creeping into his tone as he asked, why suddenly revisit that night? How had the topic he had so deliberately avoided circled back to its origin? Had Shun Lianyan uncovered something? That seemed unlikely. If he had truly sensed something amiss, he would have confronted it that very evening, without the need to prolong it until today. It is because I am somewhat concerned for you. Shun Lianyan's finely arched brows knit together lightly, his voice tinged with apprehension. Given your disposition, should a colleague or superior make a request, you would undoubtedly acquiesce, even at your own expense. Mian, Shun Lianyan's astute observation left him at a loss for a rebuttal. Such sincerity was indeed rare. As sunlight streamed through the car window, deepening the darkness of Shun Lianyan's gaze, he added, yet, I too worry that someone might exploit this to take advantage of you. Ah, so that was his concern. Mian was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, feigning surprise. No one would dare to take advantage of me. If anything, it would be your affluent admirers. So if you're truly worried, do expedite the dissolution of our engagement. I see. Shun Lianyan's eyes dimmed momentarily, as though he wished to articulate further thoughts, but the traffic light turned green, prompting him to press his lips together, ultimately relinquishing the subject. For the remainder of the journey, silence enveloped them. Shun Lianyan remained pensive, while Mian relished the tranquility, turning his gaze to the scenery beyond the window. At last, after 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. This was a private haute couture studio nestled within an old colonial house in the city center. Its entrance obscured by climbing roses, marked only by a small brass plaque bearing the designer's name. Without an appointment, entry was impossible. As the wrought iron gate swung open, an assistant clad in a silk cheapao awaited them. Mr. Shun, teacher one is expecting you in the studio. Upon entering the courtyard, the fragrant aroma of blooming roses enveloped them. The living room, transformed into a studio, was adorned with sketches showcasing international runway labels along the walls. And several rolls of fabric, indecipherable to Mian, were piled upon the corner sofa, just as he found himself curiously observing these items. A striking Omega approached them with an inviting demeanor. With a sweet smile, she appeared quite familiar with Shun Lianyan. Why did you come here personally? How are the preparations for the art exhibition coming along? Mian's intuition sparked. According to the laws established in this narrative, nearly everyone who had interacted with the protagonist, be they Alpha or Omega, had succumbed to the allure of his tailored trousers. After all, AA relationships are rare. Alphas tend to conceal their true feelings. However, the situation is different for Omegas. For the vast majority, it is a given that alphas are meant to be with omegas. Consequently, each omega unabashedly expresses their admiration for Shun Lianyan. Though Mian has never been in a romantic relationship, he believes that openly displaying affection is far superior to brooding in self-pity. Thus, he has always held a favorable view of these omegas. Therefore, the omegas surrounding Shun Lianyan are, in Mian's eyes, of exceptional quality, infinitely superior to someone like Bo Junshuo. I am all set. I just need to try on the clothes. There is still time, so if anything does not fit well, I would appreciate your assistance in making adjustments. Just as Shun Lianyan intended to introduce Mian to the omega, he turned and noticed the latter's eyes sparkling with curiosity as he gazed at the other. Shun Lianyan's gaze flickered, and he fell silent. Is this attire prepared for him? The omega approached Mian, extending a hand, his watery eyes reflecting a hint of hostility. I am Wen Shuqing, the designer here. And you are? I am Mian, his assistant. Mian instinctively glanced at Shun Lianyan, who remained silent, merely regarding him with gentle, dark eyes. I am Shun's assistant, he replied readily, mentally commending himself for being so adept in this role. How splendidly considerate it was to play this supportive role. He wondered if he might receive a little matchmaking fee from Shun Lianyan once the task was complete. Given the other's wealth, surely he would not be stingy, right? A soft chuckle escaped Shun Lianyan's throat, a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Nearby, Wen Shuqing's cheeks flushed, and his eyes brimmed with affection for Shun Lianyan. Yet, that laughter faded almost instantly, and Shun Lianyan gently spoke. Could you please check if my assistant's custom gown fits properly? Though directed at Wen Shuqing, his gaze remained fixed on Mian, unyielding. Upon learning that Mian was Shun Lianyan's assistant, Wen Shuqing's demeanor shifted dramatically as he led him to the dressing room, retrieving a smoke gray tinsel cotton blend gown from the wardrobe. Here, this is your outfit. Try it on. The size should be correct. Wen Shuqing seated himself on the bench in the dressing room, resting his chin on his hands, showing no intention of leaving. Mian, however, was not fond of being watched while changing, and he awkwardly suggested, would you like me to step outside? But I need to see if the outfit fits. No need to worry. I studied art, and I have seen countless naked bodies during my time at school. Wen Shuqing innocently blinked, harboring his own little schemes for remaining here. Yet, there were no further considerations. As a frail beta, should I truly be concerned about what you might do to me? But I shall not permit any further discussion. If I were to leave, who would assist you in altering your attire? Wen Shuqing widened his eyes, standing tall like a proud chick. Mian replied, very well. We are all men. What is there to fear? Satisfied with having persuaded the beta before him, a flicker of pride crossed Wen Shuqing's countenance. Initially, he held no interest in Mian, having entered merely to inquire about matters concerning Shun Lianyan. However, witnessing the other's bashfulness ignited a mischievous spark within him, and he gazed at Mian with a subtle smile. In the next moment, he observed that the beta had turned away. Who cares to look? Do you know about Lianyan's fiancé? Wen Shuqing ventured straight to the point. Mian paused in his task of unbuttoning his shirt, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. I know a little. Huh? So he truly has a fiancé? Is she a beta? I thought this was merely circulating gossip in our circle, especially since I've never seen him attend an event with her. As their conversation progressed, Wen Shuqing's gaze returned to Mian. Why is this beta so fair? Well, their relationship is rather superficial. It was a marriage pact arranged by that beta's parents to save face after sacrificing themselves to aid the Shun family. That kind of feudal thinking should not be tolerated. We now advocate for love based on freedom. So let us swiftly pry Shun Lianyan away from the situation. Understanding the answer he sought, Wen Shuqing nodded thoughtfully, then spoke with distaste. But he shouldn't be bound to someone so ordinary. That beta, too, lacking self-awareness, actually harbors aspirations for an alpha of Shun Lianyan's caliber. Mian initially intended to chime in, but had just finished dressing. In the next moment, Wen Shuqing shifted into work mode. He approached Mian, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then frowned. No, your waist is a bit too wide. Mian gazed at his reflection in the mirror, perplexed. Is it? I thought this outfit fit quite well. Suddenly, when Shuqing's hand reached out. Mian, possessing sensitive skin, involuntarily gasped at the unexpected touch. To him, it was merely a natural sound. However, when Shuqing's face flushed crimson, stepping back several paces, what are you doing? Mian thought to himself. Shouldn't that be my question? Observing the obedient expression on the Bate's face, when Shuqing realized his reaction had been exaggerated. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "We need to adjust your waist. How did you manage to make it so slender?" As he spoke, he retrieved 2 silver needles from a soft cloth box in the drawer and moved behind Mian. Grasping the loose fabric with his left hand and the silver needle with his right, he swiftly secured it, then instructed, "Take it off. I will make some alterations. The finished garment will be ready in 30 minutes." Mian nodded obediently, just as he was about to step outside, when Shuqing suddenly grasped his arm again. "Is there anything else you need me to answer?" When Shuqing shook his head, just as Mian's confusion deepened. He heard him speak. "That comment I made about betas daring to covet alphas does not include you." Mian furrowed his brow in puzzlement. "You're still pretending." When Shuqing, somewhat irritated at his unwillingness to acknowledge it, leaned closer to his neck. "Your alpha pheromones are so potent." The delicate Omega's rounded nose twitched as he inhaled the subtle pheromonal and herbal scent. "Your alpha-S pheromones seem to have the aroma of strong liquor." Chapter 21. He is upset at that moment. Mian felt as though the sky had collapsed. What did he mean by your alpha? How was he unaware of this matter? The scent of strong liquor in the pheromones could only belong to Bai Junshuo, and Mian could think of no one else. However, the other S-sensitive period had passed 2 days ago, and during that time, Mian had not seen him at all. It was illogical for any trace of his pheromones to remain. Wait, the most crucial question. Did Shenlian know about this? One Shuqing's next words provided Mian with an answer. "When Lianyan first brought you here, I suspected you were his rumored fiancé. However, once I caught a whiff of your pheromones, I realized I had wronged you. After all, no alpha would tolerate their partner carrying the scent of another. Let alone tolerate it. They wouldn't even allow a hint of it. So you mean to say, Shan Lianyan can also detect this scent?" Mian placed his hand on Wen Shuqing's shoulder, unwilling to give up and seeking confirmation. Of course, his sudden movement caught Wen Shuqing off guard. The proximity between them made it appear, from the mirror's reflection, as if Mian were embracing him. Under normal circumstances, Wen Shuqing would have felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet, Mian's voice trembled, as if tinged with fear, stirring an inexplicable sympathy within Wen Shuqing. Thus, he did not create distance between them. Instead, he raised his arm to pat Mian's back, offering comfort. "It's all right, you need not worry." Although alphas find it challenging to tolerate each other's pheromones, it doesn't mean that employees should be bound in their romantic pursuits. Moreover, Lianyan isn't someone who would become upset over something trivial. As when Shuqing considered the next part of his statement, his face flushed. As for why the scent still lingers after several days, it is because your alpha level is exceptionally high. The pheromones of a top-tier alpha envelop you, and it generally takes about 3 days to dissipate. At this point, Mian felt utterly despondent. No wonder Shen Lianyan had appeared so unusual today, continuously probing about that night. It was as if he had been parading naked before the other from the very beginning. Mian could not help but silently curse this absurd world once again. Had she known how crucial pheromones were, she might as well have dressed herself as an alpha. At least she could have savored that essence. "Are you all right?" When Shuqing noticed something amiss with Mian, his elegant brows knitting together in concern. Could be heat stroke? Just as he lifted his hand to touch her forehead, a warm hand suddenly grasped the back of his own. When Shuqing's eyelashes fluttered. "No, the temperature outside is far from heat stroke levels. I was merely contemplating whether there would be another chance to wear the dress you designed." After all, in the next moment, she might be deemed to have failed her mission and vanish into nothingness. What are you talking about? When Shuqing's face flushed, nearly hot enough to boil an egg. He stammered, "It's just a piece of clothing. If you want it later, I can leave you my contact information." Although their thoughts were not entirely aligned, When Shuqing's words somehow offered Mian encouragement. Indeed, was it merely a trivial matter? If necessary, she could apologize to Shen Lianyan with a clear explanation. The considerate and charming Shun Lianyan would surely forgive her. Thank you, when Shuqing. Mian earnestly expressed her gratitude to the Omega before her. Her light brown eyes as clear as glass beads washed by morning dew. You must persevere. Only by daring to seize opportunities can one attain their own happiness. After leaving a heartfelt blessing, Mian felt as if her legs weighed 1,000 pounds as she walked toward the dressing room door. As she walked, she pondered what posture would convey sincerity when she slid to her knees before Shun Lianyan. Meanwhile, when Shuqing was perplexed by the Bate before him, why did that fleeting expression of sadness flicker in her light brown eyes after she uttered a single sentence? What was troubling her? For a moment, he almost felt compelled to chase after her and inquire. However, he clearly had more pressing matters at hand, namely, perfecting the dress. Shun Lianyan's art exhibition was already scheduled. Tardiness was not an option. Seeing Mian's startled expression when she realized Shun Lianyan could detect her pheromone scent, it was evident that if the dress caused a delay, the Beta would be consumed by guilt. With that thought, when Shuqing instinctively tightened his grip on the fabric. Ultimately, Mian chose not to slide to her knees. It wasn't out of fear of humiliation. Rather, she felt that such an action might diminish the allure of the charming figure. As Shun Lianyan observed Mian approaching with her head bowed, her steps were so light it was as if she feared to disturb something. Once she reached his side, Mian lowered her head even further, revealing the soft tufts of hair at her crown. What's wrong? Shun Lianyan asked, feigning ignorance. Upon hearing his voice, Mian first lifted her gaze to gauge his expression. It was inscrutable, neither joyful nor sorrowful, utterly unreadable. That evening, Mian contemplated how to broach the subject. Her voice barely above a whisper, as if a mosquito were humming. I have something to confess. Given your exaggerated reaction, I thought something serious had occurred. Shun Lianyan chuckled softly, his tone remaining soothing. Just as Mian believed there was hope, she suddenly heard him say, It's all right. Mian, you need not apologize. It is normal for an assistant to withhold personal matters from their superior. I have overstepped my bounds. The eyes she gazed into remained an unfathomable abyss, devoid of color even under the myriad lights illuminating the room, reflecting only an infinite darkness. However, for the first time, Mian discerned the truth, or rather, that abyss revealed itself. He was indeed upset. Chapter 22. How about you give me a temporary mark? What should I do now? Mian had never been in a romantic relationship, let alone comforted someone in distress. Faced with such a predicament, she felt her scalp tighten. After some contemplation, she decided to present the facts. I just realized I owe you an apology. Regardless, when one errs and is discovered, it is always prudent to apologize first. Subsequently, Mian carefully articulated, that night, after working late, I happened upon my superior during a vulnerable moment. He appeared to be in considerable pain, so I administered a suppressant and saw him home. I had no idea the scent would be so potent. Is that so? Shun Lianyan nodded gently, his dark eyes profound, his tone slightly frosty. I have always known Mian to be a kind-hearted person. Mian interjected. Why does it seem you are even angrier now? Is it truly that unpleasant? She somewhat helplessly rubbed the back of her neck, feeling a pang of regret. If only there were a way to erase this scent. He had been somewhat concerned about this. Despite showering twice daily over the past few days, he had been unable to mitigate it. What a ridiculous situation for a top alpha. Perhaps I should inquire with when Shuqing once he returns? Shun Lianyan appeared to be losing patience. He closed his eyes for a moment, and the next, a faint smile graced his fair visage. It's all right, Mian. There is no need to dwell on this matter any longer. Upon hearing his words, Mian was even more convinced that this issue was indeed significant. Though inexperienced in romance, she had attended university. Typically, those gentle professors who never took attendance were the ones who handed out the harshest grades at semester's end. Thus, offending such a teacher necessitated immediate reconciliation, lest one's regular scores be severely impacted. Mian inhaled deeply once more and boldly grasped Shun Lianyan's sleeve. After you called that night, I returned home immediately. Nothing transpired between my superior and me. Of course, nothing will happen. He has someone he secretly admires and has a strong aversion to betas. This time, Shun Lianyan's demeanor softened at last. But Mian, I have no right to interfere in your personal life. He lowered his gaze upon Mian, his raven black hair brushing against his ear and his long, thick eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, quivering gently as if concealing boundless grievances. Mian's initial reaction was to admire his acting prowess. Even a trifling bond could be portrayed as profound affection. Of course, that trifling bond might also be an exaggeration. After all, in the memories he had inherited, Shun Lianyan had scarcely ever regarded the original owner with any genuine concern. This was not to say he looked down upon Bate's or harbored disdain for the original owner. In truth, as far as Mian was aware, this individual had never engaged in intimate relationships with anyone. Although he appeared amiable to all, there was an underlying chill to his demeanor. It was no wonder that literary critiques referred to him as the white moonlight. The moon has hung high since the dawn of humanity, cold and luminous. For millennia, mankind has sung praises to the moon, oblivious to the fact that it has long since perished. Indeed, it has been dead for 2 billion years, and no one has ever glimpsed the true moon. Thus, it does not respond to the voices of mortals. It was only then that Mian experienced a moment of clarity. He stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, and softly said, "You certainly have a right. Let us not forget we are betrothed. You are entirely justified in feeling anger." Betrothed? Shun Lianyan's voice was gentle, and when he cast his eyes downward, there was an inherent fragility to his beauty. Yet, just moments prior, Mian had told Wen Shuqing that they shared a superior-assistant relationship. At that moment, Mian realized he had unwittingly shot himself in the foot. Naturally, he had not anticipated Shun Lianyan's pettiness, refusing to allow him to refer to himself as his assistant in public. "I apologize." Once the first apology was uttered, the second flowed easily. "I am merely a beta, so it is unnecessary to refer to myself as your fiancé in public. Wasn't he this just feigning pity? Who couldn't he manage that? Moreover, he was still carrying someone else's pheromones. If Wen Shuqing found out, it would only complicate matters further." Initially, upon hearing the first half of Mian's words, Shun Lianyan's pupils softened. However, with the revelation of the second half, Mian watched as his expression darkened, ultimately leaving only an abyss of shadow. It was evident that he was now more irate, for even Mian could sense the oppressive air laden with the cold scent of pine wood pheromones. What was the matter? Had he not provided the most considerate response? A betrothed partner neither obstructs the pursuit of true love nor hinders one's endeavors. Were this a narrative from the bygone era featuring a campus F4, the male lead would have been elated. Mian mentally berated Shun Lianyan's insatiability while simultaneously racing to devise a remedy. What to do? All of this was by Junshuo's fault. Had it not been for him, would he be experiencing such misfortune? This world's pheromones were nothing short of a bug, and he was a beta. Wait, bug beta. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Mian. He hastily grasped Shun Lianyan's sleeve just before the latter could fully succumb to his anger and looked up, exclaiming, "How about granting me a temporary mark instead?" The moment those words escaped her lips, even Shun Lianyan was momentarily taken aback. Mian, do you truly comprehend what you are saying?" Mian nodded. Of course, he understood. In the ABO world, betas exist as a unique entity, distinct from the other two genders. Betas possess the ability to mark others and can also be marked in return. However, such markings are typically fleeting, lasting at most a week. During this time, the marked beta would carry the scent of their alpha, a far more potent effect than merely enveloping one another in pheromones. This meant that Shun Lianyan could indeed employ this method to erase by Junshuo's pheromones from Mian, infusing the gentle fragrance of grass and trees with his own distinct essence. Is that truly the case? A flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed Shun Lianyan's dark eyes as he spoke in a husky voice. Will you not regret this? What is there to regret? It's merely a bite on the neck. I'll consider it akin to a mosquito bite, Mian replied, closing his eyes and turning his face to reveal his slender, pale neck. The line of his jaw tapered elegantly, leading to a subtly hollow collarbone, as if meticulously sculpted. The room's lighting cast a soft glow on his neck. rendering his skin almost translucent, allowing the outline of his collarbone to be seen clearly, gentle and refined, imbued with the youthful vigor of a boy. Shun Lianyan remained silent, and no one noticed as his Adam's apple bobbed gently. "Can I say something?" the seal asked. Mian, having never experienced romance, still believed that his affections lay with girls, an unknowing little gay boy, if you will. Of course, even if he had not traversed into this world, there would have been no opportunity to engage in a romantic relationship with a girl, thanks to a malicious mother. Chapter 23. A fingertip. Mian waited for a moment, but Shun Lianyan did not move. Suddenly, he pondered the possibility that the other might not have any interest in marking a beta. It was crucial to note that since his arrival in this world, regardless of whom he encountered, be they alpha or omega, they generally held betas in disdain. Shun Lianyan had never displayed any prejudice towards him. Yet what if, deep down, he actually harbored reservations? After all, it was strange that after being engaged to the original owner for so long, there had been no intimate gestures. The more Mian contemplated, the more he felt his conjecture held merit. He began to regret his earlier impulsiveness, realizing he had put Shun Lianyan in a precarious position, which was entirely inconsistent with his affectionate and devoted persona. After several moments of thought, his eyelids fluttered, and just as he was about to open his eyes and suggest perhaps abandoning the idea, a long, cold hand suddenly brushed lightly against the skin of his neck. Startled, Mian instinctively opened his eyes, meeting Shun Lianyan's deep, dark gaze. In an instant, the air around them seemed to thicken, laden with tension. "Where did he touch you? When he sent you home, did he merely administer an inhibitor? Did he lose his rationality and draw closer to you?" Shun Lianyan's voice was soft and his tone languid, akin to a cello immersed in warm water, each word gliding down Mian's ear. Yet, it was impossible to overlook the palpable pressure he exerted, drawing closer with an undeniable sense of urgency. Mian instinctively tensed, his delicate skin flushed with a faint crimson hue. Faced with such a penetrating gaze, he dared not utter a falsehood. He grabbed my wrist and, in a moment of lost reason, nuzzled my neck with his nose. After revealing this, he quickly added, "But he truly has no interest in me. He is someone he admires, someone exceptionally talented, the kind that everyone is drawn to." Shun Lianyan remarked, "It appears he is not particularly loyal to his beloved." Mian responded, "I apologize by Junshuo. If there's blame to be assigned, it lies in your lack of ambition." In the next instant, Shun Lianyan raised his hand, lightly encircling Mian's wrist, his fingertips grazing the delicate skin over his bone. The pressure was gentle, yet conveyed an inescapable sense of control, as if marking his territory. Due to years of wielding a paintbrush, Shun Lianyan's fingertips were somewhat calloused, imparting a tingling sensation that Mian found difficult to endure. This was a far cry from the brief encounter he had anticipated. Can this end quickly? He silently wished, instinctively leaning closer to Shun Lianyan, adopting a naive and fearless posture of submission. Shun Lianyan sighed softly, just as Mian contemplated a serious analysis of his intentions. He was abruptly pulled into a room. Shun Lianyan locked the door and positioned his body between Mian and the wall, slightly leaning forward, enveloping Mian entirely in his shadow and pheromones. "This is my private dressing room. No one can enter without my consent." Mian replied absently, internally questioning why. For merely a bite, a separate room was necessary. Therefore, even if you regret this in the future, it will be of no consequence. Before Mian could fully grasp the implications of this statement, a hand firmly clasped his wrist while another caressed the back of his neck, the thumb grazing the spot where, in theory, a beta's gland did not exist, conveying a hint of warning as it repeatedly stroked the area destined for marking. The gentle demeanor of Shun Lianyan vanished entirely, revealing the inherent nature of an alpha, filled with predation and possession. Mian felt a sudden surge of panic, instinctively wishing to retract his previous actions, but it was too late. Shun Lianyan nuzzled into the crook of his neck. Mian instinctively recoiled, yet there was nowhere to retreat. "This can't be right. This is not what I envisioned." He froze, about to utter more placating words when a sharp pain pierced the back of his neck. Shun Lianyan was not gentle. He bit down with a tinge of punitive intent on the soft flesh of Mian's neck, injecting his pheromones in the process. At that moment, Mian immediately regretted his earlier decisions, disregarding any notions of pretense, and began to struggle against the inevitable. Yet how could the strength of a top-tier alpha be something a mere beta could escape? As the pheromones permeated the air, he gradually caught the scent of cool pine, an aroma that infiltrated his very nostrils and filled his lungs with the essence of the other. Soon, the temperature of his body began to rise, rendering his limbs weak and powerless. He gasped in pain, tears glistening on his lashes, his entire being trembling, yet he found no solace. Mian struggled to articulate the sensation of the pheromones entering him. All he could do was let the tears cascade down, hot and profuse, landing on Shun Lianyan's skin. The latter glanced at him, and feeling the weight of that gaze, Mian finally uttered, "No, please stop." The subsequent events became a blur as his mind turned to mush. He could scarcely recall anything. He remembered fervently pleading with Shun Lianyan to help him escape this unprecedented experience. He acquiesced to whatever Shun Lianyan requested. When asked to extend his tongue, he complied obediently, like a small beast seeking sustenance, gently licking the palm of the other. When Shuqing emerged from the office after changing clothes, and the instant he opened the door, a wave of overwhelming pressure washed over him, sending chills throughout his body. Years of experience informed him that an alpha was releasing pheromones within the studio. Who could be so impudent? When Shuqing furrowed his brow, intending to stride into the hall to reprimand this alpha, only to find his limbs betraying him, rendering him unable to take a single step forward. As a relatively high-ranking Omega, it was rare for him to be so affected by an alpha's pheromones, unless, of course, the alpha in question was of a higher rank. An absurd thought flickered in his mind, quickly dismissed with a shake of his head. How could that be? Shun Lianyan was not that kind of person. Yet, it soon became painfully clear that his assumptions were wildly incorrect. The studio's hall was eerily silent, regardless of gender. All were rendered speechless by the oppressive pheromones that filled the air. Thus, the sound of the door lock clicking open resonated disproportionately loud. In the next moment, Shun Lianyan emerged from the room, cradling a person in his arms. He was not clad in a suit jacket, but had draped it over the individual he held. His shirt was slightly wrinkled, a few strands of dark hair clinging to his forehead, dampened by a fine sheen of sweat, just enough to accentuate his exquisite brow. He radiated an air of satisfaction. "Please place the clothes in the car for me," Shun Lianyan said softly, before striding down the stairs, still holding the person. When Shuqing stood frozen, wishing to inquire about Mian's whereabouts and suggest that he try on the outfit once more. However, Shun Lianyan's demeanor was clearly not one to be interrupted. Resigned, he followed behind, preparing to place the clothes in the car, all the while fixated on the person in Shun Lianyan's embrace, eager to discern their identity. He did not detect the scent of Omega pheromones. Thus it was evident that the other party was a beta. At last, when Shun Lianyan placed the individual in the car, he seized a fleeting opportunity to glimpse. Ultimately, a pale fingertip emerged from the tailored suit jacket. Chapter 24, Utterly Displeased. Mian, wake up, we have arrived. Mian was gently roused by Shun Lianyan's touch. Recently marked, his eyelids were tinged with red. Slowly lifting his tear-stained lashes, in a haze of consciousness, the first word that escaped his lips was, "No, I don't want to." This utterance darkened Shun Lianyan's gaze further, and then, with a blend of exasperation and gentleness, he replied, Mian, we are at the exhibition garage. If you are tired, would you prefer to rest in my lounge for a while?" Upon hearing this, Mian jolted awake. He sat up, firmly refusing no. Let us hasten to the exhibition. He contemplated that for a considerable time in the future, he would have no desire to step into Shun Lianyan's private domain again. Such overt resistance caused Shun Lianyan's brow to furrow. Just as Mian was about to exit the vehicle, he grasped his wrist. "What is wrong? Is there something amiss?" Mian stiffened, cautiously inquiring. "Nothing. I merely sensed your avoidance and thought it best to resolve this matter early." Shun Lianyan remained gentle. Yet this demeanor only heightened Mian's unease. Damn it, just an hour ago, this man wore a smile, disregarding his refusals, and injected him with even more pheromones. That's not true. Mian averted his gaze, continuing to feign ignorance. I just feel that we Earthlings cannot communicate with your ABO world. Even if bitten by a mosquito, should the party inject poison, it merely results in discomfort, rather than rendering one's limbs weak and dependent on Shun Lianyan, with every inch of skin rendered sensitive. Mian, do you not like my pheromones? Shun Lianyan continued to caress his wristbone. For an omega, temporarily marked, both body and spirit are infinitely reliant on an alpha. Although Mian did not feel such an overwhelming dependence, witnessing Shun Lianyan's lowered lashes, intently observing him, softened his heart. No, that's not it. Mian turned his head, gazing at Shun Lianyan reflected in the car window. In a moment of surrender, he hesitantly confessed, I am just a bit unaccustomed. Shun Lianyan, observing the blush blooming on his pale earlobes from the warmth, finally revealed a genuine smile. Then let yourself acclimate soon, for you will be needed during the sensitive period ahead. What sensitive period? Go find your destined true love. Even as he donned his formal attire and entered the exhibition venue, Mian could not suppress a wave of internal grumbling. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, he did not let this sentiment weigh heavily on his heart. After all, he did not believe Shun Lianyan would genuinely require his presence during the sensitive period. If companionship during that time were to be involved, the significance would shift entirely, as if they had truly transformed into intimate lovers. In truth, since Shun Lianyan came of age, during each vulnerable period, the original host had tirelessly rushed to provide care, only to invariably be cast aside. Sometimes it was the servants of the Shun family, other times it was Shun Lianyan's mother, but most frequently, it was undoubtedly Shinjin Xiao. The mere thought of Shinjin Xiao made Mian unable to suppress her admiration, mentally giving him a thumbs up. To date, he could be deemed the most reliable ally, consistently striving to facilitate the dissolution of the engagement between Shun Lianyan and herself. She hoped he would continue his efforts, ideally helping Shun Lianyan find true love during his next vulnerable period, allowing her to walk away with 300 billion. With this thought, excitement coursed through Mian, causing her to completely disregard the curious glances from those around her. Indeed, from the moment she entered, she had become the center of attention. This was to be expected, as she was a beta and had entered alongside Shun Lianyan, instantly sparking the curiosity of many. Before Shun Lianyan busied himself, he had even affectionately given her a few words of advice. Some had already surmised their relationship, glaring at her with eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. But Mian paid them no mind. She maintained her composure, embodying the role of a somewhat awkward and naive individual. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her as she sat in her chair. Having become somewhat accustomed to such occurrences, she looked up abruptly, meeting the gaze of a face as delicate as a rose, adorned with an unfriendly expression. Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she greeted him. Xiao Bai. It has been a while. Bai Rongxing had been in low spirits since he stepped into the exhibition hall. Logically, attending Shun Lianyan's art exhibition should have been something he eagerly anticipated. Shun Lianyan's artistic talent was undeniable. Even a mundane flower by the window seemed to tell a story through his brush. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself disinterested in appreciating the art. Before entering the hall, he had sent a message to Mian, which remained unread. Consequently, his mind incessantly replayed the words she had spoken to him days ago, lamenting that he had not received an invitation. Why was that? Was it merely because he was a beta? Yet, during their engagement, they must have been aware of his status as a beta. Although rumors suggested that Shun Lianyan had been coerced by his elders, the deed was done. And Mian certainly did not appear particularly happy in that relationship. Just as his thoughts spiraled, he suddenly overheard a conversation nearby. Did you see that? The beta who entered with Shun Lianyan. Could he be the rumored fiancé? Absolutely. Otherwise, why would he enter with Shun Lianyan? Do you think the security at the entrance mistook him for someone who had stolen an invitation, preventing him from entering, and he had to plead with Shun Lianyan to let him in? Haha, I thought the same. Everyone invited today is someone of prominence in City A. If I were the security, I certainly wouldn't let him in. I had presumed that Shen Linian's fiancé, even if merely an ordinary beta, would possess some extraordinary qualities. However, it now appears that she is so commonplace that one could not even find her on the streets. Who was it that claimed Shen Linian was unlike other alphas? Seemingly unblemished? Allow him to behold that beta. She is indeed Shen Linian's sole blemish. The words of these individuals only served to exacerbate Bai Rongxing's irritation, as he was not known for his patience. In the next instant, he seized a glass of wine and splashed it upon the group. "What are you doing?" exclaimed one of the individuals whose formal attire was now soaked. Upon meeting Bai Rongxing's gaze, their anger quickly dissipated. And Master Bai, they stammered, recognizing the son of the influential He family. Even among the elite present here, not everyone could afford to provoke him. If you are so formidable, why have you not become Shen Linian's fiancé? If you possess the capability, go ahead and compel Shen Linian to annul his engagement and be with you. One after another, they resorted to whispering disparaging remarks, their malice more unbecoming than their appearances. Bai Rongxing raised his chin, openly ridiculing the group. Those who gossip about others are often the most spineless. Instantly, they began to apologize, their faces adorned with insincere smiles. However, Bai Rongxing's resentment had not subsided. Rather, it burgeoned. Guided by one of the individuals, he made his way toward Mian, contemplating how he would reprimand him upon their meeting. Wasn't it said that Shen Linian had not invited him? How then had he arrived? It had caused Bai Rongxing to fret for him earlier. Could it be that he had deliberately claimed Shen Linian had not extended an invitation, fostering a rift between them, thereby distancing himself from Shen Linian? What cunning this beta possesses! The more he pondered, the angrier Bai Rongxing became. Upon spotting the familiar figure, he grasped another glass of wine and marched purposefully in that direction. Yet, that foolish beta appeared blissfully unaware of the commotion, offering him an even more foolish grin. "What are you smiling about? It's infuriating." Chapter 25. What's wrong with your neck? No smiling. Bai Rongxing stepped closer, pinching the soft flesh on the side of Mian's face, furrowing his brows as he exclaimed, "You look dreadful." Mian replied, "The temperament of this young master remains unchanged, I see." "Understood. I shall refrain from smiling." He raised his arm to grasp Bai Rongxing's wrist, attempting to liberate his face from a pinch. It was unappealing to begin with. Tugging at it makes it even more unsightly. Upon hearing this, Bai Rongxing glanced down at him. Seated in a chair, Mian was forced to look up at him, his light brown eyes shaped into two honey-drenched almonds by the pressure of Bai Rongxing's grip. The flesh at his cheeks was soft, despite Bai Rongxing's gentle hold. His fingertips sank in, creating a shallow indentation. Strangely, Bai Rongxing felt a rush of warmth in his fingers and abruptly withdrew his hand. "Well, you aren't that ugly." The barrage of questions he had mentally prepared upon his aggressive approach evaporated in an instant. "Ah, you brought a drink." Mian, rubbing his reddened cheek, discreetly eyed the wine glass in Bai Rongxing's hand. Bai Rongxing faltered, unsure of what to say. "Is this originally meant to splash on you? Just when I am thirsty." "Thank you, Xiao Bai." With that, Mian naturally took the cup and sipped it delicately. "Delicious." His eyes sparkled as he took several more sips. Bai Rongxing glanced over, confirming that the alcohol content was not too high, and decided to let it be. He found a chair nearby and sat beside Mian, his tone still somewhat unfriendly. "I told you not to call me Xiao Bai." "Why not?" Mian tilted his head to look at him, pondering why Bai Rongxing had yet to inquire about Shen Linian's news. Xiao Bai sounds rather endearing. To imply that he was on Bai Rongxing's side, Mian added, "Besides, it holds a special significance. For instance, among all the stocks, I have the utmost faith in you, and I will strive to provide you with ample information. Furthermore, will the young master treat himself to desserts again? The pastries at that hotel are truly delightful." Mian later checked and found them to be exorbitantly priced, far beyond his means. He could only wait until the 20 billion came through. He sighed heavily inwardly. What special significance? This tactic proved remarkably effective on the young master, as Bai Rongxing's face flushed crimson, stammering with curiosity. Soon, he seemed to realize that he was once again being led by Mian. This beta was indeed more cunning than he had anticipated. Irritated, he retorted, "Even if you flatter me now, it's too late. I will not easily forgive you." Mian was puzzled. When had he done something unforgivable to Bai Rongxing? Have you forgotten? Given by Rongxing's expression, it was evident he understood. Mian blinked innocently. Did you not tell me that Shen Lianyan did not invite you? Did you not also claim to be unfamiliar with such matters? How is it that you still came in the end? Are you deliberately trying to garner sympathy in front of me? Do you truly believe I would pity you? Bate? The more Bai Rongxing spoke, the angrier he became. Recalling that he had intended to have his assistant prepare Mian's gown when he sent him a message that day. It was not out of a desire to see him wear it, but rather to prevent him from embarrassing himself in front of Shen Lianyan. Mian fell silent. He had indeed not taken Bai Rongxing's message to heart. How should he explain himself now? Should he say that Shen Lianyan invited him? That statement would sound like the boastful proclamation of a malicious pawn. And what if Bai Rongxing thought he had a close relationship with Shen Lianyan? How could he clarify? He found himself in a dilemma, instinctively fiddling with the item in his hand. However, the cup appeared rather pricey. Fearing he could not afford to replace it, Mian tapped it twice before realizing. When a waiter approached, he gently placed the cup into the server's tray. At times, Bai Rongxing truly could not comprehend the thought processes of Bate. When chatting with Mian online, the latter exhibited the same behavior, sometimes responsive, at other times indifferent. Just as he was preparing to turn and mock Mian, he suddenly noticed a mark on the back of his neck. It flashed briefly before being concealed by his collar. Yet he still saw it clearly. Those were the marks of a designation. Bai Rongxing's expression darkened instantaneously. Regardless of the occasion, he abruptly sat up and pulled Mian into a secluded corner. Mian had barely conjured an explanation for her presence at the art exhibition when, in the next moment, she was unexpectedly yanked away, half dragged and half led. Wait a minute. Was Bai Rongxing genuinely exerting such strength? Wasn't he had said that omegas in this world were delicate and fragile? Mian had no time to ponder as Bai Rongxing seized her chin, tilting her head aside. A symbol of a temporary mark came into Bai Rongxing's view. His complexion immediately soured further, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "What is going on? Which alpha were you with?" Upon hearing this, Mian's face registered shock and bewilderment, her round eyes widening in disbelief as she retorted, "What are you saying? Was this the sort of dialogue that sweet, bashful omegas uttered in novels? No, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was who had done it. With whom? How could it be that every word Bai Rongxing uttered was familiar, yet when pieced together, they became incomprehensible? Stop playing dumb. Observing Mian's dazed expression, Bai Rongxing's temper flared, his chest feeling as if it housed a feisty little beast, causing his breath to come heavier. Then tell me, what is the story behind that mark on your neck? Initially taken aback by his words, Mian couldn't help but inwardly curse. Could this ABO world be any more absurd? How could a mere bite on the neck be misconstrued in such a manner? Was there no concept of privacy left? Seeing Mian's expressions oscillate between red and pale, Bai Rongxing's suspicion solidified. His beautiful brows knitted tightly in fury. His voice rising sharply. "Who was that person?" "I knew it. You are not as innocent as you appear." "No, that is not true. Let me explain. Please do not tarnish my devoted persona and my unwavering dedication to 200 billion. Mian wished to defend herself. But the furious Bai Rongxing was not in the mood to listen, his gaze fixed on her, brimming with unabashed disdain and ridicule. "You put on a facade of being well-behaved, yet behind the scenes, you are so reckless. Have you been scheming all along? Clinging to Lian Yan's engagement while engaging in flirtations outside? You truly possess a cunning nature, leading everyone around in circles." Chapter 26. Whom have you been so kindly assisting? If not for the fact that it was just the two of them at that moment, Mian might have almost believed Bai Rongxing was speaking about someone else. Flirtations? Cunning? How did any of that relate to her, a person of such integrity? In fact, she found the term more fitting for Shen Lianyan. As Mian quietly scoffed, she pondered a suitable method of resolution that aligned with her character. Typically, it was remarkable for a timid individual to muster the courage to defend themselves even once. Yet now, the opportunity for defense had been interrupted by Bai Rongxing. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he seemed utterly unwilling to hear her out. Thus, alternative measures had to be employed. with a resolute decision in his heart. Mian swiftly assumed a facade of timid sorrow. It was the expression of someone who had been wronged and insulted, now rendered numb. He inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to Bai Rongxing, his eyes calm yet tinged with a hint of fatigue. Young Master Bai, this is a public setting. Please be mindful of your words. His voice, though subdued, was remarkably clear. As for my private matters, they should not concern you. With that, Mian turned to return to the center of the exhibition hall. Bai Rongxing, who stood rooted to the spot, widened his eyes in disbelief. Once he regained his composure, he abruptly stepped forward, gripping Mian's wrist with urgency, his tone both heated and accusatory, though he was unaware of the latter. Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? The words he had begun to utter caught in his throat upon meeting the sight of Mian's reddened eyes. The anger that had surged within him stifled by the piercing look akin to a deflated balloon. He unconsciously softened his voice, seeking to understand what had transpired. Had he misjudged him? Yet, as Bai Rongxing opened his mouth to speak, a sudden commotion erupted from the exhibition hall. The art show was officially commencing. Frowning slightly, Bai Rongxing glanced into the hall, feeling an urge to enter. He had canceled several engagements just to ensure he did not miss any of Shen Lianyan's moments. However, his subconscious insisted that resolving matters with Mian took precedence. As Bai Rongxing wrestled with his conflicting emotions, he felt a sudden force in his palm. Mian struggled free from his grasp. Let us discuss this later, Bai Rongxing intended to say, but Mian, having extricated himself, paid no heed to his words and briskly made his way towards the exhibition hall. Witnessing this, Bai Rongxing's eyelashes fluttered. Indeed, over there stood Mian's fiancé, the individual he cared about most. Everything seemed logical. Yet, he lowered his gaze to his palm, unable to comprehend the overwhelming frustration that surged within him. On the other side, Mian silently commended his own acting skills. Sometimes, deliberate explanations paled in comparison to the usefulness of such a seemingly indifferent demeanor. He timed his actions perfectly, allowing Bai Rongxing to witness the hurt his words had inflicted while denying him the opportunity to press for answers. In the ensuing moments, given Bai Rongxing's character, his curiosity about the truth would undoubtedly intensify. Once he discovered that the scent emanating from him was Shen Lianyan's pheromones, all suspicions would dissipate effortlessly. At that point, in Bai Rongxing's eyes, he would still be the weak and ineffectual honest man, which might even motivate Bai Rongxing to pursue him more fervently. With this thought, Mian's spirits lifted and his steps became lighter. Even though he hastened to the center of the exhibition hall, he had already missed those few crucial minutes before the art show commenced. By the time he arrived, the opening remarks had already concluded. At this moment, Shen Lianyan was surrounded by a throng of admirers, inquiring about the creative journey behind his latest work. Among them were those genuinely interested in art. However, it was evident that many were driven by ulterior motives. Although the questions pertained to his paintings, their gaze remained fixated on Shen Lianyan's exquisitely haunting visage. Mian observed the voracious expressions of these individuals as if they wished to devour him whole, which sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, the subject of their fascination, Shen Lianyan, maintained an air of serene detachment, exuding a polite aloofness as he addressed inquiries with both depth and grace. It was clear that not everyone possesses the charm of a heartthrob. Witnessing this scene, Mian silently marveled, realizing that the interview would not conclude anytime soon. He discreetly distanced himself from the crowd, meandering towards other artworks on display. Mian was acutely aware of his role as a mere supporting character. In moments when Shen Lianyan attracted admirers, it was his duty to appear at opportune times, igniting a flicker of jealousy and inciting a spectacle that readers delighted in. In such a significant gathering marked by throngs of people, it was prudent for him to tactfully withdraw, minimizing the presence of his unremarkable fiancée to alleviate any pressure on Shen Lianyan. Where else could one find such a considerate devotee? If only the system could reward me for my loyalty. Of course, financial compensation was out of the question. Until the task was accomplished, the system would remain unresponsive. Nonetheless, Mian did not mind. He understood that rewards came only after fulfilling one Yumian's responsibilities, a notion he accepted without reservation. Thus, he chose to embrace the moment. Wandering through the exhibition while the attention of all was captivated by Shun Lianyan. Though he had little understanding of art, he could discern the depth of Shun Lianyan's skill through the displayed works. The lines were intricate, and the imagery lifelike, offering a visual feast. Pausing before painting, Yumian tilted his head, quietly admiring it. Suddenly, a familiar voice, imbued with a restrained rasp, pierced through the air behind him. "What are you doing here?" Startled, Yumian turned to find Bai Junshuo standing not far away. The alpha leaned against the cold wall, his posture impeccably straight. A black leather bite guard firmly affixed around his throat, the metallic clasp glinting ominously at his neck. Despite his meticulously tailored attire, a tempest of restlessness and gloom, characteristic of an alpha in their sensitive period, flickered beneath the surface. Yumian was momentarily taken aback. As a workaholic, he had assumed Bai Junshuo would forego the exhibition due to his sensitive state. Clearly, his superior held a genuine admiration for Shun Lianyan. As he pondered this revelation, he responded to Bai Junshuo's inquiry. "Mr. Shin invited me. Bai, how is your health?" Yumian's concern was sincere. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his words struck a nerve with Bai Junshuo, who scoffed and stepped closer, his formidable presence exuding an invisible pressure. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." As their proximity diminished, Bai Junshuo's brow furrowed abruptly. He towered half a head above Yumian, leaning slightly forward at this moment, his nostrils imperceptibly flaring. Naturally, the scent of his pheromones had vanished entirely. In its place lingered another, a cold and domineering pheromone. The identity of its owner was all too evident. This revelation gripped Bai Junshuo's heart as if something had clenched it tightly. His voice deepened, tinged with a hint of mockery, as he feigned ignorance and asked, "Which alpha are you helping through their susceptibility period this time?" Chapter 27. Bai Junshuo is a good man even though Mian was not of this world. He understood that Bai Junshuo's words were akin to saying there was no difference in his lack of discretion. Infuriating, Mian inhaled deeply, stepping back to widen the space between them. Then, pretending not to comprehend the implications of Bai Junshuo's words, he flushed and stammered, explaining in a voice as soft as a whisper, "No, it's not a susceptibility period. It's someone I like." His inherently shy nature rendered him incapable of uttering a complete sentence, forcing him to lower his gaze, though his lips betrayed him, curving upward uncontrollably. And his eyes sparkled with an uncontainable sweetness, reminiscent of a child who had stolen candy, both bashful and satisfied. Though he had long harbored suspicions, the moment those words escaped Mian's lips, the mockery on Bai Junshuo's face froze instantly. His pupils constricted sharply, and the pressure around him visibly intensified. Swirling with ferocity and agitation, his breaths growing heavier. Did I breach your defenses? Who told you to provoke the fiancé of your beloved? Hearing this would only exacerbate your discomfort, wouldn't it?" Mian felt a sense of relief from the immediate retaliation. Yet he maintained an appearance of ignorance towards Bai Junshuo's fury, feigning concern for his well-being as he cautiously inched closer, softly asking, "President Bai, are you all right? Get away. I don't need your feigned kindness." Bai Junshuo retreated abruptly, his tone laced with icy disdain. To his surprise, he was rather perceptive. Mian stifled a laugh within. Yet outwardly, he halted abruptly, instinctively shrinking back like a startled rabbit, his eyes wide with bewilderment, unable to grasp where he had gone wrong. "Are you saying this to boast? Should I congratulate you?" Bai Junshuo's tone remained flat, devoid of emotion. Yet the invisible, potent pheromones around him thickened suddenly, becoming violent. He assumed he was merely enraged by the thought of someone like him coveting Shun Lianyan, but the acute, almost tearing pain in his chest unmistakably caused his heart to race. Even his own pheromones collided uncontrollably with Mian's cold aura. This spectacle soon attracted the attention of onlookers. Several lower-tier alphas turned pale and hastily distanced themselves. Shun Lianyan's icy gaze swept over the crowd, landing precisely at the epicenter of the pheromone clash. He approached slowly, his frigid presence forming an invisible barrier that firmly subdued the chaotic pheromones, momentarily alleviating the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Shen Lianyan paused beside Mian, naturally raising his hand to gently ruffle his hair before softly inquiring, "Mian, is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Mian shook his head. As a beta, he was not so easily influenced by an alpha's pheromones. Moreover, he had just been temporarily marked by Shen Lianyan. The sensation of being bitten on the nape lingered vividly in his mind, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy as he awkwardly averted his gaze from Shen Lianyan. Noticing his avoidance, Shen Lianyan subtly curved his lips, choosing not to press the matter, and instead turned his attention to Bai Junshuo, offering a flawless social smile and a slight nod. "Mr. Bai, it has been quite a while. I appreciate your presence, but—" His words faltered briefly as his gaze swept over by Junshuo's bite inhibitor, remarking on the recklessness of venturing out while still in the sensitive period. A clear disregard for one's own well-being. Mian could not help but marvel at the artistry of Shen Lianyan's words. Although he was admonishing Bai Junshuo for the troubles posed by his sensitive state, the delivery seemed almost caring. Truly, he was a charmer. Shen Lianyan's comment evidently struck a nerve with Bai Junshuo, who, already feeling guilty for his earlier lapse, paled slightly at the pointed observation, struggling to maintain his aloof demeanor. He nodded slightly. "I apologize for my rudeness." Under normal circumstances, Bai Junshuo would have surely left the exhibition at this moment. However, today, he found himself in a protective stance, shielding Mian behind him, as a wave of bitterness and unwillingness surged within him, overwhelming his rationality. He resolutely halted his impending departure and addressed Shen Lianyan. "Thank you for your concern. This minor issue is of no consequence. I shall certainly attend your exhibition." Was this a declaration of sovereignty? Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement. After being in this world for so long, he finally found himself in the legendary arena of male competition. According to the usual narrative, will Bai Junshuo not soon ridicule him? He anticipated the moment when Bai Junshuo would declare that he, an insignificant beta, had no place at this art exhibition, questioning his aesthetic judgment and then mercilessly dismantling his self-esteem with professional insights. This would provide him with the perfect excuse to retreat quietly, allowing the opportunity for interaction to be seized by others. Mian was filled with exhilaration, but unfortunately, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Bai Junshuo, who usually regarded him with disdain, suddenly fell silent after experiencing a bout of pheromone instability. It was merely a few casual sketches, their techniques and artistic concepts still in the process of refinement, hardly warranting a special appearance. Shen Lianyan humbly replied, then gently shifted the conversation. "However, if you enjoy them, after the charity auction concludes, you may select a piece to take home as a token of gratitude for your care of Mian at the company." With those words, the atmosphere, which had just become harmonious, stiffened once again. Mian's heart sank. This was bad. It was over. With Bai Junshuo's pheromones so evident earlier, Shen Lianyan must have realized the pheromones emanating from Mian were indeed his doing. Although the situation was entirely coincidental. What if this diminishes my fondness for Bai Junshuo? Although Mian often claims to abandon this stock, it concerns a staggering sum of 2 billion. The more allies I have, the greater the hope of accomplishing my task. How could I truly forsake him? What to do? In a moment of desperation, Mian bit his lip and grasped Shen Lianyan's hand. The latter was taken aback and turned to face him. In the depths of his dark eyes lay a gentle warmth, as if capable of embracing anything. Mian, under his gaze, felt a twinge of guilt and spoke. "Lian, I forgot to introduce you. President Bai is my superior at the company. He is exceptionally kind, highly responsible, and has been very supportive of me, providing much assistance in my work." To prevent Shen Lianyan from overthinking, Mian decided to clarify the situation first. Simultaneously, he felt compelled to flatter Bai Junshuo, hoping to enhance his favor. How far had he sunk to be doing this? If Bai Junshuo were to ascend in his career, he would certainly have to secure a hefty bonus from him. Upon uttering these words, not only Shen Lianyan, but even Bai Junshuo himself, froze in place. He observed the slight tremor in the Bate's fingers, a manifestation of nervousness, fearing he might lose the 2 billion. And the mix of seriousness and concern etched on his face. It felt as if his heart were caressed by a feather, bringing forth an inexplicable warmth. His lips instinctively wished to curl into a smile, yet something restrained them, preventing any upward curve. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. So this was how Mian perceived him all along? As Mian pondered this, Lian lowered his gaze upon him. His warm eyes fixated on the inscrutable depths of black, rendering his emotions utterly opaque. Should he offer more praise for Bate? Yet, he found himself at a loss for further commendations. Just as anxiety gnawed at Mian, Lian suddenly grinned. He gently reciprocated Mian's grasp, his cool fingertips gliding over his palm, then turned to Bate, stating, "President Bai, amidst your myriad responsibilities, it is indeed rare to see you take care of your subordinates." Just as Mian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Lian's melodious voice continue, "However, do not forget to care for yourself as well. After all, during certain trying times, if one's personal state is not well managed, it is inevitable that it will affect those around them, is it not?" To the guests present, this remark likely appeared as if Lian were addressing the earlier lapse in controlling one's pheromones. Yet, Mian understood all too well that he was alluding to that night's incident at the company. He was somewhat taken aback, given Lian's demeanor. He had not expected such a direct jibe. Clearly, his fondness had diminished significantly, and there was little hope for redemption. Mian internally sighed. "Bate, may you fend for yourself." Being astute individuals, Bate grasped the underlying meaning of Lian's words immediately. His earlier indifference was shattered, leaving him frozen in place. His hands unconsciously clenching at his sides, his eyes swirling with embarrassment and indignation. Mian was certain that if he were facing himself, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to the urge to curse. However, in the presence of Lian, Bate was evidently quite concerned about his image. Even though his emotions were clearly askew, he merely took a deep breath and, enunciating each word with gritted teeth, stated, "You are correct. I have been negligent earlier, and it shall not happen again." Mian discreetly cast a glance at Bate's despondent demeanor. He couldn't help but admit that witnessing the other in such a state brought him immense satisfaction. Lian's lips curled into a gentle smile, and he nodded slightly, his voice flowing like a clear stream. "Please take your time to explore. My assistant requires my assistance, so I shall not intrude further." With that, he took Mian's hand and led him away from the scene. The interaction between Lian and the guests had been interrupted midway by Junchuo's overwhelming pheromones. Now, with the matter resolved, the conversation resumed naturally. Yet this time, Lian held onto Mian's hand, leaving no opportunity for him to wander off. As for the inquiries regarding the art exhibition, apart from some professional knowledge pertaining to the artworks, the remainder of the questions were addressed by the assistant. Those who could gain entry to this exhibition were all prominent figures in a city. If it were another artist, they would surely have sought every means to ingratiate themselves. However, Lian, being not only an artist, but also an heir of the Shun family, was inherently among the elite. In the presence of such individuals, he maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor disdainful, exuding an air of aloofness. Although he stood before them, he seemed to exist in a realm far removed, complemented by a visage as exquisite as a finely chiseled jade statue, making any attempt to approach him feel somewhat presumptuous. Yet, by his side stood an ordinary Bate, unremarkable in comparison. Not a single soul in attendance perceived them as a fitting pair. Had Lian been accompanied by someone equally exceptional, they might have merely remarked upon their harmonious pairing. But with a Bate, predestined to be deemed inferior in the ABO world, standing beside him, envy reigned supreme among the crowd. Mian could feel the venomous glares directed at him, piercing like arrows. He feigned a self-deprecating posture, slightly hunching his back and nervously twisting the hem of his clothing. In truth, however, he hoped that this display would further motivate those present to thwart their relationship. After all, Junchuo appeared rather unreliable at that moment. If possible, Mian wished for a superior alpha to emerge among the elite, one capable of replacing Junchuo. Alas, disappointment was inevitable. Setting aside whether there was a young talent in a city who could rival Junchuo, it was uncertain if they could match his striking looks. As the most popular character in the narrative, Junchuo's appeal extended far beyond his alpha status. Was he truly expected to extol Junchuo's virtues before Shenlian? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he swiftly extinguished it. It is evident that, based on recent experiences, praise heard from others will only yield counterproductive results in the presence of Shenlian. Even as the charity auction concluded and the formal dinner commenced, Mian remained deeply engrossed in contemplation regarding this matter, oblivious to the approach of several figures. Suddenly, a force collided with his shoulder, leaving Mian momentarily stunned. Upon catching a glimpse of the pheromone-blocking ring adorning the neck of the person who had bumped into him, he instinctively leaned back in response to the impact, feigning a stagger as he pressed his back against the wall. In the next instant, a chilling stream of wine cascaded over his head, instantly soaking his shirt and clinging to his skin. The leading Omega quickly covered her mouth, yet her eyes bore no trace of remorse. Her tone sweetly dripping with insincerity. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. We were in such a hurry. We didn't notice you standing here." Another chimed in hastily. "It's all the fault of the dim lighting. We truly didn't mean it. Are you all right?" Mian thought to himself. What a cliched excuse. Could they be any more predictable? Nonetheless, being targeted in such a manner aligned perfectly with his persona as an overlooked and submissive character. Just moments before, he had pondered why, despite attending the art exhibition with intent, no one had approached him to provoke a confrontation, an occurrence that seemed utterly illogical. What if he failed to meet his KPI and the system denied him the promised 200 billion? It was as if, upon feeling drowsy, one was presented with a pillow. The Omega who had doused Mian in wine was none other than the individual who had splashed water on him earlier at the exhibition, spurred by a mocking remark. Rongxing came from a complicated lineage, with elders in his family often avoiding him upon sight. However, after having been humiliated so publicly, he could hardly refrain from seeking retribution. If he could not retaliate against Rongxing, how could he not take vengeance on Mian? With this thought in mind, he cast a rather satisfying glance in Mian's direction. The Bate, drenched in wine, stood momentarily frozen, his fair features marred by the stains. His forehead slick with damp hair. Beads of water trickled from his eyelashes and down his nose, converging into a stream that dripped from his chin. He appeared utterly disheveled, emanating an air of helplessness and humility. This was not at all the furious reaction he had envisioned. Leopard, I have read the comments from my dear readers. Thank you all. As long as there are readers for this story, I will strive to maintain daily updates. Chapter 29. Common scenarios encountered by the overlooked submissive. The earlier scene had not escaped the keen observation of Junchuo, who was situated not far away. With the banquet now officially underway, the guests had begun to relax, and numerous corporate executives seeking collaboration approached him for conversation. Consequently, Junchuo found himself enveloped in a throng of admirers. He had long been accustomed to such gatherings. However, today his mind was somewhat adrift. Wearing an anti-bite device during his sensitive period was not solely for the purpose of encountering Shenlian. The events of that night, in the aftermath of his clarity, replayed incessantly in his mind. He was acutely aware that he had lost control. In a fleeting moment, he had even entertained the thought of biting Mian's neck. While it was true that many alphas in a sensitive phase might resort to forcibly marking others, it was precisely for this reason that devices like the anti-bite were invented. Junchuo, however, was acutely aware that his self-control was not as feeble as it seemed. To say nothing of Mian being merely a beta, even during the time when the company was under the control of his uncles, he had managed to keep his distance during his susceptible period, never once touching the other, despite being placed in proximity to an Omega. Yet now, he found himself inexplicably desiring to mark a gland that had long since atrophied, devoid of any pheromones. This was not right. This was not who he truly was. The individuals he had always cherished were those who were exceptional and independent, akin to Shenlian. Thus, Kubo Junshuo resolved to rectify this error. Even in the throes of emotional instability during his susceptible phase, upon learning of Shen Lianyan's upcoming art exhibition, he ventured forth without hesitation. Upon arriving at the gallery, he was gratified to see Shen Lianyan, who radiated the same brilliance he remembered, effortlessly capturing the attention of all. Yet, Kubo Junshuo found his gaze inexplicably drawn to Mian. Even amidst the throngs of people, he was acutely aware of the discomfort etched on the other's face. His grip tightened around the champagne flute. A perceptive individual noted his distress and inquired with concern, "Mr. Bate, is everything all right?" Kubo Junshuo was jolted back to reality. He shook his head, subtly averting his gaze, and replied in a flat tone, "It's nothing. Just a beta, and one with the kind of cowardly demeanor he despised." There was no need to expend any thought on him. He intended to rein in all that was spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, an Omega companion had not lost sight of their intent, continuing to mock Mian. "Aren't you supposed to be Mr. Shun's fiancé? Why are you cowering in such a corner? Do you perhaps realize that your beta status is unworthy of the spotlight?" The remark was undeniably harsh, and the Omega wondered if the person before him would finally react with anger. Yet, the anticipated response did not materialize. The beta merely shrank back, not daring to lift his head, his long lashes quivering like the wings of a frightened butterfly, concealing the turmoil and embarrassment in his eyes. His lips pressed into a pale line, his throat bobbing, but no sound emerged. How could he be like this? He had come seeking vengeance. Yet now it appeared as if he were the one bullying someone. The Omega felt a flush of embarrassment creeping across his face. Just as he prepared to drag his companion away, a sudden wave of cool fragrance, accompanied by an invigorating aura, descended upon them. The host of the banquet, Shen Lianyan, approached. "Mr. Bate?" The astute individual who had earlier asked Kubo Junshuo about his well-being noticed the latter's gaze drifting past him towards the earlier scene. His fists clenched instinctively, his body leaning forward as if to intervene. Yet, the next moment, he seemed to spot something and abruptly halted his movement. "I apologize. I was lost in thought." Kubo Junshuo's tone remained detached, but the pressure surrounding him noticeably lessened, his breathing heavier than before, imbued with a sense of restrained, nearly suppressed emotion. The individual could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity regarding what or who could provoke such an uncharacteristic display from the typically stoic and icy president. Lost in thought, he instinctively glanced in the direction of Bate Junshuo's gaze. Just as he was about to peer beyond the throng, a voice, cold and unwavering as a shard of ice, shattered his scrutiny. "Mr. Zhang." Zhang's entire being stiffened, and he abruptly withdrew his gaze, colliding with the unfathomable depths of Bate Junshuo's eyes. The latter casually traced the rim of his glass with his fingertips, his profile sharp and devoid of any discernible emotion. The mere pressure emanating from his gaze compelled Zhang to straighten his spine involuntarily. The intelligent healthcare assistants you mentioned earlier, Bate Junshuo's voice remained perfectly level, yet it deftly redirected Zhang's attention. "Please elaborate on the hospital's collaborative resources, cost advantages, and the production expansion plans." Zhang, momentarily taken aback, soon realized that Bate Junshuo was indeed interested in his project, and the flicker of curiosity he had felt was swiftly eclipsed by uncontainable joy. He quickly donned a flattering smile and leaned forward eagerly. "Certainly, allow me to elaborate." Bate Junshuo nodded slightly, yet in an unnoticed instant. His gaze swept over to the slender figure protected by Shen Lianyan, a hint of icy detachment flashing in his eyes. Mian was oblivious to the happenings surrounding Bate Junshuo. He was entirely focused on the matter at hand. As Shen Lianyan approached, the expressions of the two Omegas before him paled dramatically. One of them stammered, "Mr. Shen, please let us explain." However, Shen Lianyan seemed not to hear their words. His obsidian eyes fixed intently upon the flustered beta, a touch of concern gracing his exquisitely beautiful features. He retrieved a neatly folded silk handkerchief from the inner pocket of his tailored suit, the corners adorned with intricate patterns matching his cuff. It was evident that it was a personal belonging. "Mian, look up." Shen Lianyan's voice was smooth and gentle, carrying an undeniable insistence. Mian hesitated, feeling reluctant to comply. Is it truly necessary for us to maintain such ambiguity in front of so many people? Besides, aren't you the unattainable flower admired by all? Why must you attend to such trivial matters? He thought to himself, hoping to avoid an embarrassing spectacle of stumbling out of the gathering, heartbroken and ridiculed by onlookers. This scenario was entirely inconsistent with what he had envisioned. Noticing Mian's continued reluctance to move, Lian leaned in slightly, gently lifting his chin with one hand. The pressure so light, it was as if he were handling a fragile object. With his other hand, he began to wipe away the damp strands of hair clinging to Mian's forehead with a handkerchief. The soft fabric glided over his brow and eyes, carefully avoiding the sensitive areas, while delicately clearing the droplets from his cheeks and the tip of his nose. He moved with great slowness, his fingertips occasionally brushing against Mian's cool skin, and unbeknownst to him, a faint blush crept to the tips of his ears, concealed beneath his dark hair. Chapter 30. A farce. The two Omegas could only gaze in disbelief at the unfolding scene, feeling as though the very sky had collapsed upon them. The audacity of their actions in confronting Mian in broad daylight stemmed from their perception that he was merely a Bate, overlooked by the Shun family. Although Lian had taken Mian's hand today, what significance did that hold? After all, he had hosted numerous art exhibitions and attended countless public events without once bringing Mian along. Perhaps this time, he was merely succumbing to the pressure of his elders. They too had acquaintances who were forced into unions for the sake of their families. No matter how much disdain they harbored privately, they had to maintain a facade of civility. Yet, it appeared they had gravely misjudged the situation. If one truly despised another, how could they so readily bestow their personal belongings upon them? After drying the last drop of water, Lian discreetly placed a handkerchief into Mian's hand and draped his coat around him. Only after completing these gestures did he finally direct his gaze towards the two frozen Omegas. A faint smile lingered on Lian's lips, its gentle curvature capable of deceiving all, yet the warmth was conspicuously absent, merely resting on his extraordinarily striking face. His dark eyes, unfathomable like two pools of still, cold water, seemed to smile, but the exquisite features paired with an emotionless stare exuded an unsettling aura. One of the Omegas trembled uncontrollably. "Esteemed gentlemen, it seems the jest has gone too far," Lian spoke in a calm tone. The Omega, who had previously wished to apologize, hesitated, but his companion interjected. "Why do you call us excessive? It was Xiao Fei who was doused in wine first. We merely retaliated." As he spoke, tears began to cascade down his face. The commotion quickly attracted numerous curious gazes, and Fei felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having heeded their words and sought trouble with Mian. All he desired now was to escape this scene. Hearing this, Mian paused, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Do we know each other? You may not know me, but you certainly recognized by Rongxing." The Omega's companion retorted vehemently, gritting his teeth. "He was the one who, in an attempt to defend you, drenched Xiao Fei in wine." Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to grasp the truth of the matter. So it was like this. Lian maintained his calm demeanor. Just as he intended to speak again, a clear voice cut through the air. "If I spilled the wine, why not confront me directly? Do you think I'm an easy target?" Bai Rongxing pushed his way through the crowd, his delicate chin slightly raised, his eyes blazing with indignation. He shot a furtive glance at Mian before scoffing. "Furthermore, I was not avenging that Beta. I merely cannot abide your malicious gossip." At the sight of him, Mian's eyes brightened. How fortunate he was to have such a commendable ally, proud and forthright, with a delicate face reminiscent of a blooming rose. This entrance was bound to enhance Lian's impression of him. Mian, filled with a sense of exhilaration, furtively cast a glance at Lian before falling silent. Lian's reaction was remarkably subdued. He merely nodded politely when Bai Rongxing approached, then redirected his attention to the matter at hand. Addressing the Omega before him, "Young Master Bai has also stated that this matter has nothing to do with Mian. Therefore, can your actions be interpreted as willful harm?" Mian remarked, "How can one expect to engage in romance with such a lack of charm?" Upon hearing Lian's words, Fei's complexion turned ashen. He gazed at Mian, stammering an apology for his actions. "I am truly sorry. I acted foolishly in a moment of anger. Please forgive me." However, another Omega held a different perspective. To this day, he firmly believed that Shen Lianyan would never be affected by the actions of an ordinary Beta from a humble background. He was even somewhat indignant at Shen Lianyan's demeanor towards him. After all, he was making sacrifices for Shen Lianyan, being an alpha bound to a marriage contract with a Beta, which must have placed Shen Lianyan in a position of great discomfort. Thus, he thought it only fair that Shen Lianyan should be grateful for his intervention in dealing with that Beta. With this reasoning in mind, the Omega grew increasingly confident. He stepped forward, speaking with righteous conviction. "Mr. Shen, I recognize your kindness, but you need not demean yourself to uphold the dignity of a Beta. If he cared for you even a fraction, he would have taken the initiative to dissolve the engagement, preventing anyone from causing him trouble. To cling to you without any emotional foundation, merely because of contract, is incredibly selfish. Teaching him a lesson would only bring satisfaction to all." Mian was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. He felt fortunate not to have been drinking, for had he been, he would have surely ruined his image. This Omega was even bolder than Bai Rongxing. As if reading his thoughts, Bai Rongxing suddenly turned, fixing Mian with a piercing gaze. Mian innocently blinked at him, leaving Bai Rongxing momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions before he abruptly turned away. Upon hearing those words, Shen Lianyan lowered his gaze, studying the Omega for a moment before gently speaking. "If I recall correctly, you must be the son of Li Jinghong?" The Omega, unaccustomed to such attention from such beautiful eyes, felt a blush rise uncontrollably on his face. He thought his words had impressed Shen Lianyan and nodded with a sense of pride. Yet, before his elation could last, he heard Shen Lianyan's mellifluous voice continue. "Speculating on others' private matters in such a public setting makes me question the upbringing of Li Jinghong. Perhaps it would be unnecessary to continue the collaboration for the next quarter." Shen Lianyan displayed no trace of anger, not even a furrowed brow. Yet his seemingly casual remark pronounced the fate of an entire company. The Omega's face drained of color in an instant. Although he did not often involve himself in his family's business, his father had repeatedly emphasized the importance of pleasing Shen Lianyan prior to the art exhibition. He understood well the significance of this collaboration. Moments ago, his proud and willful demeanor shattered completely. He stumbled forward, the soles of his shoes scraping against the floor, producing a jarring sound that trembled with uncertainty. Why? Where did I go wrong?" No one among the gathered crowd responded to his plight. "CFAUE, please help me." In desperation, he turned to his accomplice for assistance. Yet, after his earlier outburst, CFAUE could hardly be oblivious to the fact that she had been manipulated. Thus, she chose to ignore him. "Mr. Shen." Ultimately, he placed all his hopes upon Shen Lianyan, recklessly lunging towards him. However, the superior physique of an alpha was beyond his reach. He scarcely brushed the hem of Shen's garment before being restrained by security and forcibly escorted out. After this ordeal, Shen Lianyan extended his hand to Mian, his tone remaining gentle as he suggested, Mian, let me take you to the lounge to change into another outfit." Chapter 31. What comes next? With the host's departure, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Bai Rongxing cast a glance at the retreating figures of the two and, after a moment's hesitation, resolutely followed. Yet, it seemed they were oblivious to his presence as they strode directly into Shen Lianyan's private lounge, closing the door behind them. Bai Rongxing's expression soured instantly. Had his manager been present, he would have recognized this as a precursor to an impending outburst. Henceforth, it was imperative to indulge this little sovereign. Regrettably, no one was there to witness his discontent. He could only kick at the ground in frustration, curling up on his knees at the door like a pouting poodle. Inside, Mian appeared somewhat dazed, blinking as he remarked to Shen Lianyan, "I think I just saw a young master by Bai's figure." "That can't be. Surely you misinterpreted." Shen Lianyan replied. Mian remained unconvinced, his round eyes scrutinizing him. "Don't look at me like that, Mian." Shen stepped closer, his cool hand gently resting over Yu's eyes, his voice still tender. "What's wrong with looking at you like this?" Mian queried, puzzled. The delicate flutter of his long eyelashes brushed against Shun Lian's palm, and a fleeting shadow of emotion darkened his obsidian gaze. Then, Mian felt the hand on his eyelids shift upwards, sweeping aside the stray strands of hair from his forehead, followed by something soft and fragrant pressing against him. It was a kiss. The sensation was akin to a fluffy cloud of cotton. Mian's face flushed crimson, instinctively wanting to push him away and flee. Yet his mind reminded him that such an action would betray his character. Ultimately, he could only bury his face in Shun's shoulder like an ostrich. What are you doing? Don't suddenly make such bold moves. My 200 billion does not include selling my body. Mian's heart screamed, but outwardly. He could only muster a voice as faint as a whisper. Why you? Why did you suddenly? I apologize. Shun Lian's voice carried a hint of mirth. And due to his posture, Mian could feel the vibrations in his chest as he spoke. If you keep gazing at me like that, I might be unable to resist doing this. Mian retorted. What do you mean by unable to resist? I am not a soft and fragrant omega. Noticing the accusation in Mian's eyes, Shun Lian innocently explained, alphas are always filled with possessiveness towards those they have just marked. Moreover, he paused, lifting his hand to stroke Mian's hair. Moreover, you frequently mention others in my presence. Mian fell silent, realizing that he had no grounds to refute this reasoning. He could only awkwardly shift the topic. Your coat is also stained. By the pretense of removing his outer garment, Mian successfully distanced himself from Shun Lian. Then he noticed that the inner side of Shun Lian's coat was also marred with wine stains, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. Surely, I want to have to compensate for this, right? It's all right. I won't wear it again after this, Shun Lian replied nonchalantly. Cursed wealthy individuals. Mian scoffed inwardly. Yet he maintained a serious demeanor as he neatly folded the coat and placed it on the sofa. Before long, the assistant delivered 2 new outfits. Shun Lian picked one and handed it to Mian, his beautiful eyes reflecting a tinge of apology. It's too late. New clothes are no longer available. So I can only trouble you to wear this one. Mian initially thought it was a gown previously worn by Shun Lian, but upon unfolding it, he was pleasantly surprised to find it fit him perfectly. A new discovery, which Omega's gown was once left behind at the Shun residence. To have access to the main residence, surely their relationship with Shun Lian must be quite close. With this thought in mind, he excitedly glanced at Shun Lian. Upon receiving Mian's gaze, Shun Lian momentarily froze, and after discerning the appearance of the gown in Mian's hands, he frowned unusually and pulled out his phone to message his assistant. There was even a hint of emotional fluctuation. This piqued Mian's curiosity even further. Based on his experience from reading novels, could it be that they were childhood sweethearts, separated by a marriage contract imposed by their families, leading one of them to sorrowfully leave the country? Perhaps in a few days, there would even be a plot twist involving the return of a white moonlight. As Mian let his imagination wander, Shun Lian's phone rang, an incoming message from his assistant. After reading it, he turned to Mian and said, I'm sorry. The assistant mistakenly brought the gown meant for Shun Jinxiao. Mian, bewildered, questioned, is Shun Lian jesting with me? That tall figure of Shun Jinxiao could possibly fit into this size? You forget, he was quite small before his differentiation, Shun Lian replied, his expression still not quite cheerful. Yet he patiently explained to Mian, at that time, our family believed he would differentiate into an omega. This revelation sparked some recollection in Mian. It seemed that the novel mentioned Shun Jinxiao had been quite short and frail during childhood, often falling ill. It was hard to reconcile the description of that individual with the current Shun Jinxiao. They seemed entirely different. Knowing that the gown belonged to Shun Jinxiao left Mian feeling somewhat disappointed. Indeed, the so-called white moonlight is nothing but a fantasy. Acquiring my own 2 billion is no simple feat upon witnessing Mian's despondent demeanor. Shun Lian's expression softened considerably compared to earlier. He approached her, gently squeezing her fingers in a gesture of comfort, and said, I understand your reluctance to wear Shun Jinxiao's clothing, but at present, this is our only option. When we have the time, I shall take you to customize several new gowns. Mian felt a twinge of confusion, unable to recall ever expressing a desire to eschew Shen Jinxiao's attire. Regardless of the circumstances, he was undoubtedly the second young master of the Shen family, far surpassing her own wardrobe as a mere office worker. From any perspective, she should consider herself fortunate. However, as a devoted admirer, she could not bring herself to contradict Shen Lianyan's words. Particularly, when he mentioned taking her to tailor new dresses in the future, she nodded appreciatively. Suddenly, after donning the clothing, Mian recalled something and looked up at Shen Lianyan, biting her lip as she inquired, "Why hasn't Tisha and Jinxiao come today?" That brotherly devotee would certainly not miss his elder brother's art exhibition. He has been quite busy with school lately and likely cannot spare the time for such events, replied Shen Lianyan, his voice colder than usual, as if indifferent to whether his brother could attend the exhibition. This response only deepened Mian's perplexity. She pondered, having been a student herself, what could possibly captivate Shen Jinxiao's attention more than Shen Lianyan? Could it be romance? The thought of Shen Jinxiao in a relationship was utterly unfathomable to her, yet she could conceive of no other explanation. What if he no longer had time to assist her in getting closer to Shen Lianyan? Chapter 32. Would you care to be my model? This conjecture struck Mian profoundly. Shen Jinxiao, as the person closest to Shen Lianyan with his brotherly obsession, would invariably be the first to notice her nominal fiancé's adoring actions and mock them accordingly. He had been the most significant contributor to her carefully constructed persona. If he were to fall in love, who would prevent her from approaching Shen Lianyan in the future? Would you feel disappointed not seeing Shen Jinxiao? Shen Lianyan, who had been silently observing her, suddenly spoke, his gaze lowered upon Mian, his striking black eyes veiled by a thin mist. Such a seemingly mundane question sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. She stammered in response, "No, it's not that. I'm just a bit curious. After all, he never misses these events." Shen Lianyan remained silent, evidently displeased with her answer. After serving as an admirer for so long, even if he were not the type to display his emotions overtly, one could discern his feelings through subtle shifts in his gaze. Similarly, after sufficiently comforting someone, one would naturally become adept at it over time. At this moment, Mian's mind sparked with inspiration, and she added shyly, "Moreover, I can be considered his elder." This statement caused Bate's ears to flush crimson. Finally, this response pleased Shen Lianyan. His radiant eyes blinked lightly, and the corners of his lips curled into a gentle smile. If Mian is interested, she could stay at the main residence for a while. Shen Jinxiao often returns during his time off. It would be a perfect opportunity for him to sincerely apologize for the incident with the photo frame. Mian fell into silence. Staying at the Shen family's main residence? That seemed rather inappropriate, didn't it? She felt as though she was digging a pit for herself. Her only connection to the Shen family's abode was the memory of being turned away late at night, pathetically walking back when unable to hail a cab. On the surface, Mian nodded shyly, yet internally she vowed she must find an excuse to refuse Shen Lianyan when the time comes. While Mian was in torment within the room, outside, Bai Rongxing squatting at the door was already feeling the ache in his legs. "Why is it taking so long to change clothes?" he muttered, rubbing his calves and standing up to stretch his muscles. However, having squatted for too long, his feet went numb the moment he stood, and instead of rising successfully, he collided uncontrollably against the door. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. What was that noise? Mian's attention was drawn within. Curiously, she instinctively moved towards the door. Yet, after just 2 steps, she felt Shen Lianyan grasp her wrist. What's wrong? Mian's face flushed, thinking that it was imperative to curb Shen Lianyan's habit of being so hands-on. It was likely just the attendant's cart bumping into the door. Shen Lianyan glanced calmly at the sturdy wooden door and explained to Mian, his tone unruffled. Mian, trusting his words, genuinely did not wish to remain in the room any longer. Such an intimate space easily reminded her of the events that had transpired hours earlier. She instinctively shrank her neck, feeling the spots that had been bitten flare up uncontrollably. Shen Lianyan seemed to take delight in her small gesture, chuckling softly. "Mian, did you know? Omegas who have just been marked often rely heavily on their alphas. At such moments, if an alpha merely emits a hint of pheromones, the omega is bound to feel their legs weaken, desperately seeking the alpha's comfort. Mian blinked in confusion, not grasping the implication of Shun Lianyan's words. Yet Mian always seems so eager to distance herself from me, which leaves me feeling somewhat disheartened. Shun Lianyan sighed gently, his words hardly resonating with the demeanor one would expect from a top-tier alpha. However, in such a room, if another alpha or omega were present, they would likely be rendered speechless by the potent scent of cold pine pheromones enveloping the air. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Beta felt nothing at all, genuinely believing that the other was merely feeling down about the situation. His pupils were filled with confusion, his hands clutching the hem of his clothing tightly, and his lips trembled as he stammered, "Yes, I'm sorry, I don't know." Naturally, he possessed a gentle disposition, and in moments of panic, he found it even more challenging to articulate his thoughts. Nevertheless, he earnestly attempted to explain, enunciating each word with care. "I didn't mean to distance myself from you. I merely feel a bit shy and am still affected by those rumors, worrying that as an ordinary Beta, I do not deserve to stand beside someone so exceptional." The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, yet Mian's gaze was clear and unclouded. There was no trace of greedy or distasteful desire towards Shun Lianyan's stunning features. He looked at him as if he were merely an admirer of a masterpiece. Such a gaze was precisely what Shun Lianyan cherished most. Yet now he found himself inexplicably unsatisfied, pondering how Mian's eyes would appear if tinged with that desire. He fell silent for a few seconds before blurting out, Mian, would you come model for me next time?" "Huh?" The Beta seemed momentarily taken aback, his eyelashes fluttering in surprise. "Unwilling?" Shun Lianyan inquired. How could he possibly refuse? Mian thought to himself. He was, after all, a devoted admirer. If Shun Lianyan asked him to kidnap a model, he would act without hesitation. However, Mian pondered before asking, "I thought you didn't like painting live subjects." This assumption had its basis. Since childhood, Shun Lianyan had held exhibitions without ever displaying a portrait. It was said that a wealthy foreigner once offered $10 million for a portrait, only to be met with a cold refusal. "Not at all," Shun Lianyan replied honestly, shaking his head. "It's just that I find it challenging to draw inspiration when faced with most people's faces. They're not truly modeling. Rather, they seize the opportunity to scrutinize me without restraint. If I were to force a painting under those circumstances, it would be a waste of paint and paper." He looked at Mian, countering with a question. A rather offensive remark indeed. Yet somehow, when spoken by Shun Lianyan, it suddenly seemed reasonable. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he inherently possessed the privilege of choice. Mian sighed inwardly, and in deference to Shun Lianyan's sentiments, nodded gently. Chapter 33. Is Omega inferior to Alpha? The two remained in the lounge for quite some time, until Shun Lianyan's assistant knocked on the door. "Mr. Shun, there is a guest. The company has an urgent matter and must leave first, and they are waiting in the hall to greet you. Is it convenient for you to go now?" Upon hearing this, Mian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Finally, they could leave. As a mere pawn, he had endured being in the room with Shun Lianyan for so long, feeling as though he had incurred the wrath of the heavens. Shun Lianyan opened the door, and a rush of crisp, refreshing pine fragrance immediately wafted out from the room. The assistant of Alpha, under the pressure of hierarchical dominance, was visibly sweating, yet maintained an appearance of polished composure. Truly, he embodied the essence of Shun Lianyan's style. However, Mian's attention was captivated by a figure behind the assistant. "Young Masterby, what brings you here?" Mian paused, intending to approach and greet him, when he suddenly noticed the pallor of the young man's face and hurried over to support him. Fortunately, the Omega's weight was not burdensome, allowing Mian to easily lend his strength. Bai Rongxing's lips were drawn tight, his long eyelashes trembled violently, and the once proud glimmer in his eyes was now replaced by distress. "What has happened to you?" Mian inquired once more, concern etched across his features. This was his 2 billion, and he could not afford any mishaps. Observing young Master Bai's condition, it appeared he had been affected by Mr. Shun's pheromones. The assistant, having completed his report, adjusted his glasses, and explained to Mian, not everyone can withstand the pheromones of a top-tier alpha. Upon hearing this, Rongxing stiffened, glaring defiantly at the assistant and retorting, I am also a top-tier omega. Rarely did alpha pheromones intimidate him. He had never felt inferior to an alpha before. Yet, the assistant bluntly stated a fact Bai had long overlooked. Despite both being top-tier, there existed an undeniable distinction between alpha and omega. In the contest of pheromones, an omega could never surpass an alpha. This was the harsh reality of their world, a rule established from the moment they differentiated. Please do not say that. Mian turned, casting a disapproving glance at the assistant. Can't you see how distressed the child is? How could Shen Lianyan be so oblivious? And why did his assistant lack any sense of compassion? Was this the legendary straightforwardness of an alpha? Mian observed the frail shoulders of Rongxing trembling uncontrollably. Yet he remained steadfast. How should we resolve this situation? Take him to a place where the pheromones cannot be detected, and in about 10 minutes he will naturally recover. The assistant replied with enthusiasm. Thank you. Mian nodded, inhaled deeply, then gently bent down, one hand securing Rongxing's knee while the other wrapped around his waist, lifting him in a princess carry. The fluidity of his movements left everyone present in a state of astonishment. What are you doing? Rongxing reacted most dramatically. His previously pale face flushed crimson as he struggled to kick his legs, attempting to escape. It was only when Mian's voice reached his ears, I am taking you to another room to rest. Can you still walk? That he begrudgingly settled down, though his ears were noticeably redder than before. Allons, you go ahead with your tasks. I will escort him to another room. Bate smiled gently at Shen Lianyan, his slender chin lifting slightly, adding a touch of softness to his demeanor. Shen Lianyan pressed his lips together and nodded subtly. With the permission granted, Bate wasted no time, turning with Rongxing and heading toward the far end of the corridor. Throughout the journey, he did not glance back, thereby missing the transformation of Shen Lianyan's usually gentle gaze into a brooding one, reminiscent of a turbulent sea before storm. Hey, is your hand shaking? Rongxing inquired, noticing that he felt significantly better after distancing himself from the cold, pine-wood scent of the pheromone, and he observed the discomfort of the person holding him. Mian was momentarily taken aback, then retorted stubbornly, No, not at all. You're just talking nonsense. Rongxing raised his hand and pinched his cheek. Their delicate faces mere inches apart, and with a playful arch of his eyes, said, Just now when I struggled, you almost dropped me. Realizing he could no longer maintain his facade, Mian chose silence. This was the first time Rongxing had witnessed Mian sulking, which he found amusing. After observing him for a moment, he remarked, You have such little strength. This provoked Mian. Where's my strength small? It's perfectly normal. He protested. It's this ABO world that's absurd. Aren't omegas supposed to be weaker? He muttered. That may be true, but not in my case, Rongxing declared proudly. I'm stronger than many alphas. However, his expression soon clouded again. While he could indeed boast of strength greater than many alphas, he doubted he could surpass Shen Lianyan's. The pheromones had clearly indicated that Shen Lianyan excelled in every aspect. Mian noticed his despondence and, feeling somewhat helpless, thought, If you regain your strength, you should just get down. There's no point in wallowing in sorrow. Fortunately, guided by a server, they quickly found an empty room unoccupied by others. At that moment, Mian could no longer contain himself and tossed Rongxing onto the sofa. What are you doing? Rongxing exclaimed, furrowing his brows in irritation from the sudden jolt. Yet, upon seeing Mian's trembling arms, he immediately quelled his anger, turned his head away, and muttered a subdued, Thank you. You're welcome, Bate replied, unfazed by his earlier irritation, his eyes crinkling in a smile. Strangely, Rongxing's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red. You are the most extraordinary omega I have ever encountered, Mian said softly, gazing at him with clear, gentle eyes. Rongxing was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected praise, then stammered, What were you saying? He felt as if his face could boil an egg, his heart racing wildly. Could it be that the effects of the pheromones had yet to wear off? I don't need you to tell me. I already know I'm excellent. Hearing this, Mian smiled reassuringly. It's wonderful that you feel that way. I was worried that what happened earlier might have affected you. The intimate address that was about to slip from his lips was swallowed down by the considerate Bate before him. He did not wish to boast. His concern was purely for the well-being of his companion. Upon realizing this, Bai Rongxing's delicate eyelashes trembled sharply. He had been taught from a young age never to reveal even the slightest hint of weakness in front of others. For over 20 years, he adhered to this principle. Yet today, he found himself uncontrollably asking, is an omega truly inferior to an alpha? Chapter 34. A bite taken, my goodness, someone heard that. Upon hearing this, Mian felt his ears flush with warmth. He was filled with anxiety, aware that Bai Rongxing was highly likely to become the future legitimate partner of the protagonist, and that his family was involved in the underworld. He worried that he might be fed to the sharks before he even secured his 20 billion. This thought sent him into a frenzy, and he hurriedly denied, "No, I didn't do anything." Initially, Bai Rongxing had merely intended to tease the beta in front of him with his question. However, now, witnessing the other's flushed cheeks and palpable panic, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. It was as though a heavy stone pressed upon his chest, souring his demeanor. Didn't he do anything? Bai Rongxing's voice was deep and husky, tinged with the distinct edge of his family's temperament. What can make you blush so? And that temporary mark on the nape of your neck, wasn't that from him? Do you think covering it up changes anything? Your body is saturated with his pheromone scent. Mian fell silent. He truly had no defense against pheromones. Have I not warned you? Keep your distance from him. You must not get too close. Mian thought to himself, what good is your warning to me? You should be warning Shun Lianyan instead. If he insists on kissing, as a devoted admirer, what can I refuse? Though he felt defiant within, Mian maintained his facade. The beta flinched at Bai Rongxing's shout, his lashes quivering, but his voice held a hint of stubbornness. He is my fiancé. Isn't it only natural for us to engage in such acts? This statement momentarily stunned Bai Rongxing. Mian was correct. He and Shun Lianyan were indeed betrothed. In his circle, such a relationship allowed for even more intimate interactions without raising eyebrows. Bai Rongxing had prepared himself for this when he learned of Shun Lianyan's engagement. He had even followed after the commotion, intending to apologize for the misunderstanding upon realizing that Mian's temporary mark was indeed from Shun Lianyan. Logically, he shouldn't have been this angry. Yet, an uncontrollable irritation surged within Bai Rongxing, and he could only respond with a rigid tone, unreasonably declaring, I don't care what your relationship is, but it is absolutely unacceptable. However, Mian sought to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Bai Rongxing. Silence. The enchanting Omega suddenly advanced, covering Mian's mouth. The warmth in his peach blossom eyes was intense as he fixed his gaze on Mian, articulating each word. Where did he touch you? Mian's eyes widened in shock. Was it already that time to question where one had made contact with their beloved, akin to a dramatic scene? At that moment, Mian felt a genuine sense of fear. While 200 billion was significant, his own well-being held equal importance. The beta's body trembled slightly, lips pressed together in silence, refusing to answer the question. Speak, Bai Rongxing urged, his nose nearly brushing against Mian's cheek. A hint of grievance in his tone. What do lovers typically do? Embrace, kiss, and then Bai Rongxing's ears flushed suddenly as he snapped back to reality. Observing Mian's expression, it appeared they had not yet progressed to the final step. A top-tier alpha was not someone easily resisted. If they were to engage, it would surely require extensive preparation. Thus, the most intimate act was. Bai Rongxing's gaze darkened as he pressed his lips forcefully against Mian's. So soft, with an almost imperceptible sweetness. This beta must have indulged in cake at the banquet. Bai Rongxing's first kiss in life was purely innocent, a simple meeting of lips. Mian stood frozen in astonishment. Good heavens! This script was decidedly off. Bai Rongxing, what has come over you? Surely the pheromones from earlier have not clouded your judgment. No matter how angry one might be, one should never kiss a rival. Mian's heart thundered as he struggled to break free. Shun Lianyan, your harem is aflame. Come quickly. As he resisted, Bai Rongxing was abruptly jolted back to awareness. Before pondering why he had kissed Mian, the more pressing thought was, why was he so disdainful of himself? The young master felt a twinge of annoyance. He hadn't even expressed disdain towards Mian. They were not married to Sheng Lianyan. Why act as if he were sworn to preserve fidelity? With that thought, Bai Rongxing's anger only intensified, without a trace of politeness. He bit Mian's lips. Ouch! A sharp pain surged through Mian's lips, mingling with the heat of the other's breath, rendering his mind momentarily blank. He instinctively raised his hand to push Bai Rongxing away, applying considerable force, filled with resistance, staggering back 2 steps before regaining his balance. Bai Rongxing was knocked back onto the sofa, his delicate arm colliding with the armrest, leaving behind a bruise. He felt a surge of anger, ready to reprimand Mian for his rudeness, but upon witnessing the other's state, all words were swallowed back. The Bate's fair face flushed crimson, his ears burning with heat, his hands trembling slightly as they clutched at his clothes, his eyes filled with confusion and panic, tinged with lingering fear. Mian's appearance reminded Bai Rongxing of a stray cat he had once secretly cared for, wary of him when he brought it home, yet after receiving kindness, it would soon curl up and seek affection. Very well, I'll forgive him, Bai Rongxing thought magnanimously. Mian's discomfort in his mouth became increasingly pronounced, prompting him to instinctively lick his lips. This moment was inadvertently witnessed by Bai Rongxing, who had just intended to shift the conversation. Consequently, the beautiful Omega froze in place. At that moment, Mian had no time to ascertain Bai Rongxing's predicament. After moistening his lips, the sensation of his tongue against the swollen area sent him into a panic. He averted his gaze from the person before him and dashed towards the bathroom. The mirror in the bathroom reflected his flushed face as he raised a hand to gently caress his lips. The instant his fingertips brushed the inflamed spot, he couldn't help but flinch. Was Bai Rongxing truly a dog? How could he have bitten himself like this? How could he possibly face anyone afterward? Mian chastised inwardly. Yet, a sigh of relief washed over him. Although he could not comprehend Bai Rongxing's thought process, it was evident that the latter was not genuinely repulsed by him. Perhaps witnessing someone he admired kiss another had left him feeling unbalanced, prompting an indirect kiss. And upon realizing that the one he had kissed was Mian, he had succumbed to revulsion, hence the bite. Bai Rongxing had followed him, leaning languidly against the bathroom doorframe, his gaze flickering yet maintaining an air of haughty superiority, reminiscent of a cat with its tail held high. He said to Mian, given your current state, how will you explain this to Sheng Lianyan? Mian thought, help me, this Omega is truly so immature. Chapter 34. What were you two doing in the lounge? As the sole heir of the Bai family, Bai Rongxing was groomed for succession. His childhood lacked nursery rhymes and building blocks, filled only with the sweat stains on the hardwood floor and the muffled thuds of his knuckles striking the punching bag. From the moment he could stand, he was led by the butler into the underground training facility, facing a stoic combat instructor. His father had declared that children of their lineage had no right to learn later in life. Weakness would only serve as a blade directed at the family. Bai Rongxing worked diligently and, naturally, excelled. By the tender age of 12, he could effortlessly throw his instructor to the ground. Everyone praised his talent, believing he would lead the family to even greater glory. However, all of this crumbled when he turned 13 and underwent his first gender differentiation test. The Omega designation on the report was like a thunderclap, irrevocably altering the course of his life. Household servants would gossip behind his back, remarking how he bore no resemblance to an Omega, while his father's subordinates would click their tongues as they passed, lamenting how much better it would be if he were an Alpha. Subsequently, his father ceased to demand his participation in training, and instructors began to ease their rigor during sparring sessions. When he stormed into the dormitory of one such instructor, demanding to know the reason behind this leniency, he was met with the condescending retort that Omegas should not intrude upon Alpha quarters, and it was only natural for Alphas to show leniency toward Omegas. Bai Rongxing's eyes brimmed with anger. He had been capable of besting this instructor years prior, yet the latter had the audacity to claim he was merely being lenient. Eventually, his father clarified to him that Omegas could never assume leadership roles. Regardless of how formidable an omega may be, ultimately, they will always be subdued by an alpha. The only solace lies in the fact that his father and late mother shared a profound love, thus he does not intend to seek another child. Therefore, the sole worth of Rongxing is to find a formidable alpha willing to assume the role of heir and sustain the family legacy, ensuring that it does not decline under his stewardship. Amidst the murmurs of lamentation, he gradually transformed himself, becoming like all the omegas he had known, beautiful, exquisite, even rising to stardom while harboring a secret infatuation for an alpha. Yet, did he truly resign himself to this fate? Rongxing lifted his gaze, stubbornly fixating on Mian, hoping that the beta across from him might provide an answer. Mian furrowed his brow, pondering seriously for a moment before countering with a question. Which aspect are you referring to? Rongxing felt a flicker of irritation. He believed the other had not taken his query seriously. What other aspect could there be? It encompasses everything. For instance, the inherent dominance of an alpha at the negotiation table, or their towering stature and immense strength. Surely, each of these merits comparison. Mian nodded. So, you mean these attributes? I believe that omegas indeed cannot measure up to alphas. Rongxing's eyelashes fluttered. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of disappointment at this response. He had expected Mian to refute it. Yet, upon reflection, it was a glaring truth. The other would not utter insincere words merely to placate him. A sudden weariness enveloped him. What was he even contemplating? He had come to the art exhibition to foster a relationship with Shen Lianyan, not to engage in comparisons. Why should one measure their own shortcomings against another's strengths? They both spoke simultaneously, but it was Mian who completed the thought. The beta's eyes were round, reminiscent of a hamster. He smiled gently, his words deliberate yet somewhat clumsy, as he earnestly stated, "Undoubtedly, there are things you excel at that Mr. Shen does not. For example, you possess acting skills, which he lacks. Moreover, your kindness is evident. You brought cookies for everyone in our department, and I'm sure they all appreciate you." Mian was not one to offer flattery easily. Thus, the sincerity of his praise struck a deeper chord. Rongxing's eyes shimmered with renewed light, swallowing the words he had intended to leave, and instead, he gazed at Mian with a mix of restraint and anticipation, yearning for further compliments. However, Mian fell silent. It was not that he was unwilling to extol Rongxing. He would do anything to help him regain his confidence to pursue Shen Lianyan. Yet, their acquaintance was still fresh, having met only twice, and their interactions were primarily online. Where could he find more praise to offer? After a pause, a thought struck him, and he spoke. "Moreover, I cannot speak for how other betas feel, but at least for me, it is far more comfortable to be in the company of an omega than an alpha." Why is that? After all, betas are not influenced by pheromones, are they? This topic successfully piqued Rongxing's curiosity. Society often directs its attention towards alphas and omegas, leading him to habitually forget that betas possess their own thoughts as well. This is indeed true, yet human emotions are influenced by more than just pheromones. When pheromones are undetectable, the individual's character becomes paramount. Are you saying that my character is commendable? Rongxing's heart skipped a beat, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. However, that is not entirely accurate. The personalities of alphas can be rather disappointing. At least, that has been Mian's experience with the few he has encountered. Although Shen Lianyan's character is relatively agreeable, the fact that he bit Mian still weighs heavily on his mind, thus warranting a deduction in points. In light of this, it might appear that omegas possess more admirable traits. Naturally, if given a choice, Mian would prefer to engage with betas, as they seem more akin to ordinary individuals. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment. To bolster Rongxing's confidence, Mian ultimately nodded and seized the moment. "Moreover, you favor alphas, so being an omega should afford you greater privilege, right? So do your best. I have faith in you." Unfortunately, this last remark did not elicit the pleasant reaction he had hoped for. Rongxing furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the beta before him, uncertain whether to commend him for his naivety or his cleverness. Had he forgotten that the person he admired was already his fiancé? It was precisely his demeanor that led the crowd at today's banquet to perceive him as an easy target. This thought stirred an inexplicable irritation in Bate, prompting him to raise his delicate fingers and unapologetically pinch Mian's face. The pinched Bate let out a yelp, his fair cheeks flushing with color. He did not rub the spot, but lowered his lashes, his eyes glistening with an unintentional moisture, wearing a look of grievance that he dared not voice, softly asking, "What's wrong?" Bate found his expression particularly amusing and feigned a cough, questioning him with a hint of accusation. "What were you and Mian doing in the lounge today?" Mian blinked in confusion, exuding a disposition of submissive compliance. "Could you enlighten me?" he inquired with earnest seriousness. Chapter 35. Apologies. What could Mian do? Naturally, he chose to forgive him. After all, being bitten is far better than having a hand severed. As long as Bate remained interested in Mian and did not abandon his intention to win him over, Mian could be tolerant of many things. After all, that was a matter of 2 billion for him. After uttering that statement, Bate felt a newfound sense of righteousness. Yes, he bit Mian for that very reason. This Bate, being inherently introverted and nursing an injury, would undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to face Mian. Thus, his objective was achieved. He thought to himself, rather pleased, completely overlooking the fact that typically, after an Omega and a Bate share a kiss, one party tends to suffer more than the other. In a moment fraught with unspoken intentions, the cramped bathroom fell into a profound silence. At last, Mian pursed her lips and inquired, "Young Master Bai, have you rested well?" This address caused Bate to furrow his delicate brows, and he responded awkwardly, "Please don't call me that." The Bate first raised a hand to press against his forehead, then closed his eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. "How should I address you then? Just like before?" "You can call me Xiao Bai," he suggested. Bate instinctively opened his mouth to respond, words nearly escaping him, only to belatedly realize, "Are you upset?" Mian replied, "Your reflexes are rather slow." In truth, he was not truly angry. Yet, he was currently embodying the role of a devoted sycophant to Mian. Both Bate's impudent actions and his reluctance to let Mian approach Mian were provocations that tested the limits of a mere pawn. Even a clay figurine would have its limits. Thus, Mian felt compelled to feign annoyance. "You're upset over something so trivial?" Bate exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. "What, in your eyes, warrants anger?" The Bate's eyelids drooped, his lips drawn into a straight line, his voice soft and hoarse yet imbued with a rare stubbornness. What is truly worth being angry about? Bate's eyes flickered. Before they were acquainted, he had sought to provoke Mian, anticipating a display of anger from the Bate, yet to his surprise, Mian remained unfazed. Later, when they exchanged contact information, Bate often belittled him in their chats. But still, Mian did not show any signs of anger. Reflecting on it now, the few times Mian had flushed with emotion were invariably linked to Mian. Why is that? Bate, having just recovered a sliver of cheer, found his spirits plummeting once more. He was not one to shirk responsibility for his misdeeds. Yet in this moment, he was filled with indignation. He had come here, intending to reconcile with Mian. He had even endured Mian's overwhelming pheromones while waiting outside for an extended period. And this was how he was treated. "If you want to be angry, then be it. I won't care anymore," Bate defiantly exclaimed, turning on his heel to leave. The arc of his clothing swayed decisively. Yet he did not stray far, merely standing with his back to Mian, shoulders rigid, ears flushed crimson. Mian, standing still, nearly burst into laughter. Thankfully, Bate was facing away. Otherwise, his carefully crafted persona would have crumbled into disarray. Typically, if he were to witness someone arguing with him in such a manner, his irritation would dissipate instantly. However, today was different. Apologies, but a righteous person's anger could be quite formidable. Thus, he remained rooted in place. After a prolonged silence, Bate, feeling increasingly stifled, contemplated simply leaving. Yet a thought crossed his mind. What if Mian had not grasped his subtle hints? Bates were not particularly astute. And among that crowd, Mian was the most oblivious of all. Upon reflection, He could not help but turn his face aside, his chin slightly raised, his tone a blend of arrogance and grievance. It was never that exaggerated. You insisted on fixating on it, so what could I do? As a character equally adored in the novel, Rongxing could be deemed a true beauty. His complexion was fair, and his features exquisite. But he felt wronged. The corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of red, rendering him utterly disarming. Alas, Mian did not regard him as human, regardless of his striking appearance. He was merely a pawn in her grand scheme of 2 billion. Thus, he remained unmoved, dutifully playing his role for the sake of his persona. I always thought that although you were somewhat blunt, you considered me a friend. A friend? This was a notion Rongxing had never entertained. Did becoming friends with Mian imply that they might meet outside such circumstances? Did it mean he would be able to compliment others in the future? Rongxing's eyelashes fluttered as he mused that this might not be so bad. However, Mian's subsequent words shattered all his hopes. Bate's voice was soft, devoid of its usual awkwardness, leaving only the disappointment of a trust irrevocably broken. You have helped me immensely, and I am truly grateful. He paused. His fingertips suddenly clenched tightly, and spoke each word with deliberate weight. But now I realize that all of this was merely my one-sided wish. You never regarded me as a friend. You only hoped for my departure from Mr. Shun. At that moment, Bate still feared to hurt him, hence refrained from using the more intimate term reserved solely for the two of them when mentioning Shun Lianyan. Rongxing felt a sudden flush across his face, an indescribable guilt surging from within. He stood frozen, fidgeting, feeling the compulsion to say something. Yet Mian seemed indifferent now. Bate appeared utterly drained, his shoulders slumped, his eyelashes drooping, concealing the emotions swirling beneath. I apologize, I seem to have said too much. Checking the time, he noted that the banquet was nearing its conclusion. Let us step outside. A self-mocking smile graced his lips as he turned to leave. As he brushed past Rongxing, the latter grasped him. Mian, what do you intend to do? Has today's performance not concluded? Rongxing muttered something inaudible, and Mian's eyes filled with uncertainty. Soda. Rongxing's ears burned crimson, yet he did not indulge in his usual petulance. He clutched Mian's garment tightly, so fiercely that his knuckles turned pale, as if grappling with his own pride. Clearly, this act of humility took considerable courage from Rongxing. Then he inhaled deeply, his chin slightly lowered, yet he made a concerted effort to meet Mian's gaze directly, his eyes no longer wandering, filled with earnestness. I was too willful earlier, acting without thought, relying on your patience to act recklessly. Therefore, can you forgive me? Chapter 36. Let us not rush. Mian was utterly taken aback. What was happening? Was he experiencing a hallucination? Was Rongxing apologizing to himself? The proud and handsome young master lowered his head. Should such privileges not belong exclusively to the charming protagonist? How had this fate befallen him? Alas, this was no trivial matter of being tossed into the depths to feed sharks. Would he not be struck by lightning in the next moment? The reason being, perhaps, for seizing the protagonist's fortune. Mian's panic appeared to Rongxing as hesitation. He grew somewhat flustered, instinctively believing that the other party did not wish to forgive him. Hey, if you're angry, you can hit me or scold me, or ask me to do something else. Just tell me. But you cannot remain silent. I'm sorry, I just didn't quite register it. As Rongxing's repeated prompts gradually brought Mian back to reality, he gazed at the other, his eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief, cautiously confirming. Are you apologizing to me? Rongxing's face nearly betrayed him once more, and he struggled to maintain his composure, asking, Is there anyone else here? Mian felt his heart sink. This was truly a horror story. If he could not attain 20 billion, even traversing worlds would only result in a lifetime of toil. Due to his abject poverty, he might not even find a lover, destined to die alone in a house until discovered, his body unrecognizable. No, this cannot be. He needed to fight back. Taking a deep breath, Mian cautiously inquired, So you believe we are friends? Rongxing's eyes widened slightly. Then he abruptly turned his head away. Who said we're friends? Making friends with himself was quite a challenge. Very well, that was the correct answer. Mian let out a reluctant sigh of relief. To further clarify, he asked, Then you won't do anything that affects me and Lian in the future, right? Bai Rongxing fell silent. He had expected Mian to continue along the thread of friendship. Yet, after all the back and forth, was it still the matters related to Shun Lianyan that weighed most heavily on his mind? Observing the Bate's clumsy yet hopeful demeanor stirred discomfort within him. In the past, Bai Rongxing would have displayed his irritation. However, today's circumstances were different. He understood he was there to apologize. If he further provoked the person before him, they would undoubtedly ignore him entirely. Bai Rongxing was astute, aware of the appropriate steps to take. Yet today, he could not swallow this grievance. After several intense breaths, he finally raised a hand and pinched Mian's face, exclaiming with mock ferocity, "Don't push your luck. That hurts." Mian clutched his reddened cheek. His expression dulled with disappointment. Yet, deep within, his heart began to bloom with joy. Excellent, splendid. Bai Rongxing was still the young master he knew. As long as he sought to compete with Shun Lianyan, he would be his good friend. The Bate, with his gentle disposition, allowed the matter to naturally settle after Bai Rongxing's apology. Though it may not have unfolded perfectly, the initial goal had been achieved. Bai Rongxing's mood was quite pleasant. Before the banquet concluded, he obediently followed Mian, and together they exited the room. The venue for the banquet was expansive, and a corridor leading to the main hall, along with the lounge area, was both long and opulent. The glow of the crystal chandeliers cast a gentle radiance, and as they walked on the carpet, their footsteps were so soft that they barely made a sound. Upon reaching a corner, muffled voices drifted towards them. Although the sound was faint, Mian found it somewhat familiar. Instinctively, he slowed his pace, pondering who it could be. Suddenly, Bai Rongxing grasped his wrist and pulled him behind a carved column. "Shoo!" Bai Rongxing gestured for silence, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Do you really want Shun Lianyan to see the expression on your face? No wonder he's the heir of the underworld." Instantly recognizing it was Shun Lianyan, Mian's curiosity piqued. But who was the other voice? Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a deep, gravelly voice that many would find melodious. Yet it only stirred a sense of discomfort within him. "I know you are never short of admirers, but I cannot help myself." It was his superior, by Junshuo, a character from a novel who enjoyed immense popularity. The seriousness of his tone and the earnestness of his demeanor made Mian's eyes light up. He is confessing. He had underestimated by Junshuo, almost believing he was beyond redemption. It turned out he intended to make a grand gesture and then overtake the competition. Meanwhile, by Junshuo continued, "The reason for hiring Mian was also due to the fact that he is your fiancé. Keeping him close allows me to stay informed about you. Even a little information brings me great satisfaction." Mian listened with rapt attention, as if he could already see 2 billion opportunities beckoning him. However, Bai Rongxing's expression darkened upon hearing the same words. Initially, he had intended to enjoy the spectacle. After all, it was no surprise that someone as exceptional as Shun Lianyan would receive confessions from alphas. Perhaps it would cause Mian to reconsider. Yet, he had not anticipated Mian's involvement. Bai Rongxing had witnessed the commotion at the art exhibition that day and knew how much Mian cared for Bai Junshuo. But that shameless alpha was only using him. Fury ignited within Bai Rongxing as he felt compelled to confront the situation. But his wrist was firmly gripped by an unseen force. Turning back, he saw Mian on the verge of tears, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please. I know you're anxious, but hold on a moment. Even if you rush out to confront him, at least wait until the confession concludes. Then you two can compete fairly. Whoever wins will have 2 billion. I know this is despicable," he continued, "but I can't wait any longer. Even if you have an engagement, even if you think I've lost my mind, I just want you to know my feelings." Seeing Mian in such a distressed state tugged at Bai Rongxing's heart. Mian, always so honest and timid, would quietly endure any grievances. Yet, the helplessness in his eyes at that moment caused Bai Rongxing profound discomfort. How could they treat him like this? What do they take you for? He hissed in a low, furious tone. Even with the suppressor ring, at a certain moment, due to the overwhelming surge of emotions, pheromones escaped into the air. Both top alphas keenly detected the scent of jasmine. Bai Junshuo furrowed his brows in annoyance. Which Omega, lacking in discernment, has intruded? At that moment, he had no time to concern himself with the presence of outsiders. He was solely focused on his Shun Lianyan, eager to discern the latter's reaction upon hearing his words. Shun Lian's initial demeanor had been rather indifferent, until he caught a whiff of the pheromone, which caused a flicker of something to flash in his eyes. He lifted his gaze, as though responding to an unspoken call, piercing through the shadows to land on Mian at the corner, and then, with his lips slightly parted, his voice rang clear as shattered ice. "Are you implying that you have no interest in Mian, Mr. Bai?" Chapter 37. This arena of chaos seems awry by Junshuo was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Shun Lianyan suddenly mentioned Mian. Was it the pheromone from that night that led to a misunderstanding? Indeed, he ought to clarify, rather than a lack of interest. It was more accurate to assert a profound aversion. Bai Junshuo's tone turned cold, his expression laced with disdain, with a character so timid and unremarkable as a beta, to shamelessly cling to an alpha's engagement. It's astonishing how deluded one can be. Once those words escaped his lips, Mian could no longer restrain Bai Rongxing. The latter suddenly surged with immense force, violently casting him aside, before dashing out. "Bai Junshuo, you fool! How dare someone like you call yourself an alpha?" Using another S sincerity as a pawn, manipulating his character, trampling over his engagement. "Someone as wretched as you dares to covet others?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Junshuo's face, swiftly replaced by a surge of rage. Yet, before he could unleash his wrath, his peripheral vision caught sight of a frail figure in the shadows. In that instant, his heart skipped a beat, and all words lodged in his throat. Mian thought to himself, how he longed to crash into a wall, and before losing consciousness, to inform these two that he had heard nothing. "Yes, I'm sorry, it was unintentional." As he locked eyes with Bai Junshuo, the beta instinctively shrank back, akin to a startled creature, hastily pulling Bai Rongxing along. "We must leave immediately." Bai Junshuo's brows knitted tightly, his countenance dark and foreboding. He had intended to clarify matters with Shun Lianyan, yet he never wished to harm Mian. When his gaze met Mian's reddened eyes, brimming with confusion, an inexplicable panic surged within him. He instinctively wished to retract his earlier statement, yet what came forth was an awkward and stilted inquiry. "What are you doing here?" Bai Rongxing was about to retort, questioning what right he had to interfere, but Shun Lianyan preempted him. "The banquet is nearly over. Mian must have come to find me." As he spoke, he stepped forward, gently taking Mian's hand. Bai Rongxing's words were stifled, and he clenched his fists, casting a glance at their intertwined hands. Unlike the others present, Shun Lianyan maintained an air of elegance and composure. He cast a glance at Mian, whose stunningly beautiful face appeared almost surreal, tinged with a hint of concern. His voice, though soft, was clear enough for all to hear. "Do not take his words to heart. President Bai must have had a bit too much to drink to speak in such a manner." Mian replied, "No, he surely thinks that way. I understand. As betas, we possess no rights." More pressing than this, however, was his curiosity regarding how Shun Lianyan intended to respond to Bai Junshuo's confession. It was as if Shun Lianyan could read his thoughts. He turned to face Bai Junshuo, his earlier warmth dissipating, leaving behind a cool demeanor befitting a stranger. "I apologize, President Bai, but I'm already engaged. As adults, it is fundamental to respect others' partners. Furthermore, Mian possesses a kind heart and unwavering commitment to her beliefs, a quality I deeply admire. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from such remarks in the future." Bai Junshuo fell silent, his lashes casting shadows over his troubled gaze. Yet, his rigid posture and the pheromones emanating from him betrayed his emotions. Mian thought to himself that he deserved it. If one is to confess, they ought to do so sincerely, without dragging in personal matters. Typically, those who commit wrongs seek to conceal them. Yet he had openly divulged to Shun Lianyan the reasons for his own employment. Given Shun Lianyan's nature, it would be surprising if he displayed any kindness toward him. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Shun Lianyan declared, "It is time for you both to take your leave." With that, he grasped Mian's hand and prepared to depart. "Wait." Suddenly, Bai Junshuo's voice called out from behind. Shun Lianyan appeared to ignore him, maintaining his grip on Mian and continuing his stride without pause. Mian. By Junshuo called again, his voice hoarse and strained. Mian hesitated, secretly giving the man a thumbs up in admiration. True to his nature, he was ruthless in business. Recognizing that calling out to Shen Lianyan was futile, he opted to appeal to this honest individual instead. It was well known that honest people were often the softest-hearted. Considering the stakes, Mian turned back. Is there anything else, President Bai? He thought, come on, here's your chance. Do your best to persuade Shen Lianyan to stay. Yet, Bai Junshuo suddenly fell silent. He gazed into the Bate's clear eyes, his heart heavy as though burdened by a great stone. Conflicting emotions surged within him. He yearned to ask, will you still come to the company? But hesitated, questioning the significance of such a query. Having hurt Mian so deeply, why did he have to ask such things? It was utterly shameless. Shen Lianyan also turned back, his inscrutable black eyes observing the scene before him expressionlessly. Bai Junshuo met his gaze for a fleeting moment, then clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. He lowered his proud head slightly before abruptly raising it again. Speaking deliberately, Mian, I just want to tell you that I will not give up. What he would not give up on, he himself was uncertain. Bai Junshuo's mind was in disarray. He was already in a vulnerable state, and today he had lost control several times in succession, now beginning to run a fever. Under such circumstances, he would typically take a leave of absence to avoid participating in company matters, fearing he might make erroneous judgments. However, today, he felt an overwhelming intuition. If he did not voice his thoughts, he would surely regret it later. As for what exactly he should say, he was entirely at a loss. Yet, judging by Mian and that Omega's reactions, it seemed he had erred. Upon hearing Bai Junshuo's declaration, Mian felt a surge of relief. How wonderful! He had just been worried that after being rejected, Bai Junshuo would exit in disappointment, leaving no possibility for redemption. But now, witnessing the determination radiating from him, he felt reassured. Naturally, he still had to feign the demeanor of a hurt subordinate, with drooping eyelids and reddened eyes, tightly gripping Shen Lianyan's sleeve, exuding an air of timidity. On the other side, Bai Rongxing, upon hearing this, resembled a firecracker ignited, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to confront Bai Junshuo. Little Bai, don't act recklessly. Be careful not to hurt yourself. His friend's demeanor seemed to embolden him. The Bate took a deep breath and first attempted to dissuade Bai Rongxing. Initially, Bai Rongxing felt somewhat indignant. He wanted to argue that as long as Bai Junshuo refrained from using his pheromones, he might stand a chance. However, upon hearing the nickname Little Bai, his ears perked up, and with a huff, he obediently remained in place. Meanwhile, Mian redirected his gaze back to Bai Junshuo. Usually timid and awkward, this Bate, upon hearing a rival far superior to him declare war, displayed an unexpectedly composed demeanor. He pressed his lips together, his eyes no longer avoiding contact, but instead boldly meeting Bai Junshuo's gaze. My apologies, Mr. Bai. Like you, I will not give up on Lian. Therefore, you should swiftly take action regarding Shen Lianyan. Chapter 38. What is wrong with your mouth? That evening, Mian accompanied Shen Lianyan back to the Shen residence. He was somewhat reluctant, yet there was no alternative. The banquet had concluded late, and Shen Lianyan insisted on inviting him. Whenever he displayed even the slightest inclination to decline, the other would fix him with those ink-black eyes. Unblinking, Mian felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze, all while maintaining the facade of a devoted admirer. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced. As the night mist enveloped the tranquility of the main residence, Mian began to feel drowsy as Shen Lianyan's car came to a halt before the ornate entrance. Mian, we have arrived. Shen Lianyan's voice reached him, imbued with his customary gentleness. Mian nodded vaguely and exited the vehicle behind him. The night breeze carried a hint of chill, mingling with the crisp fragrance of some rare plants in the garden, finally sharpening his senses a bit. Shen Lianyan naturally took Mian's hand, his palm cool to the touch, with distinct knuckles that exuded the strength expected of a top-tier alpha. He took Mian's hand and stepped onto the cold jade-stone steps. This rare moment of tranquility should have been imbued with romance. Moreover, Shun Lianyan possessed an enchanting visage that could captivate any soul. In the night's embrace, his originally dark eyes appeared even more shrouded in mist. And a mere exchange of glances could set one's heart aflutter. Alas, the individual present was Mian. Confronted with Shun Lianyan, not a single ripple stirred within his heart. Instead, his mind wandered to the stone steps beneath his feet. Those damn wealthy people. Surely, even a single stone plucked from here would equate to a month's wages. Anguish and indignation welled up within him. He silently vowed that upon completing his task, he would adorn his own villa with such stone bricks. Mian. Shun Lianyan's voice drifted down from above, his gaze upon Mian tinged with a hint of exasperation. What are you thinking? You seem lost in thought. Mian paused, momentarily flustered, and replied, I'm not daydreaming, merely a bit fatigued. He couldn't let Shun Lianyan discover his thoughts of pilfering his family's bricks. If that notion were to surface, the facade of loving Shun Lianyan solely for who he was, untainted by his status, would shatter. But honestly, when Shun Lianyan finds his true love and calls off their engagement, wouldn't it be reasonable to ask for compensation? Surely, he would not refuse a few bricks. Mian mused with a mischievous heart. Before long, they entered the residence. The butler had long awaited them at the entrance, clad in a neatly pressed dark uniform, exuding elegance. Upon Shun Lianyan's return, he immediately bowed and took his coat, his voice respectful and perfectly attuned. Welcome back, sir. I have prepared your favorite tea. Only after this did he acknowledge Mian with a slight nod. Mr. Yu, it has been quite a while. Your luggage will be taken to the guest room. Mian feigned nervousness, nodding in response. The butler of the Shun family was exceedingly professional, unwaveringly loyal to the Shun clan, and conducted his duties with meticulous precision, leaving no room for criticism. For instance, despite his apparent disdain for Mian, he would not treat him differently like other servants of the Shun household, nor indulge in gossip behind his back. His every action left no room for error. Yet, it was precisely this subtle condescension, veiled beneath an impeccable facade, that rendered the atmosphere uncomfortable. It was akin to a thorn embedded in flesh, imperceptible yet perpetually painful. Fortunately, Mian had a resilient heart. He understood he would never truly belong to the Shun family. Therefore, the opinions of these individuals held little significance for him. After all, regardless of their disdain, they were still obliged to serve him tea. Thank you, Uncle Shun. Mian accepted the cup offered to him, smiling politely, and without a glance at the butler, he drained the tea within. The essence of a wealthy household. Its taste was simply unparalleled. Observing Mian finish his cup, Shun Lianyan inquired with concern, Are you thirsty? And offered him his own cup. This was the calming tea specially brewed by Old Shun for Shun Lianyan after a long day. 2 cups in total, all consumed by Mian. Mian distinctly sensed that the other party had cast a few more glances in her direction. How delightful. We are all weary workers. So why should we make things difficult for one another? Shun Lianyan, seemingly oblivious to this subtle undercurrent, turned to Mian after she finished her calming tea and spoke in a low voice. Mian, you must be exhausted after a long day. Allow me to escort you upstairs to rest. With that, he naturally extended his hand towards her. Mian thought, I've been meaning to mention that, given the nature of our relationship, holding hands like this might be somewhat inappropriate, especially since Shun Lianyan's body temperature is always a bit low. It's tolerable during the sunny days, but on chilly nights, I really have no desire to make contact. Can't he break this peculiar habit sooner? Despite her inner monologue of complaints, Mian obediently placed her hand in his palm. What did she do? After all, she was the devoted admirer, and devoted admirers have no rights. Mian, don't lose focus, Shun Lianyan suddenly remarked as they traversed the corridor. Mian was startled, nearly believing she had inadvertently voiced her thoughts aloud. At this point, she truly dared not entertain any other notions. She looked up at Shun Lianyan, patiently awaiting his next words. The Bate before her possessed a pair of clear, crystalline eyes, and when he gazed at someone, it felt as though that person was his entire universe. Shun Lianyan's expression softened as he tightened his grip on Mian's hand, deepening her confusion. As he parted his beautifully shaped lips to speak, his gaze suddenly caught something, and he froze. Before Mian could react, her chin was gently lifted, his cool thumb brushing against her lower lip. Shun Lianyan's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, inquired, Mian, what is wrong with your lips? Chapter 39. Shun Lianyan is truly not easily deceived. The rumble of a motorcycle engine sliced through the night, approaching with increasing intensity, before abruptly halting outside the intricately wrought iron gates of the Shun family estate. Shun Jinxiao removed his helmet, tossing it carelessly onto the handlebars. His black leather gloves brushed away the damp strands of hair from his forehead, revealing a well-defined brow and sharp cheekbones. He casually tossed the motorcycle keys to the hurriedly emerging old Shun and asked, "Has my brother returned?" After his previous conversation with Shun Lianyan, he had been obediently keeping to himself at school, not even returning home. However, today was the day of Shun Lianyan's art exhibition. He had initially thought that his brother would at least send him an invitation, only to find that he had been overly sentimental. Even on the day of the exhibition, he was reluctant to accept this reality. Dressed in formal attire, he remained cooped up in the apartment, waiting for the servant to arrive, and continued to wait until nightfall. At this point, Shun Jinxiao could no longer sit still. After changing his clothes, he hurried home, wondering if his brother had forgotten about him entirely. "Sir returned half an hour ago," Old Shun mentioned, his words trailing off. But what? During their conversation, Shun Jinxiao had already stepped into the hall. His keen eyes spotted 2 cups on the coffee table in the parlor, and he furrowed his brow, asking, who returned with him? Upstairs. Mian was so stunned that he was at a loss for words. Such a significant event had occurred tonight that he nearly forgot about this issue. Speaking of which, how could Shun Lianyan see his own lips clearly in the dim light of the corridor? Was this person a reincarnation of someone with extraordinary vision? With such remarkable abilities, he should abandon painting and become a detective to save society. Though he voiced his complaints, Mian was acutely aware that without a clear explanation, he would be in dire straits. Not only was there the question of securing the 20 billion, but starting tomorrow, he might also be globally pursued by Shun Lianyan's admirers, charged with the crime of having betrayed the other party. At that point, his life would truly be reset. It was Xiao Bai's doing. Mian's mind raced at high speed, ultimately leading him to choose to speak the truth. It wasn't that he couldn't concoct a plausible excuse. It was simply that the memory of being bitten last time after telling a lie was still vivid in his mind. He lacked the courage. Moreover, Mian didn't want to admit it. He was somewhat afraid of Shun Lianyan. Whether in anger or joy, the other always bore a calm demeanor, leaving Mian utterly unable to perceive his thoughts. He felt as if Shun Lianyan knew everything. Therefore, rather than waiting to be caught in a lie, it was better to take a gamble and be honest. Perhaps Shun Lianyan would show him some pity and forgive him. However, please hear my explanation. The situation is not as you think. After uttering this line, Mian fell silent for a moment. Wait, this line sounded so much like the excuse of a cheating scoundrel. When did Mian's relationship with the young master of the Bai family become so close? At the banquet today, he had intended for his assistant to escort him to rest, but unexpectedly, it was Mian who stepped in to help. Shun Lianyan sighed softly, his gaze dropping slightly. I always thought I knew you quite well. Mian's heart raced with alarm. Though he had never been a sycophant, he understood that if he made the male god sad, he would be deemed inadequate. Rushing to clarify, he exclaimed, "No, it wasn't that significant. We've only met twice. We're not even friends." This point was certainly denied by Rongxing. He had not lied. So what was going on? Shun Lianyan's gaze remained fixed on Mian's lips, his gentle voice carrying an unusual firmness. It can't be that you accidentally fell, can it? Mian nearly used this excuse just moments ago. How could that be possible? How could a fall cause such a thing? He denied, feeling a twinge of guilt. Then what did cause it? Mian, I need an explanation. The simple declarative statement bore a weight of pressure greater than any prior words. Mian, akin to a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, tightly closed his eyes and, in a moment of desperation, replied, "It was him who bit me," even though he had harbored suspicions upon hearing the definitive answer. Shun Lianyan's expression abruptly turned icy. Mian gently raised his hand to rest on Mian's nape, his distinctly knotted fingers softly caressing the temporary mark there, inquiring, "Have you forgotten our betrothal?" "No, no," Mian responded, the cool touch causing him to instinctively shrink his neck, fearing that Lian might bite him again. He hastily clarified, "I simply did not anticipate that he would suddenly bite me, and he did not mean it that way. Rongxing truly has affections for you." Mian recounted the journey of his acquaintance with Rongxing to Lian. He carefully continued, "His character is somewhat immature. While waiting for you at the door, he mistakenly believed you had kissed me, which prompted his impulsive action." Upon hearing this, Lian's movements abruptly paused. Mian, uncertain whether it was merely his imagination, sensed a complex shift in Lian's gaze. "Oh no, will what I just said affect Lian's feelings for Rongxing?" With that thought, Mian clenched his teeth and added, "But he only acts like this occasionally. Tonight, he probably lost control upon sensing your pheromones. Generally, he is quite amiable, like a misunderstood little beast." The Bate's tone was filled with urgency. Yet he failed to notice that the man before him had a turbulent darkness brewing in his eyes, akin to a night sky shrouded by storm clouds, his expression growing increasingly somber. "He even helped me deal with those who spoke ill of me behind my back. You witnessed that today." But before Mian could finish his sentence, his wrist was suddenly gripped with unexpected force. Lian's action, though not violent, bore an irresistible dominance as he fiercely pressed Mian against the wall behind him. Mian gasped, caught off guard, as a chilling sensation enveloped his lips. Lian's kiss was urgent and profound, marked by an alpha's unique assertiveness, ensnaring Mian within a web of intimacy. He offered no chance for Mian to retreat, his tongue prying open the Bate's lips, seizing the breath from his mouth, effectively silencing any remaining explanations. The kiss was deep and lingering, drowning out Mian's voice, leaving only muffled whimpers in the quiet corridor. Time became irrelevant. Mian, overwhelmed by the kiss, found his mind hazy and his body unable to stand, barely managing to lean against the wall. Lian's robust thigh was wedged between his legs, preventing him from sliding down entirely. He felt an urge to weep, lamenting, "Heavens, I ought to apply for a work-related injury compensation. I detest this ABO world, who bites others over a disagreement." Mian, Lian's voice was low and hoarse, the air thick with the scent of cool pine pheromones, so potent that even a beta like Mian could detect it. "Do not praise others in front of your marked alpha," Lian stated earnestly. Mian replied, "If you had such a request, you should have mentioned it beforehand. I could have waited until the temporary mark wore off to give compliments." He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could find a crevice to hide in. "I truly did not engage in anything with Xiao Bai." The beta buried his face in Lian's neck, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I understand," Lian reassured him. Lian gently patted his hair, his voice imbued with boundless tenderness. "I apologize. I misunderstood, Mian." "Hurrah!" Mian silently rejoiced. The matter had finally been resolved. However, he soon realized that his elation had been premature. Lian's voice continued to resonate in his ears, calm, earnest, and imbued with an unmistakable tone of authority. "However, in the future, Mian, it would be prudent to maintain your distance from the young master of the Bai family, not to mention the perilous events entwined with his family. The very fact that his initial intentions towards you were impure renders any emotional investment unwise." Chapter 40. As an adult, Mian felt he had no right to refuse Lian's words. Yet, he was reluctant to acquiesce. The stakes involved were intimately tied to his fortune of 2 billion. Parting with either would inflict profound anguish upon him. "Lian, I am utterly exhausted. I wish to rest." After a brief internal struggle, Mian opted to employ the art of topic diversion as an escape. "Mian, do not evade the subject." Lian countered, wholly immune to such tactics, and promptly exposed his ruse. Mian protested, "This shouldn't be happening. Isn't Lian supposed to embody a considerate persona? Logically, at this juncture, he should act as if nothing had transpired and allow me to return home." "My heavens, Could he have been possessed by Junshuo? Mian? Shen Lianyan called again, receiving no reply. His gaze darkened, and he nudged Yu Mian's legs upward slightly. Stop! Yu Mian found himself compelled to elevate his feet. If he wished to avoid the awkward position of sitting on Shen Lianyan's lap, he had no choice but to grasp the sleeve of his companion for balance. Shen Lianyan, the Bate, was somewhat vexed, his large, round eyes filled with reproach as they fixed upon him. I apologize. It was unintentional. Shen Lianyan's exquisite face wore an expression of innocence. After a brief pause, he continued, So what is your answer? As a high and aloof flower. Shen Lianyan rarely resorted to such antics. Had it been anyone else, witnessing the scene would have likely melted their hearts. Yet, Yu Mian could only feel a sense of helplessness, for he knew he could not evade the inevitable. I understand, Yu Mian murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Regardless of the circumstances, a wise man does not falter at present difficulties. He would agree for now. As for whether he would uphold this agreement later, that remained uncertain. Wait a moment. This sounds suspiciously like the words of a scoundrel. Yu Mian momentarily lost his train of thought, swiftly casting aside the notion. What did it matter if he was a scoundrel or not, when he was not deceiving anyone's feelings? None of this compared to the significance of his 2 billion. Furthermore, this was merely a benevolent falsehood intended to foster a union. He was, after all, doing a good deed. After reassuring himself mentally, Yu Mian felt considerably lighter. With his answer given, Shen Lianyan kept his word, bending down to lift Yu Mian into his arms and then proceeding towards the guest room. Good night, Mian. He gently placed the Bate in the room, bestowing a soft kiss upon his forehead before turning to leave. Just as he reached the corner of the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered Shen Jinxiao, who was leaning against the railing. The other party was still clad in the leather jacket worn during his earlier bike ride. The sleeves rolled up to reveal a sturdy forearm. Upon seeing him, he abruptly straightened his posture. Brother, you're back. Shen Lianyan's expression betrayed no hint of surprise. He merely cast a fleeting glance and inquired, Why are you standing here at such a late hour? I. Shen Jinxiao's voice emerged more hoarse than usual. I just returned and was hoping Uncle Chen could prepare something to eat, so I was waiting here. Is that so? Shen Lianyan furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his disapproval. What time is it to be eating? Be mindful of your stomach. It's fine, it's just this once, Shen Jinxiao replied dryly. I just had a health check last month. I'm in great shape. As long as you're aware, Shen Lianyan nodded lightly. Prepare to bypass him and return to his room. Shen Jinxiao stood rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently on his brother's retreating figure. As Shen Lianyan's hand reached the doorknob, he could not resist inquiring, Brother, you noticed that I saw you, didn't you? His ears flushed crimson, and his voice trembled with anxiety. Shen Lianyan paused, his fingers momentarily still, and nodded blandly. Your control over your pheromones is still not quite adept. A wave of frustration washed over Shen Jinxiao. He wanted to assert that he had always managed his pheromones well at school. Even his closest friends had no idea what his pheromones smelled like. Yet, rather than arguing this point, he yearned for answers to more pressing questions. You knew I saw you, so why did you kiss Yu Mian without hesitation? Moreover, Yu Mian is not a Bate. Why did she utter such enticing sounds? Shen Lianyan's brows knitted together upon hearing this. He turned to face Shen Jinxiao. You are now of age and should understand that such matters are natural among adults. Besides, Yu Mian and I are betrothed. But she is merely a Bate without any pheromones. Shen Jinxiao protested. A person of his brother's stature, born into a prominent alpha lineage, could easily find a delicate omega if he so desired. Why choose a Bate for such encounters? Such occurrences may well transpire within this household in the future. As an adult, I expect you to exhibit the basic courtesy of discretion. In the face of such situations, one should promptly withdraw and act as though nothing has transpired. After a brief pause, Shen Lianyan's lashes fluttered as he regarded him intensely. There is still much for you to learn. With that, he turned and strode into his bedroom, leaving Shen Jinxiao standing there in a daze. Even after being reprimanded by Shen Lianyan, his mind could not help but replay the scene he had just witnessed. In a moment of disorientation, He suddenly recalled that the dress Mian had worn seemed to be his from years past. Chapter 41. The dream of sunflower fragrance. The hues within the dream were imbued with a warm orange glow, enveloped in an inescapable scent of sunflowers, causing the air to heat up. He found himself nestled in soft bedding. The figure before him turned away. The individual's attire appeared somewhat disheveled, the collar carelessly slipping to one side, revealing delicate, fair shoulders. The garment barely reached the upper thighs, exposing large swathes of alabaster skin, while the excessively long ties dangled by the waist, swaying gently with each breath. The fabric was imbued with his pheromones, mingling with the clean scent of soap from the other person, igniting a fervent heartbeat. It seemed that the individual sensed his gaze, slowly turning around, their lashes glistening with moisture, timidly lowering their eyes, much like a tame creature still unsure of itself. They inquired, "How do I look in your clothes? Do they suit me?" Shun Jinxiao abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, his breathing uneven, engulfed by a stifling heat, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. After a considerable moment, he grasped his hair in frustration, exclaiming a curse. He discarded his sleepwear into the washing machine and hastily pulled on a fresh pair of trousers. He stepped onto the balcony, seeking the solace of a night breeze, but sleep eluded him. Shun Jinxiao's mind was in turmoil, perplexed as to why that Bate haunted his dreams. The more he pondered, the more Mian's visage uncontrollably surfaced in his thoughts, the heat within him refusing to abate. He opened the refrigerator, hoping for a can of cold beer, only to find it empty. Presumably, during his absence, Uncle Chun had forgotten to restock. Resigned, he descended the stairs to fetch some. Lighting a cigarette, he casually held it between his lips as he traversed the corridor. As he approached the kitchen, he was suddenly startled by a rustling sound. Shun Jinxiao raised an eyebrow. Which new servant dared to rummage through the household provisions at this hour? In the past, he would have merely discreetly informed Uncle Chun, allowing the matter to resolve itself. Yet, the timing of this encounter could not have been worse. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he confidently entered the kitchen, his voice steady as he asked, "What are you doing?" The figure before the refrigerator jumped, freezing in surprise before timidly turning to face him. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Shun Jinxiao was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed the very visage from his dream just 20 minutes prior. The other person pursed their lips, their gaze evasive, and upon realizing it was him, their expression shifted to one of apprehension. They cautiously began to explain, "I apologize, I was feeling a bit hungry, so I thought I might find something to eat in the kitchen. I encountered quite a few issues at the banquet today, and as a result, I scarcely ate anything." Upon returning to the Shun residence, after consuming 2 cups of calming tea, he had not felt hungry until he succumbed to the temptation of scrolling through his phone before bed. The night's food broadcast had tantalizingly appeared, leaving him salivating. Had he been in his own home, he would have donned a coat without hesitation to seek sustenance at the night market. However, tonight he found himself in the Shun household. The affluent residential area lacked any night markets. And who among the devoted admirers would trouble themselves to procure food while residing in the abode of their beloved? Thus, Mian had no choice but to endure, hoping that sleep would alleviate the hunger, only to awaken ravenous. A wave of discomfort surged through my stomach. If I did not consume something to alleviate it, I would surely struggle to sleep well throughout the night. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was already past 3 in the morning. At this hour, everyone in the Shun family residence was undoubtedly fast asleep. Surely, if I quietly ventured to the refrigerator in search of something to eat, I would not be discovered. Mian had always been a person of action. Once a thought crossed his mind, he hesitated no longer. He left his room and headed straight for the dining area. Initially, he believed his plan was foolproof. However, an unexpected voice from behind nearly startled the life out of him. This fleeting panic subsided immediately upon recognizing the figure as Shun Jinxiao from the past. The sight of Shun Jinxiao filled Mian with a wave of emotion. How wonderful! He had not seen Shun Jinxiao at the art exhibition that day, and had worried that perhaps Shun Jinxiao was preoccupied with a romantic interest, leaving no energy to meddle in his brother's affairs. To his surprise, he encountered him that very evening at the Shun residence. From the grave and authoritative tone of the earlier inquiry, Mian realized that Shun Jinxiao remained as dedicated as ever. Bring it on. Let him berate me a few more times. Otherwise, he would be uneasy holding on to that 2 billion. Excitement surged within Mian, and sure enough, the next moment, he heard Shin Jinxiao's impatient voice. If you're hungry, why not inform Uncle Chen? Raiding the fridge without any decorum. Yes, my apologies, Mian replied, his shoulders hunching, his eyelashes trembling, his voice barely a whisper. Shun Jinxiao, clearly uninterested in wasting time, clicked his tongue in annoyance and strode directly to the refrigerator, reaching for a beer on the top shelf. In that posture, the distance between them unconsciously began to close, and from a distance, it appeared as if Mian was encircled in his embrace. Unaccustomed to such proximity, Mian instinctively recoiled, his back nearly pressed against the cold surface of the refrigerator. Every fiber of his being radiating rejection. What are you doing? Mian's movements did not escape Shun Jinxiao's notice. He furrowed his brows and remarked with irritation. Do you think I would consume you? Not at all, Mian replied, though he simply wished to maintain some distance from Shun Jinxiao. Although he felt joy at seeing him, it was primarily the prospect of his 2 billion that thrilled him. As for Shun Jinxiao, in his eyes, he was only slightly superior to Bai Junchuo. Thus, when Shun Jinxiao approached, Mian instinctively shied away. I'm sorry, Mian murmured again. Is that all you can say? Shun Jinxiao replied, exasperated. This marked the 3rd time he had heard such an apology since their meeting tonight. He could speak so freely in front of his brother, yet before him, he was reduced to this timid demeanor. I'll leave immediately. Upon hearing Shun Jinxiao's impatient words, Mian lowered his head even further, uttering a quick remark as he attempted to slip away beneath Shun Jinxiao's arm. However, Shun Jinxiao, quick-witted, seized him back, grasping the nape of Mian's neck as if he were a small cat. A flicker of fear crossed Mian's eyes as he was caught. What now? Was Shun Jinxiao finally losing control of his temper and preparing to act against him? Chapter 42. A desire to strike Shun Jinxiao. Mian's pajamas were quite loose. When Shun Jinxiao tugged at them, the collar was pulled back, exposing a substantial expanse of skin on her neck, which appeared even more delicate under the cold, white light of the refrigerator. Witnessing this scene, Shun Jinxiao's pupils dilated, and images from his dreams surged uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. He felt a sudden wave of panic, abruptly releasing his grip and stepping back, creating distance between himself and Mian, while retrieving a beer from the fridge. He then twisted open the tab and gulped down several mouthfuls of the chilled beverage. Mian thought, what is wrong with him? It was he who had created the distance, yet he seemed to resent it. After such a long time apart, why was Shun Jinxiao still exhibiting such a lack of wit? As she observed the way his throat bobbed while he drank, her gaze shifted. Shun Jinxiao had only donned a pair of black sleep pants, having not anticipated encountering anyone. The drawstring around his waist was undone, allowing the fabric to hang loosely over his hips, accentuating his defined waistline and the taut musculature of his shoulders and arms, which left Mian envious. When would she ever achieve such a physique? Regardless of her past or present, she had always struggled to build muscle, a fact that had caused her considerable frustration. After downing nearly half the can of beer, the heat within Shun Jinxiao subsided somewhat. However, as he regained his composure, he noticed that the Beta before him was intently staring at him. It was then that he realized he was shirtless, leaving him at a loss for where to place his hands and feet. Instinctively, he sought to avoid Mian's gaze, but then he felt it would only appear more peculiar. After all, she was not an Omega, so why should he hide? What are you looking at? Have you never seen an Alpha before? Ultimately, with his ears flushed red, Shun Jinxiao gritted his teeth and spoke to Mian. Mian suspected that in a past life, Shun Jinxiao must have been a firecracker, as he seemed prone to explosive reactions without any warning. Although she was somewhat reluctant to engage with him, she understood that if she didn't provide him with a reason to calm down, he would only become more irate. Thankfully, the sound insulation of the house was adequate. Otherwise, they might wake others, and her reputation as a mild-mannered person would be utterly ruined. She instinctively wanted to apologize to the Beta, but refrained after recalling Shun Jinxiao's earlier words. Biting her lip, she spoke softly. I merely think that your muscles are well-defined and impressive, exuding strength. Flattered, Shun Jinxiao momentarily stiffened, clearing his throat awkwardly before responding with a hint of pride. Of course, it's only natural for an alpha to have muscles. Just look at who I am. Mian thought to herself that this person truly blossomed with a little praise. However, as long as he was happy, that was what mattered. She stifled a yawn, offering him a bashful smile characteristic of a good-natured person. How impressive! After providing a perfunctory display of support devoid of genuine emotion, Mian decided it was time to slip away. As he strolled toward the restaurant's exterior, he glanced at Shun Jinxiao and remarked, "Well, it's getting late, so I shall return to my room now." Before he could utter the word goodnight, he was abruptly pulled back once more. This time, Shun Jinxiao did not grasp the collar of Mian's shirt, but instead seized his arm. "What's the hurry? Aren't you hungry? Have you found something to eat?" Shun Jinxiao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Just as Mian was about to respond, a loud rumble emanated from his stomach, betraying his hunger. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it rang out startlingly clear in the quiet atmosphere. "Ha ha ha!" Shun Jinxiao laughed unabashedly, his amusement unabated. Mian initially felt indifferent, but upon hearing the laughter, he inexplicably grew embarrassed. Lowering his head, he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground or knock Shun Jinxiao out with a punch. Yet, these were evidently impossible feats. Thus, he stood there with his head bowed, the flush of his cheeks creeping to the tips of his ears. For a fleeting moment, Shun Jinxiao almost fancied that a tomato stood before him, almost forgetting that the Bate before him was easily flustered. He suppressed his laughter and tilted his head to catch a glimpse of Mian's face. However, he soon discovered that their height difference rendered this action futile. Reluctantly, he spread his legs and lowered his stature, finally bending down just enough to see Mian's face. Mian, internally cursing Shun Jinxiao, suddenly found a face intruding into his line of sight. As the younger brother of a heartthrob, Shun Jinxiao's appearance was undeniably appealing. Yet, compared to Shun Lianyan's delicate features, his own facial lines appeared more rugged. Coupled with his personality, this made him less dazzling when standing alongside Shun Lianyan. Nevertheless, within the school, he was pursued to the point that admirers would crowd the classroom door after every lesson. At this moment, he tilted his head back with a smile, his dark, tousled hair cascading slightly to one side, revealing a full forehead. If one were to disregard his difficult temperament, he appeared to be the epitome of youthful charm. Mian gazed at him for several seconds, feeling a surge of frustration. His fists clenched tightly. What to do? He truly wished to land a punch on this person. How had he never noticed Shun Jinxiao's cheeky demeanor before? The fluctuations of emotion in Mian's eyes were misinterpreted by Shun Jinxiao as lingering shyness. With a sigh, Shun Jinxiao, somewhat exasperated, patted Mian's shoulder and said, "It's all right. Stomach growls are a natural physiological response. Just eat something and you'll be fine." Mian replied, "As long as you don't mention this matter, everything will be fine." What could Mian do? This person was not Shun Lianyan's counterpart. Nowadays, it seemed that novels featuring such relationships were often censored. Thus, he could not afford to detract from Shun Jinxiao as standing due to his behavior, especially since he was the one closest to Shun Lianyan. He couldn't afford to go out of character either. In the end, Mian could only muster the courage to lift his head. I can't avoid him, but I won't back down." Seeing the vulnerable and shy demeanor of Bate, Shun Jinxiao couldn't help but furrow his brow in mild regret. Straightening up, he addressed Mian, saying, "The contents of my refrigerator are typically stocked by the servants according to our family's preferences." After a brief pause, he countered, "Do you really think either my brother or I would rise in the middle of the night for a snack?" Mian replied, "You must be feeling quite superior then. So, I take it there's nothing to eat tonight?" He frowned slightly, feeling a bit dejected, reflecting that he should have opted not to return with Shun Lianyan. At this moment, he should have been indulging in grilled squid at the night market. The thought made his stomach grumble even more. Mian's health was not particularly robust. As a corporate employee with deceased parents, he often found himself working overtime for others. These circumstances inevitably left him unable to care for himself properly. Though he didn't suffer from any serious ailments, he had his fair share of minor health issues. Right now, his empty stomach was starting to feel queasy, feeling unsatisfied. He couldn't muster the energy to pretend to act. Shun Jinxiao tugged him toward the kitchen, and Mian merely frowned, asking in a subdued tone, "What are you planning to do?" Unaware of Mian's sentiments, Shun Jinxiao donned an apron with somewhat clumsy movements, explaining as he did, "I'm just going to cook a bowl of noodles. It's preferable to rummaging through the fridge." Chapter 43. Shun Jinxiao's eyes brightened. Mian was taken aback, nearly convinced he was still dreaming. Did he hear correctly? Was Shun Jinxiao genuinely offering to cook noodles for himself? Surely, this man had not been possessed by someone else's spirit, had he? Once the apron was properly tied, Shun Jinxiao noticed the astonished expression on Mian's face. He paused, suddenly questioning his own actions. Had he lost his mind? After that peculiar dream, he now found himself donning an apron with the intention of cooking for someone he despised. Moreover, the other party showed no hint of gratitude. With this thought, Shun Jinxiao's brow furrowed tighter as he turned to Mian, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? I'm not cooking for you. I'm hungry too. Is that a crime?" His tone was harsh, and his words dripped with frost. Yet there he stood, bare-chested and clad only in an apron, resembling a male model engaged in some peculiar role-play rather than inspiring fear. Mian remarked, "Who was it that so confidently claimed their brother wouldn't get up in the middle of the night for a snack?" After a moment's contemplation, he decided against exposing him, reasoning that it sounded far more credible for a young master to be cooking at midnight for a timid and honest person than for that same person to sneak into someone else's home to prepare food out of hunger. For the sake of 200 billion, he must maintain his facade. With this thought, Mian adopted a despondent expression and turned to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" Unsurprisingly, Shun Jinxiao called after him. Mian halted, responding softly, "It's getting late. I'm heading back to my room." "Who gave you permission to leave?" Shun Jinxiao asked, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes as he raised his chin defiantly. Bate stood still, offering no reply, merely pressing his lips together in silence. "If you leave, who will teach me how to cook noodles?" Shun Jinxiao said, his tone resolute. Mian, although I had guessed from the sight of Shun Jinxiao in an apron that he was not adept at cooking, hearing him admit it was still quite shocking. What kind of confidence did this person possess to lead him into the kitchen? Mian, on the other hand, was quite skilled in the culinary arts. To save money, he often prepared bento boxes to take to work. Over time, he had mastered numerous recipes, and thus far, no one who had tasted his bento had ever complained about the flavor. Logically speaking, a person of integrity would have approached the second young master of the Shun family, taken the ingredients from his hands, and graciously offered, "Let me handle this." However, at that moment, Mian simply blinked and, clutching the hem of his clothing, murmured timidly, I cannot cook." This was clearly something Shun Jinxiao had not anticipated. He remained silent for quite a while, his expression darkening to an alarming degree. Finally, he returned the flour he had taken out to its original place and retrieved a bundle of noodles from the upper cabinet. Seeing his demeanor, Mian nearly burst into laughter. Shun Jinxiao evidently recognized his own embarrassment, his face a shade of deep crimson, as if he might abandon the endeavor at any moment. Yet, his composure proved to be stronger than Mian had anticipated, as he ultimately endured the situation. With a somewhat forced bravado, he declared, "If you can't cook, just learn from me. Consider yourself fortunate to witness an alpha making noodles." With that, he tore open the packaging and prepared to drop the noodles into the water. At this point, Mian was certain that this young master had likely never even set foot in a kitchen. Given that the food might end up in his own mouth, he hesitated before speaking up. Shouldn't the water be boiling before adding the noodles?" Shun Jinxiao shot him a sidelong glance, asking in return, "Why can't you add them to cold water?" Mian thought, "What do you mean why? Isn't that common sense?" Good heavens, he truly found it impossible to communicate with this group of wealthy individuals. How could he possibly know if what Shun Jinxiao said was correct when he himself could not cook? Shun Jinxiao muttered under his breath while he proceeded to add all the noodles into the pot. Soon enough, he would pay the price for his obstinacy. The noodles did not separate. Instead, they clung together in a sticky mass. Despite his utmost efforts to separate them with chopsticks, it was all in vain. Instead, the noodles broke apart, resembling a bowl of lumpy soup. The quality of the noodles was truly poor. Furrowing his brow, Shen Jinxiao fished around in the pot with his chopsticks, desperately trying to salvage the situation. Fortunately, although his culinary knowledge was questionable, his reasoning remained intact. After the noodle debacle, he obediently took out his phone to search for a tutorial on seasoning. Consequently, the final flavor, while not exceptional, was still passable. There, Shen Jinxiao served the noodles into 2 bowls, pointing at the one with a noticeably larger portion and compassionately telling Mian, "I accidentally made too much. That bowl is for you." Mian silently walked over and ultimately picked up the bowl with a smaller portion. "Hey, what are you doing? I just said you should eat from the bowl I indicated." Shen Jinxiao, for the first time in his life, ventured into the kitchen. While his expression appeared calm and nonchalant, a twinge of nervousness lingered within him. Mian's action of holding a small bowl seemed to imply a disdain for the meal he had prepared, which left him somewhat displeased. Fortunately, Mian had anticipated this situation and had already formulated a standard response. Bate, cradling the bowl in his hands, looked earnestly at the person before him and declared with conviction, "But what if I eat a large bowl and you don't have enough?" Shen Jinxiao was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly how he felt? Mian continued to speak. His face flushed slightly, clearly unaccustomed to uttering such words, yet he mustered the courage to say, "Thank you for being willing to share a bowl with me." Bate's eyes sparkled with clarity and warmth, radiating an almost searing intensity. Shen Jinxiao found himself inexplicably hesitant to meet his gaze, acutely aware of his own shortcomings toward Mian. Not only had he repeatedly deterred the other from approaching Shen Lianyan, but he had also spoken and acted in ways that were deeply hurtful. He had initially thought that he and the Bate before him would harbor mutual disdain. However, it appeared that the reality was quite the opposite. Mian was far more magnanimous than he. A simple bowl of noodles was sufficient to make him overlook past grievances. It was almost too easy to appease him, akin to a stray dog outside the school. "Come on, eat." Shen Jinxiao, his ears flushed with warmth, pulled out a chair and sat across from Mian, lowering his head to stir the noodles in his bowl. Though he feigned concentration, he was secretly observing the Bate opposite him. The moment the latter took his first bite, Shen Jinxiao's heart raced so intensely that he felt he could hear it pounding in his chest. On the other side, Mian, having swallowed the first mouthful, released a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the meal was not difficult to swallow, nor was it a culinary disaster. It merely bore the flavor of a novice's poorly cooked noodles. This was his internal assessment. However, when he lifted his gaze, satisfaction shone in his eyes as he spoke to Shen Jinxiao. "It tastes wonderful." In that instant, Shen Jinxiao's eyes lit up. Chapter 44. I too possessed dignity. Though the texture was rather ordinary, after consuming a warm bowl of noodles, Mian felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Following the meal, an uncontrollable wave of drowsiness began to encroach upon him. He nodded at the table, yet remained mindful of his persona as he headed to wash the dishes. However, just as he stood to make his way to the kitchen, Shen Jinxiao extended his leg to block his path. Mian glanced at the substantial portion of noodles still remaining in Shen Jinxiao's bowl and thought warily, "He is exhausted, and I certainly do not wish to wait for him to finish before I wash his dishes. If blame is to be assigned, let me direct it at his slow eating. Leave it. I'll wash it in a moment." Unexpectedly, Shen Jinxiao had shown a rare moment of humanity today. Well, not just once, Mian thought reluctantly. Yet, there was no need for further debate. He was in no condition to risk a tumble into the sink due to his fatigue. Though his words were blunt, they carried a kernel of truth. Mian had no intention of washing dishes, so he comfortably placed the empty bowl on the table and ascended the stairs to his room for a well-deserved rest. In this moment, Shen Jinxiao, after watching Mian ascend the stairs, could no longer restrain himself and disposed of all the contents of his bowl into the trash bin. He had already asked Uncle Chun to prepare noodles for him before bedtime, and it had barely been a short while. His appetite had completely vanished. Fortunately, Mian felt drowsy. Otherwise, given that Bate's temperament, If he had insisted on waiting until Shin finished his meal, Shin could only imagine how uncomfortable he would have become. The weekend had passed in a flurry of chaos, and at last, the day most despised by the corporate workforce had arrived. Monday. Mian had a significant task to undertake today, and the mere thought of it stirred his blood with excitement. As usual, he departed early, being the first to arrive at the office. He leisurely finished his breakfast and tended to his money tree with a splash of water. As the workday approached, his colleagues shuffled in, each appearing listless and fatigued. Mian, adhering to his meticulously crafted plan, adopted an expression of daze, his complexion pale. A colleague from the adjacent workstation noticed his demeanor with surprise and concern, inquiring, "Mian, are you feeling unwell?" The typically taciturn Bate spoke even less today. Upon receiving the concern of others, he managed a faint smile and shook his head. "If you're unwell, there's no need to push yourself. Take a day off and rest. Missing a day of work is nothing." His colleague remained somewhat unconvinced. "I assure you, I am perfectly fine," Mian replied, his voice hoarse, yet brimming with gratitude towards the few who cared for him. "It's all right. Shaoli, you go on with your duties. I know what I'm doing." With his assurance, the colleague refrained from pressing further, reminding him to consult a doctor, if necessary, before turning to his computer to immerse himself in work. "See, there are still normal people in this world," Mian mused inwardly. The eccentricities surrounded the protagonist, and soon he would seize the opportunity to escape with 20 billion. Happiness was just around a corner. Each time he envisioned the future, he couldn't help but feel elated. No, this wouldn't do. He had to perform his role convincingly. He rushed to the restroom to splash water on his face, gazing at his haggard reflection while mentally giving himself a thumbs up. With his resignation letter in hand, he stood at the door of Baijunshuo's office. Of course, he did not genuinely wish to leave the company. Baijunshuo offered a rather generous salary. Furthermore, although he appeared to have little chance at Shun Lianyan's place, one could never predict a future reversal of fortune. Mian would not miss any opportunity to acquire 20 billion, thus he must remain in the company. So why submit a resignation letter then? The reason was quite simple, for the sake of his persona. Although he was a straightforward individual, being honest did not imply a lack of resolve. To act as though nothing had transpired after hearing those words would surely undermine his carefully cultivated image. As he pushed the door open, he found Baijunshuo staring blankly at the computer screen, the redness in his eyes still evident. Mian couldn't help but lament. Heartbreak was indeed a formidable ordeal. Had the other ever appeared so disheveled before? As Baijunshuo beheld the arrival of Mian, his body tensed instantaneously. A surge of confusion and regret from the banquet flooding back to him. "Baizong, this is my resignation letter," Mian stated, placing the paper at the corner of the desk. His head bowed low, his delicate features devoid of expression, only his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. "I have made up my mind. I will resign today." Baijunshuo's gaze fixated on the words of the resignation letter, his heart sinking abruptly, a chilling sensation coursing through his fingertips. He suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, managing to maintain a stern facade befitting a superior. Yet his voice was tinged with an unusual softness. "The reason?" Bate abruptly lifted his gaze towards him, seemingly bewildered by his inquiry. The unfamiliarity in Mian's eyes struck Baijunshuo. Despite having treated him so, he had never looked at him in such a manner before. Baijunshuo's heart felt as though it were being grasped, stifling his breath. He swallowed hard, closing his eyes momentarily, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "Mian, are you certain about this? Your current salary and benefits are among the finest in the industry, and there are year-end bonuses. Countless individuals strive to attain this position." He leaned forward slightly, his fingertips tapping upon the table. "Moreover, you signed a non-compete agreement. Resigning now means you cannot engage in work within the same field for 3 years. As an ordinary Bate, returning to your current status after 3 years would be an arduous task." Mian lowered his gaze, his refined visage showing no sign of turmoil, merely shaking his head gently. "I am aware. I have considered all of this. You have thought this through yet still wish to resign?" Baijunshuo's voice rose sharply, laced with incredulity and irritation, all because of that incident. His casual mention of that day finally stirred a reaction in Bate. "Zone, do you perceive the deception enacted against me in pursuit of my fiancé as a trivial matter?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears. His voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. Junchuo found himself momentarily silenced. "Zone, I understand that in your eyes, I am merely an ordinary Bate, unworthy of standing beside Mian." A trace of pallor washed over Mian's delicate features, yet his eyes remained bright, his tone imbued with a long-suppressed tenacity. He was a timid individual, yet at this moment, he clenched the hem of his clothing, articulating each word with clarity. "Perhaps you have never regarded me seriously, thinking me soft and easily manipulated, a mere tool to approach others. Yet I possess dignity. I refuse to remain in a place where I feel I can be used at your whim, nor do I wish to face your disdain and contempt daily." Junchuo had always been acutely aware of his own unscrupulous nature. This very nature had enabled him to reclaim the company from his uncles, and time and again, it had allowed him to emerge victorious from the ruthless arena of commerce. Thus, he never regretted his actions. In his world, one must seize what they desire. The means employed were of no consequence whatsoever. At this moment, gazing at Mian's pale yet resolute visage, and hearing him assert that he too possesses dignity, Junchuo felt as though something had pierced his heart. The memories he had deliberately chosen to overlook surged forth in his mind. Mian's forced composure when he was being challenged, the anxious expression he wore while searching for his suppressants, and that evening when he introduced himself to Shun Lianyan, earnestly proclaiming his dedication to his work. These vivid and dynamic images ultimately shattered, coalescing into the wounded and astonished look he bore when their confession had been inadvertently interrupted. He knew, deep down, that he felt a tinge of regret. Regret for having exploited the other, for having treated him poorly, and even for having chosen to confess to Shun Lianyan that night. Upon realizing his missteps, he understood that what he ought to do next was to make amends. He should approve Mian's resignation request, nullify the non-compete agreement he signed prior to his employment, and provide as much financial compensation as possible. Junchuo recognized that this would be the most prudent course of action. Yet, he found himself unable to proceed. He was uncertain of his own feelings. But one thing was clear. He could not accept Mian's departure. "I admit that my initial decision to keep you at the company was indeed self-serving." Junchuo's voice came out hoarsely, deliberately avoiding Mian's gaze. "The words I spoke that night were thoughtless and hurtful, and for that, I apologize." In uttering this brief statement, he exhausted nearly all his dignity. Even Mian was taken aback. He had expected Junchuo, with his character, to respond with scorn, belittling him with remarks about how a Bate had no dignity or that being used was a privilege, followed by tearing up his resignation and dismissing him. It seemed that Shun Lianyan's words had indeed struck a deep chord. It was remarkable that such a proud individual could bow to his rival for love. A commendable transformation indeed. To change for love is a promising beginning. Truly, he embodied the archetype of a proud figure humbled by affection. However, would this demeanor lead to an acceptance of his resignation? Just as Mian anxiously pondered whether he had miscalculated and considered ways to remedy the situation. Junchuo's voice cut through again. "But I will not approve your resignation. Why not say so earlier?" Mian's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, fell back into place. Junchuo's tone regained its unyielding firmness. "You have been with the company for so long, frequently working late into the night, and you have never faltered in your duties, even when handling additional tasks that others pass to you. You have persevered in this job for so long. There is no need to abandon it over this matter." He paused, his gaze resting on Mian's face, laced with a subtle seriousness. "From now on, no one will dare to assign you unnecessary work, nor will anyone compel you to engage in meaningless overtime. I will reallocate your responsibilities, and the respect and benefits you deserve will not be diminished in the slightest." Junchuo believed he had laid bare everything a Bate might require. Yet, he still underestimated Mian's resolve. "Mr. Bai, it is too late to say these things now." Upon hearing the apology, a flicker of surprise crossed Bate's eyes. Yet this emotion was swiftly replaced by a long-buried weariness and resolve. His delicate features were etched with sorrow, but he still shook his head. I must leave. He nearly forgot. Mian was a remarkably stubborn individual. He had steadfastly upheld his engagement to Shun Lianyan amidst a cacophony of skepticism for decades. Each time he mocked Mian's feelings, Mian would unhesitatingly retort, "How could a person of such conviction easily alter a decision once made?" Bai Junshuo observed his resolute demeanor, his heart constricted as if gripped by an unseen force. He swallowed hard, ultimately refraining from further insistence. He picked up the resignation letter, not sparing a glance, as he shoved it into the drawer and locked it, his tone firm, yet betraying a hint of anxiety. "I cannot approve this application at present. Resignation is a significant matter. One must not make decisions based on fleeting emotions." Mian furrowed his brows, clearly unconvinced by this reasoning. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Bai Junshuo, fearing an immediate rejection, interjected, "I will grant you a month of paid leave. Go home and contemplate it thoroughly. When the time comes, provide me with your answer. If you still wish to leave, I shall not impede you, and I will voluntarily rescind the non-compete agreement." Mian's fingertips, which had been hanging by his side, loosened and tightened again. His expression remained inscrutable, but the moisture in his eyes gradually receded, replaced by a numbing calmness. He inhaled deeply, his voice as soft as a whisper, "I understand." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he abruptly turned, his slender silhouette standing tall and resolute as he strode out. The door clicked shut with a finality that extinguished the last remnants of warmth from Bai Junshuo's countenance. He opened the drawer, retrieving the resignation letter once more, dark tides of emotion swirling in his gaze. In the next moment, with a surge of determination, he tore the paper violently in half, crumpled it into a ball, and discarded it into the trash bin. Unbeknownst to Mian, who was entirely oblivious to the events transpiring within, his spirits soared the moment he stepped out of Bai Junshuo's office. What had begun as a mere pretense to uphold his facade unexpectedly culminated in a delightful grant of paid leave. Such a treasure it was for those ensnared in the grind of corporate life. Moreover, Bai Junshuo seemed to have experienced an epiphany, altering his stance due to Shan Lianyan's words, no longer appearing as hopeless as before. It felt as though Mian had taken a step closer to the elusive 20 billion. This was, for Mian, an exquisite double surprise. Thus, even his footsteps were light as he exited the company. While waiting for the elevator, Mian's phone suddenly chimed with the message notification tone he had set for Bai Rongxing. The Omega, having learned of his resignation that day, sent a cheerful message. "Hey, did you resign?" Mian replied earnestly, "I just submitted my resignation application." Just as he hit send, a flurry of messages from Omega cascaded in. "Did that fool give you a hard time? Why are you being such a fool? Why go through the trouble of submitting an application? You could simply not show up. After all those outrageous things he did, does he still have the audacity to concern himself with whether you followed the procedures?" Mian, it is no surprise that the young master, who has never worked in a wealthy family, possesses such a simplistic view on resigning. He indeed wishes to do so. However, as a mere corporate drone, a single day without clocking in would label him as absent, and a week without attendance would likely result in termination. How could he remain by Rongxing's side as a supporter then? What about his 200 billion? Just as Mian pondered how to respond to this message, Bai Rongxing's call came through. Without much thought, he answered hello. On the other end, an Omega's voice, bright yet feigning nonchalance, rang out. Mian, have you come out yet?" Mian paused, instinctively glancing around. "I'm out, why?" "Look to your left," Bai Rongxing interrupted, his tone carrying the familiar, playful command. Mian complied and turned. Across the street, beside a sleek silver sports car, stood a slender, fashionably dressed youth. The morning light fell upon him just right, casting a warm glow on his smooth chestnut hair and almost translucent fair skin. He wore a tailored designer outfit, tilting his chin slightly, phone pressed to his ear. Noticing Mian's gaze, he awkwardly averted his eyes, but then, as if to conceal something, fixed his stare back with feigned composure. Chapter 46. Mian, are you being mischievous? Indeed, it was Bai Rongxing. What are you dawdling for? The voice from the phone synchronized with the one from afar. Come here. Mian hesitated as he crossed the street and softly inquired, Bai, what are you doing here? He genuinely felt uneasy. After all, he had just promised Shun Lianyan to sever ties with Bai Rongxing, although he had no intention of adhering to it. Encountering him so soon made him uncomfortable. Bai Rongxing quickly scanned him, his gaze lingering a moment on Mian's reddened eyes before swiftly shifting away. He feigned indifference, saying, Don't overthink it. I'm not here for you. Just happened to be on break and passing by to buy something. Mian fell silent. Young master, could your excuse be any more flimsy? This area is purely commercial. At this hour, what could possibly be worth buying? Bai Rongxing seemed to realize this too, his ears slightly flushing red, and shifted the topic. What else with that expression? You look dreadful. Did someone bully you, making you hide away and cry? Such a brooding beta. Mian pressed his lips together, quietly retorting, I wasn't crying. It was merely a tactical choke. Bai Rongxing clearly did not believe him. Seeing him stubborn, he furrowed his exquisite brows in annoyance, pulled open the car door, and commanded, Get in. Huh? Mian was momentarily taken aback. What huh? Bai Rongxing snapped, Look at you, looking like it's the end of the world. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll reluctantly take you somewhere to clear your mind, lest you do something foolish. With that, he unceremoniously shoved Mian into the passenger seat. With a resounding thud, the door closed, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. Within the confined space, a faint scent of white jasmine lingered, delicate and serene. Sweet yet not cloying. As one breathes deeply, a sense of inexplicable comfort envelopes. Bai Rongxing returned to the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and ignited the engine, which emitted a deep, resonant roar. He turned his head to glance at the still somewhat bewildered Mian and added with a fierce tone, Today, you must follow my lead. After all, he himself had the day off, and with a wealthy companion treating him to an outing, as long as Shun Lianyan remained oblivious. Mian would surely be amenable. He pressed his lips together and gently nodded at Bai Rongxing, offering a compliment in return. Bai, the scent of your car's perfume is truly delightful. Bai Rongxing, poised to accelerate, abruptly halted, his expression freezing in place. It must be Jasmine, he thought. Unaware of his sudden shift, Mian leaned in earnestly, his nostrils flaring slightly like a curious little creature drawn to fragrance. It's a splendid choice, refreshing and not at all cloying. As he spoke, his fingertips unconsciously brushed against his cheek, his gaze pure as if illuminated by moonlight. Where did you buy it? I would love to get some for my room. This remark fell like a pebble into a tranquil pond, causing Bai Rongxing's cheeks to flush deeply, the color radiating from his cheekbones to the tips of his ears, akin to ripe cherries. Why you re-talking nonsense? His voice quivered slightly, instinctively shrinking back until his back met the doorframe with a soft sound. Mian wondered, why was he displeased with the compliment? This unexpected interlude rendered Bai Rongxing silent as well. Throughout the journey, the only sound within the car was the growl of the engine. After several minutes of driving, while Mian was lost in thought, gazing out the window, realization struck him. No, that was not merely the scent of any ordinary perfume. In the ABO world, alphas and omegas are acutely sensitive to scents, which is why they typically refrain from using perfumes unless they mirror their own or their partner's pheromones. No wonder Bai Rongxing appeared so perplexed. What was the difference between his actions and public indecency? Given Bai Rongxing's temperament, he had shown remarkable restraint by not simply ejecting him from the vehicle, perhaps out of pity for Mian's recent unemployment. Cursing the ABO world under his breath, Mian lowered his head, covering his face in embarrassment, wishing for a crevice in the ground to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, the flush on Bai Rongxing's face had faded, and upon catching sight of Mian's distress, he instantly grasped the situation. Raising an eyebrow, he feigned nonchalance. Are all betas this obtuse? As far as I know, there are quite a number of AB and BO couples, aren't there? He nearly uttered the word fool outright. Yet, Mian found himself at a loss for a retort. All he could manage was a muted, I'm sorry. Upon realizing it was a misunderstanding, Bai Rongxing's emotions became rather complicated. On one hand, he felt elated that Mian found his pheromones pleasant. On the other, a tinge of disappointment crept in, realizing that Mian had merely mistaken it for a different scent. Did you think I would easily forgive you? Rongxing lifted his chin defiantly, letting out a huff. You won't, Mian replied. Would the young master, in his anger, feed him to the sharks? What can I do to earn your forgiveness? Mian asked cautiously. Observing Bate's earnest attempts to please him, Rongxing felt a sudden uplift in his spirits. He curled the corners of his lips into a refined smile and remarked, Just wait. Once we arrive at our destination, you shall cover the bill, and I shall reluctantly forgive you. Mian, manipulating his finances, felt less appealing than feeding him to the sharks. He contemplated a rejection, yet it was evident that honest individuals seldom declined requests, particularly after having angered someone. If only I could afford it, he muttered reluctantly after a brief silence. Rongxing, reassured, beamed even more brightly. His smile was such that anyone witnessing it might experience a flutter in their hearts, if not a blush. However, Mian felt a sense of trepidation. Am I about to go bankrupt? He pondered. No matter, one must not shy away from investment. He consoled himself throughout the journey, envisioning it as a preliminary investment of 2 billion. Yet, when the sports car finally came to a halt and he beheld the scene outside, he was utterly taken aback. It was neither the upscale, membership-only club he had envisioned, nor a lavish den of indulgence. Before him lay a bustling amusement arcade, alive with the sounds of laughter and the clamor of various games. Time to disembark. Rongxing had unfastened his seatbelt and was the first to step out. His movements remained graceful, yet in such a vibrant, festive environment, he appeared both incongruous and charming, like a precious cat that had wandered into a bustling market. Chapter 47. The Bate Mian indeed had the means to indulge. The tension that had hung over him dissipated, and coupled with the elation of a month of paid leave, he generously handed his phone to Rongxing. In no time, the young master had placed a hefty box of game tokens into his arms. Here, Rongxing said, raising his chin slightly, his gaze drifting elsewhere. This is my first visit as well. My assistant mentioned that venturing to places like this occasionally is beneficial for the mind. He shot a pointed glance at Mian, suggesting that his mind could certainly use some refreshing. Without waiting for a response, he ambled ahead, and Mian had no choice but to follow, clutching a pile of game tokens. Upon entering the raucous hall, a wave of sound and heat enveloped them. Rongxing clearly struggled to adapt to the cacophony. His delicate brows furrowed slightly as he navigated through the throngs of people, gazing at the machines with a hint of bewilderment. Mian noted, It's evident that the young master has never frequented such places. Clueless, yet too proud to seek assistance. Bate approached, positioning himself beside Rongxing, his round eyes reflecting the usual shyness one exhibits in crowds. He leaned closer and spoke softly. Shall we explore over there? Rongxing turned abruptly, his ears tinged with a faint blush, yet he defiantly retorted, I'm not clueless about how to play. I'm merely selecting the most entertaining options. Despite his words, his feet obediently followed Mian towards the direction of the racing simulator. Mian refrained from piercing through his arrogance and took the initiative to settle into one of the machines, his fingertips delicately resting on the steering wheel. He explained to Rongxing, First, secure your seatbelt. The accelerator and brake function just like in reality. Simply grip the steering wheel tightly when making turns. As he spoke, he turned his head slightly, offering Rongxing a smile. Shall we start with a trial round? Once you become adept, we can compete together. A sense of eagerness surged within Mian. During his student days, he often frequented arcades with friends. His skills were commendable, and today seemed the perfect occasion to showcase them. Rongxing fixated on the steering wheel, stealing a glance at Mian's long eyelashes that cast a delicate shadow beneath his lowered eyelids, exuding an air of gentle charm. Overcome with a playful impulse, he couldn't resist reaching out to pinch the soft flesh at Mian's jawline. Ouch! Mian winced in pain, instinctively retreating to create distance between them. His hand pressed to his face as he looked at Rongxing in confusion. What's wrong? Coughing lightly, Rongxing, confronted by those accusatory eyes, sheepishly concealed his hand behind his back, gently rubbing his fingertips together. Then, meeting Mian's gaze, he boldly declared, You brought me here because you know how to play this, didn't you? And all that talk about competing together was merely a pretext to win, wasn't it? Caught in the act, Mian fell silent, diverting his gaze. But could he be blamed? As a mere commoner who had traversed to this realm, it was here that he could triumph over those wealthy individuals. His demeanor ignited by Rongxing's competitive spirit. The young master settled into the adjacent seat, tapping his steering wheel with a flourish. Since you possess hidden talents, let us not waste time and dive straight into a match. The loser must fulfill a condition set by the winner. Mian blinked in surprise. But you haven't even played yet. Ensnared, it's just like driving in real life? You're underestimating me. Rongxing raised an eyebrow, his voice brimming with confidence. With his challenge laid bare, Mian found no reason to decline further. Nodding in agreement, they commenced their race. As the countdown concluded, both Mian and Rongxing's cars surged forward simultaneously. Just as Rongxing had asserted, the mechanics of the machine mirrored those of real-life driving. He maneuvered smoothly, matching Mian's speed. Initially, their distances remained nearly equal. However, upon reaching the second curve, Rongxing's car seized the inner lane, seemingly poised to widen the gap. In a sudden twist, Mian sharply turned the steering wheel while simultaneously engaging the handbrake. The car executed a flawless drift, its body nearly parallel to the ground as it narrowly grazed the rear of Rongxing's vehicle, decisively claiming the lead. From that point onward, the outcome became inevitable. Mian made no missteps, maintaining a steady lead over Rongxing for several seconds, ultimately crossing the finish line first. Victory! The screen illuminated with the triumphant words. Mian's long eyelashes fluttered, and a faint smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, Rongxing sat up abruptly, his almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief, staring intently at Mian with a fervor that was hard to ignore. As a child of the Bate family, his driving skills may not rival those of professional competitors, but he had still devoted time to practice in order to handle unexpected situations. In any case, he certainly surpassed Mian, who had never even driven a car. The challenge he had just proposed was, to some extent, motivated by a desire to assert dominance. He never anticipated his defeat, nor did he expect that the seemingly ordinary and unremarkable Bate concealed such talent. The proud retorts he had prepared were caught in his throat, replaced instead by an involuntary exclamation of astonishment. I lost. Mian turned to Rongxing, who was still catching his breath. The tension in his brow completely relaxed at that moment, a smile illuminating his eyes. His long, thick eyelashes formed gentle arcs, capturing a glimmer of light, pristine and untainted. Rongxing's heart skipped a beat, his gaze fixated on Mian's smiling face, unable to look away. It was only when Mian called his name that he jolted back to reality. Why are you smiling? Is it just because you won once? Mian replied. Why shouldn't I be happy? Understanding that the young master was frustrated by his loss, Mian sighed inwardly, stood up from his seat, and approached him. Clearing his throat, he spoke softly, like a feather brushing against one's heart. Little Bai, don't be upset. You performed remarkably well for your first time. Rongxing paused, his ears turning crimson, and he retorted, somewhat irritated, I'm not angry because I lost. All right, I get it, Mian responded somewhat dismissively, his tone laced with a hint of coaxing. Let us consider this wager null and void. It was inherently unfair. Once you practice more, we can have a rematch. He had never intended to take advantage of the young master through this challenge. Who says it's null and void? Rongxing exclaimed, his eyes widening in displeasure. What was wrong with this person? It was as if he were suggesting that he couldn't handle losing. If you have any conditions, just name them. I can accommodate anything. Chapter 48. Don't give up for me now. It was Mian's turn to fall silent, observing Rongxing's earnest demeanor. He contemplated whether he could propose a condition for the latter to catch up to Shen Lianyan within 2 weeks, leading to Shen Lianyan calling off their engagement. The answer, of course, was a resounding no. If Shen Lianyan were so easy to pursue, Mian would have long since claimed his 20 billion and retired to the beaches of the Maldives, rather than racing in an arcade. Have you thought it through? Rongxing inquired eagerly. I don't really want anything, nor do I need your assistance. Mian gently shook his head. He believed his response was exceptionally understanding. clearly indicating that he was a kind-hearted and agreeable person. However, Rongxing was not satisfied. What do you mean you don't want anything? The Omega's voice rose slightly, tinged with disbelief, then lowered again, adopting a tone of feigned nonchalance. You better think carefully. I always keep my promises. At this moment, I can agree to any condition you propose. Mian scratched his head. The crucial condition I wish to present to you is not simply a matter of agreement. After a brief pause, he resolutely stated, no. Rongxing's brows furrowed even more tightly, and in a fit of irritation, he kicked the ground. Mian, are you foolish? His tone carried an unmistakable sense of disappointment. How rare is it to win a competition? Don't you desire something in return? Perhaps I could assist you with a task. Or, he hesitated, his voice unintentionally dropping. Perhaps you could ask me to stop liking Shen Lianyan. What? Upon hearing this, Mian finally reacted. However, it was not the surprise Rongxing had anticipated, but rather pure shock. What is wrong with my own 200 million? Mian lamented inwardly, appalled that such a thought could even cross his mind. Why? Why? The voice of Bate trembled slightly. Aren't you quite fond of him? Fond? It hardly qualifies as such. Rongxing and Shen Lianyan had scarcely interacted. The only reason he had taken note of Shen was due to the admiration expressed by those around him, whether relatives or friends, who spoke of Shen Lianyan with awe, as if he were a celestial being reincarnated. Once or twice was tolerable, but after multiple occurrences, Rongxing inevitably grew curious about the individual. After catching glimpses of him at several banquets, he recognized that Shen indeed possessed a visage and talent worthy of the praise bestowed upon him. Rongxing, proud by nature, aspired to excel in all endeavors. Upon his transformation into an Omega, he understood that he would one day need to marry an Alpha who could assume the mantle of protecting the Bate family, ensuring its legacy did not diminish in his generation. With this in mind, he resolved to wed the most exceptional candidate, one adored by all. As for whether he himself harbored affection, Rongxing had never loved anyone, and thus he was uncertain. Yet the words he spoke belied this truth. It is true that I admire him, but isn't he your fiancé? You cherish him so deeply, as a friend. Would it not be excessive for me to pursue him? Whether he liked him or not was inconsequential. He wanted Mian to believe that he was indeed fond of Shen Lianyan. Rongxing scrutinized the Beta before him, eagerly anticipating his reaction upon learning of the sacrifices he had made for him. Mian fell silent. He understood that although Rongxing was proud, he hailed from a family that valued loyalty, making him inherently honorable. Yet, there was no need for such loyalty to this extent. Brother, your loyalty is hurting me. He longed to shake Rongxing's shoulders, urging him to awaken to reality. Counting this encounter, they had met only 3 times, and neither truly knew the other. Do not relinquish your happiness for someone like this. However, the persona of the honest man was firmly established, and he could not let it falter. The atmosphere lingered in silence for several seconds, and Rongxing began to feel a twinge of anxiety, nervously contemplating whether it was too soon to broach this topic. Just as he was about to say something to change the subject, Beta's voice suddenly resonated. Thank you, Xiaobai. Mian's tone was grave, filled with a seriousness that Rongxing had never witnessed before. He was so elated. Rongxing stood frozen in place, his mind blank with a single thought. So Mian truly cherished Shen Lianyan. Cherished him to the extent that his first reaction upon hearing this was to express gratitude towards himself. For some reason, a tightness gripped his heart. Yet, given that these words had originated from him, Rongxing could only force a smile and replied, No, it's nothing. He dared not look at Mian, his gaze darting around until it landed on a random machine, hastily deciding to move in that direction. I'll go check over there. However, just as he took his first step, Mian suddenly grasped his wrist. But its unnecessary Beta's voice resonated clearly in his ears. At this moment, Rongxing was completely taken aback. What do you mean by that? Xiaobai, I am genuinely happy that you are willing to take this step for me. The emotion in Beta's voice surged, his eyes even glistening with unshed tears. He bit his lip, his voice hoarse, yet resolutely fixed on Rongxing, his tone laden with sincerity. But you don't have to do this, truly. You needn't give up on him for my sake. You are sacrificing more than just love. You are also relinquishing my 2 billion. You adore him so much. Every time you mention him, your eyes sparkle. Mian lifted his head, the innocent light in his apricot eyes shimmering cautiously. Loving someone is not easy. If I were the reason for your sacrifice, I would carry that guilt with me for a lifetime. It was then that Rongxing realized that Mian's earlier gratitude was not directed towards Shenlian, but rather towards himself. The irritation that had surged earlier dissipated upon this realization. He turned to Mian, suppressing a flicker of glee in his heart, and said, "But what about you? Can you truly accept the annulment of your engagement with him? That would be a blessing." Yet, Mian had not forgotten his role as a devoted admirer. He paused for a moment in response to Rongxing's words, then declared with unwavering resolve, "I cannot accept it. The engagement is mine, and I shall never relinquish it. But my refusal does not mean Shenlian will reciprocate." Mian thought to himself. He then raised his head, his eyes shining with stubborn determination, the usual timidity suppressed, revealing only the essence of his tenacity. There are many who adore Alien. Even if you were to give up, nothing would change. So promise me, do not forsake your aspirations because of our relationship. Is that understood? In the present, Mian, brother, your loyalty has wounded me. In the future, Mian, brother, your loyalty has overwhelmed me. Bow. The plot concerning Rongxing was already set during the outline phase. He is quite assertive, merely yet to awaken. Everyone can look forward to it. Additionally, a word of caution regarding investments. Aside from Mian, there aren't many good individuals in this narrative. Chapter 49. If you wish to take him away, it requires my consent. What I aspire to pursue, Rongxing murmured. What he yearned for had, long ago, disqualified him during his initial gender differentiation test. Both his father and instructor had instructed him to accept his fate. Yet, no one had ever suggested that he might strive for something more. But what if his efforts yield no results? Rongxing gazed intently at Mian, his nose slightly upturned, lips pressed together with a hint of involuntary concentration and seriousness. Mian responded, "Well, I cannot guarantee that. After all, Rongxing had numerous rivals, and the intentions of Shenlian were inscrutable. Who could predict who would ultimately prevail? Furthermore, if in the pursuit of his desires he were to ruin everything, losing even what he currently possessed, what then?" Rongxing's voice was laced with confusion, uncertain whether he was inquiring about the person before him or his own heart. Hearing this, Mian realized the depth of his own bewilderment regarding the 200 billion. It was all Shenlian's coldness at the art exhibition that had caused such disarray. Should Rongxing truly give up, he would find himself compelled to seek compensation from the Shun family. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Mian maintained his composure, not daring to show any sign of relaxation. He tightened his grip on Rongxing's hand, his gaze imbued with fervent sincerity. His voice soft yet piercing. "But you have not yet reached the end. How can you know it will go awry? If you do not strive, you will not even have the right to fail. You will be left with nothing but hollow regret, watching as what you desire is taken by others, and then lie awake at night, consumed with remorse." The Bate's eyes shimmered with compassion and reluctance. "Bai, is this truly how you wish to navigate your life?" Mian's words sent a tremor through Rongxing, gradually igniting a flicker of light in his previously vacant gaze. It dawned on him that there was indeed someone who regarded him with such earnestness, someone who felt pain at his hesitation, someone who assured him that he could succeed. A tightness formed in Rongxing's throat. The unspoken frustrations suddenly found their outlet. In the depths of his heart, something sinister began to stir, nurtured by Mian's gaze, quietly breaking through the soil, tinged with a shyness that was fervent and alive. "I understand now, it's so tedious." The Omega abruptly turned his face away, brushing his fingertips against the reddened corners of his eyes, defiantly stating, "That's good to hear." Mian blinked, observing that Rongxing seemed to have been convinced. Yet, a sliver of concern lingered within him. After all, the matter at hand was his 200 billion, and he could not afford even the slightest misstep. With this in mind, he leaned forward a fraction, his voice gentle yet insistent. "But you must clarify, what exactly do you understand?" Rongxing's body stiffened. the warmth radiating from his ears spreading to the base of his neck. He was reluctant to answer. However, the expectation in the Bate's eyes was irresistible, stirring something deep within him. I knew you wouldn't give up. Rongxing's voice was barely above a whisper. Give up on what? Mian pressed on, unwilling to relent until he received a clear response. Rongxing felt himself tense up, his fingers gripping the edge of a nearby surface, turning pale. He bit his lips repeatedly, as if summoning his resolve, his voice hurried and hoarse, tinged with embarrassment. I understand. I am determined to pursue what I desire and will not easily concede. Are you satisfied now? With that, he swiftly turned his head, his ears burning crimson as though they might bleed, his shoulders taut like a disgruntled cat. Mian nodded slightly, a faint smile flickering in her eyes. Yes. Now I can rest easy. Rongxing did not respond, merely letting out a soft hum, before leading Mian towards another gaming machine he had discovered. The arcade remained alive with the cacophonous electronic sounds. Under Rongxing's half-hearted coercion and encouragement, Mian began to try her hand at a drumming game. Though her inexperience rendered her movements somewhat awkward, a relaxed smile still gracing her face. Rongxing stood by with arms crossed, teasing her about her clumsiness and poor timing. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Mian, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the collar of Mian's shirt was suddenly yanked, an unyielding force pulling her upright, causing the drumsticks in her hands to clatter to the floor. As she turned, a familiar handsome face met her gaze. Mian, it's Monday. Why are you here goofing off instead of at work? Shen Jinxiao stood with one hand in his work pants pocket, his dark hair illuminated by the neon lights, his brows arching with a youthful defiance. Mian thought, how did I encounter this imposing figure here? And what with the way he's handling me? Are you an alpha or something? Struggling to break free. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she stammered, I'm on leave today, here with friends. Shen Jinxiao paid no heed to her explanation, gripping her collar and pulling her toward the exit. Come back with me. Stop wasting time here. Hey, Shen Xiao, not far off. Several alphas who had accompanied Shen Jinxiao approached swiftly, one of them clapping a hand on his shoulder in surprise. You're leaving already? We just started playing. Shen Jinxiao glanced at them, his brows knitting in irritation, yet he did not relent on his grip. You all play. I have matters to attend to. What could be more important than gaming? Another alpha jested, his gaze drifting to Mian, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, yet he still urged. Just play a couple more rounds. Shen Jinxiao did not respond, dismissing their pleas entirely, tightening his hold on Mian's hand and accelerating his pace. His tone commanding, we're leaving. Mian stumbled slightly as she was pulled along, and witnessing this scene, Rongxing grew incensed. Stepping forward to pry Shen Jinxiao's hand away, positioning himself protectively in front of Mian. Who do you think you are, making such a ruckus? Can't you see we're enjoying ourselves? What gives you the right to drag him away? Shen Jinxiao instinctively wanted to assert that he was Mian's fiancé, as brother, but the words faltered, transforming into, I'm pulling him. What concern is it of yours? He asked with me, so it's certainly my concern. Rongxing lifted his chin, his gaze sharp. As an omega, in such a setting, his presence rivaled that of any alpha. If you wish to take him away, you must first seek my permission. At the moment when the two men confronted each other, Mian gently emerged from behind Rongxing. It felt rather peculiar for a grown man to be shielded by an omega. The slightest movement on his part drew their gazes squarely upon him. Silence enveloped the air. Yet it was evident they were urging him to make a choice. Mian soon made his decision. Shen Jinxiao, I shall not accompany you. You are not my 20 billion. Why should I follow you? Chapter 50. Why does Shen Jinxiao persist? Shen Jinxiao's pupils constricted sharply. As if he had not fully comprehended the words, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. What did you say? I said, I wish to remain here. Mian lifted his gaze, staring directly at him, portraying a blend of timidity and stubbornness. I made plans to play with Xiao Bai, and I do not wish to leave. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as the cacophony of the arcade seemed to be segregated into another realm. Shen Jinxiao fixed his intense gaze on Mian, his face devoid of any mirth, his brows furrowing into a knot, rage simmering beneath the surface. His throat constricted, and he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth. Fine, very well. Upon witnessing this, Bai Rongxing stepped forward like a proud peacock, grasping Mian's hand and defiantly looking at Shen Jinxiao. Did you hear that? Mian wants to stay. If you have any sense, you leave quickly and not ruin our fun. Shen Jinxiao's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his chest heaving violently. Yet he could not utter a single word. He watched as the beautiful Omega led Mian away, his gaze persistently following the 2 figures with a heavy heart. They arrived at the sensory shooting zone, whereby Rongxing handed Mian a realistic light gun. This was truly beyond Mian's realm of knowledge. Before his crossing, he had played shooting games like CS, Go, but that was in the realm of screens, using a mouse and keyboard. This immersive experience was entirely different. On the screen, grotesque zombies were approaching menacingly. Mian hesitated, his fingers trembling as he pulled the trigger, producing 2 resounding shots, with critical hits flashing on the display. His eyes lit up. It seemed his skills had not dulled. However, before long, a horde of mutated zombies surged forth, moving with alarming speed, and Mian found himself struggling to keep up. After several futile shots, his back instinctively tensed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Bai Rongxing stood beside him, observing his slightly flustered demeanor. A glimmer of mischievous amusement flickered in his eyes before he spoke. Tiske, is this all it takes to make you panic? Despite his words, Bai Rongxing's slender arm began to encircle Mian's side, intending to assist him. Yet, at that moment, an outstretched arm obstructed his movement. Shen Jinxiao snatched the realistic light gun from Mian's grasp, his voice low and laced with evident displeasure. Playing like this is far too inefficient. Mian thought to himself, why does this person persist? When Shen Linyan was present, Mian hoped Shen Jinxiao would also be there to create a ruckus, enriching his character. But now, with Shen Linyan absent, his dedication only served to vex Mian. Frustration surged within him, yet constrained by his own persona. He felt powerless to act. How infuriating! If only he could deliver a swift kick. On the other hand, Bai Rongxing had reached his limit with Shen Jinxiao's incessant interruptions. He glared with his alluring peach blossom eyes and, in a vexed tone, inquired, "Do you have anything else to say?" Unfazed by the barbed remark, Shen Jinxiao boldly issued a challenge. All talk and no action? Let us compete. Surprised by Shen Jinxiao's audacity, Mian swallowed back the words of caution he had nearly voiced. It was simply too entertaining to witness Shen Jinxiao walk into his own demise. To Shen Jinxiao, Bai Rongxing was merely a striking Omega, yet Mian knew the truth. The young man was the heir of a notorious underworld family, having dabbled in weaponry since childhood. He was on an entirely different level compared to Shen Jinxiao, the naive university student. There was no doubt that Shen Jinxiao would inevitably lose. Upon hearing the challenge, Bai Rongxing scoffed, arching his exquisitely shaped brows high, eyes glinting with disdain as he deliberately elongated his words. This? Are you sure you wish to humiliate yourself? Impressive, Bai. Mian silently applauded him. Shen Jinxiao, known for his short temper, was now seething with rage, his chest heaving and knuckles cracking ominously, his eyes brimming with hostility. Do not revel in your triumph here. He moved to an adjacent machine, inserting his game tokens with a definitive smack, declaring, in the same level, let us see who completes it faster and scores higher. The loser, his gaze flickered to Mian. We'll cover all the game tokens for today. Originally, Shen Jinxiao intended to add that the winner could take Mian home, but he hesitated, uncertain if this Beta would be willing to abandon his friends for him. Deal. Bai Rongxing accepted without hesitation. The duel commenced before the 2 machines. Shen Jinxiao's eyes sharpened, his movements precise and swift, each shot finding its mark, showcasing exceptional skill. Conversely, Bai Rongxing adopted a different style. He stood firm as a rock, raising his weapon, aiming, and firing with fluidity akin to a finely tuned machine, efficient and precise, devoid of any superfluous flair. It was as if they were engaged in a real mission rather than a mere game. Mian felt an inexplicable chill creep down his spine. He was somewhat relieved to be playing the role of the meek and honest character. Had he been the malicious foil, scheming against the protagonist, he could have easily found himself at the mercy of Bate. The bell signaled the end of the competition. The outcome was without a doubt. Bate.'s score towered over Shen Jinxiao's. Shen Jinxiao's gaze remained fixed on the screen, the two sets of numbers pricking at his heart, leaving him breathless and flushed. The humiliation of losing in front of Mian washed over him like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. Hooray! Mian silently cheered at Shen Jinxiao's discomfiture. If not for his persona, he would have applauded Bate. How about that? Bate set down the firearm in his hand, casting a proud glance in his direction, his beautiful eyes brimming with delight. After all, Shen Jinxiao was the younger brother of Shen Lianyan. You're amazing, Xiao Bai. Who cares if he's your brother? Reflecting on Shen Jinxiao's past misdeeds, Mian felt compelled to lavish praise upon Bate. The Bate's eyes sparkled with a barely concealed excitement, a testament to his struggle to maintain composure. Yet his joy was unmistakable. Humph! Shen Jinxiao scoffed softly, slamming the gun onto the machine with a force that conveyed his pent-up frustration. His normally erect shoulders sagged momentarily before straightening again. His gaze was fixed intently on Mian, then quickly flicked to the Omega's triumphant expression, resentment swirling in his eyes. Finally, he haughtily declared, "You're betting game coins, right? Just wait," and hurried off toward the cashier as if fleeing. This narrative teaches us that, like Mian, when one desires victory, it is essential to compete using one's strengths. Chapter 51. The trinket the characters were striking, and the competition riveting. Thus, it was only natural that they garnered considerable attention, with gasps and murmurs of or resonating in the air. Some bold souls, emboldened by curiosity, brandished their phones, eager to request contact information. What is so fascinating? Bate frowned, a hint of impatience flickering across his face as he tugged the edge of his hood, pulling it over his head, revealing only his elegantly defined jawline. He then turned, grasping Mian's wrist, intending to lead him away from the throng. Adhering to the principle that prowess equates to authority, Mian obediently followed behind Bate. "Wait, sir, please hold on." A young man in work attire squeezed through the crowd, holding aloft a small zombie trinket, excitement radiating from his face. "You have shattered our shooting competition record. This is your prize." Bate paused, glancing back at the trinket with evident disdain, his tone icy. "No, thank you." He intended to resume his departure with Mian. "Sir, this is merely a token of our appreciation. And this trinket is the same as the zombie game you just played." The staff member, unwilling to relent, pursued a few steps. Bate brow furrowed even deeper, poised to refuse once more when he suddenly felt a gentle tug on his wrist. He looked down to find Mian gazing with innocent eyes at the trinket, a hint of trepidation in his expression. Mian felt a flutter of longing within. Despite the trinket's lack of aesthetic appeal, it served as evidence of Shen Jinxiao's defeat. He genuinely wished to keep it. However, as a person of integrity, he could never voice such a sentiment. Thus, he seized the opportunity to steal a few more glances. Unbeknownst to him, his subtle desires had not escaped Bate notice. The Omega's expression softened slightly, yet he stubbornly retorted, "What a hassle." He reached out, impatiently snatching the pendant from the staff's hands, and casually stuffed it into Mian's pocket. His voice lowered slightly, tinged with a barely perceptible awkwardness. "Take it, don't block the way." Mian was taken aback for a moment, instinctively feeling the pendant in his pocket, then looking up at the side profile of Bate. The majority of his face was shrouded in the shadow of his hat, and from this angle, Mian could only see his tightly pressed cherry-colored lips and slightly lifted chin. "Xiao Bai." Once they navigated through the crowd and arrived at a quieter corner, Mian called out to him, "What's wrong?" Bate slightly turned his head, just enough for Mian to catch a glimpse of the faintly flushed edge of his ears. "Thank you." Mian hung the pendant's clasp on his finger, raising his hand to show it to him, his light brown eyes filled with sincere admiration. "I really like this." Bate movements suddenly faltered. as if he hadn't anticipated such a sudden expression of gratitude. The redness in his ears quickly spread, tinting his neck with a delicate blush. He turned his face away, avoiding Mian's gaze, his tone stiff. What is there to thank for? It's just a trinket. Mian understood that the young master was being tsundere again, even though it was specifically requested for him. But this pendant is something you won. Its significance is different. You triumphed over that annoying Shun Jinxiao, which fills me with unprecedented delight. Enthusiastic praises spilled from him without reservation. Xiao Bai, you're truly amazing. Breaking the record on your first try. Please teach me next time. Bai Rongxing had heard many compliments before, yet this kind of flattery was a novel experience for him. Just keep it. No need for more talk. He abruptly interrupted Mian, raising his hand to tug at his hat strings, pulling the brim down further, wishing to bury his face and prevent the other from noticing his embarrassment. However, such actions were merely a futile attempt to hide his true feelings. Mian captured his bashful demeanor entirely in his gaze. So adorable. Mian smiled, thinking to himself, I wonder why in novels, alphas triumph over omegas. Clearly, omegas are far more endearing. Go for it, Xiao Bai. I will definitely help you win over your beloved. Yet, the pursuit of one's affections still seemed a distant prospect. Mian was inherently one to repay kindness. After a moment's hesitation, he scanned the arcade and suddenly locked onto a target, softly suggesting, Xiao Bai, shall we try that over there? Bai Rongxing certainly would not refuse. The two walked together to a claw machine brimming with various adorable toys, just as Shen Jinxiao, who had reimbursed the entire arcade expenses, returned. His expression was not particularly pleasant. Earlier at the front desk, the Omega responsible for recharging game coins had been persistently fishing for his contact information, deliberately releasing a nauseatingly sweet, rose-scented pheromone. It is preferable for a beta to remain devoid of pheromones. He recalled the night he had cornered Mian in front of the refrigerator, where he was only greeted by a faint, unambiguous scent of grass and wood, a rather pleasant aroma. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Shun Jinxiao's eyes as he raised his gaze to the plush toys inside the claw machine, arching an eyebrow. You, a beta, have an affinity for such trinkets? Beside him, Bai Rongxing crossed her arms, her beautiful visage marred by disdain. What others like has nothing to do with you. Shun Jinxiao inhaled deeply, suppressing his retort, and observed as Mian produced his phone, inquiring, which one do you fancy? I can help you retrieve it. The beta neither met his gaze nor responded. Quietly, he extracted some coins from his pocket, remnants from his earlier gaming endeavors, and focused intently on a particularly soft and charming bear adorned with a pilot's cap and goggles within the glass case. He then inserted the coins, maneuvering the joystick with the meticulousness of a scientist conducting a delicate experiment. His first attempt proved futile. The claw slipped ineffectually. A subtle smirk tugged at the corners of Shun Jinxiao's mouth. Bai Rongxing maintained her impassive expression, yet her gaze was firmly fixed on Mian's actions. Mian, however, displayed admirable resilience. It was commonplace for claw machines to have their grips deliberately loosened by operators to ensure profitability, so his struggles were hardly surprising. On his second attempt, Mian adjusted his angle, and the claw descended, grasping the bear's cap, only to falter once again as it swayed precariously before releasing its hold. Shun Jinxiao cast a nervous glance at Mian, contemplating offering his assistance. Just then, Mian initiated a third attempt. He held his breath, targeting a particularly tricky angle before pressing the button. This approach seemed unfeasible. He was certain he would fail to secure the toy. Shun Jinxiao's words hung unspoken in his throat for a simple reason. Within the machine, the metallic claw descended, failing to grasp the bear's body. Yet one of its hooks latched precisely between its cap and torso. As the claw lifted, it remained loose, but the hook affixed to the bear was unwavering, steadily ascending towards the chute. Ultimately, with a resounding clatter, the bear tumbled into the exit. Success! The two onlookers' eyes sparkled with excitement, contrasting sharply with the calm demeanor of the operator himself. Before his time-traveling ordeal, Mian had often assisted others in retrieving toys from claw machines. For mere 3 coins, he could typically secure a toy within 3 attempts. A worthwhile investment, indeed. However, as he matured, he could no longer partake in such endeavors. The reasoning was simple. A youthful student, exuding innocence, was endearing, but a weary worker, burdened by responsibilities, would be perceived as an insufferable scalper. Alas, the world is unjust to those who toil. With a sigh of resignation echoing in his heart, Mian bent down, solemnly retrieving the bear adorned with its pilot's cap. Shen Jinxiao gazed at the smile gracing his face, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Mian turn away without a hint of hesitation, directly placing the small bear, which he had painstakingly captured, into the arms of the nearby Rongxing. Here, as a token of gratitude for the trinket earlier. The voice of the Bate was soft yet resolute. It appears to soar freely, quite impressively, just like you. In that instant, every expression on Shen Jinxiao's face froze. He watched in disbelief as the Bate, whom he had always perceived as timid and dull, with eyes filled solely with admiration for his brother, unhesitatingly offered his hard-won trophy to the arrogant Omega. How could this be? How could Mian act so towards anyone other than his brother? On the other side, Rongxing was evidently taken aback as well. He looked down at the silly little bear in his arms, and then raised his gaze to meet Mian's clear, expectant eyes. After a brief pause, he abruptly turned his head away, his ears burning as if they might bleed, yet instinctively clutched the bear tightly, as if safeguarding a priceless treasure, muttering defensively, "It's so ugly." Mian responded with a puzzled expression. Just as he had likened the bear to Rongxing, the latter had dismissed it as ugly. What kind of self-destructive pride was this? If he disliked it, he could simply discard it. However, upon reflection, it was clear that Rongxing was not your average wealthy individual. How could he possibly find value in such a low-quality plush toy from a claw machine? This was merely a token of appreciation Mian could offer at this stage. Yet he had not been arrogant enough to insist that others must adore it. Who said I would throw it away? Mian believed he was providing the young master an opportunity to save face, but unexpectedly, upon hearing those words, Rongxing appeared displeased, glaring at him with beautiful eyes and retorting fiercely, "Did you ever intend to give it at all?" Mian was taken aback. Heavens, I am being wronged. Meanwhile, Shen Jinxiao observed the interaction between the two with a solemn expression. He could not comprehend why Mian could exhibit such gentle admiration for his brother, and such an expectant appreciation for this Omega, yet in his presence, he always seemed fearful, timid, and reluctant to speak. Until now, Shen Jinxiao had never witnessed Mian's demeanor in front of anyone outside of his brother or the Shen family. Thus, he had naturally assumed that the Bate's attitude towards everyone else should mirror that which he displayed towards him. Yet now, the scene before him bore witness to a different truth. In that moment, all of Shen Jinxiao's pride and confidence seemed to shatter into a myriad of pieces. He felt like an utter fool, an outsider, an unnecessary observer in every situation. He stared intensely at Mian and Rongxing, his throat tightening, rendered speechless. Ultimately, he spun around abruptly and fled the bustling arcade, leaving behind the scene that had so thoroughly unsettled him. What was happening to him? Mian intended to disregard Shen Jinxiao. However, considering that the latter was the brother of a heartthrob, and he himself was but a devoted admirer, it seemed appropriate to exhibit a modicum of concern. Who could have anticipated that perhaps the sensitive period had arrived prematurely? Rongxing, seizing the opportunity, stealthily tucked the little bear into his bag, then feigned nonchalance as he cast a mocking glance in the direction Shen Jinxiao had departed. He had distinctly sensed the other's pheromones spiraling out of control for a few fleeting seconds. Was it truly because Mian gifted him a doll? This alpha was rather ineffectual. Mian blinked. Shen Jinxiao hardly appeared to be in a sensitive phase. Alphas, when in such a state, typically displayed no semblance of normalcy. Their various unattractive behaviors laid bare, resembling something akin to madness. Rongxing's tone dripped with disdain, his expression rife with contempt. Having witnessed Junshuo's sensitive phase, Mian nodded in agreement. No wonder Shen Jinxiao seemed somewhat unhinged today. Thus, Rongxing shifted the conversation subtly, casting a discreet glance at Mian before muttering, "You should keep your distance from those alphas." Mian was perplexed by the sudden change in topic. Yet he figured it was prudent to follow the young master's lead. Accordingly, he nodded gently. A flicker of delight passed through by Rongxing's eyes. And just as he was about to articulate his next thought, he was met with Mian's earnest expression, laced with shyness, as he declared, however, "Yin is different." By Rongxing, hearing Mian utter this phrase, he couldn't help but mentally commend himself. Not only did it align with his persona, but it also garnered a wave of goodwill from the young Bai. Where else could one find such dedication? The system's allocation of 20 billion certainly seemed unjust. He had never embarrassed himself during his sensitive phases. He remained composed, quietly staying in his room while sending reassuring messages. Truly commendable. Yet, before Mian could complete his thought, Bai Rongxing interrupted. "Isn't that so?" Mian, noticing his agreement, felt a spark of excitement and was eager to continue. Moreover, all right. Bai Rongxing's voice bore a hint of irritation. This Bate, so often stoic and uninteresting in other discussions, transformed into a veritable chatterbox when it came to Shun Lianyan. Had Mian been privy to his thoughts, he would have been unable to resist pointing out, "You received plenty of conversation while shopping at the store." However, Mian remained oblivious to Bai Rongxing's musings. Only hearing him say, with a rather grim expression, "What business do we, a beta and an omega, have discussing the sensitive phases of alphas?" Thus, Mian naturally concluded, "Oh, the young master must be shy. Bye-bye. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Lacking any particular talent, I shall perform a seal spin for you all." Bumping into glass, he hurriedly swims away. Chapter 53. The rivalry of younger brothers after a day of battling alongside Bai Rongxing at the arcade. Mian's delightful paid vacation officially commenced. It felt as though he had retired early. Every day, I find myself languidly playing games and scrolling through my phone. When hunger strikes, I either order takeout or venture to the nearby night market in search of sustenance. Occasionally, I feel inspired to don an apron and experiment with new culinary delights and desserts. If boredom sets in at home, I take a small stool to observe the elderly gentlemen downstairs engaged in their chess matches, sometimes even receiving an invitation to partake in a few rounds myself. I firmly believe in indulging oneself, living a life of leisure and contentment, blissfully unaware of the world beyond. Naturally, I still receive messages from Bai Rongxing. The young master's life as an actor is vibrant and busy. Today he encounters some exotic creature while filming in the mountains. And tomorrow he faces challenging questions during interviews. I find great amusement in these updates, having deemed them a cherished daily pastime. One day, as I lounged in an old man's tank top, basking in the cool air of the air conditioner while contemplating dinner, a message from Bai Rongxing arrived. "Look, I've given it a home. It can barely stay." Accompanying the text was a photograph of a walnut wood low cabinet by the window, now cleared to create a dedicated space. A small bear, captured from an arcade, sat proudly in the center. Beneath it lay a plush cashmere mat, adorned with a delicate silk scarf, and beside it was a petite leather storage box lined with velvet, holding a few sparkling buttons as toys. I fell silent, glancing at my own polyester-clad self, then sighed as I enlarged the photograph, mumbling, "You seem to be living the high life before I do." Despite my playful banter, the fact that my gift was being so well cared for warmed my heart. Thus, I promptly replied, "The photo is stunning. It looks so comfortable. Thank you for taking such care." After a brief pause, I added another message, punctuated by a round, smiley face. "Had I known it would be so well looked after by you, I should have helped you catch a few more." Bai Rongxing responded swiftly, "Do you think this is a garbage collection site?" After a moment, he humorously lamented, "Could you please use a different emoji? Every time I see your messages, it feels like I'm chatting with my dad." I chuckled, my shoulders shaking with laughter upon reading his text. This was an expression I had meticulously chosen, clearly suited for the earnest. How could I possibly change it? It felt rather delightful to occasionally annoy others. Even as a straightforward person, I aim to be a bit mischievous. Inspired by the bear plush toy, my yearning for 20 billion deepened considerably. I recognized that I could no longer afford to remain idle. Thus, when I received an invitation for a team-building event from my colleagues, I initially feigned reluctance, but then pretended to be at a loss and agreed to attend. After all, I had no intention of actually resigning. I needed to remain at the company to keep an eye on by Junshuo's movements and be ready to facilitate a connection between him and the charming crowd. Although by Junshuo's reaction when I resigned indicated he had no desire for me to leave, my trust in him was non-existent. Who knew what might transpire next that could make him forget my role as a mere pawn? Hence, I resolved to seize every opportunity to make my presence felt, even though Bai Junshuo never partook in such gatherings. Yet, Mian was acutely aware that the department manager would undoubtedly share the group photo in the work chat. Hence, regardless of the circumstances, the other party would inevitably catch sight of him. The warm yellow light in the team building room cascaded over the cups and plates. And as Mian nibbled on the sweet corn handed to him by a colleague, he realized that agreeing to participate in the team-building event was indeed a commendable decision. He had always been somewhat inconspicuous within the department, and in such gatherings, everyone tended to gravitate towards the leaders or the more popular colleagues. Consequently, he had effectively evaded all social interactions while also enjoying a complimentary meal. Just as he found himself drifting into thought, an Omega settled beside him. Mian paused, recognizing him as the colleague who had recently gifted him cookies. In the presence of someone who had shown him kindness, Mian's demeanor was typically amiable, and he gently inquired, "Suyin, is there something on your mind?" The Omega, upon being addressed by name, bit his lip, his fingers nervously clutching at the hem of his clothing, his soft voice tinged with concern. "Mian, I noticed you hadn't been to work lately. I was a bit worried when I saw your desk empty for several days." Mian hesitated, taken aback by his attentiveness, and nodded earnestly, explaining, "Thank you for your concern. It was merely a personal matter." It was a response devoid of fault, yet it felt rather distant. Suanes Thingers, and his eyelashes fluttered downward. "Oh, if it's not a health issue, then that essay relief." After a brief pause, he mustered the courage to retrieve a cake box from his small backpack, his voice laced with barely perceptible trepidation as he offered it. "This is a mango cake I made. Would you like to try it?" Mian gazed at the mango cubes adorning the cake, his fair cheeks slightly flushed from the few sips of alcohol he had consumed. Instead of immediately refusing, he reached out to touch the edge of the velvet box, his voice soft and imbued with a unique gentleness reserved for this Omega. "Thank you. It looks absolutely delightful." Just as Su Yan's smile began to form, he caught Mian's gaze. The latter's eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions as he earnestly stated, "However, one should not accept without offering something in return." Mian had always adhered to a simple principle. Free things often come at the highest cost. Therefore, he politely declined. "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept it." A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Su Yan's eyes. "But this is something I specifically—" His words were abruptly interrupted by Mian. The Bate tilted his head, his tone gentle as if soothing a child. "Perhaps you could make it for me again next time after I have the chance to assist you." I promised to finish the entire cake then. Though he had been declined, Su Yan's face flushed even more. Clutching the cake box, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. The shyness that had once enveloped him was now brimming with newfound courage as he looked at Mian, biting his lip and attempting to propose a promise. Then next time, yet, once again, Su Yan's words remained unspoken. The door of the private room suddenly emitted a soft sound. The half-ajar door was thrust open, revealing Bai Junshuo, clad in a tailored black suit. His sleeves rolled up to his forearms, exposing a sturdy wrist bone. He exuded an aura that commanded distance, starkly contrasting with the light-hearted atmosphere within the room. "Bye, Mr. Bye?" Someone reacted quickly, rising hastily, their voice brimming with disbelief. "You, how did you suddenly grace us with your presence?" Leopard remarked to Mian. "An Omega is merely a beautiful being that requires coaxing." Being a native of Earth, he had never contemplated the possibility of being with either an Omega or an Alpha, often flirting without even realizing it. Chapter 54. The inept gesture. The entrance of Bai Junshuo instantly silenced the previously boisterous private room, reducing the sound of breathing to a mere whisper. His gaze swept across the room, imbued with his customary detachment and sense of oppression, ultimately lingering on Mian and Su Yan. Upon noticing the cake box in Su Yan's hand, his brows furrowed ever so slightly. This singular gesture startled Su Yin considerably. The imposing presence of a top-tier alpha was not something everyone could withstand. Su Yin gripped the cake box tightly, instinctively retreating into the corner. Mian frowned. Why is he scaring the Omega like this? He straightened up, subtly shielding Su Yin from Bai Junshuo's gaze, then feigned indifference as he exchanged a glance with the latter. This instinctive act of protection and the look in his eyes pierced Bai Junshuo's heart like a sharp needle. This Bate, whom he had previously berated with the harshest of words without eliciting anger, had always appeared docile and obedient, even naively boasting in front of Shun Lianyan. Yet now, the fact that Mian regarded him with such intensity due to an Omega was unsettling. A familiar irritation bubbled within him, yet at that moment, he felt utterly powerless. No, there was still something he could do. For instance, upon learning that Mian was attending the gathering, he had driven across half of city to partake in a gathering that clearly did not welcome him. A wave of self-mockery surged within him, yet he acted as if nothing was amiss, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance as he strode in with long strides. His assistant promptly handed him a glass of warm water. He did not occupy the main seat relinquished by the department manager. Instead, he chose an empty spot diagonally across from Mian, maintaining an air of composure and indifference, and explained, "I was nearby for business and heard you were here, so I thought I would drop by. Please continue without concerning yourselves with me." However, despite his words, the atmosphere in the private room remained tense, devoid of its previous merriment, with everyone speaking in hushed tones. The only one seemingly pleased was Mian. He had not anticipated that the elusive Bai Junshuo, who had attended gatherings in ages, would make a sudden appearance. This not only allowed him to make an impression, but also afforded him the opportunity to engage in other pursuits. After calming Su Yin, Mian, without hesitation, retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened the pinned message, and effortlessly typed, "Alien, are you busy?" The response came swiftly. "I'm painting. What's up, Mian?" Mian frowned slightly, taking a sip of the wine on the table. The term painting was somewhat ambiguous. Mian was acutely aware that Shun Lianyan's paintings were exceedingly valuable, with a single piece fetching figures in the 8-digit range at auctions. Periodically, he would hold private exhibitions. For some artists, entering the creative zone could be a formidable challenge. Once interrupted, it might take a considerable time to regain their artistic touch. Thus, in such situations, one might expect a devoted admirer to respond with a casual, "It's nothing, I shan't disturb you." However, the rarity of this opportunity tonight was indeed too precious to squander. It had been some time since Mian last saw Bai Junshuo, and to let this chance slip away would be a true pity. What if Shun Lianyan was merely seeking to pass the time? With this thought in mind, Mian's gaze gradually firmed, and his slender fingers swiftly typed, "I am attending a departmental gathering. Would you care to join me?" He had even prepared a plausible excuse, should Shun Lianyan inquire. He would claim he had drunk too much and forgotten his keys, leaving him without anyone else to turn to. Surely, it was reasonable for an ardent admirer to lean on someone they cherished under the influence of alcohol. "All right, I shall be there shortly." There was no hesitation on the other end, nor any probing questions. Upon receiving the address, he indicated he would come right away. A smile tugged at Mian's lips upon receiving the reply. He knew Shun Lianyan was indeed a person of substance, though often inscrutable. He had rarely turned down Mian's invitations. Meanwhile, Bai Junshuo had scarcely touched his chopsticks since entering the room, from the moment he arrived. All his senses had been involuntarily attuned to the quiet Bate in his midst. It was as if he sought to compensate for the 2 weeks of absence. Naturally, Mian's smile did not escape his notice. What could be the reason behind that smile? Was it for that Omega? Bai Junshuo recognized him as an Omega from Mian's department, who seemed to harbor a certain fondness for him. Look, there were indeed those who genuinely cared for him. A bittersweet sense of consolation washed over Bai Junshuo as this thought crossed his mind. Perhaps there were still aspects of the company that could captivate Mian's heart? Perhaps, due to the goodwill of this Omega and the bonds of camaraderie, he would be inclined to stay after the holiday? The moment this notion arose, Bai Junshuo's mind instinctively crushed the thought, recalling how Mian had smiled at that Omega upon entering. The latter half of the gathering passed in a suffocating atmosphere of awkwardness. Bate felt as though he were a clumsy jester, with all his composure crumbling under Mian's serene gaze. At long last, as the event drew to a close, Mian rose from his seat, ostensibly to visit the restroom. Without a moment's hesitation, Bate followed suit. The corridor outside the restroom was markedly quieter. Approaching the sink, Bate observed Mian, who was attentively washing his hands, his head bowed. The sound of running water accentuated the profound silence of the space. Bate gazed at his expressionless profile in the mirror. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly before he finally spoke, his voice tinged with an unrecognized caution and a barely perceptible dryness. "How has your holiday been?" Mian replied, "Quite well, though it would be even better if you could expedite the acquisition of the 20 billion. While this thought lingered in his mind, he calmly turned off the faucet and picked up a tissue, meticulously wiping each finger with deliberate grace. The adjustments of the past 2 weeks had alleviated the initial anxiety he felt while questioning Bate in the office. He did not look at Bate or the mirror. Instead, he lowered his eyelashes as if engaged in an exceedingly significant task. Only after discarding the used tissue into the trash did he lift his gaze, meeting Bate complex emotions reflected in the polished surface. "Very well. Thank you for your concern, President Bate." His voice was gentle yet imbued with a polite distance, a perfect moment to prepare his resume and interview with care. Bao exclaimed, "I just realized that the tomato has swallowed my introduction. Good heavens! Where can I seek justice? P.S. Bate don't be too rattled. This is merely the beginning. There are far more turbulent moments ahead." Chapter 55. Is there anything he possesses that I, as your fiancé, cannot provide? Mian pondered whether his hints had been sufficiently evident. "Bate, if you do not devise a means to retain me at the company, I might genuinely consider changing jobs. By then, the opportunity to prove my reformation to the charmer would be lost, and you would truly be sidelined." In fact, Mian believed that persuading an honest person to stay was rather simple. One merely needed to feign vulnerability, as they were often the most easily swayed. Unfortunately, Bate was evidently not the type to play the sympathy card. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Mian's words, his voice turned as frigid as ice. Clearly enraged, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. "Mian, you have not even officially resigned yet. Are you already thinking about the next resume and interview?" Previously, Bate, fearful of provoking his anger, would have sought to appease him with explanations. However, following that incident, Mian had withdrawn all his submissiveness in Bate presence. Once the very traits that Bate initially despised vanished, only a stubborn tenacity remained in Mian's demeanor. "President Bate, I believe my resignation is merely a matter of time, so preparing my resume and interview in advance is entirely reasonable." After a brief pause, he added, "The positions I am seeking are not within this industry and will not violate the non-compete agreement, so please rest assured." What truly concerned him was not that. A surge of frustration lodged in Bate's throat, compounded by 2 weeks of pent-up anxiety and unrest, nearly causing an eruption. Yet he was acutely aware that he must not react this way. "Didn't I grant you a month to contemplate? It's only been 2 weeks, and you're already declaring your intention to leave. Isn't that a bit premature?" Bate found it utterly inconceivable to accept the outcome, regardless of the circumstances. He endeavored to suppress his emotions, inhaling deeply before addressing Mian. "If a month is insufficient, I can extend it to 2 or even 3 months. Please consider this carefully and do not act impulsively." Mian responded, "How astonishing to see a capitalist exhibit a trace of conscience. Here is someone who must endure the rigors of work during a sensitive period, yet is willing to grant themselves 3 months of paid leave." It was evident that Shun Lianyan held a significant place in Bate's heart. However, she could not acquiesce to such terms. The allure of 3 months of paid vacation was undeniably enticing, yet there remained the ultimate goal of 20 billion ahead. "Mr. Bate, do you not comprehend?" Bate raised her gaze, a soft sigh escaping her lips as she regarded Bate with a hint of weariness. "This is not a matter of time. Even if you were to offer me 6 months, or even a year of paid leave, my decision would remain unchanged. Her succinct declaration, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, resonated with an unwavering resolve. I shall not agree. Junshuo stepped forward, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped Mian. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, only to have her wrists seized, a salary doubled, a promotion, and an additional 3 months of annual leave. Mian mused. It seems Junshuo is quite serious. Had this been before my transmigration, such assurances from superior would have made me the most devoted employee, willing to face any peril. Yet, alas, I now possess a system. Such trivial benefits cannot purchase the steadfast determination of an honest individual. Contemplating this, Mian pressed her lips together in silence. Seemingly startled by Junshuo's actions, like a defiant fawn, she struggled to free herself from his grasp. However, her earthly strength was as insignificant as an ant attempting to shake a tree before the formidable alpha in this ABO world. Junshuo lowered his gaze, observing the flush on her ears and the slight tremor of her eyelashes from exertion. A sudden pang of yearning stirred within him, softening his previously hoarse and tense voice. Mian, you may ask for anything you desire. Just please do not resign. Before Junshuo could finish his plea, a melodious voice interrupted. Oh, I am rather curious. What is it that Mian seeks, which I, as her fiancé, cannot provide, necessitating the involvement of outsiders? Upon hearing that voice, Mian felt tears welling in her eyes. How splendid that Lian had finally arrived. She had almost feared they would miss each other. Both Mian and Junshuo turned to see the man standing not far away. The shadows cast by the corridor enveloped half of his figure, while his dark hair fell gracefully around his exquisitely handsome face, which habitually bore a hint of a smile. The curve of his lips was perfectly formed, and the slight upward tilt of his eyes resembled the gentle flutter of butterfly wings, creating a beautiful ripple. Even his brows exuded an effortless gentleness. Yet, that smile did not reach the depths of his eyes. The pair of ebony eyes, as dark as his raven locks, bore into the wrist of Mian, which was firmly grasped by Junshuo. Mian, perceptive enough to sense the current emotions of Lian, trembled and instinctively tried to withdraw her hand. However, Junshuo, startled by the unexpected turn of events, tightened his grip. Is he trying to harm me? Mian thought, bewildered by the sudden agitation of her beloved. Let him go. Lian's voice resonated once more, frigid enough to chill the air. You're hurting Mian. It was only then that Junshuo seemed to snap back to reality, releasing Mian's wrist. Lian, you've arrived. Freed from his grasp, Mian darted towards Lian like a bird returning to its nest. Lian affectionately patted her head, whispering a gentle admonition in her ear. Observing this scene, Junshuo instinctively curled his fingers, as if yearning to clutch something, yet grasped nothing but empty air. His expression darkened. He was perplexed by his own feelings, finding no joy in Lian's presence, only irritation at the interruption and a hint of despondency. Straining to suppress his emotions, Junshuo explained to Lian, Lian, you've misunderstood. I was merely discussing work matters with Mian. Is that so? I apologize for my ignorance. I was unaware that business matters were conducted in such a setting, Lian replied, his tone unexpectedly brusque. Junshuo's words fell on deaf ears, as Lian chose to focus on Mian instead, awaiting her clarification. After a brief silence, Mian nodded gently. Well, resigning is also a work-related matter, so that shouldn't be considered deceitful. Now that I understand, I can rest easy. Lian's obsidian gaze finally flickered with a hint of light. He offered Junshuo a glance, stating, I apologize for the misunderstanding. After all, you do have a history that raises concerns about Mian's welfare here. Though Lian refrained from specifying what that history entailed, the 3 individuals present were acutely aware. What is happening? This atmosphere is quite different from what I anticipated. It feels rather awkward. After finishing overtime, there's one more update at dawn, as usual, for the little angels to wake and read. Good night. Chapter 56 continues. Mian had hoped to witness the flirtatious atmosphere between the two, indulging in sweet romance, while aiming to secure her own fortune of 2 billion. But what on earth is this situation? By Junshuo, muster your resolve. Thankfully, as the most favored character in the narrative, By Junshuo was not devoid of wit. Upon hearing Shan Lianyan's words, his expression momentarily froze before he rasped, earnestly stating, "That incident was indeed my fault, and I assure you it will never happen again." Though he was ostensibly responding to Shan Lianyan, his gaze was fixated on the Bate beside him. "Moreover, I will find a way to make amends until he chooses to forgive me." Perceiving his intense stare, Mian furrowed her brow in confusion. Why is he staring at me? Oh, she understood. It was a provocation. Upon regaining her composure, Mian felt a surge of excitement. Here it comes, the provocative showdown with her romantic rival, as described in the book. While it appeared that she was apologizing to Shan Lianyan, in reality, she was subtly threatening him with her gaze. If she were to embarrass him at this moment, she would undoubtedly face repercussions at the office. Indeed, Bai Junshuo was quite astute. Just moments ago, he had startled her into thinking their relationship had come to an end. It seemed her strategy today had not been in vain. Clearing her throat, she pondered whether, as a rival, she should hurl a few barbs at him to enhance the narrative of their tumultuous romance. Just as Mian was deliberating on how to commence her verbal sparring, Shan Lianyan spoke first, his tone icy and uncharacteristically aggressive. The harm that has been inflicted cannot be easily mended with mere compensation. I believe President Bai is well aware of this fact. Mian thought to herself. Very well, these two were engrossed in their own emotional turmoil. She would take on the role of an observer. Bai Junshuo's hands, which hung at his sides, tightened ever so slightly. He was indeed cognizant of this truth, and thus had never harbored hopes of regaining the Bate's former affection. All he desired was for the other party to remain within the company. It seemed such a simple request, yet why was it so difficult to achieve? Bai Junshuo's stammering and disheveled demeanor elicited no sympathy from Shan Lianyan, who merely regarded him with his piercing, dark eyes, cold and detached, resembling a lofty moon that illuminated the other's ignoble state, leaving no room for concealment. Witnessing this tableau, Mian felt elated. Were it not for the circumstances, she would have relished the moment with a snack, savoring the spectacle. She longed to capture Bai Junshuo's plight on her phone and set it as her computer wallpaper, believing that such a sight would invigorate her workdays. Regrettably, this scene did not last long. Just as Mian contemplated the odds of discreetly snapping a photo of Bai Junshuo, a sycophantic voice rang out from a distance. "President Bai, there you are." It was the department manager, who had been absent for a while. Upon spotting Shan Lianyan in the corridor, his words lodged in his throat, his expression filled with astonishment. Mian thought. Accustomed as she was to Shan Lianyan's strikingly handsome appearance, it was understandable that the manager, having indulged in alcohol, would react so dramatically. "What brings you here?" asked Bai Junshuo, his tone cool as ice, regaining his composure in front of his subordinate. The chilling voice snapped the manager back to reality, and he awkwardly ran a hand through his hair, explaining, "Well, everyone is preparing to move to the nearby KTV for some fun. Would you like to join us?" Bai Junshuo frowned, instinctively inclined to decline such an invitation. Yet, as the words hovered on his lips, he glanced at Mian with reluctance and inquired, "Do you wish to accompany them?" Mian fell into silence. He was waiting to see if Bai Junshuo would attend before deciding whether to go himself. Why did this person instead divert the conversation back to himself? How should he respond? With the charming presence of a heartthrob before him, shouldn't the devoted admirer prioritize the other's rest? Reflecting on this, Mian found her answer within. "I won't be a hindrance. I'll accompany you." The department manager fervently displayed his enthusiasm in front of Bai Junshuo. However, she had to mention, "My friend is here to pick me up." Upon hearing this, Shan Lianyan's finely sculpted brows furrowed slightly. Unfortunately, Mian, engrossed in managing the department manager, remained oblivious to his reaction, basking in her own satisfaction. Having learned from past experiences, she understood that outside, she couldn't refer to herself as Shan Lianyan's assistant. Calling herself a friend would suffice. avoiding any impact on Shen Lianyan's romantic prospects while maintaining a comfortable distance. Surely, this time, he could find no fault in her reasoning. The department manager was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this alpha was someone Mian knew. He had assumed the individual was merely a friend of the president. It was not entirely his fault. He never expected someone as earnest and straightforward as Mian would associate with such an ethereal being. Observing the department manager's reaction, Mian silently rejoiced, relieved that she had refrained from revealing the whole truth, lest he be utterly astonished. Then let him join us, she thought. The department manager laughed heartily, turning to Shen Lianyan, initially intending to pat him on the shoulder out of habit. However, the moment he met Shen Lianyan's gaze, he hesitated, daring not to make any gesture, and stammered, would you like to join us? Shen Lianyan did not respond directly, but turned to Mian, his gentle voice devoid of discernible emotion. Mian, do you wish to go? From Bai Junshuo's earlier demeanor, it appeared he intended to attend. Seizing the rare opportunity for Bai Junshuo and Shen Lianyan to be together, she was reluctant to retreat so swiftly. If possible, it would be wonderful if something transpired tonight to mend the rift between the two. With this thought, Mian stammered, I haven't said goodbye to my colleagues yet. Shen Lianyan, perceptive as he was, immediately understood her implication. Then let us go together, he replied, his tone still warm and considerate. It's perfect. I also wish to meet the colleagues you work with regularly. Chapter 57. How could such a terrifying person exist? With Shen Lianyan's words, the group naturally headed to the KTV. The department colleagues had already reserved a private room and arrived ahead of them, while Mian and her companions entered under the department manager's guidance. As the door swung open, the previously low murmur of conversation and clinking glasses within the room came to an abrupt halt, as though a pause button had been pressed. A multitude of astonished, entranced eyes fell upon Mian. Frowning in confusion, she turned her head, only to find Shen Lianyan and Bai Junshuo standing like two imposing guardians on either side of her. What were these two planning? Mian felt somewhat speechless, then quickly adopted a look of surprise, hastily lowering his head and shifting to the side. Noticing his emotional state, Shen Lianyan paused, his gaze gentle yet subtly protective as he sheltered Mian behind him. It seemed that Mian shared a rather amicable relationship with this alpha. The department manager inwardly sighed, instinctively glancing at Bai Junshuo. From the interaction he had witnessed earlier in the corridor, combined with the alpha's distinguished demeanor, he discerned the other's exceptional background. In the small city of A, the elite were often interconnected. Thus, it was likely that President Bai was acquainted with him as well. Consequently, the opportunity for introductions should naturally be extended to President Bai. However, in the dimly lit private room, all he could see was their aloof and proud president, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his gaze filled with a complex emotion that the manager could not decipher, fixated intently on Mian and the alpha. The department manager's heart sank. He wondered, could it be that the president and that alpha had a poor relationship? Yet he had foolishly invited the latter. The manager swallowed hard, caught in a dilemma under the scrutiny of the crowd. He had already extended the invitation. It was unthinkable to send the guest away now. Such an action would offend more than just President Bai. Those who achieved the position of department manager were certainly astute. In a flash of inspiration, he resolved to act as if he had not noticed the president's expression and spoke up. Apologies for the delay, everyone. Allow me to introduce a friend of little Yu's, who happened to come to pick him up. Since we still have a gathering, we took the liberty of inviting him. Please welcome. It was only then that the people in the room began to react. Yet, once they regained their composure, no one dared to speak freely. In a not-so-spacious room stood two top-tier alphas, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even though the newly arrived alpha had restrained all his brilliance and appeared entirely unthreatening, an inexplicable fear lingered. If Mian were aware of his colleagues' thoughts, he would surely pat their shoulders and reassure them of his understanding. Indeed, Shen Lianyan was exceptionally handsome, and most of the time exuded a gentle demeanor. However, his deep, dark eyes were unfathomable, making it difficult to gauge his current emotions. The unknown is always daunting. Fortunately, this awkward atmosphere did not persist for long. Once Shun Lianyan began to speak, the ambience softened. Hello everyone, I am Shun Lianyan. Mian has received much care from you all at the company. His tone was calm and gentle, neither overly familiar nor deliberately distant, naturally dissolving the sense of strangeness and barriers. A few who recognized him gasped softly, and Shun Lianyan turned towards the sound, his raven-like lashes casting a shadow over his eyes as he added, "There is no need to regard me too highly. Please treat me as you normally would." His meaning was clear. He wished to avoid being singled out for his status, preferring not to draw excessive attention to himself. After all, this was a private gathering, and Shun Lianyan was a person whom no one could afford to offend. A few others who recognized him immediately fell silent. Truly, he was a charmer. In the art of conversation, he was unparalleled. Mian sighed inwardly and then proceeded to his seat. Upon sitting down, he faced a new dilemma. As they had arrived the latest, there were not many available positions left in the private room. Mian wished for Shun Lianyan and Bate to sit together. While he hesitated over where to position himself to facilitate their seating arrangement, he suddenly noticed Su Yin in the corner waving at him. Mian's eyes brightened as he walked over. "I save a spot for you," he said, with Omega's fingers delicately curling and pointing to the empty seat beside him against the wall. He cautiously added, "I figured you might not prefer a spot too central." "Thank you," Mian replied. This position indeed suited his persona of a reclusive and earnest individual. More importantly, by sitting here, Shun Lianyan would not be able to sit next to him. Mian quickly surveyed the private room. The remaining choices were the central main seat or a corner seat on the other side. Due to the presence of leadership, everyone kept a considerable distance from the main seat, if they wished to avoid sitting too close to others. Shun Lianyan and Bate would have to opt for the main seat together. Plan successful. Mian felt assured in his decision. However, maintaining the demeanor of a devoted admirer, he glanced back at Shun Lianyan, feigning a conflicted expression. It was perhaps the struggle between his inherently accommodating nature and his feelings for Shun Lianyan that played out on his face. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a friend coming, so I only saved one spot," Su Yin said timidly, casting a cautious glance at Shun Lianyan. "If you'd like, I could get my seat to you?" "Huh?" Mian feigned surprise, his brows slightly furrowing in anxiety. "That would be too much." Before he could finish his sentence, Shun Lianyan interjected, "No need." Upon hearing this, Mian inwardly rejoiced. He knew that, with Shun Lianyan's character, he would never take someone else's seat. Shun Lianyan, with his exquisite features and fair complexion, complemented by his striking eyes and a faint smile upon his lips, spoke in a remarkably soothing tone. "Since this is a spot you specifically saved for Mian, it seems you would prefer to sit with him. Given Mian's shy nature, you likely don't have many opportunities to converse at the company. You should take advantage of this moment to talk more." These words sounded considerate and gentle. But if one were to disregard the depth of his dark, unfathomable eyes and the palpable, oppressive presence of his cold fur pheromones in the air, one could easily be deceived. Su Yin felt paralyzed by the pheromones, as if his very blood had frozen, forgetting how to breathe smoothly. Yet, the beta beside him remained oblivious, quietly settling down next to him, and, with genuine concern, reminded Shun Lianyan, "We'll leave after a little while." The latter nodded, his tones soft to the point of indulgence, as if the sharp pheromones he exuded belonged to an entirely different individual. Mian thought to herself that she could stay here for as long as she wished. In Su Yan's chaotic mind, only one thought prevailed. This alpha is truly terrifying. Biao biao. There is still one chapter left, as usual at dawn. Good night. Chapter 58. Shun Lianyan is a calamity. Although Mian had her wish of not sitting next to Shun Lianyan fulfilled, he too did not sit beside Bate. Instead, he opted to switch seats with someone a few places away from Su Yin, taking a position neither too far nor too close to Mian. Bate lingered in place for a while, clenching and unclenching his fists, ultimately settling into the primary seat designated for him. "Mian, Bate, you need to show some backbone. When you're in front of me, you're fierce every day, either scolding or being sarcastic. Why do you cower so much in front of Shun Lianyan?" Although Mian had encountered sayings about love, making the proud bow, and the carefree, being cowardly, he was too eager to claim his 20 billion to be lost in such musings. After he mentally berated by Junshuo, he turned to notice Su Yan's pale face. "What is wrong with you?" Mian exclaimed, startled, reaching out to touch Su Yan's forehead. "You're not coming down with a fever, are you?" "No, it's nothing." The warm temperature of the Bate's hand against his forehead brought a slight improvement to Su Yan's complexion. He gazed at the person before him, unable to stop his eyes from welling up. "Why are you crying?" Mian was genuinely alarmed. He stood up, intending to rush Su Yan to the hospital, only to be halted by a gentle grasp of his fingertips. The Omega's palm was soft, delicate bones enveloped in a thin and tender layer of flesh, distinctly different from the hands Mian had previously encountered. "It's really nothing. I might have just had a bit too much to drink," Su Yan replied, noticing that Shen Lianyan was looking over again. Despite the dim lighting in the KTV, the presence of those dark eyes was strikingly palpable. He abruptly released Mian, instinctively curling his shoulders. That alpha was not only of a higher rank. He possessed a beauty that bordered on the ethereal, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture. In his presence, Su Yan felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet, despite Mian's lingering concern, as he brought a cup of hot water to him, he couldn't help but inquire, "Mian, what is your relationship with Shen Lianyan?" This question struck Mian's radar. He glanced at the Omega cradling the cup, sipping delicately, and then at Shen Lianyan, who was comfortably mingling with familiar faces not far away. The latter caught his gaze and offered a gentle smile. Vibrant and breathtakingly beautiful. Those around who witnessed the smile were momentarily taken aback. Yet, all that echoed in Mian's mind were two words: calamity. He had sensed something amiss with Su Yan since Shen Lianyan's arrival. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Yan with a serious expression, saying, "My relationship with Shen Lianyan stems from the fact that my parents once worked for the Shen family." Upon hearing this, Su Yan felt a subtle relief wash over him. He then listened as the Beta continued. "Many people are fond of Shen Lianyan, most of whom are exceptionally capable alphas or omegas. Yet to date, I have not witnessed him being enamored with anyone. Thus, developing feelings for him is akin to stepping into an unfathomable pit. You must not tread that path. Those favored by the heavens who pursue their beloveds, even if they do not succeed, lose nothing of consequence. However, for an ordinary person, Mian would certainly advise against it at every turn. After all, one should not end up losing themselves while chasing after someone unattainable. Given that he is the one who previously gifted cookies to me, I do not wish to see him in such a predicament." Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Mian had misunderstood the nature of their relationship. Yet, as he observed the earnest gaze directed at him, his heart felt as though it had been singed. If their relationship was not as he had initially thought, did that perhaps imply that there was still a chance for him? Su Yan pondered silently. "Why is your face flushed again?" Mian's brow furrowed tighter, concern lacing his voice. "Goodness, Su Yan cannot possibly be the type to pursue challenges knowing they are insurmountable. Can he? Has something transpired?" Bate Junshuo, who had been attentively observing from a distance, interjected with a cold, hoarse voice. Due to the distance from Mian and the others, many had overheard his comment, causing numerous gazes to turn in their direction. Su Yan froze, unaccustomed to such scrutiny, and lowered his head shyly, struggling to find his words. "It's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit unwell from the alcohol," Mian interjected on his behalf, a frown adorning his features. Bate Junshuo was notably sensitive to the presence of rivals. The moment he sensed even a hint of interest from someone toward Shen Lianyan, he immediately took action. "I see," Bate Junshuo replied, a flicker of derision flashing in his eyes. He recognized that the Omega was evidently shy in Mian's presence. Although this matter should not concern him, an uncontrollable surge of ire ignited within him. In the past, he might have believed he was merely concerned for Shen Lianyan, questioning why this Beta felt entitled to flirt with others while under an engagement. However, now that Shen Lianyan was clearly present, what right did he have to interfere? Yet, his body seemed to act of its own accord. "If you're feeling unwell, Perhaps you should step outside for some fresh air, but Junchuo suggested, fabricating an excuse to remove the omega from the situation. He scanned the room and then addressed another individual sitting beside Mian. You accompany him. It appeared as though he had randomly selected someone. Yet that person was also a beta, much like Mian, with the President-S directive. And given that this beta had a good rapport with Su Yin, he naturally assisted in escorting him outside. Consequently, the space beside Mian was left vacant, perfectly accommodating two individuals. Mian fell silent, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Sure enough, the next moment, Junchuo rose and seated himself beside him. We ought to discuss the matters we left unfinished today. What could possibly warrant such a conversation in this setting? Over there, Lian also stood, his face a mask of cold disdain directed at Junchuo. After a pause, he turned to Mian, his tone noticeably softened. Mian, come sit by me. Mian felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Why was it that, despite this being a matter between the two of them, he found himself at the center of this tumultuous arena? As the narrative unfolds, Mian, despite his misgivings, endeavored to reserve a place for the small who had gifted him cookies, knowing that the seats were unassigned and he could easily relocate upon his return. Junchuo abruptly interrupted him, his tone remaining businesslike and devoid of any personal motive. This seat is too far inside. If you remain here, it will become uncomfortable again. Mian conceded, you have a point. Thus, after a moment of indecision, he acquiesced to Junchuo's suggestion, rising to stand before Lian. Those seated next to Lian shifted to make room, and ultimately, Mian found himself beside him, while Junchuo occupied the innermost position against the wall, separated by a vacant space from the lively crowd. At first glance, it appeared as though he had been ostracized. Junchuo's expression darkened, his fingers clenched tightly. Did Mian truly wish to avoid sitting with him? From a distance, Mian observed his expression, finding amusement in his plight. He deserved it, after all. It was his insistence on showcasing their relationship before Lian that had led to this predicament. If he were truly the original character madly in love with Lian, he had inadvertently provided his rival with an opportunity. Such a situation would indeed be a double loss. Although the atmosphere in the private room began awkwardly as time passed, aided by alcohol and the dim lighting, the tension gradually dissolved. The innate human desire for excitement took hold, and when someone suggested playing a game of kings, there was little hesitation. Agreement followed swiftly. Mian, obediently munching on the orange handed to him by Lian, felt his eyes light up at this proposition. A quintessential element of romance novels, this game served to dispel misunderstandings and create moments of intimacy, perfect for thawing the icy relations between two individuals. He longed to grasp the hand of the colleague who had proposed the idea and express his heartfelt gratitude, though such thoughts remained unvoiced. For the sake of his 200 billion, he maintained the facade of the timid, unassuming individual. Bate discarded the orange peel, raising a hand to tug at the hem of Lian's garment. What is the matter, Mian? The latter turned her head, lowering her body as a beautiful face leaned in closely, attentively listening to Mian speak. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Mian shrank her shoulders and took a step back. Why is she getting so close? Is she trying to intimidate me with her beauty? Internally grumbling, she maintained a facade of politeness and cautiously asked, Lian, would you like to play? Considering that the aloof and charming figure might not grasp the nuances of the game, Mian kindly explained the rules. It's a game where we draw cards according to the number of players. The person who draws the joker becomes the king, and the king can command others to perform a task, which they must obey. Lian patiently listened to Mian's stammering explanation, fearful that she might not be understood. Then, he raised his hand, his fingertips cool as they gently brushed against Mian's delicate nose. The pressure is soft, as if touching fragile cotton. With a smile in his eyes, his tone infused with gentle warmth, he said, Yes, I understand. After a brief pause, his fingertips gently pinched Mian's reddened earlobe. Actually, I've played a few times before. It's quite similar to what you described. Mian, flustered by his gentle touch, felt her face heat up even more. especially when he mentioned that he understood the game rules. Embarrassment flooded her as she lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. Shen Linyan's gaze lingered on her flushed earlobe for a few seconds before he added, "But still, thank you, Mian, for explaining it so patiently." "Not at all," she replied, eager to be helpful. Though she secretly hoped Shen Linyan would agree to play, she feigned concern, biting her lip as she said, "If you don't want to play, we can leave right now, Mian." Shen Linyan sighed softly, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. "You don't need to accommodate me at every turn. This is a rare opportunity. Let's stay and play a couple of rounds." "Yay," Mian thought to herself, knowing that Shen Linyan was far more reliable than Bate. Meanwhile, someone else was cautiously inquiring about Bate. The latter remained silent, fixated on Mian and Shen Linyan. Their intimate interaction made him unconsciously tighten his grip on the glass in his hand, his long lashes casting a cold shadow beneath his eyes, concealing the rising bitterness and resentment within. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped him, causing the person who had called out to him to feel increasingly anxious. Yet, Bate was their superior, and without a clear response, he couldn't simply walk away. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and called out again, his voice trembling by zone. "If you don't want to play, we..." Silence. Bate voice was hoarse and frigid, carrying an unspent intensity, yet he snapped back to reality as soon as he finished speaking. After a moment of silence, his tone regained some of its usual indifference, his voice flat, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. "We'll wait until everyone is here before playing." Everyone is here? The only one absent was Su Yin, who had stepped out for some fresh air, along with her friend. Should they call him back now? The man furrowed his brow, finding it truly challenging to decipher his superior's intentions. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to send a message, summoning the other back. Not to mention others. Even Bate himself was perplexed by his own thoughts. Just moments ago, he had been irked by the interaction between Su Yin and Mian, sending them away. Yet now, as he observed the exchange between Mian and Shen Linyan, he felt an even greater discomfort. Unlike his demeanor around Su Yin, Mian's eyes sparkled in Shen Linyan's presence, radiating a gentle, submissive warmth imbued with an awkward affection unique to him. Such a gaze burned in by Zhenshuo's heart, stirring a sense of unease. He pondered that perhaps he feared Shen Linyan would be swayed by such a look, hence his desire to temporarily divert Mian's gaze elsewhere. But to whom? The young master of the Bai family? Su Yan? Or some other stranger? Bai Zhenshuo silently sipped his drink, hesitant to delve further into his thoughts. Mian had not anticipated that beneath Bai Zhenshuo's seemingly capitalistic facade lay a much darker heart, occupying Su Yan's space while allowing him to re-enter. When the Omega and his friend arrived and noticed the change in the corner, their expressions shifted to one of uncertainty. Instinctively, he glanced towards Mian. Mian was momentarily taken aback. He stood to assist his friend in finding a new spot, only to be halted by Shen Linyan grasping his wrist. The striking alpha lowered his eyelashes, and though he made no overt display of exaggerated emotion, there was an inexplicable sense of grievance emanating from him. "Mian, are you going to abandon me again?" At that moment, Mian felt as though he had transformed into a despicable cad. Chapter 60. A cold yet comforting hand Mian now felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was he who had called Shen Linyan over. Prior to this, the latter was unfamiliar with anyone here aside from Bai Zhenshuo. No matter how adept his social skills, he would undoubtedly feel somewhat out of place. And yet, after leaving him once, Mian intended to do so again. "Yes, I'm sorry." Mian's movements faltered, his clear, bright eyes betraying a hint of remorse. "I do not blame you." Shen Linyan's gaze remained gentle, his cool fingertips softly caressing Mian's wrist bone. His hands, accustomed to the grip of a paintbrush, bore slight calluses, and, as they brushed against Mian's skin, they elicited a delicate, lingering sensation of itchiness. "But could you refrain from abandoning me again?" There was no accusation, no reproach, merely a gentle plea that deepened Mian's sense of guilt. The Bate nodded in affirmation, promising, "I will not leave you." He then turned towards Su Yin and spoke, "I apologize, Su Yin, but I am concerned about my friend being alone." There should be ample space in the middle. Perhaps you could check over there? Unexpectedly, such a response brought a flicker of disappointment to Su Yan's eyes. He understood that the Beta before him was easily swayed, and thus sought to press his advantage. That spot is quite spacious. Why don't we go together? Sorry. Shun Lianyan raised his gaze to meet Su Yan's, his dark eyes deep and shadowy, devoid of any reflection in this dim environment. His tone was gentle, yet imbued with an unyielding indifference. I'm not accustomed to sitting with others. This simple statement stifled all of Su Yan's courage. I understand. In that fleeting moment of locking eyes with Shun Lianyan, Su Yan's insecurities surged within him like a tidal wave. Faced with this alpha, he did not dare to linger for too long, almost dragging his companion away in a hurried escape to find another seat. It was only when he was shielded by those beside him, ensuring he could no longer see Mian and Shun Lianyan, that he could no longer suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Mian remained blissfully unaware of these undercurrents. Upon witnessing Su Yan's hurried departure, he mistakenly believed the other had simply been shy from their shared gaze with Shun Lianyan. Alas, Mian sighed inwardly. Such a delightful little O. Why must he fall for a heartthrob surrounded by a host of celestial beings? Once everyone had gathered, the game naturally commenced. Mian was eager to participate. He had already concocted a plan. If he were to draw the national trump card, he would prompt two individuals to kiss. As a mere supporting player, he ought to manage to make Bai Junshuo and Shun Lianyan lock lips. Surely, their emotional connection would develop from such an encounter, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, he overestimated his luck. In 3 consecutive rounds, he had not even managed to draw a wild card. Meanwhile, Shun Lianyan, seated beside him, managed to draw the wild card twice within 3 rounds. Was there something peculiar about this world? Did the term heartthrob imply that even the cards favored him? Shun Lianyan possessed a commendable character, even upon drawing the wild card. He refrained from compelling others to engage in outrageous acts. At most, he would suggest purchasing a fruit platter or perhaps sing a song. As the rounds progressed, everyone grew increasingly familiar with his personality, slowly gathering the courage to jest. The turning point arrived in the 4th round. Neither Mian nor Shun Lianyan drew a wild card this time. The wild card was drawn by an extroverted colleague named Lin Qing, who was known for his playful demeanor. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip by. The previous rounds had been rather gentle, but Lin Qing placed the wild card on the coffee table, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Now I shall raise the stakes. He cleared his throat and declared, I want player 2 and player 7 to gaze into each other's eyes for 30 seconds without averting their gaze. Mian thought to himself, indeed, I am the unfortunate player 2. Thankfully, it was merely a request to exchange glances with a colleague, not an excessively outrageous demand. Who was the other unfortunate soul? His gaze swept across the table, landing on the number 7 card before he cautiously lifted his head. His eyes met Bai Junshuo's. Surely, he must be mistaken. Mian felt a rush of breathlessness. Rubbing his eyes, he focused once more. It was indeed Bai Junshuo. I suppose I shall drink. With Bai Junshuo involved, the game instantly transformed into a hellish challenge. Mian stammered as he attempted to raise the wine glass before him. Meanwhile, Bai Junshuo's expression had darkened ominously. Please don't do that. Lin Qing interjected, interrupting Mian's actions. I know you're shy, but this is only the 4th round. You can't possibly drink in every subsequent round, can you? Mian contemplated that he certainly would not drink in every round. As long as the opponent was not Bai Junshuo, he was willing to comply with any request. Moreover, it was highly likely that Bai Junshuo was Shun Lianyan's boyfriend. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the person beside him. The pair of pitch-black eyes remained as inscrutable as ever. Just as Mian was about to turn away, the other party suddenly caught his gaze. This time, those eyes seemed to flicker slightly. Shun Lianyan looked at Mian, his voice soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. Mian, is there something on your mind? Mian was taken aback and shook his head. It's nothing. I see. Shun Lianyan's eyelashes fluttered, and he fell silent. Mian averted his gaze, and amidst the eager stares around him, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. It was merely a 30-second gaze. But Junshuo would not devour him. Besides, at this moment, it was the other party who needed to please him to win Shun Lianyan's favor. What was there to worry about? All right. Lin Qing took out his phone, ready to start the timer. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded. Mian raised his eyes to meet by Junshuo's gaze. Unexpectedly, those eyes did not exude the anticipated pressure or coldness. Instead, they conveyed a fervent warmth, tinged with a hint of caution and timidity, an emotion Mian found perplexing. He was startled by such an unforeseen look, his body stiffening as he instinctively sought to retreat. Observers noted his movement and called out, Mian, if you dodge, you'll have to start over. Laughter erupted around him, heightening Mian's anxiety. At that moment, a cool hand gently pressed down on his wrist. Shun Lianyan's voice drifted into his ear, alleviating his rigidity. Mian, it's just a game. There's no need to be nervous. I'm right here. Bao added. To clarify regarding Shun Lianyan, he is quite perceptive and can sense Mian's indifference towards him. Consequently, he becomes somewhat twisted, wishing for Mian to seek his assistance, thereby validating that the latter relies on him. He refrained from intervening on many previous occasions for this very reason. As for why the subsequent events unfold as they do, that will be revealed later. However, I can assure you that by the end, each male guest will be deeply enamored with Mian. Chapter 61. By Junshuo, your strangeness frightens me in moments of isolation and heightened tension. Even a stranger's casual word of encouragement can significantly bolster one's courage. Mian was no exception. His mind was in disarray, forgetting even the identity of the person beside him. As the other encouraged him, he instinctively clasped the hand extended towards him. A cool sensation enveloped his palm, reminiscent of holding jade freshly retrieved from icy waters, refreshing yet not piercing. Mian gripped tightly, and his mood stabilized considerably, his gaze toward by Junshuo calming as well. There was no need for him to decipher the meaning behind the other's eyes. After all, he was not truly a part of this world. In terms of the unfolding narrative, he was merely a backdrop. All one has to do is wait for any of these individuals to unite with Shun Lianyan and then depart with 2 billion. Overthinking only leads to hesitation, and being influenced by the surroundings can make one timid. Opposite him, Bate Junshuo watched as those light brown eyes transformed from panic to a cold resolve in mere seconds, merely because Shun Lianyan uttered something next to Mian. The words of a fiancé can easily extricate him from the chaos surrounding him. Even though he was well aware of Shun Lianyan's significant importance to Mian, witnessing it firsthand caused his heart to feel as though it was being gnawed by ants, leaving him in a suffocating discomfort. 13, 12, 11. The countdown from those around continued, signaling that the game would conclude if they paused for 10 seconds. Yet, Bate Junshuo abruptly averted his gaze. President Bai? Someone exclaimed in surprise, evidently taken aback by his action. Earlier, when Mian attempted to look away, they had insisted that a diversion would necessitate starting over. However, before Bate Junshuo, this group lacked the courage to make such a demand. Mian furrowed his brows, a hint of resentment in his expression. He fervently wished to avoid locking eyes with Bate Junshuo once more. The expression of Beta did not escape Bate Junshuo's notice. The typically compliant individual who seldom rejected anything now radiated a palpable resistance merely from a fleeting gaze. This was not the outcome he desired. It was a consequence of his own gradual missteps. A trace of mockery flickered in Bate Junshuo's eyes as, amidst the conflicted gazes of those around him, he raised his glass and drained it in one swift motion. He then addressed Lin Qing, the king of this round, saying, I apologize, that was my mistake, and I accept my penalty. Mian raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing those words. Was Bate Junshuo being possessed tonight? Why was he so intent on doing good? With his superior having consumed the drink, Lin Qing was certainly disinclined to comment further. He followed Bate Junshuo's lead with a few lighthearted jokes to lift the atmosphere, then collected the cards to organize the next round of the game. Mian let out a sigh of relief, preparing to pass his cards. It was only then that he realized he was still holding Shun Lianyan's hand. Huh? He froze momentarily, abruptly letting go as if shocked. Shun Lianyan's exquisitely shaped brows knitted together, his expression turning obscure. Mian, too, recognized the awkwardness of the situation. What kind of cannon fodder dares to dismiss their beloved so casually? "I am sorry," he stammered, biting his lip and feigning a remorseful demeanor, his voice low as he offered his apology. "It's all right." Shun Lianyan's voice remained gentle and comforting. A new round of cards was dealt before them. The alpha reached out, gathering their cards together before handing Mian his. Mian breathed a sigh of relief internally and raised his hand to draw his card, but found it unyielding. "What's wrong?" He looked up in confusion, only to meet those pitch-black eyes devoid of any color, a depth that was both unfathomable and unsettling. "Mian, please don't dislike me for touching you." Shun Lianyan's voice was deliberate, seemingly laden with profound grievance. Mian's heart skipped a beat, instinctively wanting to refute. Yet the grip on the card gradually loosened, and it returned to his hand. "Ha ha, in this round, I am the king." The voice of a colleague interrupted, entirely extinguishing the possibility of pursuing that topic further. The gathering was not lacking in participants. Thus, games in which everyone could partake did not guarantee that every round would yield characters from novels. The subsequent rounds turned into a series of playful pranks among colleagues. To be honest, Mian's relationship with this group was rather average. Under normal circumstances, their blunders would amuse him greatly. However, today, his mind was preoccupied with Shun Lianyan's earlier words. A wave of panic surged within him. Goodness, am I truly becoming OOC? How many times has this charming persona been in turmoil throughout the evening? He wondered if the system would deduct his points. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, ultimately deciding to place the blame entirely on by Junshuo. To put it plainly, had he not impulsively confessed at that moment, he would not have needed to summon Shun Lianyan tonight, nor would so much have transpired. If only this person could muster some determination and swiftly devise a way to pursue someone, then he could rest easy. There is always a glimmer of hope. Perhaps heaven truly heard Mian's plea. After yet another round of cards was dealt, the king exuberantly declared, "This time I want the 5 and 9 to kiss. And make it extravagant, with tongues involved." The group had completely disregarded the consequences. Mian furrowed his brow, internally scoffing, contemplating whether it was time to escort Shun Lianyan away to salvage his reputation. With this thought, he summoned his courage and turned to speak to Shun Lianyan, only to find that his expression seemed rather poor. Mian paused. Having known Shun Lianyan for so long, he was rarely one to display his emotions openly. Just as Mian assumed he was still upset from earlier, he glanced down and noticed that Shun Lianyan held the 9 card. The moment he saw the number, he nearly burst into laughter, feeling as if he should celebrate with fireworks. Yes, this was the trajectory that should exist in a novel. In games, it's always the good-hearted who suffer as cannon fodder. Mian excitedly shifted his gaze, sweeping the crowd. The previously exuberant individuals suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere becoming eerily tense. At that moment, Mian felt an ominous premonition. He glanced towards the corner, and sure enough, as he had anticipated, the one holding the 5 card was none other than by Junshuo, seated in the farthest corner, looking somewhat bewildered. "Leopard, no kissing, no kissing." This narrative absolutely does not contain any ambiguity between the characters. It's merely to make Mian happy. Chapter 62. As you wish. I drink. No. Inside the private room, the voices of 2 top-tier alphas rang out simultaneously, one cold, the other impatient. It was evident that both expressed their resistance to the situation at hand. Among them, the most extravagant was undoubtedly their superior, by Junshuo, who seemed to have completely forgotten that they were merely engaged in a game. His tone was as grave as if he were discussing a collaborative project, bluntly rejecting the king's proposal. Mian exclaimed, "No, why is everyone deviating from the script?" She urged, "Hurry, refuse them both." With a sigh of exasperation, Mian's hopeful gaze fell upon the king. The person who had voiced an opinion was evidently taken aback by Junshuo's serious demeanor, their complexion turning pale, and their eyes suddenly clear. "I apologize, Mr. Bai. I was too impetuous," they stammered, standing up with a ghostly pallor, hesitating before adding, let me revise my request." Although it was he who had made the decision, He spoke while cautiously glancing at Bate. Mian fell silent, thinking how unrealistically pragmatic her colleagues were. Before their leader, they exhibited an entirely different attitude. Where was the assertiveness they had shown when they rejected her earlier? Furthermore, what was Bate's reasoning? Why dismiss such a rare opportunity? Was he truly a man, or rather, an alpha? Mian could no longer contain her frustration, shooting a look of reproach at Bate. If I fail to secure the 2 billion, you shall compensate me tenfold. Bate, of course, noticed the incredulous and slightly hurt expression in Mian's gaze, which revealed her disbelief in his potential rejection of the proposal. He chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing that Mian did not trust him to turn down the offer. After all, he had only recently confessed his feelings to Lian. He was startled by his own earlier outburst, finally recognizing how exaggerated his behavior had been. It was strange. Was he truly the type to decline intimacy with the one he cared for, even if Lian disagreed? Yet, why was his first instinct to gauge Mian's reaction? Even after seeing her response, his mood remained clouded. The oppressive atmosphere stifled any desire to engage in the game. And moreover, he had no wish for any direct interaction with Lian today. Let us accept our punishment and drink, Bate declared, shaking his head at the prospect of further demands from his subordinates. After casting a glance at Lian, as if the earlier lapse in composure had never occurred, he lifted his glass and gestured to Lian, then down the contents in one swift motion. Lian maintained an expressionless facade, only raising the untouched glass before him to his lips after Bate had finished. In a sudden burst of determination, Mian snatched the glass away, exclaiming, "I'll drink for you." It was a moment for the devoted admirer to shine. Since the two were unlikely to share a kiss, at the very least, she must ensure her persona remained intact. With that, she emptied the glass in one go, setting it down and smiling at Lian. Mian's complexion was already pale. After consuming alcohol, his face instantly flushed. When he smiled foolishly at others, he resembled a freshly steamed bun, with a delicate exterior that made one yearn to take a bite. Lian's expression darkened as he rose from his seat, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. "It is getting late. Mian has a low tolerance for alcohol, and too much will make her uncomfortable. I shall take her home now. You all enjoy yourselves, and we can gather again next time." His reasoning was sound, and as he was not particularly familiar with anyone present, no one dared to object. The only one reluctant to let them leave was Bate, who instinctively stood up upon hearing those words. He had intended to keep Mian behind to discuss her staying with the company, yet as of now, he hadn't even had the chance to speak with her. How could he willingly let her go? "Mr. Bate, is there something else?" Lian inquired coldly. Having noticed his movement, Bate wished to voice a plea for retention, but was unsure of his standing. "No, I'm just going to the restroom," he managed to utter, his voice reduced to a low, raspy murmur. Mian, having already consumed quite a bit, began to feel lightheaded after yet another drink. Her steps unsteady, and even rising from her seat proved a challenge. Observing her state, a flicker of amusement crossed Lian's eyes as he leaned slightly, his movements fluid and gentle. He firmly cradled her knee with one hand while the other encircled her waist, exerting a slight force to lift her effortlessly into his arms, then confidently exited the private room. This scene left Mian's colleagues wide-eyed in astonishment. What was their relationship? Someone couldn't help but ask. Friends, right? Wasn't that how Mian introduced him? Yet, could friends be this intimate? Such questions echoed in the minds of nearly everyone present. In her inebriated state, Mian found more enjoyment than usual. When sober, she worried about being the expendable one, concerned that closeness with Lian might jeopardize her bonus. However, with the dizziness of intoxication, those thoughts slipped away. She draped her arms around Lian's neck, resting her head against his shoulder, seeking a more comfortable position. Her soft hair occasionally brushed against his chin, and her murmured words, laced with a hint of alcohol, were tender yet indistinct. As Lian felt his throat tighten, he gently patted Mian's back, softly coaxing her, "Be good. We'll be in the car shortly. Just hold on a little longer." Upon reaching the car, He single-handedly opened the passenger door, carefully settling Mian into the seat and fastening her seatbelt with care. Once he had circled around to the driver's seat, he found the seatbelt she had just secured was now undone. Unperturbed, Shun Lianyan leaned over to fasten it again. Mian resisted him, her gaze unfocused, continuing her murmurs. Most of her words were indecipherable to Shun Lianyan, but a few phrases were clear enough. Stick out your tongue. Shun Lianyan paused, the warmth in his dark eyes replaced by an intense heat. He ceased his soothing attempts with Mian. A hand grasped the nape of Mian's neck, fingers tenderly caressing the delicate skin, while another hand firmly held his restless wrist, pinning him securely to the chair. Mian was momentarily stunned by the force of the hold, his murmurs abruptly silenced, his eyelashes fluttering erratically as his moist gaze fixed upon the other man, still unable to comprehend the situation. In that instant, Shun Lianyan leaned in, covering Mian's heated lips with his own. The initial kiss was gentle and exquisite, as if treating a rare treasure, but it swiftly transformed, shedding all softness. His tongue pried open Mian's relaxed mouth, dulled by inebriation. The kiss infused with an irresistible dominance and possessiveness, alongside a hidden thrill derived from Mian's unguarded dependence. Mian gasped for breath, his body instinctively struggling, soft whimpers escaping his lips, yet he was held even more firmly. He could only passively endure the kiss, his eyes gradually misting over, the flush of intoxication blending with the glimmer of vulnerability, rendering him increasingly endearing. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Shun Lianyan, satiated from the kiss, finally pulled back slightly. Their noses brushing against each other, breaths mingling, his tone gentle. Mian, extend your tongue. At that moment, Bo Junshuo was at a loss as to why he felt this way. Perhaps the effects of alcohol lingered, fostering a flicker of delusion within him. Or perhaps it was simply a reflection of his own base nature. In any case, after Shun Lianyan had taken Mian away from the private room, he could not resist the compulsion to follow them. This was his last opportunity of the night. If he failed to gain Mian's forgiveness now, who knew when he might have the chance to meet him again? He longed for the other to return to the office soon, to casually catch a glimpse of him in the break room, to remember the pure, clear gaze that had once looked upon him, and to recall the concern shown during his moments of vulnerability. For this, he was willing to risk inciting Shun Lianyan's ire, as it seemed inconsequential. After some time had passed since Shun Lianyan had left with Mian, locating them in the underground parking lot proved exceedingly difficult. Yet, he was fortunate to remember Shun Lianyan's license plate. Both Junshuo couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself, thinking that this might be the only redeeming aspect of his clandestine affection. Following the parking system, it wasn't long before he located his target. A spark ignited in his eyes as he strode forward, intending to tap on the driver's window. He needed to act swiftly. He could not afford to make any mistakes this time. He would concede to any request Mian made. However, just as he was about to approach, his gaze froze. His excitement abruptly stilled as if someone had pressed the pause button, even his breath caught in his throat. He witnessed Mian kissing Shun Lianyan. The man, often regarded as an aloof and unfeeling figure, now held the Bate tightly in his embrace, their kiss fervent and intimate. The overpowering scent of cedarwood pheromones surged forth, nearly overwhelming in its intensity. As a fellow alpha, Bo Junshuo felt a wave of nausea wash over him upon inhaling that potent aroma. At this moment, he ought to have released pheromones to combat the discomfort or simply departed at once. Yet his gaze seemed ensnared, fixated intently on the figure nestled within Shun Lianyan's embrace, nearly obscured, revealing only glimpses of skin and two slender arms. Those delicate limbs initially struggled, flailing in vain, occasionally forming fists to strike against the back of the person restraining them. However, as time passed, the arms gradually lost strength, the wrists tightening slightly, exuding a sense of helplessness under control, captivating the onlooker. Subsequently, Mian completely succumbed, his hands abruptly seizing, akin to a drowning man clutching onto a lifeline, fingers fiercely gripping the other's clothing, the force so great that deep creases formed in the fabric, even his fingertips sinking into the cotton, leaving reddened imprints. Bai Junchuo's attention fixated on Mian's fingertips. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and separate the two, then absurdly consider placing that finger into his mouth to taste it. No, that can't be right. Why would it be Mian? How could he entertain such thoughts about him? Yet, was he perhaps wishing for something to transpire between Mian and Shen Lianyan? The instant this notion surfaced, Bai Junchuo's countenance darkened. No, just the thought of any skin contact with Shen Lianyan, even if only for an instant, provoked an uncontrollable wave of nausea, reminiscent of when he had caught a whiff of the other's pheromones. His fanciful reverie was swiftly shattered. Shen Lianyan released Mian, slowly rising to remove his coat and drape it over the Bate's face, shielding him from any prying eyes. Then, with his dark, intense gaze, he directed his attention squarely at Bai Junchuo. The latter froze, suddenly aware that his own pheromones had inexplicably spilled forth. Instinctively, he resisted Shen Lianyan, the guilt of being caught peering causing a momentary lapse in reaction. In the next heartbeat, Shen Lianyan's chilling pheromones surged forth, a response any alpha would exhibit when provoked. Bai Junchuo found himself immobilized by the overwhelming pressure of that potent pheromone, his previously clenched fingers now tightening painfully. Yet he stubbornly suppressed his own pheromones, as if doing so would validate his innocence. Enduring the discomfort, he yearned to step forward and explain. However, at that moment, Mian, obscured by the coat, spoke up. What is happening? His voice, slightly slurred from drink, sounded almost endearing. As he pouted, Shen Lianyan, I can't see anything. If Mian were sober and heard his own words, he would likely feel compelled to bash his head against the wall. But in his current haze, he failed to grasp that his vision was obstructed, only feeling a pang of anxiety, as if he had failed a task and was facing punishment from the system. No, he couldn't afford to lose everything. That would be a double loss. Mian's voice grew, choked with emotion. Shen Lianyan's lashes fluttered, intensifying the pressure of his pheromones directed at Bai Junchuo. In terms of action, he starkly contrasted with the pheromones enveloping him. Gripping Mian's hand, he enveloped her in his alluring scent, effectively shielding her from another alpha's presence. His fingertips grazed the soft pad of her finger, his voice gentle. It's all right, Mian. You'll see soon. The sound of his voice, imbued with a unique, velvety texture, was undeniably captivating. Yet, Mian dismissed his words entirely. What does a beautiful voice matter? Such charm often deceives. I refuse to believe it. I want to see now. Upon hearing this, a flicker of helplessness crossed Shen Lianyan's eyes. We are in an underground parking lot. It is too dark for you to see. How about this, Mian? Count to 10, and I swear you will see the lights outside. As he spoke, he shot a cold glance at Bai Junchuo, his gaze laden with warning. Before starting the car, Bai Junchuo understood that Shen Lianyan wished to shield Mian from seeing her current state. Thus, he would not waste any more time. He contemplated calling out to stop them, but realized that Mian, who already detested him, would only loathe him further upon seeing what had just transpired. Therefore, he merely stepped aside, allowing the car to pass as if he had never been there. As the vehicle brushed past him, an unprecedented level of disdain for Shen Lianyan surged within him. If it weren't for his repeated obstructions, perhaps he would have already convinced Mian. On the other side, just as Mian finished her countdown, Shen Lianyan drove out of the garage. He reached out and, like unwrapping a gift, lifted the garment covering the Bate. The city's neon lights and car headlights streamed through the windows, fragmenting into a tender warmth of white and soft pink, gently cascading on his exquisitely beautiful face. Shen Lianyan brought it closer to Mian, softening his gaze as he earnestly declared, See, Mian, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Each time he wrote about Bai Junchuo, he couldn't help but chuckle. Bai, he must truly hate me. Mian, without the 20 billion boost, who are you? It likely follows this amusing pattern. Ha ha ha. Chapter 64. Warning Mian was wrapped in Shen Lianyan's coat as he carried her into the Shen family residence. The ever-watchful butler, who had not slept, immediately approached upon hearing the door stir, his eyes betraying fatigue. He paused momentarily upon seeing the person in Shun Lianyan's arms. A flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Prepare a bowl of hangover soup," Shun Lianyan commanded coldly. The butler remained motionless, seemingly taken aback. "Is there anything else?" Shun Lianyan's finely sculpted brows furrowed, finally turning to look at him. "And no." The butler, realizing his lapse in duty, quickly shook his head and bowed, hastening towards the kitchen. Shun Lianyan continued to embrace Mian, ascending the stairs and entering a room on the second floor. If Mian were awake at this moment, she would realize that this was not the guest room she typically occupied at the Shen residence, but rather Shun Lianyan's room, from which she had been expelled by Shan Jinxiao not long ago. As the charming and aloof figure in the novel, Shun Lianyan's bedroom is strikingly minimalist, bordering on austere. A low-saturation gray velvet bed stands at its center, adorned with no superfluous decorations. The bedding is meticulously arranged, devoid of even a single crease. There is no bedside lamp, only a cold light wall lamp embedded in the wall, casting a gentle yet unobtrusive glow that suffices to illuminate the drawer beside the bed, which contains no literature, just a stack of thin sketchbooks. The room appears entirely devoid of warmth, to the extent that one might question whether anyone truly resides there. However, the entrance of Mian disrupts the established order of the space. Bate's cheeks are flushed from the effects of alcohol, and some disheveled strands of hair cling to his forehead, damp with a slight sheen of sweat. The moment he is placed on the bed, he uncomfortably rolls over, creating several creases in the pristine bedding. The instigator of this chaos remains blissfully unaware, mumbling his discomfort. Shun Lianyan feels an urge to kiss him once more. Yet, just before he can act upon this impulse, a knock resounds at the bedroom door, accompanied by the butler's voice. "Sir, the hangover soup is ready." With a gentle closing of his eyes to suppress his emotions, Shun Lianyan pulls up a chair and sits at the edge of the bed. The butler enters, glancing at Bate's state on the bed, instinctively preparing to feed him the hangover soup. However, just as he sets the tray down on the table, Shun Lianyan's voice interjects. "Just place it here." The butler freezes momentarily, stepping back in response. Shun Lianyan reaches out, steadily lifting Mian, who feels as though he has no bones, leaning instinctively against the support. His head tilts onto Shun Lianyan's shoulder, his hair brushing against the latter's neck, mingling the faint scent of alcohol with Shun's unique, subtle aroma of grass and wood. Shun Lianyan pauses, tenderly caressing Mian's cheek with his fingertip, then adjusts his hold to cradle Mian securely in his embrace, his back pressed against Shun's chest. The pressure is just enough to support him without causing discomfort. With his other hand, Shun Lianyan retrieves the hangover soup, scooping up a spoonful and gently blowing on it before bringing it to Mian's lips. Mian is parched, and at this moment, he would gladly accept even poison. Yet, a mere spoonful is hardly sufficient to quench his thirst. Before he can savor the relief, the next spoonful is quickly offered, but he frowns in annoyance, pursing his lips and refusing to drink. A flicker of surprise crosses Shun Lianyan's eyes as he softly coaxes, Mian, be good and drink the soup. It will ease your discomfort." Mian thinks to himself, "I feel quite uncomfortable already." He disregards Shun's words, clenching his teeth even tighter. Shun Lianyan, perplexed and momentarily at a loss, finds himself in an unusual state of uncertainty. Ultimately, it is the butler, evidently more experienced in caring for others, who suggests, "Sir, perhaps it would be best to offer Mr. Yu some water first. That should provide more comfort." Accepting the butler's advice, Shun Lianyan brings a glass of warm water to Mian. As anticipated, the previously rebellious Bate suddenly becomes compliant, taking small sips until he has consumed more than half the glass. As he prepared to administer the hangover soup, he was exceedingly cooperative. When Mian drank water, the corners of his lips would gently puff up, and his cheeks would subtly shift, moving slowly and delicately, reminiscent of a rabbit. After Shun Lianyan had finished feeding him a bowl of soup, he intended to take Mian to wash up and rest. However, upon turning around, he noticed the butler still standing in place, fists clenched, as if he had something to convey. "Is there anything else?" Shun Lianyan inquired. Having served the Shun family for a considerable duration, The butler had witnessed both him and Shun Jinxiao grow up. Thus Shen Lianyan afforded him a modicum of patience. Yet, it was merely a modicum. The butler, meeting Shun Lianyan's dark gaze, found himself at a loss for words. His initial question lodged in his throat. After much hesitation, he finally stammered, "What should be done with that painting of yours?" Prior to receiving Mian's call, Shun Lianyan had been painting. He engaged in this nearly mechanical act daily to quell the incessant overthinking that plagued his mind. Yet the sensation of being in the flow was a rare occurrence. When he had exhibited his paintings at the art show, his claim of casualness was not an act of humility. He had indeed not poured his heart into those works. His innate talent allowed even his practice pieces to attract considerable attention. Tonight, however, marked one of those rare occasions when he felt in tune with his craft. In the past, even when faced with contracts worth millions, he would remain immersed in his own world, indifferent to external matters. Yet this evening, upon receiving Mian's call, he stepped out without hesitation. The butler found this astonishing and somewhat frightening. He was unaware of when this Bate had made such a profound impression on the young master. "Just tear it up and discard it," Shun Lianyan replied flatly, as if the painting bore no significance to him. The butler's heart surged with tumultuous emotions at those mere 6 words, which were plainly written across his face. Nevertheless, Shun Lianyan's stride toward the bathroom with Mian remained unbroken, and just before entering, he remarked, "Uncle Chun, the household staff needs to be managed. The Shen family does not require individuals who gossip about their master behind their backs." Both individuals within the room were acutely aware of whom he referred to. Chapter 65. The bare pajamas. The following day, Mian awoke in the guest room of the Shen residence. The moment he opened his eyes, memories of the previous night flooded back like a tidal wave. He lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling utterly despondent, before suddenly pulling the covers over his head and rolling back and forth on the bed in a frenzy. Oh heavens! Is it possible to reset yesterday? It was supposed to be a kiss between Shun Lianyan and Bai Junshuo, yet it had inexplicably landed upon his own lips. Moreover, it seemed he could not blame anyone else. It was he who had murmured about kissing and sticking out his tongue, with Shun Lianyan merely following suit. How infuriating! Mian kicked his legs fiercely beneath the covers, his ears turning a delicate shade of crimson. Following suit was one thing, but one could not kiss someone in such a manner. Even though the memories of his drunken stupor were somewhat hazy, he could still vividly recall the sensation as if he were about to be absorbed into his very being, merging with his bones and blood. His lips still bore a slight, tingling ache, and without the need for a mirror, he knew they must have swollen. Just as Mian was seething with indignation, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Remembering his persona, Mian hastily emerged from beneath the covers, smoothing the wrinkles of the bedspread with his hands before calling out, "Please enter." The doorknob turned, and in walked Shun Lianyan, clad in casual home attire, holding a set of clothes. The midday sunlight cascaded down from his hair, flowing over his brow and neck, accentuating his noble demeanor, as though he had stepped forth from a painting. However, Mian's immediate reaction was one of a desire to bury himself back under the blankets. Why is it him? He had expected the arrival of a butler or a servant. Shun Lianyan's gaze lingered on Mian's disheveled hair and the sheets that were in stark contrast to it for a moment, before his eyes crinkled in amusement. "It seems Mian does not welcome me?" Mian, at times, found himself genuinely fearful of Shun Lianyan's perceptiveness. After being kissed so intimately the previous night, anyone would instinctively wish to flee, yet this man remained unfazed. Be careful, you might earn a label of impurity and find it hard to attract a boyfriend. He internally scoffed, while maintaining a facade of innocence. "No, not at all, just a bit. Shy?" Shun Lianyan deftly completed his sentence. Mian's movements froze, and his ears visibly reddened. How is it that Shun Lianyan always brought up the most awkward topics? Mian. Shun Lianyan leaned closer, extending his long fingers to gently touch Mian's lips, his voice a low murmur that caressed Mian's eardrums. "Your lips are swollen," Mian replied, "and you know who to blame for that. Apologies." The exquisite alpha's voice held a softness, but his gaze remained fixated on Mian's lips, as if drawn by an unseen force. The marks left behind seem more profound than what young Masterby left. It may take a few days to fade. At this, Mian fell into a profound silence. Did Shun Lianyan not realize he was merely stating the obvious? Bai had only taken a fleeting bite, whereas he had been thoroughly indulged, sucking and nibbling for an extended duration. Naturally, the marks would be deeper. Speaking of the charming playboy, it was indeed peculiar how he harbored a competitive spirit even in such matters. If it were a contest of who could mark deeper, they could take their time with it. If they wished, he would gladly serve as a judge, but please do not experiment on him. Mian, he mused, as his thoughts drifted away. A gentle pinch on his cheek snapped him back to reality. Upon lifting his gaze, he met Shun Lianyan's inky pearl-like eyes, dark and seemingly filled with exasperation. Mian's lashes fluttered with a hint of guilt, and he quickly tilted his head upwards, attempting to divert the conversation. Aren't you supposed to be at the company today? There hasn't been anything urgent lately. It's time for Shen Jinxiao to take the reins. Shun Lianyan straightened his posture, withdrew his hand, and extended the other hand with the clothing he held. Moreover, it's rare for Mian to have a holiday. I wish for you to spend more time with me. It seemed he had indeed discovered the matter of her paid leave. Mian accepted this revelation rather well. When he had called Shun Lianyan last night, he realized that this secret could not be kept. However, in his original plan, the forthcoming days were supposed to be filled with the tender affections between Bate Junshuo and Shun Lianyan. To his surprise, Bate Junshuo had faltered, leaving him to handle matters alone. During that period, he had refrained from transferring any negative emotions to Shun Lianyan. Hence he pondered for a moment and felt it necessary to explain himself. How could a devoted admirer fail to care for Shun Lianyan at the onset of his leave? Thank you, Mian, for considering me. Shun Lianyan's voice remained gentle, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Yet, after a brief pause, he added, however, I would be even happier if you were willing to seek me out and share your emotions with me. It was the first time someone expressed a willingness to be an emotional receptacle. Mian inwardly marveled. Truly, he embodies the essence of a story's protagonist. Regardless of your choices regarding this job, I shall support you wholeheartedly. Thus, please set aside all reservations and rely on him freely. Mian always sensed something peculiar about Shun Lianyan's emotions. Upon further reflection, he realized that he had always been enigmatic. Ultimately, he displayed a genuinely touched expression, sincerely uttering, Thank you. All right, quickly change into your clothes, then let us head downstairs for breakfast. Shun Lianyan smiled softly, reverting to his usual demeanor, and gently ruffled Mian's hair. Oh, Mian responded, only to lower his gaze and discover he was not wearing the outfit from the previous night, but rather a fitted, comfortable pajama set adorned with a bear motif. My clothes have been changed. Mian exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Shun Lianyan cast a glance at the bear pajamas. His ears subtly tinged with a hint of pink, yet his tone remained perfectly composed. You were quite intoxicated last night, reeking of alcohol. If you hadn't changed, you would have rested well. Mian was taken aback. So, I feel clean and comfortable, devoid of any hangover stickiness. Did you give me a bath? His voice trembled slightly. Yes. It must have been the maid who helped me, right? Mian asked in a fluster. Mian. Shun Lianyan sighed softly, his voice deliberate and tinged with a hint of coaxing. We returned quite late last night, and only the housekeeper was still awake, surely. You wouldn't want him to assist you in your inebriated state? Mian replied, That is indeed true. It wouldn't be appropriate to have the elderly housekeeper deal with a drunkard. Yet, a faint blush still graced his cheeks. Oh no, I hope I didn't take advantage of the charming one. Chapter 66. Surprise Mian was genuinely fearful of this possibility. He worried that once the admirers of a charming one learned of this incident, they might unite to exact revenge upon him. In that case, even if he were to acquire 20 billion, enjoyment would be impossible, and that would be truly lamentable. It was merely a change of clothes and a bath, nothing more. Shun Lianyan calmly interrupted his stammered words, pausing briefly before adding, If it were Mian, she would have done the same, wouldn't she? This statement quelled Mian's concerns. Indeed, regardless of feelings, they were bound by a marriage contract. Moreover, She had merely helped him fend off drinks last night. So his taking responsibility for the aftermath seemed entirely reasonable. If he were to abandon her, it would contradict Shun Lianyan's character. With this thought, Mian felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Just a moment. I'll change and come downstairs, she declared. Clarity restored. She picked up the clothes Shun Lianyan had handed her and began to unfasten the buttons of her nightgown with a sense of urgency and openness, clearly eager for breakfast. Witnessing this, Shun Lianyan's lips, which bore a faint smile, momentarily froze. He instinctively began to rise to give her space, lifting his foot slightly, but then hesitated, his gaze softening as he silently watched Mian for a couple of seconds. Mian was so unreserved. It was as if no one else was present in the room. In his university days, roommates would change clothes without any pretense of modesty. Besides, in this world, Bate has held no allure for alphas. After a shower, why should there be any shyness? As she unfastened the buttons of her nightgown, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck and collarbone, the loose garment slipped off her shoulder, exposing the gentle lines of her back. Shun Lianyan's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, and the depths of his dark eyes grew a shade more profound. Yet he remained composed, simply appreciating the sight. Once Mian donned the attire, she was taken aback by its perfect fit and curiously inquired, "Is this also Shun Jinshao's clothing?" "Of course not. I would never repeat the same mistake. This was specifically prepared for you." "Really?" Mian's delight was palpable, and she couldn't help but ask, "Can I take it home with me?" After her previous dress had been stained and exchanged, she had not seen it again. Naturally, the outfit belonging to Shun Jinshao had been returned to the butler, entirely eliminating the possibility of her keeping it for resale. She felt a tinge of regret about that, hence her desire to negotiate this time. Shun Lianyan's eyes flickered with surprise at her words. Only then did Mian realize how out of character she was being. Feeling a bit awkward, she cleared her throat and attempted to amend her statement. "I accidentally stained the last dress, so I want to cherish this one properly." Her face flushed dramatically as she spoke. Shun Lianyan's dark gaze softened at her earnestness as he reached out to tousle her hair, saying, "You may take whichever you wish, or I can have someone move the wardrobe to you." Mian was momentarily taken aback, only then noticing the new row of wardrobes that had appeared in the guest room. Fueled by a sudden intuition, she approached the wardrobe and opened its doors. Her gaze froze instantly. The wardrobe was crammed full, an array of garments in various lengths, thicknesses, and styles, each piece meticulously organized and categorized, clearly arranged for easy access. His initial reaction was that his modest home could never accommodate such a grand wardrobe. His second reaction was disbelief. Shun Lianyan had truly lost his mind. Although Mian relished extracting a little something from the wealthy as a form of compensation for his efforts, it did not imply that he was foolish. Which charming individual would prepare an entire wardrobe for their mere pawn? What? The joy Bate felt upon receiving an array of clothes dissipated, replaced by a frown and a tone tinged with confusion and palpable resistance. He was merely there to complete a task, to exchange the 20 billion for a new identity and disappear. He had no desire to owe Shun Lianyan anything, nor did he wish to cultivate any emotional entanglement with him. They were not even from the same world. Upon hearing the question, the amusement in Shun Lianyan's eyes dimmed slightly. His fingers, which hung by his side, tightened imperceptibly, conveying a sense of suppressed tension. "I thought you would like it." After a prolonged silence, his voice emerged, somewhat hoarse, uttering those few words. Mian's frown deepened, his gaze grew cold, imbued with a palpable distance. He perhaps did not even realize that this was not the demeanor one would exhibit towards someone they cherished. Naturally, he had no inclination to ponder such thoughts. At present, he merely sought to understand the reason behind the charming figure's unusual behavior. "But this is far too extravagant. You need not expend such effort on me." Should the charming individual utter something akin to "everything I do for you is worth it," he would immediately take his leave. If the charming persona crumbled and he could not secure the 20 billion, what was the point of lingering here? Fortunately, Shun Lianyan's response did not disappoint him. "Mian, this did not require much thought." Shun Lianyan lifted his gaze to meet Mian's, his radiant face adorned with a gentle smile. though the warmth did not reach his eyes. I simply instructed the butler to fill it. It was merely a phone call. Mian paused, realizing that the affluent did not encounter the same complications he did when acquiring items. Yet his underlying doubts remained unallayed. Bate pressed his lips together, but even so, it still felt like a waste of money. There is no waste involved. Lian turned away, his hand gliding softly over the plush knitwear within the wardrobe. His movements tender, yet his eyes shrouded in silence. Mian, do you remember what you promised me? Mian was truly taken aback. What? What had he promised Lian? Had he inadvertently let slip the mention of the 20 billion last night? And was the other party interested as well? That simply would not do. You truly have forgotten. Lian's voice carried a hint of melancholy, his eyelashes lowered, his tone gentle, as if it could disperse with a breath. Did Mian not promise to come and model for me when he had the time? Ah, so that was the matter at hand. Mian suddenly understood. He remembered, yet had not taken it to heart. After all, the previous Lian had never requested a model, so he assumed the other was merely speaking casually. Being a life-drawing model was quite exhausting, and therefore, the fee was not insignificant. But I believe Mian would not accept my money, so I can only use this as recompense. Lian's gaze darkened, resembling a pool of ink as he calmly spoke. I truly apologize for not considering your opinion. Bao remarked. I noticed a little angel in the comments asking when Lian could join the table. As everyone has seen in this chapter, if he dares to do anything to Mian at this stage, in the next chapter, Mian will be dragging her suitcase to a place where he can't find her. Do not underestimate the bond between Mian and 20 billion. Chapter 67. May I draw you now? Lian's assertion was entirely reasonable, perhaps even regarded as the optimal answer in Mian's heart. Wei played the role of a devoted admirer. It was naturally impossible for him to seek any form of recompense from his beloved. Yet, there is no such thing as a free lunch. By accepting his unpaid labor, Lian essentially accepted his feelings, tacitly allowing him to draw closer. This, however, contradicted the demeanor of a lofty flower. Thus, he offered clothing as an alternative form of compensation. This seemingly intimate gesture was, in truth, a means to ensure neither party owed the other anything, thereby distinctly delineating their boundaries. Under normal circumstances, this explanation would have allowed Mian to comfortably accept the items. However, today, in light of his 20 billion, he felt he ought to exercise caution. But I am not a professional. Using these as compensation feels. It is more than mere compensation. Lian interrupted him, his tone gentle yet weighty. Noticing Mian's lingering hesitation, he continued, You may not realize, but I am quite particular about the scenes I depict. The fabric you wear needs to possess a certain quality to achieve the effect I desire. Lian's words were soft and tactful, yet the intent was unmistakably clear. I am purchasing these clothes solely to avoid polyester on the canvas. Mian had no choice but to believe him, though he simultaneously felt a sting of resentment. These damned, wealthy individuals. What is wrong with polyester? My polyester can generate static in winter. Can your clothes do that? Upon witnessing the Bate's embarrassment, a flicker of amusement danced in Lian's dark eyes. He softened his tone and added, However, Mian looks good in anything. So if you cannot accept them, you need not wear them. Why shouldn't I wear them? They represent my emotional compensation. I will wear them, the Bate replied, somewhat irritated. As he closed the cabinet with a muted sound, yet still dutifully maintained his persona of the meek and honest individual. If wearing these clothes can assist you, I would be very happy. Hearing this response, Lian's brow eased slightly, a glimmer of light rapidly passing through his dark eyes. Before he spoke with utmost seriousness, Thank you, Mian. Having experienced a tumultuous morning, Mian's stomach was growling with hunger. After a night of indulgence, Lian had intentionally allowed him extra time to sleep. By the time he descended to the dining area, it was already past 11. It was uncertain whether this meal could be classified as breakfast or lunch. The meal laid out on the table was evidently prepared with consideration for his discomfort following a night of revelry, consisting entirely of light and low-oil dishes. Mian raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. How had the Shun family's servants suddenly altered their demeanor? He had expected based on their usual behavior, that they would prepare something utterly unappetizing for him. What no appetite? Noticing that he had yet to pick up his chopsticks, Shun Lianyan cast a concerned glance in his direction. No, no. Mian shook his head, dismissing the thought, attributing the change to the fact that Shun Lianyan would also be dining today. It wasn't until he finished the stir-fried vegetables on his plate that butler Chen approached, slightly bowing, with a tone both respectful and restrained, inquiring, "Mr. Yu, would you care for another serving?" Mian's hand, holding the chopsticks, froze momentarily, his eyes widening in astonishment. Had he encountered some supernatural phenomenon today? Not only had the chef transformed, but even the butler seemed possessed. It was well known that the latter had previously regarded him with indifference. Instinctively, he turned a glance at Shun Lianyan. As a beloved heartthrob in the world of novels, Shen exuded an effortless charm, even while slicing an egg. Mian was certain that if he could capture that moment on film, he would reap considerable rewards from Shun's admirers. Alas, such a splendid opportunity was lost to him, as he was bound to uphold his own persona. Noting Mian's gaze, Shun Lianyan remained remarkably composed, countering with a question, "Do you still wish to eat?" Mian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The truth was, he did feel hungry, but as an honest person, how could he ask a worker to prepare another dish for him? If there were a need, he could simply instruct Uncle Chen directly. Upon seeing his refusal, Shun Lianyan did not press further, merely offering a gentle reminder. He then extended his untouched plate of stir-fried vegetables towards Mian, pausing briefly before adding, "Do not worry about inconveniencing them. They are here at the Shun residence to earn their wages." I understand. I am here in your home for the sake of earning 20 billion. Having received a plate of food while maintaining his persona, Mian felt quite pleased. Even the way he nodded at Shun Lianyan appeared exceedingly compliant. His soft hair swayed gently with his movements, resembling a delicate blade of grass dancing in the wind. Shun Lianyan's eyelids lowered slightly, his grip on the fork tightening. Before he spoke, his gaze, devoid of any light, fixed intently on the Bate, asking, Mian, may I draw you today?" Warm light flooded the garden in front of the mansion, illuminating the vine-covered pavilion supported by white columns. The trellis was adorned with lush green tendrils, intertwined with blossoms of soft pink and deep red. Mian, clad in a white loungewear set, sat gracefully on a bench, the soft fabric draping over his slender form. The neckline slightly open, and the sleeves casually rolled up, exuding an air of relaxed cleanliness, akin to a prince who had stepped out of fairy tale. This was the location chosen by Shun Lianyan for his sketching. At this moment, he awaited the arrival of the easel and paints. Yet the subject of his artistic endeavor remained blissfully unaware of his imminent role as a model. At this moment, he was holding his phone, perusing the messages sent by Bai Rongxing. Bai Rongxing had already joined the film crew in the mountains, and his living conditions had drastically deteriorated. The daily updates sent to Mian were no longer adorned with unattainable luxury brand logos or sponsorships, but rather depicted his struggles with the farm animals in his village. "This creature has been stealing my food for several days." Accompanying the message was a photograph of a rooster he was holding. In the picture, his brow was furrowed, and his porcelain white hand gripped the rooster's claw, creating a striking contrast. Unable to contain herself, Mian burst into laughter, given by Rongxing's nearly grass-like diet. It was no wonder the chicken mistook it for its own food. "What do you plan to do?" Mian replied. "Of course I will stew it." Bai Rongxing replied triumphantly, adding, "By the way, I named it Xiaomian. You two look quite rustic together. Don't you think it suits?" Mian realized he was retaliating for her calling him Bai. This person really holds a grudge. Chapter 68. No need to starve it. Remember to add some mushrooms for flavor, Mian suggested earnestly based on her cooking experience. "You really intend to stew it?" The reply from Bai Rongxing seemed filled with shock. "You could also try mouth-watering chicken, or braised chicken would be delicious, but unfortunately, your conditions won't allow for that. Otherwise, fry would be an option." Mian calculated the possibilities for him, feeling her own hunger grow. She wondered how likely it was that the kitchen would prepare chicken tonight. She swallowed hard. How could you be so cruel? It has a wife and kids. On the other end, Bai Rongxing covered the rooster's eyes with his hand, murmuring to Xiaomian, "Don't be afraid. We won't look at such things. Mian thought, how do you know it has a family? And to be called cruel by the young master of a crime family? Wasn't it by Rongxing himself who suggested stewing it? Confounded by the young master's logic, Mian frowned, but it stole your food. The young man holding the chicken suddenly blushed at the message. The usually timid Bate, who would shy away from being bullied, suddenly displayed unexpected bravery. By Rongxing's mood brightened, leading him to pardon the rooster. It's fine. It's just a meal. I can always feed it at every meal from now on. Having named it Mian, he could never bring himself to stew it. He did not send the latter part of his thought. Mian grew more perplexed. Young master, if you have the energy, hurry and pursue Lianyan instead of raising pets so far away. She felt by Rongxing needed some excitement. After pondering for a few seconds, she took a photo of the garden at the Shun family estate and sent it. The flowers here are beautiful. The flowers in Lianyan's garden were of extraordinary varieties. Although Mian could not discern any obvious differences, the pampered young master would surely recognize them at a glance. As I allow my thoughts to wander, it becomes apparent that I am presently at Lianyan's residence. Indeed, within moments, a message from Bai Rongxing arrives, the tone markedly more serious. Where are you? Mian smirks, but refrains from responding. Almost immediately, his phone buzzes with an incoming call. As anticipated, witnessing his beloved in the company of a rival has stirred the young master into a flurry. Mian muses silently that Bai Rong is far more reliable than Bai Junshou. Just as he prepares to answer the call, a familiar voice cuts through the air from a distance. Mian, whose call is that? Lianyan, having appeared in the pavilion unbeknownst to Mian, stands there with art supplies slung over his shoulder, his gaze softly fixed upon Mian. Behind him, a profusion of fragrant blossoms surrounds them, dappling the scene with delicate light. His extraordinarily handsome face, favored by the heavens, shines with an allure that outshines even the most resplendent roses. Yet, Mian finds no leisure to admire. His eyes widen in sudden alarm. A wave of guilt washes over him as he recalls his promise to shun Lianyan not to contact Bai Rongxing after the art exhibition. Though it wasn't a commitment he embraced willingly, failing to uphold, it would strip away the essence of his devoted affection. In a reflexive attempt to conceal the phone, he hesitates, realizing such an act would only betray his unease, and instead opts for a cautious reply. Oh, they're here to discuss my reinstatement, and I haven't made up my mind yet, so I'd rather not answer. Lianyan remained silent for a few moments before smiling gently, encouraging Mian. Go ahead and answer. Don't keep him waiting. A sense of dread envelopes Mian. He instinctively knows that answering the call would spell disaster. Setting aside the potential collapse of his devoted persona, it would undoubtedly diminish Bai Rongxing's regard for him in Lianyan's eyes. Forgive me, Bai, he silently laments. For the sake of our happiness. Gritting his teeth, he decisively disconnects the call. Under Lianyan's perplexed gaze, he awkwardly explains, they were just discussing my reinstatement. I haven't decided yet, so I prefer to wait. Meanwhile, on the other end, Bai Rongxing, upon hearing the call end, blinks in disbelief, his enchanting eyes widening slightly. Momentarily frozen in shock. He hung up. He murmurs softly, a hint of incredulity lacing his voice. This marks the first time in their long acquaintance that Mian has terminated a call with him. Even during their initial, most awkward interactions, he had never done so. What is different today? Indeed, something is amiss. Bai Rongxing is acutely aware that today, Mian stands beside Lianyan, the alpha whom he has cherished for so long and will continue to adore. Thus, the scales of affection tip in favor of the latter. Bai Rongxing's beautiful brow slowly furrows, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his nose tinged with a slight sting. Rongxing, an assistant rushes in, footsteps light yet tinged with urgency. The director has called. It's time to begin the next scene. Bai Rongxing felt a sudden rigidity in his body. The feelings of grievance and sorrow that had begun to surface were quickly suppressed. Educated from a young age to conceal his emotions in the presence of others, he swiftly reverted to his usual proud and flamboyant demeanor. All right, I understand. I'll go over now, he declared, grabbing the chicken from the ground and thrusting it into his assistant's arms. The assistant stiffened in surprise. Before I return, keep an eye on it. Absolutely no food allowed. Bai Rongxing gritted his teeth as he tossed this command over his shoulder before striding toward the set. After a few paces, he paused and turned back. No need to startle completely. A little food is permissible. With that, he took a deep breath and departed without a backward glance. In a small interlude unrelated to the main storyline, during a live broadcast, the young star, with his fair and sturdy arms, held up a chicken. "Come on, my friends. One pair of sunglasses, and I'll eliminate it. I love money, and money loves me," he urged, prompting donations. The young master set the chicken down, exclaiming, "Do you really think I would? You're the most heartless one here." He then commanded his bodyguard, "Investigate. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my territory." Days later, while on his way to work, Mian was forcibly dragged into a car by several burly men and brought before the young master. "I have neither money nor life to spare," Mian stated. The young master scrutinized his face for a while, then blushed, lifting him up and taking him to his room. He insisted that Mian must care for the chicken, claiming, "You committed such a cruel act. You must take responsibility." Faced with a monthly salary of 100,000, Mian soon capitulated. Chapter 69. Do not move in the garden of the Shun family. Mian nervously watched Shun Lianyan, uncertain whether he would believe his explanation. If it were an unpleasant matter, hanging up would certainly be the best course of action. Shun Lianyan lowered his gaze to arrange the easel, his voice gentle and melodious. Filled with concern. "Is that so?" Mian sighed in relief, smiling in agreement. However, upon seeing from a distance that Mian had been messaging someone, he thought they must have a good relationship. Shin Lianyan fixed the drawing paper and then lifted his gaze, his dark pupils locking onto Mian. "You've been smiling the whole time." Mian was instantly taken aback by this remark. What was this sense of guilt? As if he had been caught cheating, he was merely contemplating what to have for dinner. After a moment's hesitation, Mian decided to speak a bit of truth. "He sent me some amusing work-related matters." Pausing, he then posed a question to Shun Lianyan. "Alien, are you angry?" Shun Lianyan paused, his hand gripping the paintbrush, and gently replied, "How could I be?" He gazed at Mian, his dark hair casting a soft shadow over his brow, enhancing the clarity of his eyes, which exuded a gentle demeanor. It should be a cause for joy that Mian has good relations with colleagues at the company. This response put Mian at ease. He understood that if he were to take the initiative to inquire, Shun Lianyan would intentionally conclude the conversation. Mindful of the distance between them, reflecting on past encounters, he realized that his fear of drawing closer to the charming individual led him to retreat, resulting in a perpetual loss of agency. It was imperative to circumvent this issue in the future. Indeed, not every relationship is harmonious, and last night had been rather hurried. He promised himself to properly introduce them next time. Mian diligently replayed the events in his mind, yet he still responded softly to Shun Lianyan's words, feigning a demeanor of joy while hiding his true feelings of shyness. "All right," Shun Lianyan replied, a perfect smile gracing his lips, his tone calm and measured. During their conversation, he had assembled the drawing tools and gestured towards a bench adorned with flowers and greenery, suggesting, "You may sit there, Mian." Naturally, Mian complied obediently, moving to sit down like a dutiful student, placing his hands on his knees. After a brief silence, Shun Lianyan remarked, Mian, there's no need to be so rigid. Just strike a casual pose as you would normally." Mian found himself quite eager for Shun Lianyan to draw him. This was an experience he had never encountered in his previous life. If circumstances allowed, he might even consider adopting an exaggerated pose to challenge Shun Lianyan further. However, his persona did not permit such liberties. Upon hearing Shun Lianyan's words, the Bate's posture became even more tense. He struggled to remove his hand from his knee, his fingertips trembling slightly, his neck held upright, exuding an air of awkwardness as if he were about to be scrutinized for an extended period. Mian, raise your hand a little and relax your fingertips." Shun Lianyan's voice was soft, imbued with just the right amount of patience. Mian's face flushed crimson, and he bit his lip, complying with the instructions. Unfortunately, due to his overwhelming anxiety, his movements remained less than satisfactory. The subject of the drawing sensed this, and, feeling a bit embarrassed, spoke up, "Alien, I truly am not suited for this." "No, no one is more suitable than you," Shun Lianyan interjected, striding over with long legs, slightly leaning down. As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against the Bate's ear, causing him to shiver. "I'm not asking for perfection in your pose, nor am I looking for someone to merely fill the space. There are many professional models outside who can pose impressively, yet none have inspired me to pick up my pencil. It is only you standing here that makes me feel there is something worth capturing. So, I kindly ask you to endure a little longer." Shun Lianyan's words evidently provided significant encouragement to the Beta, whose nervousness dissipated considerably, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his expression. "But the pose, it's all right. I will assist you." Shun Lianyan's cool hand gently grasped Mian's wrist, his touch tender, gradually adjusting his posture. "See, let your wrist drop slightly, your fingertips resting lightly on the armrest, just like this." The warmth of his palm pressed against Mian's wrist, appearing as a composed and courteous gesture. However, unbeknownst to the Beta, the calming pheromones of cold cedar subtly unfurled, weaving a delicate and gentle web that ensnared Mian completely, firmly enclosing him within Shun Lianyan's realm. Mian obediently followed his guidance, resembling a docile rabbit. "Excellent. Just like that." Shun Lianyan leaned in closer, his chest nearly brushing against Mian's back, allowing Mian to distinctly feel the coolness emanating from his body. In the pavilion where the sun poured down, the atmosphere was surprisingly pleasant. He subtly leaned back a bit more, unaware that this slight movement was entirely captured by the deep black eyes of the alpha. A flicker of amusement finally crossed Shun Lianyan's face, his gaze softening with an intimate warmth, tinged with a hint of flirtation. His fingertips gently caressed the delicate skin of Mian's wrist, his voice dropping to a hushed tone imbued with a dreamy quality. "Enveloped in the rich fragrance of blooming flowers, you may lift your eyes slightly and gaze at the lilies of the valley over there." Mian slowly raised his gaze, his light brown pupils glistening like glass beads under the sunlight. Shun Lianyan studied his profile, a profound emotion fleetingly flashing across his dark eyes. He then released Mian's wrist and stepped towards the art supplies. Soon, the sound of charcoal gliding over paper filled the air. The soft rustling lulled Mian into a tranquil reverie. Time quietly flowed by, and he had lost track of how long it had been when the voice of the butler, Chun, jolted him back to reality. He was unsure when Butler Chun had arrived, but he now stood outside the pavilion, holding Shun Lianyan's phone with a somewhat anxious demeanor. It appeared someone was seeking him. However, Shun Lianyan paid no heed to this. Seeing the butler's worried expression, Mian couldn't help but call out a reminder, only to inadvertently meet Shun Lianyan's penetrating gaze. Since his arrival in this world, Mian had seldom been able to decipher the emotions of the charming figure before him. Today was no exception. Within those ink-like, pearl-like eyes lay a depth he could not comprehend. Yet, inexplicably, he felt as if he had been scalded, his heart racing, and instinctively he sought to evade that gaze. However, just as he was about to turn away, Shun Lianyan's voice floated to him. "Mian, don't move." The softness of his tone bore an unusual seriousness and assertiveness rarely seen. "Just hold on a little longer. It will be done soon." Chapter 70. The torn painting. After another 10 minutes, the painting, which had not been interrupted despite the butler's evident urgency, was finally completed. Mian's muscles felt a bit sore, yet his curiosity remained unquenched. After all, this was his first experience of being captured on paper. He stood up, stretched his shoulders, and walked toward Shun Lianyan. "May I see it?" Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Shun Lianyan had closed the drawing board. "Sorry, Mian." Shun Lianyan lifted his eyes, speaking gently. "I'm not entirely satisfied with today as painting. Could we wait until next time for me to show it to you?" Mian was momentarily taken aback. He was unsure of Shun Lianyan's standards for satisfaction, but based on his understanding of the man, even a few careless strokes on paper could hardly be deemed unsatisfactory. His curiosity piqued. He couldn't resist saying, "It's fine, I don't understand these things. So let me take a quick look." However, Shun Lianyan firmly and resolutely rejected him, his voice deep and unwavering. "It's not well painted. There's no need to see it." Mian was seldom turned down by Shen Lianyan, indicating that the latter was genuinely dissatisfied with the painting. Very well, he thought. Mian had no habit of forcing others against their will. After all, a great artist must bear some burdens. It was understandable that he would feel discontented after painting someone, especially since he rarely did so. It was quite amusing to see the aloof highland flower in such a state. As soon as Mian finished speaking, the tension in Shen Lianyan's shoulders eased just perceptibly, and he returned to his usual composed demeanor, smiling at Mian as he said, "There are desserts prepared in the house. Would you like to try some, Mian?" The mention of desserts completely dissolved the slight disappointment Mian felt from not seeing the painting. He turned to Butler Chun and inquired, "Is there any ice cream?" Although the day's temperature was not excessively high, having been outside for so long, he felt a bit overheated, his fair skin reddened from the sun. A cool treat would be delightful. In truth, there was none. The two young masters of the Shen family were not fond of such treats, so the servants did not prepare them. The butler initially intended to respond truthfully, but in a flash, he recalled Shen Lianyan's instructions. The Shen family did not require servants who would gossip about their masters. Clearly, in the eyes of the young head of the family, this ordinary Bate had already become a part of the household. As the butler, he naturally had to treat him as a master as well. Otherwise, he understood well that after last night's warning, if he showed no improvement, his employer would not hesitate to dismiss him. Those who had been able to work in the Shen household for so long were often astute individuals. "I have some. I will have the servant prepare it for you," Butler Chen replied. Upon hearing that there was something cool to eat, Mian's spirits lifted significantly. He eagerly glanced at Shen Lianyan, silently inviting him to join him inside. Shen Lianyan gestured to the phone in the butler's hand, indicating that he had matters to attend to. Naturally, Mian was more than happy to enjoy afternoon tea on his own. However, he remained mindful of his persona, advising Shen Lianyan to rest early before stepping lightly towards the house, his demeanor gentle and unassuming, like a fledgling bird folding its wings. Shen Lianyan nodded slightly, watching Mian depart. After a few steps, Mian suddenly halted, as if recalling something, and without a moment's hesitation, turned back. The sun was just right, casting a golden glow upon his shoulders, accentuating the clarity of his features. Rarely did he display his usual reserve. His lips curled into a soft arc as he addressed Shen Lianyan, who stood still. "When you finish painting next time, remember to show it to me." Shen Lianyan's once drooping eyelashes suddenly lifted, and his gaze collided with a pair of eyes shimmering with scattered light. His fingertips subtly curled, and the customary layer of cool frost in his eyes quietly melted away. He then nodded earnestly at Mian, receiving this assurance. Mian smiled with satisfaction and turned to continue walking into the room, his footsteps imbued with a light, joyful cadence. After he departed, Shen Lianyan reached out to adjust the easel. On the canvas lay a likeness of Mian. Bate gazed down at the distant lily of the valley, its delicate curvature portrayed with astonishing realism, the contours of its brows and eyes delineated with precision and fluidity. If Mian were present, he would undoubtedly praise the artwork, wishing to take it home as a cherished possession. Even the butlers standing nearby could not suppress a flicker of admiration, softly exclaiming, "Sir, this painting is truly exquisite. It captures Mr. Yu's likeness with remarkable authenticity. Even his expression exudes a hint of vitality." Shen Lianyan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the canvas, devoid of any pleasure from the praise, only a profound scrutiny and dissatisfaction. He slowly lifted his hand, his fingertips gliding over the painted brows and eyes of Mian. The motion gentle, yet his countenance increasingly frigid. The butler had remarked on the likeness, yet Shen Lianyan was acutely aware that it fell short. It failed to capture the starlight in Mian's eyes when he smiled, nor the soft yet occasionally self-doubting tone in his speech. Most importantly, it could not convey the pure and vibrant essence that radiated when he had just turned and laughed. No matter how skillful the imitation, it was merely a soulless shell. In Shen Lianyan's eyes, this clumsy replica was a desecration of Mian. His dissatisfaction deepened. With a slight swallow, he hesitated not a moment before grasping the edge of the paper, exerting pressure until, with a crisp tearing sound that echoed sharply in the silent courtyard, the canvas was irrevocably marred by a jagged rip. The butler was taken aback by this sudden act, rendered speechless, and stood silently to the side. As Shun Lianyan reduced the painting to tatters and brushed away the remnants with an elegant composure, he inquired, "Was there something you wished to discuss when you came to find me?" The butler handed Shun Lianyan his phone, explaining that it was a call from the second young master regarding a matter requiring his opinion at the company. Recalling the earlier call with Shun Jinxiao, the initial laziness in tone had shifted upon hearing Shun Lianyan was painting. It was only when he mentioned Mian's presence that the second young master insisted on speaking with the eldest brother. It had been quite some time, yet the second young master still harbored an unwavering disdain for Mian. Old Shun pondered internally, considering whether, for the sake of the brotherly bond within the Shun family, he should remind the second young master of Mian's significance in the eldest brother's heart. If Shun Jinxiao continued his one-sided attempts to obstruct them, it might provoke the eldest brother's ire. Shun Jinxiao believed his attempts at clandestine interference were undetected, but in reality, everyone could discern his actions. Is this what a clear-headed yet foolish university student looks like? Thoughtful. Chapter 71. Has the young master fallen in love? Upon returning to the house, the moment the air conditioning enveloped him, Mian instantly felt rejuvenated. Having just perspired lightly in the garden, he first took a refreshing shower. As he descended the stairs, towel in hand, he noticed that the servants had already placed dessert on the table as instructed by the butler. A caramel sea salt souffle rested elegantly on a white porcelain square plate, devoid of excessive embellishments, yet its exquisite taste was unmistakable at first glance. A delicate ring of caramel adorned the edge of the plate, a result of the natural overflow of sugar during the baking process, enhancing the souffle's cloud-like fluffiness. Previously, during his stay at the Shun residence, such indulgences were not afforded him. Shun Lianyan's aversion to sweets meant that the servants never prepared them. Therefore, the presence of dessert this time genuinely surprised Mian. However, when it came to sweets, his mind immediately conjured images of Bate. The young master had once gifted the entire department with treats, leaving a lasting impression on him. He wondered how Bate was faring now. After learning of his relationship with Shun Lianyan and having the call abruptly cut off, one could only imagine that, given Bate temperament, he must be seething with rage. Mian hoped to instill a sense of urgency in Bate, ideally prompting him to confront him directly after the film wrap, thereby impeding his interactions with Shun Lianyan, and taking advantage of the evident fatigue of Bai Junshuo to ascend in status. Yet, he had no intention of provoking Bate's ire. Recalling various cinematic depictions of the fates that befall those who anger the underworld, Mian fell silent for a moment, then resolved to take advantage of Shun Lianyan's absence to placate the young master. He pondered briefly before selecting a starry-eyed emoji and sending it off. Excellent. No red exclamation mark appeared after the emoji. There was still hope. With a sigh of relief, Mian's fair fingers tapped rhythmically on the back of the sofa as he contemplated how to articulate his explanation. After a few moments, he typed into the chat, "I'm sorry, Xiao Bai. I didn't mean to hang up on you. It was just that Yin suddenly dropped by." What next? He could hardly say that Yin forbade him from contacting Bate, even if Bate was a remarkably resilient Omega. Hearing such a statement from his beloved would likely cause him some distress. Thus, Mian resolved to keep that matter to himself and rephrase his message. "We are going to sketch in the garden and cannot afford to waste time," which is why I did that. After sending this message, Mian felt quite pleased with himself. Bai Rongxing was the type who would make time to attend Shun Lianyan's art exhibition, so surely he would appreciate the importance of the situation. Naturally, he would not be upset. However, after a prolonged silence without a response, Mian surmised that Bai Rongxing was likely busy at that moment. He set his phone aside and picked up a fork, in good spirits as he began to enjoy the souffle before him. Indeed, Bai Rongxing was preoccupied. By the time he saw the message, the sun had already set. Yet, there was one thing Mian had misjudged. Upon reading the message, the young master's expression darkened further, rather than reflecting any anger. What had prompted this Beta to become so close to Shun Lianyan? They were even together sketching in the garden. Bai Rongxing fixated intensely on the message sent by Mian, feeling the two characters become increasingly irksome with each passing glance. He had promised to be friends, yet it was evident that Shan Lianyan held far greater significance to him. He could almost envision Mian joyfully handing a paintbrush to Shan Lianyan, looking like a fool. The other party treated him like a servant, and he foolishly reveled in it. That chicken, Rongxing? Upon Bai Rongxing's return, the assistant approached, cradling the little chick, hesitating to inquire about its whereabouts. He had inquired with the villagers earlier that afternoon. This chick had only hatched about 3 weeks ago, technically still a fledgling. However, as soon as its feathers had grown in, it had transformed into a local tyrant, unafraid of anything, relentlessly pecking at a huang at the village entrance. Stealing from the crew's lunch had not been a one-time affair. Today, Bai Rongxing had successfully delivered punishment. It was stewed now, and tonight, I shall feast upon its flesh. Bai Rongxing tossed his phone back onto the chair, uttering a cold remark before storming off, leaving the assistant and the chick in a state of bewildered silence. That evening, as Mian sat at the dining table, he received a photo of the chicken stewed with mushrooms. Cough. Mian was taken aback, immediately succumbing to a fit of coughs, his fair cheeks turning crimson, tears welling in the corners of his eyes, looking both distressed and pitiable. Observing this, Shan Lianyan quickly reached out to support the nape of his neck, his palm resting against his back, gently patting along his spine with a steady and soothing force, his delicate brows furrowing slightly. Take your time to cough. Do not worry. Just breathe it out. After a prolonged bout of coughing, Mian gradually regained his composure, his chest gently rising and falling as he met Shan Lianyan's gaze. His voice hoarse from the incident as he shook his head. I'm fine, just a little careless. Noticing Mian's color returning, Shan Lianyan's brow eased somewhat as he quietly inquired, what did you see that startled you so? Mian paused, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the situation. What was it with Bai Rongxing? Why was Shan Lianyan always present whenever messages were exchanged? However, armed with the experience from the first instance, Mian appeared considerably more composed this time. As long as it was not a phone call that might leak the other person's voice, this matter could be deftly dismissed. It's a colleague who sent me a picture of their dinner. I was just a bit surprised. Mian tilted his head to meet Shan Lianyan's gaze, offering a candid explanation. He had no intention of concealing it. Thus, from Shan Lianyan's angle, he could see the opened image, a photograph of a dish that was quite ordinary in both presentation and setting. He could not comprehend what was so astonishing about it. Clearly, this was something only Mian and that individual could understand after spending time together. Shan Lianyan's demeanor darkened slightly as he spoke softly. When one is focused on their meal, being suddenly stimulated can easily cause discomfort in the trachea. Your colleague should be reminded to choose the right moment for sharing food. The subject of the conversation, however, did not mind the brief choking incident and responded nonchalantly. It's all right. He probably didn't realize I was eating. Shan Lianyan fell silent, standing there, his expression inscrutable. Rest assured, I am fine. Mian, noticing his concern for her well-being, tilted her head back and smiled, assuring him that she was fine. I understand. After replying to your message, make sure to eat well and avoid distractions next time, Shan Lianyan said kindly before returning to his seat. Fortunately, he did not insist on her putting away her phone just yet. Mian exhaled in relief, genuinely curious about the message from Xiaobai. She picked up her phone and glanced at the photo on the screen. It appeared quite appetizing, with a rich sauce enveloping the reddish-brown meat and brown mushrooms, the aroma seemingly wafting from the image. It was truly tantalizing, no, rather cruel. Did you really stew Mian? Unusually, there was no accompanying expression of surprise from Huang Do in his message, indicating genuine shock. Upon receiving a reply, Bai Rongxing narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Raising his hand to feed Mian a bite of the cabbage leaves he had purchased from the village chief, just as it was about to peck again, he abruptly pulled it away, laughing at the flustered expression on the other's face. He then raised his voice to commend his assistant. Li, well done. I'll give you a raise next month. As his devoted assistant, who had accompanied him from the Bai family, Li was well aware of the young master's contradictory nature. Thus, instead of actually stewing a chicken, He had spent money to enlist the help of villagers to prepare a dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Sure enough, when Bai Rongxing saw the ingredients in the bowl, his eyes reddened, his mood shifting as if a storm were brewing. In a hurry, Shaoli brought out the chicken, instantly brightening Bai Rongxing's demeanor. Meanwhile, after reading the message, the shadows in the young master's eyes dissipated completely, though he did not know who was on the other end. Shaoli silently thought to himself, indeed, the young master must be in love. Chapter 72, Burned. Indeed, I stewed it. Mian was somewhat taken aback by Rongxing's swift change of expression, especially since he had just claimed to be cruel at noon. Why? The Bate inquired gravely. Because I discovered several hens, often accompanying this one, and I forgot about the others. It's too callous. So I decided to stew it instead. After sending that message, Bai Rongxing looked up and met the gaze of the still, immature Mian. Falling into a moment of silence, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt, he fed all the cabbage leaves he had to her. Mian remained silent. Although he had never raised chickens himself, he understood that this was a characteristic of the species, was it not? Using this as a justification felt rather unjust. Is there anything you wish to say? Bai Rongxing's message came through again. Rest in peace. Mian replied succinctly. This was not the response Bai Rongxing had anticipated. However, he could not help but envision the serious and troubled expression on the Bate's face while crafting that reply. It seemed rather amusing. A smile crept onto Bai Rongxing's lips as he picked up his phone, took a photo of Mian, and began typing swiftly on the screen. Mian received 2 consecutive messages. The first depicted a proud and spirited chicken against a backdrop of a starry sky after a satisfying meal. Following was a message. Mian, no matter who you are within the future, do not hang up on my calls. At the moment Mian received this message, his eyes flickered. He understood that Bai Rongxing was retaliating for the incident earlier when he hung up on him while being with Shen Lianyan. The attempt to murder Xiao Mian was merely a reminder. Should you behave this way again, you will find yourself in a similar predicament. While he felt a sense of happiness that Bai Rongxing cared for Shen Lianyan, Mian remained silent for a moment before responding. I apologize. It was truly an accident today. Upon reading this, Bai Rongxing's gaze softened. However, the subsequent message read, Xiao Bai, my interaction with Lian was merely painting. Nothing more transpired. Thus, there was no reason for you to feel jealous or threaten to toss me into the sea to feed the sharks. Bai Rongxing certainly could not comprehend that Mian was subtly implying he should not be fed to the sharks. Nevertheless, he grasped the general sentiment the Beta was attempting to convey. The Omega's previously bright expression darkened abruptly. Who would feel jealousy over such trivial matters? Bai Rongxing muttered irritably. He was merely upset about Mian hanging up on him, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. Did that Beta have nothing in his mind except for Shen Lianyan? Frustrated, Bai Rongxing set his phone down, deciding to refrain from replying to Mian to prevent further anger and would rather address it when they next met. If he were in front of him, he would certainly pinch his face hard. On Mian's side, after a considerable wait without a reply, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Was his hint not sufficiently clear? Should he send another message? He was deeply entangled in this life and death dilemma, oblivious to the fact that Shen Lianyan had been quietly observing him all along. The emotions in Shen Lianyan's dark eyes shifted in tandem with Mian's expressions. Mian, the soup is getting cold, Shen Lianyan gently reminded him, his tone laced with just the right amount of concern. Distracted, Mian merely hummed an acknowledgement without looking up. Shen Lianyan chose not to speak further. In the next moment, with graceful fluidity, he extended his hand to retrieve the nearly untouched bowl of soup before Mian, seemingly intending to adjust its position for his convenience. The motion was elegant and pleasing to the eye. However, just as his fingertips were about to brush the rim of the bowl, his elbow inadvertently nudged a nearby exquisite white porcelain soup bowl filled with boiling Buddha jumps over the wall. Crash! The jarring sound of shattering glass erupted, startlingly pronounced in the quiet atmosphere of the dining table. Scalding broth and precious ingredients spilled forth, most of it splattering onto Shen Lianyan's hand and wrist, which he had not withdrawn in time. Sir, quickly fetch a towel. Cold water. The maid's exclamation rang out, and the butler hurried to assist. Shun Lianyan appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at his hand, which was rapidly turning red and beginning to swell with blisters. His brow furrowed, and, for the first time, the gentle and smiling visage he often presented to Mian revealed a distinct clarity of concern and a hint of helplessness. Mian was startled by the sudden cacophony and chaos, nearly dropping his phone. He abruptly lifted his gaze, and before him lay Shun Lianyan's burned hand, a vivid crimson that was utterly shocking. "Is 200 billion. Alien," Mian cried out, disregarding the phone and the message, springing to his feet, the chair scraping against the carpet with a dull sound. He anxiously grasped Shun Lianyan's uninjured wrist, his voice trembling with urgency. "How is it? Does it hurt? How could you be so careless? Quickly, let us rinse it with cold water." He tugged Shun Lianyan towards the bathroom, his focus solely on the glaring red of the injury, all his thoughts consumed by the other's pain. Shun Lianyan did not follow Mian's lead to stand. Instead, he tightened his grip on Mian's wrist, deftly reversing the hold to clasp Mian's hand. His palm was scorching, the heat seeping through his skin, firmly ensnaring Mian's fingertips. Mian was taken aback, lowering his gaze to meet Shun Lianyan's eyes. The latter was also looking up at him, a familiar gentle smile slowly resurfacing at the corners of his lips. Then he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from the pain, yet each word striking clear notes in Mian's heart. "Do not worry, Mian." He paused, his long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, the darkness in his eyes almost drowning. "It's just a minor injury. Let the butler handle it. You should reply to the message first. Otherwise, your colleagues will be anxious." Mian had initially been solely concerned about Shun Lianyan's injury. Upon hearing his considerate response, an unexpected wave of guilt surged within him. After all, the other had burned himself while preparing food for him. Mian, being a responsible individual, could not simply dismiss the situation. He sighed, not releasing Shun Lianyan's hand but instead leaning closer, his gaze fixed on the wound as he earnestly said, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been glued to my phone. Your well-being is far more important than any message." Before Shun Lianyan could respond, Mian gently clasped his hand in return, his grip light, imbued with careful reassurance and a hint of appeasement, his clear eyes reflecting concern. "Let me take you to rinse it with cool water first, and then we can bandage it. The butler must have gone to fetch the first aid kit. We must be cautious. It must not become infected. After all, this is a painter's hand, which deserves utmost care." Shun Lianyan allowed him to lead him into the kitchen, where Mian turned on the faucet. The alpha lowered his gaze, observing Mian meticulously supporting his hand, adjusting the water flow with a gentle seriousness. "You just bear with it." The wound, having been doused with scalding liquid, appeared particularly gruesome, and Mian, unable to suppress his compassion, softly encouraged Shun Lianyan, "Just endure for 10 minutes. Once the cold water washes over it, the pain will subside." Cool water provided a soothing relief to the searing pain of the burn, bringing an unmistakable itch to the tender wound. Yet, what itched even more was the sight of Bate's delicately trembling lashes and the slight furrow of concern on his brow for his heart. The sensation spread from the depths of his being, gradually eroding the last vestiges of his restraint. The water continued to flow, cascading over Shun Lianyan's wrist, splashing Mian's fingers and cuffs. Unfazed, he meticulously adjusted the angle of the stream, wary of uneven cleansing. He leaned slightly forward, soft strands of hair falling across his forehead. In that instant, Shun Lianyan abruptly withdrew his hand. Mian was taken aback, instinctively looking up. Not enough time yet. His words were cut short. With the uninjured hand, Shun Lianyan firmly grasped the nape of Mian's neck, pulling him forward and, without hesitation, pressed his lips against Mian's. Startled, Mian instinctively took a step back. At that moment, Shun Lianyan's injured hand encircled her waist, leaving no chance for escape. Concerned about touching the wound, Mian could only stand rigidly. He thought to himself that this time, he must ensure compensation from the system for the injury. The kiss bore an irresistible weight, almost brutally prying open Mian's unguarded lips, wantonly claiming every breath within, entangling with his retreating tongue as if to devour him whole. Amidst their mingling breaths, Shun Linyan's burnt wrist inadvertently grazed the edge of the sink, breaking the blisters formed by the burn, and the already fragile skin was instantly torn. Fine droplets of blood mingling with the water, dripping down his fingers onto the tiles, creating small crimson stains. Shun Linyan remained indifferent, not even twitching an eyebrow. It wasn't until Mian's fingertips encountered a warm, sticky sensation that he realized his wound was bleeding. Alarmed, Mian attempted to push him away to examine the injury, but was held tighter, the grip on his nape conveying an unyielding force, leaving him no choice but to passively endure the kiss, filled with the scent of cold cedar. "Alien, your wound," Mian whimpered, his voice laced with helplessness and concern. "Please, not like this. What if it leaves a scar later?" Although Mian had never undertaken a task before, he had at least sold items on second-hand platforms. If an item bore scratches, it would often lead to a significant reduction in value. Moreover, the more valuable the item, the steeper the discount. Shun Linyan was worth 200 billion if he completed his task, but the system used the scar on his hand to withhold part of his reward. Where would he seek justice? Having been bitten, his reward would diminish. The more he thought about it, the more he felt wronged, and his eyes began to redden. Noticing this, Shun Linyan eased his grip slightly. Mian's lips, still recovering, were somewhat swollen and slightly parted as he gasped for breath, appearing both dazed and fragile. Shun Linyan gently stroked his lower lip with his thumb, the motion tender, yet his gaze was inscrutable. Lowering his head, he rested his forehead against Mian's, their noses touching, breaths mingling. "Mian," Shun Linyan spoke, his voice huskier than before, imbued with a magnetic timbre after their passionate encounter. "Why are you so flustered? Your hand." Mian's gaze fell upon the wrist he had left aside, its wound increasingly ghastly, filled with concern. "I apologize for worrying you," Shun Linyan said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently addressed Mian. "But doesn't he hurt?" "How could not hurt?" Mian's brows knit in irritation. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, nor did he care if people valued their own bodies. Yet when another's well-being intertwined with his own interests, it was inevitable that his emotions would be stirred. If you truly feel no pain, then why bother bandaging it? Let fester and rot. With an expression devoid of emotion, Mian tossed this remark over his shoulder and turned towards the kitchen. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he was halted by Shun Linyan. Sorry, Mian. It's my fault. I was wrong." Shun Linyan's voice was low, carrying a magnetic rasp, akin to feathers brushing against eardrums. Towering above Mian, he now slightly bent forward, head lowered, exuding an almost reverent seriousness. From Mian's perspective, he could clearly see the delicate lashes that framed Shun Linyan's intensely focused gaze. Those strikingly beautiful, dark eyes held a depth of apologies and sincerity, weighty in their delivery. Mian pondered whether Shun Linyan genuinely believed he was in the wrong. Nevertheless, his demeanor left no room for retort. Who could persist in anger towards him? Moreover, given his own role as a mere supporting character yearning for affection, it seemed absurd. With a sigh, Mian fixed his gaze on Shun Linyan's eyes and said, "You must be more careful in the future, and do not speak so abruptly." As he trailed off, his voice diminished, and his cheeks flushed. "Well, I trust Shun Linyan will grasp my meaning now." Shun Linyan raised his hand, fingertips gently brushing Mian's hair, his tones soft and obedient. "All right, I shall heed your words, Mian." Mian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The heartthrob was indeed far more accommodating than the others he encountered. He then led Shun Linyan to tend to his wound, oblivious to the turbulent undercurrents swirling in the depths of the latter's gaze once his attention shifted away. Chapter 74. The gardener Shun Linyan's injury was far more severe than the last time Mian had pricked his own hand. The butler promptly summoned the family doctor, who applied medication and bandaged the wound, finally cautioning him repeatedly that if he wished to avoid scarring, he must not expose it to water under any circumstances. With reluctance, he departed, glancing back several times. Mian remained silent. Truly, the heartthrob was adored by all characters who crossed his path. He was certain that had Shun Linyan merely hinted at any inconvenience, the family doctor would have stayed on to assist him. Later that evening, Before they retreated to their respective rooms, Mian contemplated his persona for a few moments, then stammered, "Elian, do you need my assistance?" Although he posed a question, internally, he was 100 times unwilling. If he were with his true love, he would willingly do anything for them. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that Shun Lianyin was destined to be someone else's beloved. When posing such a question, there always lingers a sense of guilt akin to placing a green hat upon another. Indeed, it seems that I am better suited to doing nothing at all, allowing others to adorn me with such symbolic tokens, Mian mused absently. Standing taller than Mian, Shun Lianyin had already ascended a step when Bate called out to him. Thus, from this angle, the emotions etched upon Mian's face were fully visible to Shun Lianyin. His gaze lingered on the other for a few moments, noting the injured hand before responding. No need. A wave of relief washed over Mian, though concern still clouded his expression as he regarded Shun Lianyin. No, there's no need to be polite with me. It is my responsibility to take care of you. Is it merely a responsibility? Shun Lianyin's pale lips pressed together lightly. After a moment of silence, he replied, "It's all right, Mian, really. I am an alpha. I do not require the care of others." Mian nodded inwardly. Indeed, the world's conception of alphas resembled a glitch, rendering them self-sufficient beings who needed no earthly assistance. If necessary, there were plenty of servants in the household. As Mian understood, their wages were quite substantial. They ought to be diligent in attending to their employer's needs. Then, if you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. Mian feigned a stern admonition before comfortably returning to his guest room. The bed within the Shun residence, even if merely a guest room, was incomparable to the hardboard bed he had grown accustomed to for who knows how long. Thus, Mian fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he was oblivious to when the flowers in the room's vase had been replaced. Inside was a sprig of lily of the valley, its petals still adorned with dewdrops. Unmistakably freshly picked, Mian found it quite delightful. After quietly admiring it for a moment, he took out his phone to capture a photo before proceeding to wash up and head downstairs. Inquiring with the butler, as expected, it was revealed that Shun Lianyin had arranged the flowers himself. An artist at heart, he seemed to possess an innate flair for romance. Mian remarked, "How can this person, with an injured hand, still be so restless?" Scanning the first floor for Shun Lianyin's presence, he couldn't help but ask the butler, "Uncle Shun, do you know where Elian has gone?" To preempt any dismissive reply, Mian added, "His wound needs a dressing change." However, even in Shun Lianyin's absence, the butler maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. "Sir has gone for a morning run and instructed that if you awaken, you may proceed to breakfast." Mian fell silent, taking out his phone to glance at the time. Just past 7 in the morning. This was a schedule he had meticulously crafted for the sake of his persona. To think, Shun Lianyin had already been in the garden picking flowers and then gone for a run. Although he was well aware that the charming protagonists in novels possessed extraordinary traits, such self-discipline was indeed rather alarming. "I suppose I shall wait for him to return," Mian said awkwardly under the butler's watchful gaze. In the past, the butler, who typically placed Mian in the role of a guest, would have urged him not to wait. However, with Shun Lianyin's instructions in mind, the butler merely nodded, honoring Mian's wishes. Mian had been compelled to rise from slumber, and during this recent period of leave at home, he had indulged in the luxury of waking naturally each day. This newfound laziness often manifests in an instant. Thus, seated alone on the sofa, he found himself teetering on the brink of slumber. Yet, he could not succumb to sleep, for doing so would shatter his carefully crafted persona. Logically, in the initial days of his leave, he ought to have been plagued by insomnia and a lack of appetite upon realizing he had been deceived. Instead, the very next day upon arriving at the Shun residence, he had dozed off on their living room sofa. How amusing. The system could proclaim him out of character in the blink of an eye, leading to mission failure. For the sake of 200 billion, Mian slowly rose to his feet, intending to step into the garden for a breath of fresh air. At this hour, the gardener was tending to the flora. The garden was replete with numerous rare and precious species. Any disturbance could potentially wilt them. Hence, a dedicated individual was employed weekly for their care. The gardener, clad in pristine cotton linen gloves, knelt beside the flower bed, wielding a pair of small shears and a spray bottle. With gentle and deft motions, he trimmed away the yellowing, withered leaves at the base of the flower stems, or those nibbled by pests, and then carefully watered them with a fine-spouted sprayer. The scene was tranquil and beautiful, inspiring Mian to try his hand at gardening. Having spent considerable time in this world, he often unconsciously assumed a timid and cowardly demeanor, rarely allowing his emotions to surface visibly. Even now, while his eyes sparkled with interest, his expression remained largely unchanged. However, the butler keenly perceived this subtle shift. After a brief pause, he inquired with professionalism, "Mr. Yu, would you like to give it a try?" Mian was momentarily taken aback, but, after a slight hesitation, agreed. He was led by the butler to a butterfly orchid, where the gardener presented him with a small stool and demonstrated the method for caring for the flower. Mian was a quick learner. After observing the demonstration, he was eager to take action. Though he felt no anxiety, the gardener beside him swallowed nervously as Mian grasped the trowel. "What is wrong?" Mian glanced down at the beautifully blooming flower before him, and suddenly felt a kinship with the laborer within him. His movements abruptly halted as he turned to the butler and asked, "How much is this flower worth?" "It's not expensive. You can practice without concern," the butler replied. Hearing this, Mian's anxious heart settled back into his chest. However, just as he was about to lower the trowel, the gardener murmured ominously, "Each flower is worth a 5-figure sum." "Excuse me?" Mian exclaimed. "Don't worry, practice away." "The young master certainly won team mind," the butler added, casting a glance at the gardener. Mian was well aware that Shen Lianyin would not be perturbed. There were plenty of flowers in the garden, and one missing would hardly matter. Yet, he himself was quite concerned. 5-figure flowers? He would rather receive the money directly and cultivate a garden downstairs in the community at his leisure. But now, finding himself in this situation, he could not simply refuse to act. "I'll choose another one," he chuckled awkwardly, scanning his surroundings before approaching a sunflower that appeared ubiquitous and had just begun to bloom, ready to extend his trowel toward it. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice resounded. Mian, already tense, was startled and looked up to see Shen Jinxiao gazing at him with a complex expression. In Chapter 75, what connection does Shen Jinxiao have with himself? Shen Jinxiao stood against the light, clad in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, his tousled hair revealing his pronounced brow bone and slightly upturned eyes. He was tall, and from Mian's perspective, it seemed as though he was almost all legs. His youth radiated vibrantly, clearly the type to receive an abundance of love letters at school. However, to Mian, he was merely an irritating tool. In the absence of Shen Lianyin, Mian wished for Shen Jinxiao to keep his distance. Yet when Shen Lianyin was present, he welcomed Shen Jinxiao with open arms, eager to enhance his own persona. Considering their usual interactions, Mian naturally adopted a startled demeanor, gazing timidly at Shen Jinxiao. "Shen, second young master? What brings you here?" The unfamiliar address caused Shen Jinxiao to furrow his brow. This Bate, who referred to an obviously scheming Omega as Xiao Bai, now called him second young master? Hadn't they known each other longer? The thought of Bai Rongxing triggered an uncontrollable recollection of that day at the arcade. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Shen Jinxiao's expression darkened further as he coldly replied, "This is my home. Is it not natural for me to be here? But you? Why have you been so idle lately? I see you everywhere." The butler, overhearing the second young master's words, was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had been informed that Shen Jinxiao was aware of Mian's presence here. He had been pondering how the second young master, who had not returned home in a long while, suddenly appeared. Clearly, he had come specifically to trouble Mr. Yu. This was unacceptable. The eldest young master had expressly instructed them to treat Mr. Yu with utmost care. If the second young master behaved as he had in the past, he would undoubtedly provoke the eldest young master's ire. At that point, it would not merely involve assigning him a few company projects to keep him occupied. Thinking of this, the butler hurriedly interjected to explain Mian's presence. "Mr. Yu is here at the invitation of the eldest young master, to serve as a model for drawing." "Oh, I see." Shen Jinxiao felt a sudden emptiness as he did not hear Mian's response. However, He quickly grasped the crux of the matter. A model? Indeed, Mian had suggested practicing his skills. This time, it was Mian who answered him. Although he appeared timid, he secretly hoped Shen Jinxiao would retort with a few sharp words. What makes someone like you worthy of being a model for my brother? How can you so shamelessly feast and reside in my home? Any such remark would be music to Mian's ears. Yet, today, Shen Jinxiao disappointed him. Upon hearing Mian's words, the expression on his youthful face, caught between adolescence and young adulthood, morphed like a painter's palette, ultimately settling into a perplexed demeanor that Mian could not quite grasp. He then awkwardly stammered, "Well, that's quite good." Mian, bewildered, replied, "Aren't you supposed to be my buddy? Have you also been possessed by someone?" Fortunately, in the next moment, Shen Jinxiao returned to his usual self, stating, "Modeling for my brother at home is certainly preferable to mingling with unsavory characters outside." Relieved, Mian realized that Shen merely believed he, as a devoted admirer, regardless of his worthiness, should revolve around Shen Lianyan. Xiaobai was certainly not one of those dubious individuals. Reflecting on this, Mian resolved to defend by Rongxing. What was up with Shen Jinxiao? It was one thing to be dissatisfied himself, but Bai Rongxing could potentially become his sister-in-law. Why was he treating her with such disdain? Did he suffer from some sort of acute insensitivity? He ought to be cautious. He might find it challenging to secure a romantic partner in the future. The incident at the arcade had already left Shen Jinxiao feeling unsettled, and now, in his own home, Mian was still advocating for that Omega. Shen Jinxiao could no longer contain himself. Not one of those dubious characters? Only you, fool, could be so gullible. Do you even know his true identity? Be careful. You might be sold out before you even realize it. His tone was harsh, his face adorned with the usual expression of disdain, providing a rather effective comfort to Mian's startled heart from the previous night. In retaliation, he boldly retorted, "He is my friend. I want to allow you to speak of him that way." The timid Bate, feigning bravado, stood up, his light brown eyes brimming with indignation. Shen Jinxiao felt a jolt in his heart and impulsively exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me like that?" Immediately regretting his words, he felt a sense of grievance. He had no intention of arguing with Mian today. What was wrong with this Bate? He never reacted so vehemently when Shen insulted him directly. Did he now have someone significant other than his brother? The mere thought ignited a surge of uncontrollable anger within Shen Jinxiao, even more so than when he had seen Mian delivering a suppressor during his brother's sensitive period. His brother was, after all, exceptionally talented and Mian's fiancé. But what was that Omega? Why on earth would Mian defend him so fiercely? All right then. It seemed that dealing with someone as unthinking as Shen Jinxiao was far easier. His reaction prompted Mian to nod inwardly. Yet on the surface, the Beta remained obstinate, declaring, "I'm not wrong. Xiaobai is my friend, and you cannot." Shen Jinxiao clenched his fists, stepping forward, his voice rising. "Why can't I say it? Mian, is your judgment truly so poor? What kind of person do you cherish so dearly?" The pressure of Shen's intensity caused the Beta to retreat slightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing no different from his usual timid self. Sighing in relief, Shen Jinxiao thought, surely now he must concede. Unfortunately, he underestimated the resilience of someone who could persistently adore Shen Lianyan despite all the cold stares directed at him. He is a genuinely good person, to treat others with sincerity and to have assisted me in numerous ways. Before I could finish my words, I was once again interrupted by Shen Jinxiao. This time, his impatience was unmistakably evident in his tone. "Sincerity? Help you? Am I incapable of assisting you?" That day at the arcade, he clearly wished to bring Mian along for some fun. However, the latter had declined his invitation, insisting on being with that Omega instead. Or perhaps in your eyes, I am inferior even to an Omega? Upon uttering these words, Shen Jinxiao found himself momentarily taken aback. Why was he comparing himself to an Omega? His comparison with his brother stemmed from respect, as he would one day shoulder the burdens of the Shen family alongside him. But what connection did that Omega have with him? He merely stood beside Mian. Hearing this, Mian was momentarily stunned. It became evident that Shen Jinxiao was indeed afflicted with a serious case of straight A syndrome. No wonder he had failed to enter into a relationship after such a prolonged period of differentiation. With this demeanor, it was no surprise that all the Omegas he had encountered had been frightened away. Moreover, in Mian's eyes, he was indeed inferior to Bai. The latter was worth 200 billion. What connection did Shen Jinxiao have with him? Chapter 76. Do you like sunflowers? Nevertheless, regardless of his inner thoughts, Mian's current persona could only afford a slight pause before retorting. No, I have never thought that way. Shen Jinxiao's expression softened, but the very next moment, he heard the beta before him say, "But what you just said about Xiao Bai is incorrect. You two have never interacted." Enough. Shen Jinxiao's tone was sharp. He then noticed the beta flinch slightly. He had no intention of frightening Mian. Why was it that he always managed to mess things up in front of this beta? Fine, do as you wish. Protect whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Shen Jinxiao's tone softened considerably, yet his words remained less than pleasant. However, given Mian's understanding of him, this could be deemed a concession. Although he wished to stoke the flames further, he knew that continuing down this path would lead to his own downfall. Better to avoid scaring people away. A more sustainable approach was warranted. The butler, observing Shen Jinxiao's calm demeanor, hastily attempted to usher him inside, distancing him from Mian. "Second young master, have you had breakfast? Perhaps you should eat first?" Naturally, he had not. He had spent the previous night laboring diligently to wrap up company affairs, returning to his residence only to wash up before coming back. He had initially harbored some peculiar anticipation, only to find himself completely botching the situation. Shen Jinxiao did not respond to the butler's inquiry. Instead, he crossed his arms and gazed at Mian, asking, "What are you doing?" He had just seen Mian crouched in front of a sunflower. Did this beta know that his pheromone bore that scent? "Mr. Yu is assisting the gardener with the garden, second young master. Would you like to come in? Be careful not to soil your clothes." The butler continued to press. Patience was key. Shen Jinxiao responded, yet his gaze remained fixed on Mian. "Uncle Chun, if you are tired, you may return to rest. There is no need to concern yourself with me." The butler reflected on the relationship between Shen Jinxiao and Shen Lianyan, who, despite being brothers, exhibited significant personality differences due to their contrasting upbringing. Shen Lianyan had always excelled, with gender testing confirming his potential to evolve into an alpha. Consequently, their parents kept him close, immersing him in rigorous elite education. As a result, although Shen Lianyan was polite, he often appeared somewhat aloof. In contrast, Shen Jinxiao, plagued by poor health in his youth and lacking the same capabilities as his brother, leaned more towards Omega in his gender assessment. Consequently, he was largely neglected by his parents, who envisioned a future for him that involved a suitable family alliance post-differentiation. The former head of the Shen family regarded him with indifference, and it was Uncle Chun who had effectively raised him. This led to a profound sense of care from Shen Jinxiao towards Uncle Chun. The suggestion for the butler to rest was sincere. However, this created a dilemma for the butler. He was reluctant to defy Shen Lianyan's orders, yet he did not wish to pressure Shen Jinxiao into anything. "It's quite sunny. You should return," Mian finally spoke, helping to resolve the situation. The butler paused, instinctively glancing at this beta, who met his gaze with soothing, light brown eyes. He understood that Shen Jinxiao had come to seek trouble. If the butler were present, the other party might temper their behavior out of respect for his brother. However, if he were absent, he could only wonder what Mian might face. Nevertheless, he did not want to impose discomfort upon himself. The butler's heart softened, suddenly comprehending why the eldest young master regarded him with such esteem. Regardless of gender, Mian's nature was attentive and gentle. Such a person could be a more fitting partner than an Omega, whose pheromones simply matched. "Then I shall take my leave," the butler said, moved, before turning back towards the house. Once out of sight, the first thing he did was pull out his phone and call Shen Lianyan, who was out for a morning run. Meanwhile, believing he had sufficiently met his KPIs for the day, Mian ignored Shen Jinxiao after the butler's departure and squatted down to continue tending to the sunflowers before him. Typically, Shen Jinxiao, once left alone and bored, would wander off. However, today he was surprisingly persistent. Seeing Mian squat, he mirrored the action, positioning himself closely, hands resting on his knees, his toes slightly raised. blinking curiously at him. To be honest, if one were unaware of his true nature, one might find him unexpectedly endearing, akin to a large dog. However, Mian had spent considerable time with him and was acutely aware of who he truly was, leaving him feeling that Shun Jinxiao was merely a distraction. Bate furrowed his brows, subtly retreating a step. His refusal was unmistakably clear. Yet, Shun Jinxiao's tenacity was equally formidable. As Mian stepped back, he advanced, determined to engage the Bate before him in conversation. Mian found his persistence increasingly exasperating. When he attempted to draw near once more, Mian unhesitatingly pushed him away. Shun Jinxiao, on tiptoe, nearly tumbled into the mud. Served him right, Mian thought with a sense of schadenfreude. However, before Shun Jinxiao could express his ire, Mian cautiously remarked, "Please, do not trample the flowers." Flowers? Shun Jinxiao was taken aback. He looked down to see the unbloomed sunflower positioned between them. So, he had pushed me away for this flower, he realized. Suddenly, Shun Jinxiao's mood lifted. His emotions were transparently etched upon his face. Thus, even without permission to probe his feelings, Mian could discern his joy. "Have you damaged your brain at school?" Mian frowned, too weary to engage further. Noticing Shun Jinxiao had no intention of approaching again, he picked up his shovel, ready to resume his task. Yet, Shun Jinxiao's voice pierced the silence again. Unmindful of the moment. "Do you like sunflowers?" How could that be? Mian thought the sunflower appeared to be the most inexpensive option, even if he damaged it. Buying a couple of pounds of seeds would suffice to cultivate an entire garden. Naturally, such thoughts were unfit for Shun Jinxiao's ears. He had no interest in money, being merely a devoted romantic. Thus, the Bate pressed his lips together, lifted his lashes to glance at Shun Jinxiao, and finally nodded gently. Because after being kissed by the sun, they emit the most delightful fragrance. A little theatrical moment. Moreover, they yield seeds. How unpretentious. Mian mused inwardly. Leopard, ahem. In reality, the variety of seeds at Shun Linyan's home is not the same as those found outside. Chapter 77. Utterly clueless in the ABO world. Complimenting someone's pheromones bears no distinction from proposing marriage. Shun Jinxiao's face flushed from his neck to the tips of his ears, and he exclaimed in mild irritation. "What nonsensical things are you saying?" Mian, perplexed, responded, "Did you not inquire of me? I was merely asking whether you liked it. Who prompted you to mention its fragrance?" Mian, the earthling, genuinely failed to grasp his urgency, thinking Shun Jinxiao was stubbornly seeking trouble with him. All right. Once a day suffices. Too many encounters might lead to injuries." With that thought, the Bate frowned, yet fragrance is inherently a part of the flower. Upon hearing this, Shun Jinxiao's expression grew even more peculiar. He suddenly raked his fingers through his hair, then awkwardly queried, "So, you like it because of its fragrance?" Mian nodded. He had initially anticipated that, given Shun Jinxiao's character, he would surely remark on Mian's poor taste. To his surprise, Shun Jinxiao stiffened, a strange smile tugging at his lips before he abruptly tightened them, adopting a rather haughty demeanor as he retorted, You are so superficial. To like something for such a trivial reason. Mian, help. I truly wish to wield this shovel against his head." While the notion of using a shovel is undoubtedly impractical, for one could imagine it transforming a melodramatic romance into a gripping detective story. However, adhering to the principle that even a cornered rabbit may bite, Mian shot a glare at Shun Jinxiao and then rose to replace a plant. Before him stood a bird of paradise. The Bate quietly inquired of the gardener, and, having confirmed that the method of handling it was identical to what he had learned, cautiously extended his hand. Yet, Shun Jinxiao seized his wrist, halting him in midair. What was this rascal up to? Mian pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of irritation as he regarded him. Shun Jinxiao, meeting his gaze, momentarily faltered. In his recollection, Mian had always appeared timid before him, head bowed, scarcely daring to meet his eyes. Yet today, those light brown irises had shed their usual submissiveness, tinged with a hint of annoyance, and his lips were drawn straight. His cheeks faintly flushed with vexation. This display did not incite anger within Shun Jinxiao. Rather, it ignited an insatiable curiosity. Consequently, his ears turned a deeper shade of red, and he suddenly forgot what he intended to say, stumbling over his words, caught in a bind. Mian was taken aback. Was Shen Jinxiao truly rendered speechless by his irritation? Was it really necessary to be so petty over a single moment of anger? Nonetheless, to be frank, Mian found a certain satisfaction in seeing him vexed. After all, he was merely a tool, entirely unrelated to his own affairs, and he had no inclination to placate him. With a forceful tug, he withdrew his hand and continued to glare at the other. What do you truly desire? Shen Jinxiao, feeling the emptiness in his palm, finally came to his senses. A sense of disappointment washed over him as he curled his fingers and awkwardly stammered. Why don't you tend to that sunflower? Mian fell silent, thinking to himself how audacious it was for him to inquire. Noticing his lack of response, a hint of panic crept into Shen Jinxiao's eyes. Mian, one must remain steadfast. You just touched it, and now you plan to neglect it? I did not. The Bate vehemently countered with urgency, lifting his chin defiantly, his light brown eyes sparkling. You were the one causing chaos earlier, which is why I replaced the plant. Mian had indeed spoken those words with the intention of driving him away. To his surprise, upon hearing Shen Jinxiao's accusation, the latter not only refrained from becoming angry, but his previous impatience seemed to dissipate entirely. Oh, Shen Jinxiao opened his mouth, his earlier haughty tone instantly faltering into a stammer, losing all its edge, revealing a touch of awkwardness. I see now. I assent that you're uninterested in that flower. He hastily stepped aside for Mian, his voice softening. Why don't you tend to this sunflower first? Once you're done, you can attend to the bird of paradise. The garden is filled with sunflowers. If you're interested, you can work with all of them. Mian, he certainly would not. He was merely intrigued. He had no intention of becoming a gardener, unless someone offered him a salary. For Mian, it made little difference which flower he practiced with. Since Shen Jinxiao had cleared the way for him, he chose the sunflower as initially intended. Bate approached and crouched beside the flower, gently loosening the soil with a spade as he had learned from the gardener earlier. Then, carefully holding the stem, he delicately plucked the withered leaves. He proceeded at a leisurely pace, his slender fingers stained with damp earth, the light brown smudges contrasting with his fair skin, enhancing its porcelain-like quality. Shen Jinxiao, with his hands tucked in his pockets, felt his usual arrogance dissipate in the face of this tranquility. He remained silent, his gaze drifting over Mian's focused expression, noting the dirt specks on his fair skin. A breeze stirred, lifting a few delicate petals that settled atop Mian's head. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shen Jinxiao's discomfort melted away under a wave of warmth, and almost impulsively, he called out, Mian, what was this ancestral figure up to now? Surely he wasn't concerned about his lack of expertise and demanding compensation? Startled, Mian paused his work and slowly lifted his head, asking, what's the matter? Only then did Shen Jinxiao notice a small smudge of dirt on Bate's forehead, a testament to his earnest effort. The unexpected contrast elicited a chuckle from him. Mian, bewildered by his laughter, instinctively touched his face and inquired, what are you laughing at? Shen Jinxiao offered no reply, his shoulders shaking with amusement. He retrieved a packet of tissues from his pocket, tore one out, and took a step closer to Mian, significantly reducing the distance between them. He towered over Mian, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Was he about to strike? Mian instinctively considered fleeing, but in the next moment, Shen Jinxiao reached out, gently pinching his chin between his thumb and forefinger, lifting his face slightly. Was he going to slap him? Mian's light brown eyes widened in fear. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, Shen Jinxiao dabbed the tissue on Mian's forehead, the action neither gentle nor harsh but tinged with impatience. How foolish. You didn't even notice your face was dirty. Chapter 78. Such flowers hold little value. Mian replied, Oh, so that's the reason. You could have just said there was dirt. I can clean it myself. No need for such alarming gestures. My heart can't take it. No, I don't need your help. Mian shook his head, trying to free himself from Shen Jinxiao's grip, but only tightened further. If I don't help you, how will you know where the dirt is? You'll end up with a face full of mud. And they'll laugh at you when you go inside. Upon hearing this, Mian ceased his struggles. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shun Jinxiao's eyes as he gradually helped clean the dirt from Mian's face. Occasionally, his fingertips would inadvertently brush against Mian's smooth skin, warmed by the sun, exuding a heat slightly above body temperature, as if shyly retreating. The thought startled Shun Jinxiao, who found himself momentarily taken aback. Mian, shy before him? How could that be? After all, he was not his alpha. Yet, the warmth emanating from his fingertips made him ponder. Just then, Bate's voice interrupted his musings. Have you cleaned up? Shun Jinxiao glanced at the other's fair, full forehead and gave a gentle nod. In the next moment, the Bate deftly slipped from his fingers, even stepping back as if to evade a plague. Shun Jinxiao's hand froze in midair, the smile on his face fading significantly. Indeed, this was the demeanor Mian should exhibit in his presence. How could he possibly be shy? Merely not avoiding him was already a considerable achievement. Shun Jinxiao let out a derisive scoff, looking down at Mian from his elevated position. Is this how you respond after I help you clean off the mud? Heartless. Mian thought to himself that such treatment was deserved. However, considering his persona as a mild-mannered individual who bore no grudges, he pursed his lips, lowered his head, and softly replied, Yes, I'm sorry. As Mian bowed his head, Shun Jinxiao's perspective allowed him to catch a glimpse of his fair neck. The morning sunlight poured down in golden streams, unabashedly illuminating the slightly lowered neck, where the skin appeared almost translucent, delicately revealing the faint blue veins beneath. Lacking any glands, it made Shun Jinxiao's teeth itch. The awkward frustration he had been suppressing dissipated like mist under warm water. Perhaps it was pointless to dwell on such matters. He abruptly averted his gaze, hands shoved into his pockets, his tone remaining stiff and awkward. I have something to discuss with you. Only then did Mian recall that he had called his name, interrupted by the mud. What was it about? Was it to tell him to leave this house? Or to cease being his brother's model? Regardless of either, Mian was eager to listen. Shun Jinxiao swallowed hard, deliberately feigning a nonchalant demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet each word betrayed his underlying tension. Next Saturday night, can you step out for a bit? After a pause, he slowly revealed an address of a villa, his tone laced with an imperceptible hint of anticipation. There's a gathering of friends. Come with me. He dare not mention that it was his birthday celebration. Without a moment's hesitation, Mian flatly refused. I'm not going. The simplicity of those two words acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the heat and expectation that had ignited in Shun Jinxiao's heart. His expression froze, brows knitting tightly, urgency and helplessness creeping into his voice, which he himself did not recognize. Why not? What reason could there possibly be, given their relationship? Mian harbored doubts that it was anything but a trap. Even if it were not a trap, he had even less reason to attend. Shun Jinxiao lacked the financial means to sway him with 200 billion. Usually, when Shun Lianyan was around, it sufficed for him to seek trouble with Mian. There was no need to complicate matters further. I am unaccustomed to such occasions, and Mian has crafted a perfectly fitting excuse for herself. It is merely a gathering of friends, requiring no effort on your part. I shall be there, so what is there to fear? Shun Jinxiao's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Mian thought to herself, precisely because you will be there, I would never consider attending. Apologies, Bate murmured. Yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any semblance of negotiation. Shun Jinxiao grew anxious, a hint of grievance creeping into his demeanor. He dared not reveal that it was his birthday, nor mention that the gathering was initially set at a private club. He had simply taken into account Mian's discomfort, opting instead for a villa under his ownership. He was aware that he did not hold the same place in Mian's heart as her brother did. Yet, this was but a humble request. Please, Mian. Shun Jinxiao's demeanor softened gradually, almost as if he were coaxing her. Mian's expression shifted. Just as he believed she might acquiesce, a smooth, gentle voice interjected. Shun Jinxiao, what do you require of Mian? His heart skipped a beat as he turned sharply, encountering Shun Lianyan standing not far away. The alpha had just concluded his morning run, a light sheen of sweat gracing his pale skin, appearing anything but disheveled. His raven hair was neatly secured with a white headband, deftly sweeping aside the delicate strands of his bangs, revealing his exquisitely striking features. There was not a trace of earthly warmth. Rather, he emanated an almost ethereal beauty that rendered the air thick with an unspoken tension. Brother. The moment Shun Jinxiao met Shun Linian's dark, penetrating gaze, he felt a chill of apprehension break forth. Shun Linian responded coolly, awaiting his reply. Shun Jinxiao was exceedingly nervous. His brother was astute enough to deduce that any mention of a gathering could lead to the revelation of his birthday. For reasons he could not fathom, he wished to keep his brother uninformed of his invitation to Mian. Yet, he lacked the courage to deceive Shun Linian. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, it was Bate who finally spoke. Yin, you have returned. Shun Linian's expression softened momentarily, offering him a smile. I have been learning some gardening techniques from the gardener, and am currently experimenting. Mian extended her hand to show him the soil on her fingers, explaining. And then Jinxiao returned, instructing me not to touch this sunflower. As a mere supporting character and devoted admirer, Mian wished to avoid witnessing any confrontation between Shun Linian and Shun Jinxiao on her behalf. As for this excuse, it was not fabricated in haste. From earlier interactions, she could discern that Shun Jinxiao harbored a deep fondness for sunflowers. Hence, his insistence that she refrain from touching it was entirely reasonable. So that is how it is. Shun Linian cast a glance at the yet-to-bloom sunflower, then, without sparing Shun Jinxiao a glance, addressed Mian. Then let us practice with another flower. Sunflowers possess a simplistic structure and, once blossomed, continuously follow the sun, rendering them devoid of any true horticultural merit. Chapter 79. Confrontation Among Brothers, Shun Linian. The captivating figure within the narrative possesses not only a striking visage, but also an aura of aloofness, akin to an untouchable flower atop a lofty peak. Untouched by the mundane, his demeanor exudes a subtle detachment from all matters, as if nothing could capture his interest. Such individuals seldom belittle anything. Thus, when he does offer a scornful remark, its impact is piercingly acute, especially when directed at one who holds him in high esteem. Mian discreetly cast a glance at Shun Jinxiao. As expected, the latter's complexion had turned ashen, his spine rigid, and an air of disarray enveloped him. Was this the oppressive force of fraternal blood ties? Mian mused silently, sensing the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward. He set down the spatula in his hand and responded to Shun Linian's words. It's fine, I no longer need to practice. Yin, are you not tired? Go wash up and then have breakfast. Before he could utter the last three words, Shun Jinxiao's voice suddenly interjected, marked by a hint of strained restraint. Brother, sunflowers are not so dreadful. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Shun Linian's gaze shifted toward him. In the past, he had hesitated to meet his brother's fathomless dark eyes, but today, for reasons unknown, Shun Jinxiao stubbornly maintained his gaze. Although his resolve had weakened slightly, he remained steadfast in his stance. To admire the sun signifies unwavering dedication and loyalty. However, he left the subsequent thoughts unspoken. Yet the essence of sunflowers, infused with his pheromones, permeated the air. Moreover, you should be aware of the scent of my pheromones, should you not? Why then speak in such a manner? He had always believed his brother, despite his cold demeanor, regarded him as family. Yet, this blatant depreciation sparked doubt within him. Though Shun Jinxiao had only recently undergone his transformation into a top-tier alpha, he exuded a commanding and dominant pheromone, permeating the air and clinging to the unsuspecting Bate. Mian found himself puzzled. When had Shun Jinxiao's thoughts become so cryptic? What was he truly trying to convey? As curiosity swelled within him, his gaze uncontrollably flickered toward the other. It was then that Shun Linian's hand rested upon his forehead. He still did not respond to Shun Jinxiao, but rather inclined slightly to peer at Mian. The proximity allowed Mian to feel the gentle warmth of his brother's breath, crisp and tender. It seemed to pose an innocuous question. When did Mian become so close with Jinxiao? Yet, Shun Jinxiao acutely sensed his brother's frigid pheromones. The scent of cold cedar effortlessly separated his own pheromones, enveloping the Beta with a possessive embrace. Despite their equal ranks, Shun Linyuan's mastery over his pheromones was evidently superior, seemingly dismissive of Shun Jinxiao entirely. In an instant, a spark ignited within Shun Jinxiao's eyes, and he stubbornly called out, "Brother." It seemed that only then did Shun Linyuan acknowledge the younger sibling he had previously overlooked. He slowly turned his head to glance at him. The scent of Lung Songmu's pheromones continued to spread, completely obliterating the fragrance of sunflowers in the air. In this clash of pheromones, Shun Jinxiao, having lost, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, struggling to maintain his composure and refrain from trembling. A lesser alpha would likely have already knelt in fear. Despite the immense pressure, he did not alter his brother's opinion of the sunflower scent. Shun Jinxiao, only the most inferior alphas are unable to control their own pheromones. You must know that between alphas, there is only mutual aversion to one another's pheromones. Shun Jinxiao's expression shifted. It was not the first time he had been reprimanded by his brother, yet today he felt an unusual sense of shame. He raised his gaze to meet Mian's, inhaled deeply, and retorted, "I was not unable to control my pheromones." He was certainly not a lowly alpha. "Oh." Shun Lianyuan's eyes flickered. "So, you imply that it was intentional?" Shun Jinxiao's throat constricted. In a non-sensitive period, releasing pheromones in the presence of another alpha was tantamount to direct provocation. He could not bear that accusation. Shun Jinxiao stood rooted, feeling a wave of darkness wash over him. At this moment, an apology would suffice. After all, Shun Lianyuan was his brother, offering him an escape. He could simply comply. However, he stubbornly refused to admit fault before Mian, not wanting to reveal his helplessness in the presence of his brother. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, a servant approached. Clad in the uniform of the Shun family estate, with a refined countenance, he bowed to the two brothers in confrontation and spoke. "Eldest young master, second young master. Breakfast is ready. Would you like to dine now?" Throughout the encounter, Mian had been treated as if he were invisible, naturally overlooked. He raised an eyebrow, recognizing this servant as one who had previously held him in disdain, mockingly deriding him from behind and isolating him in person. Such a familiar sensation. During this visit, the servants of the Shun family seemed to have undergone a transformation, their demeanor towards him markedly less hostile than before. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this change. To his surprise, there remained a dedicated servant, which brought him considerable relief. The brother Shun observed the servant's behavior with keen interest. Shun Lianyuan furrowed his brow slightly, diverting his gaze from Shun Jinxiao to the servant. His tone is frigid as ice. "Has Butler Chin not informed you of the expected demeanor towards the future matriarch of the family?" Mian responded. "Matriarch of the family? Who?" The servant, startled by his tone, trembled slightly and hurriedly attempted to explain. "I was on leave a couple of days ago." He had heard of Butler Chin's education of the servants and the dismissal of several individuals, yet he remained unaware of the underlying reasons. Shun Lianyuan was not inclined to entertain his explanation, speaking slowly. "It seems you are ill-suited for this place. Go and gather your belongings. Uncle Shun at the company will settle your accounts. Leave the Shun family within half an hour." The servant never anticipated that in such a brief moment, he would suddenly lose his job. Although he was unaware of why Shun Lianyuan had abruptly altered his attitude towards this Beta, he was well aware of Shun Lianyuan's unwavering nature after serving the Shun family for so long. In his desperation, he could only cast his gaze towards Shun Jinxiao, who equally despised this engagement, hoping for a plea on his behalf. "Shun, second young master Shun, hurry and leave," Shun Jinxiao exclaimed, his expression still betraying the embarrassment of being cornered moments earlier. His face flushed crimson as he dared not meet Mian's gaze. "Who told you to speak to me?" Chapter 80. I will feed you Mian, who also hoped Shun Jinxiao would intercede with Shun Lianyuan, was taken aback. Almost forgetting that Shun Jinxiao was a simpleton with a brother complex, it was evident that, consumed by his brother's reprimand, he could hardly consider anyone else's affairs. The atmosphere grew even more tense than before. The servant who had come to call them for dinner, after being scolded by Shan Jinxiao, stood frozen in place, her complexion pale and eyes glistening with tears. Sigh. Mian found it unbearable to witness such expressions. Simply put, the servant was merely fulfilling the whims of her employer, essentially a pitiful wage earner. Being a fellow worker, Mian resolved to lend a hand, carefully beginning, "I believe it is unnecessary." To his astonishment, he was abruptly interrupted by Shan Jinxiao, fixing his gaze on Shan Lianyan with unwavering determination and a reckless courage. He uttered words that even he had not dared to contemplate. "Brother, I did not intend to provoke you, but the pheromones just now were indeed released by me. I merely wish to convey that sunflowers are no less splendid than any other flower." With that, he clenched his fists tightly, disregarding everyone, and stormed back into the house. Mian thought, it seems Shan Jinxiao truly adores sunflowers, as he dared to argue with his brother over them. While admiring his newfound courage to stand up to his brother, she wished he hadn't interrupted her. "Forgive me, Mian, for causing you embarrassment." In contrast to the fiery temperament of Shan Jinxiao, Shan Lianyan, standing quietly to the side, displayed not the slightest hint of emotional fluctuation, maintaining an air of calm serenity. Only when his gaze fell upon Mian did his dark eyes soften slightly. Shan Jinxiao has only recently undergone differentiation and is still struggling to control his emotions. Here comes. Typically, such statements indicate a defense for his younger brother. So, in the future, it would be best for you to keep your distance from him. All right, I shall be magnanimous. What? The motion of Mian nodding came to an abrupt halt. She stared blankly at Shan Lianyan, believing she had misheard. Noticing her expression, a hint of amusement flickered in Shan Lianyan's eyes as he raised his hand to gently stroke Mian's cheek, saying, "Mian, do not worry. Once he is able to take over the company, he will not frequently return to the main residence." Why does it sound as if he intends to expel Shan Jinxiao? Shan Lianyan, do not be so harsh towards a brother complex. Mian's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, her mouth agape as she momentarily forgot what she intended to say. In the following moment, Shan Lianyan coldly turned to the servant still standing nearby, glancing at his watch. 5 minutes had elapsed. Remaining in the Shun residence after the termination of your employment is tantamount to trespassing. I presume you would prefer to avoid an encounter with the Shun family's legal team? Upon hearing this, the servant seemed to awaken from a dream, rushing to their quarters to gather their belongings. Mian, witnessing this, glanced up at Shan Lianyan. He arched the corner of his eye with a caring inquiry. "Is there anything else, Mian?" Observing his nonchalant demeanor sent an inexplicable shiver down her spine. Goodness, it is a miracle that such a person could endure an engagement with someone they utterly disfavor for so many years. Although it was merely a morning, Mian felt as though an eternity had passed. At last, the two took their seats at the dining table. Shan Jinxiao was still sulking and had no intention of emerging from his room, and breakfast could commence. The culinary skills of the Shun family's chef had always been exceptional. After savoring a shrimp dumpling and a spoonful of congee, Mian finally felt rejuvenated. Conversely, sitting across from her, Shan Lianyan's meal was not going as smoothly. He had burned his right hand, with a substantial area from the back of his hand up to his wrist wrapped in bandages, forcing him to use his left hand to grasp the chopsticks. Despite being a character depicted as nearly omnipotent as a right-handed individual, he still struggled with the unfamiliarity of using his left hand to wield a spoon. Moreover, he was inherently competitive. Refusing the butler's assistance, he painstakingly ladled the congee into his mouth. This was the first time Mian had witnessed such a side of Shan Lianyan, evoking a sense of curiosity that compelled her to sneak glances at him. Shortly after her gaze fell upon him, Shan Lianyan picked up his chopsticks, awkwardly attempting to grasp some vegetables. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, a flicker of frustration crossed his dark eyes, and he withdrew his hand. His injury was at least partially her concern, unable to bear the sight. Mian pressed her lips together in silence for a moment, then took the communal chopsticks and placed a portion of vegetables into Shan Lianyan's bowl. His eyelashes fluttered gently, like the wings of a butterfly, and he lifted his gaze to meet hers, uttering, "Thank you, Mian. Why make such a solemn matter out of a trivial act?" Mian felt her cheeks flush, abruptly averting her gaze, and stammered. If there is anything else you wish to eat, please just tell me. Is it truly all right? Would it be too much of a bother for you? You haven't eaten this morning either. Shun Lianyan's voice was imbued with concern. It's no trouble at all. It's merely a matter of convenience. The more courteous he became, the more intense Mian's sense of responsibility grew. Then, I appreciate it, Mian. Shun Lianyan smiled, his dark hair cascading over his forehead, partially obscuring his brow, rendering his visage even more striking. Astonishingly beautiful. Mian realized why some would claim that beauty possesses a lethal charm. At least in Shun Lianyan's case, she found herself hesitant to meet his gaze directly, sensing that in the next moment, those dark eyes could ensnare one's very soul. Subsequently, Shun Lianyan expressed his desire to sample the shrimp dumplings that Mian had just enjoyed. Mian's ears remained flushed, yet he remained true to his promise. He picked up the communal chopsticks and placed a shrimp dumpling into the bowl of his companion. However, the dumpling, round and plump with a delicate skin, was particularly challenging to grasp. Even though Mian had set it before Shun Lianyan, the latter, using his left hand, attempted several times without success. Mian contemplated suggesting that he could lean over the bowl and use chopsticks to nudge it in, but hesitated, feeling it might not align with Shun Lianyan's persona. Watching his companion struggle, a sense of guilt washed over him. After a moment of internal conflict, he stood up, moved to Shun Lianyan's side, and pulled out the chair beside him to sit down. Then, under the gentle gaze of Shun Lianyan, he delicately picked up the shrimp dumpling from his bowl, supporting it with his other hand to prevent it from falling. Maintaining this position, he offered it to Shun Lianyan's lips, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered, "Open up, I'll feed you." Shun Lianyan observed him with a faint smile flickering in his eyes, so fleeting it felt like an illusion, quickly enveloped by tenderness. He leaned slightly forward, synchronized with Mian's gesture, and parted his lips to accept the dumpling. His crimson tongue inadvertently peeked through his teeth, radiating a subtle allure. "Thank you, Mian. This shrimp dumpling is delightful," he remarked. Under his gaze, Mian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his grip on the chopsticks stiffening as he quietly inquired, "Do you, want more?" Shun Lianyan's smile broadened, and after a few moments of contemplation, he responded, "Then I must trouble you again. I really want more." Mian tightened his grip on the chopsticks, instantly regretting his question. Had he not just shot himself in the foot? The charming one had demands, and the supporting character had no choice but to oblige. He sighed inwardly and picked up another dumpling to offer. There was something particularly appealing about the way attractive individuals consumed food. Shun Lianyan chewed slowly, his Adam's apple gently bobbing, and once again expressed his gratitude. His voice was soft and lingering, captivating to the ears. After finishing, he said nothing, merely gazing at Mian with those striking eyes. Mian, initially intending to feign that the moment had concluded and return to his seat, conceded defeat. He raised his chopsticks again, adopting a stance as if preparing to serve more, and asked, "What else would you like to eat?" The morning sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow on his slightly trembling eyelashes and his wrist, which felt fatigued from being held aloft against his will. The air was fragrant with congee and carried a hint of his own fresh, earthy scent. Unbeknownst to him, his face bore the unmistakable mark of reluctant service. His expression, though slightly aloof, was far more animated than his usual reserved demeanor. From start to finish, Shun Lianyan's gaze never wavered from his face. "Lian?" Noticing Shun Lianyan's silence, Mian called out to him once more. "I don't have much of an appetite anymore. It's fine once or twice, but if it happens too often, even a rabbit may feel cornered." "That's good." Mian sighed in relief and set down the serving chopsticks. Just as he was about to rise, his wrist was gently grasped. "Is there anything else?" He turned back, offering a somewhat forced smile. Shun Lianyan raised his hand, using his thumb to wipe away an almost invisible grain of rice from the corner of Mian's mouth, his voice tender and laced with laughter. "You've worked hard, Mian." Mian froze, a flush of crimson spreading across his cheeks. "No, you needn't be so courteous." He instinctively pulled his hand away and hurried towards the kitchen. His steps hurried, as if he were fleeing. Why don't you go and do that with your suitor instead? I might have already secured 20 billion by now. Mian silently fumed. The ensuing meal was steeped in awkwardness. Finally managing to endure the passage of time, Mian plotted his escape back to his room. However, Shun Lianyan seemed to have perceived his intentions, his voice softly echoing in the air. Mian, you haven't yet answered my question from the garden. Mian halted, confusion flickering in his eyes as he looked at him. When did you become so close with Shen Jinxiao? Shun Lianyan remained seated, his posture poised and elegant. Long fingers resting on the table, the index finger gently tapping. His dark eyes revealed no glimmer of light, leaving one to wonder what thoughts lay beneath. Mian thought to himself, when did he become close with Shun Jinxiao? Hadn't he just been looking for trouble in the garden today? He even interfered with which flower Mian was tending to. And no, I don't think so, Bate replied, furrowing his brow, his voice low and tinged with anxiety. He probably doesn't like me much. Did you hear that? The blatant disdain can be misconstrued as a good relationship, even if you favor your brother. You shouldn't be so biased. Mian mentally berated, yet outwardly he endeavored to maintain the image of a harmless person, taking all the blame upon himself. Oh, of course. It might be something I've done to upset him. I'll try to avoid that in the future. This response caused Shun Lianyan's fingers to relax slightly on the table. And soon after, his gentle voice resumed. You haven't done anything wrong. It's his issue. As you witnessed today, he struggles to manage his temper since his differentiation. Pausing, Shun Lianyan lifted his lashes to glance at Mian. I apologize. I misjudged the situation. When I returned, you both appeared quite familiar, and I mistakenly thought you had met privately. A hint of grievance flickered across Shun Lianyan's exquisite features. I constantly worry that if you two grow close, you will abandon me. Today, Mian finally grasped what it meant to be a heartthrob unaware of his charm. Please, your brother would rather isolate me alongside you. How could there ever be a scenario where you would be left behind? Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, for he indeed had met Shun Jinxiao in private. Although it was merely an accident, a brief explanation to Shun Lianyan would suffice. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that on that day at the arcade, besides Shun Jinxiao, there was also Bai Rongxing present. I had promised, while being pressed against the wall, not to contact Bai Rongxing. If Shun Lianyan were to inquire why I visited the arcade, it would surely spell disaster. Of course not. You are Shun Jinxiao's most important elder brother. How could he ever abandon you? Given Shun Lianyan's astute nature, Mian ultimately chose to refrain from addressing the matter of having met Shun Jinxiao privately. He responded with a hurried tone and a sincere expression, hoping Shun Lianyan would swiftly move past this topic. However, upon hearing his reply, Shun Lianyan exhibited no signs of relief. Instead, his lips tightened and the corners of his mouth turned downward, indicating a deeper displeasure. Observing this, Mian instinctively continued. Of course, I would never. Yin, no matter what, I will not let you go. This statement should not be deemed a lie. For according to the plot and character design, I am indeed the one who has been abandoned. Thus, professing loyalty at this moment posed no issue whatsoever. As anticipated, Mian's instincts proved remarkably accurate. After uttering that phrase, Shun Lianyan's expression visibly softened. He refrained from further probing into the matter, finally granting Mian some respite. Although much of the company's affairs fell under Shun Jinxiao's purview, this did not imply that Shun Lianyan was devoid of responsibilities. Despite his arm injury, he dedicated several hours each day to manage tasks that Shun Jinxiao could not attend to. Hence, after dinner, he bid farewell to Mian and retreated to his study. Mian originally intended to seize this opportunity to return to his room and relish the rare moments of solitude within the Shun family estate. Yet, Shun Lianyan's earlier words left him somewhat unsettled. While it may have been brushed aside, the incident involved more than just him. With Shun Jinxiao's character, who regarded his brother as paramount, a casual inquiry from Shun Lianyan would elicit every detail. Not only would this disrupt the character dynamics, but Shun Lianyan would also inevitably impose some form of punishment upon him. Recalling previous instances where he had been rendered utterly drained, as if melting away from the consequences. Mian could not help but feel a wave of trepidation. The ABO world is indeed incredibly overwhelming. Mian silently resolved not to allow Shen Lianyan to discover this affair. The first step in concealing it from him was to silence Shen Jinxiao. At that moment, Shen Jinxiao was still stirring up trouble in his room. After a moment of contemplation, Mian ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he paused. It would be inappropriate to simply knock on Shen Jinxiao's door and instruct him not to disclose their private meeting to Shen Lianyan. Considering they did not even possess each other's contact information, nor were they familiar enough to visit one another's rooms. A plausible excuse was necessary. Leaning against the banister at the staircase, as he pondered, he suddenly spotted the butler approaching, bearing a tray filled with uneaten food. An expression of helplessness etched upon his face as he came from the direction of Shen Jinxiao's room. As Mian's mind sparked with an idea, he turned to the butler, who was passing by, and inquired, "Excuse me, Uncle Chen, is the second young master unwilling to eat?" The butler paused, letting out a resigned sigh. He had watched Shen Jinxiao grow up and felt a deeper emotional connection to him than even to Shen Lianyan. Thus, witnessing the young master sulking and refusing food tugged at his heartstrings. He had heard from the servants about the events that transpired in the garden today, leaving him bewildered. After all, the second young master idolized the eldest master. How could they possibly be at odds? Upon receiving the answer he sought, Mian's eyes lit up. It was as if, while he was merely dozing off, someone had presented him with a pillow. He feigned concern and said to the butler, "Uncle Chen, why don't you let me take the dish to him? I could try to persuade him." The butler hesitated, instinctively glancing at Mian, preparing to refuse. It was not out of a lack of respect for Mian. Rather, after the events of the past few days, he had come to view this Bate in a different light. However, as the butler of this household, he was acutely aware of Shen Jinxiao's feelings towards Mian, especially given that Shen Jinxiao was currently in a foul mood. Sending Mian to deliver food might only exacerbate the situation, potentially provoking Shen Jinxiao to throw the plate in anger. If things escalated too dramatically, it would be difficult to resolve. Mian could easily guess the butler's hesitation. Before he could voice his refusal, Mian interjected, "Uncle Chen, I genuinely worry about the second young master. If he doesn't eat, what if his stomach suffers? Moreover, he can't remain at odds with a Lian indefinitely. I will speak to him gently, without confrontation. Perhaps it will have a positive effect." Mian's words struck a chord with the butler. He indeed worried about Shen Jinxiao going hungry and hoped for a swift resolution to the brothers' friction. It seemed that only Mian could serve as a mediator in this situation. If the second young master could come to accept Mian as his sister-in-law, it would be even better. After a brief moment of hesitation, the butler finally handed the tray to Mian, carefully adjusting the dishes to prevent any burns. His tone was filled with caution and concern. "Mr. Yu, the second young master, is currently quite irritable. Do not take his words to heart. If he scolds you, just step outside quickly and do not stand your ground, understood?" Unaccustomed to such warmth from the typically aloof butler, Mian felt a flutter in his heart, especially coming from someone significantly older. Throughout his life, he had not interacted with individuals of this nature nor received care from elders. In that instant, his heart raced, and he found himself unsure of where to place his hands while carrying the tray. Ultimately, he nodded earnestly and replied affirmatively, then awkwardly made his way toward Shen Jinxiao's room. He felt fortunate to be holding the tray. Otherwise, he might have stumbled in his steps, leading to a most embarrassing situation. Upon reaching the threshold of Shen Jinxiao's room, the lingering lightness in his heart persisted. He inhaled deeply several times before finally regaining his composure. He then raised his hand and gently rapped on the door. The first knock elicited no response from within. Asleep, perhaps? Mian paused momentarily before knocking again. He was determined to resolve matters before Shen Lianyan could inquire. This time, a sharp and icy voice responded from within. "Get lost. Did I not say I'm not eating?" The temperament of this individual remained as notoriously foul as ever. It would indeed be a miracle if he were to find an omega. While silently critiquing, Mian cleared his throat and feigned a cautious tone. "Second young master Shen, It's me, Mian. I brought you some food." Just as he spoke halfway, a sound of footsteps approached, and the door was abruptly opened with a click. Shun Jinxiao appeared in black loungewear, his hair slightly disheveled, his handsome face etched with shock. "W, what are you doing here? Why couldn't it be me? Surely you are astonished by my unexpected kindness and gentle nature." Mian replied with a teasing smile. "If you are pleased, do refrain from reporting me to your brother." The corners of Mian's eyes curved upward as his tone softened further. "Uncle Chen mentioned you hadn't eaten. It's not good for your stomach to continue this way. Please have a little." "Why you're worried about me?" Shun Jinxiao's grip on the doorframe tightened, and his ears turned crimson. This reaction took Mian by surprise. He had anticipated a more aggressive response. It seemed this fellow was indeed hungry. Having feigned strength before Uncle Chen, Mian sighed inwardly while maintaining an affectionate demeanor. "Second young master, don't quarrel with All Yin. After all, you are brothers." However, before he could finish, Shun Jinxiao's expression darkened once more, and he interrupted sharply. "Oh, now I understand your sudden kindness. You're concerned about my brother getting angry." Mian was taken aback by the abrupt shift in tone, his expression turning perplexed. Why did this development feel somewhat amiss? Shouldn't Shun Jinxiao, the devoted brother, be more concerned about this? Had he truly quarreled with Shun Lianyan? Seeing the Bate's dazed expression only worsened Shun Jinxiao's mood. With a defiant demeanor, he declared, "I want to eat, nor do I wish to see you. Just take your things and go. Go charm my brother instead." Though he spoke harshly, his body betrayed him, more honest than his words. Rather than simply closing the door and ending the interaction, he instinctively shifted aside slightly, leaving just enough of a gap to allow passage. Chapter 83. A handsome man with a sharp tongue naturally, Mian noticed the opening. He couldn't help but chuckle. Shun Jinxiao clearly desired the food, yet insisted on maintaining his stubborn facade. Typically, one would soothe him with comforting words at such a moment, but Mian had no intention of indulging him. He feigned ignorance of Shun Jinxiao's subtle movements, tightening his fingers to feign disappointment, then replied softly, I understand. I'm sorry to have disturbed you." With a forced smile, he turned away, clutching the tray, preparing to leave. As he walked, he silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, at the very moment he reached 1, Mian felt the nape of his collar abruptly seized. Turning around, he met Shun Jinxiao's gaze, one hand on his hip, wearing a rather displeased expression. "So, are you truly planning to seek out my brother?" Mian felt a sense of gratification. Even in the midst of an argument with his brother, this person's brotherly obsession remained unchanged. He should be in his study, attending to work, a time when he typically avoided all visitors. Shun Jinxiao scoffed. Going to him now is merely putting a warm face against a cold backside. Mian opened his mouth to respond, but no sound emerged. Naturally, his small gesture did not escape Shun Jinxiao's observant eyes. The latter raised his chin and inquired, "What's the matter? Do you have any rebuttals?" "No, none." Mian thought for a moment and decided not to inform this brotherly devotee about his brother's earlier invitation to join him in the study. Otherwise, the delicate balance of emotions he had just managed to stabilize might spiral into chaos again. "I didn't intend to disturb Alien," the Bate murmured in self-defense. "How can I trust you're not lying?" With a newfound confidence stemming from his rationalization, Shun Jinxiao seized the tray from Mian's hands and, with the other hand, tugged at Mian's collar like a small cat, dragging him along with long strides toward his room. "Before my brother comes out, you shall remain in my room." As events unfolded, they proceeded precisely as Mian had anticipated. He struggled symbolically a few times before being tossed onto the soft sofa in Shun Jinxiao's room. As Shun Jinxiao turned to lock the door, a triumphant smile crept onto his face. The decor of Shun Jinxiao's room was a stark contrast to his brother's. The overall ambience was a cool black, adorned with his collection of models. Shelves and desks overflowed with mechas and racing cars, while a corner was cluttered with skiing gear. It was immediately evident what kind of personality the owner possessed. However, none of this surprised Mian. Holding the tray, he intended to place the dishes on the table. But as he stepped in, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bed. A piece of black, white-trimmed undergarment lay carelessly tossed at the foot of the bed. evidently freshly changed and yet to be washed. Mian felt no stir of emotion and swiftly diverted his gaze, having seen similar items belonging to dorm mates during his school days. Moreover, this was Shen Jinxiao's room, so it was hardly surprising. However, upon turning back after locking the door, Shen Jinxiao, catching sight of this scene, was struck as if by thunder. Blood rushed to his face, his ears flushed crimson, and the facade of indifference and hostility crumbled away completely. Mian, what are you looking at? Who gave you permission to gawk? Shen Jinxiao nearly shouted as he stepped forward, positioning himself to shield Mian from the gaze that might fall upon the bed. Even though Mian had already diverted his eyes, Mian blinked in confusion. I wasn't looking indiscriminately. You still dare to quibble. Shen Jinxiao pointed towards the bed, his finger trembling, entirely devoid of his usual rebellious demeanor. The underwear? A flicker of understanding crossed Mian's eyes, and his tone was as indifferent as if discussing a table or a plate. What of it? Shen Jinxiao opened his mouth, but not a word escaped. His face flushed deeper, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He wished to elucidate the reason behind his agitation, yet when faced with the Bate's placid gaze, he found no words to articulate. He was tempted to express his ire, but struggled to find justification for his anger, feeling a sense of disillusionment burgeoning within him. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and declare, "It's nothing." What was wrong with this person? Was he truly engaged to an alpha? Shen Jinxiao was in such a fluster. Yet the other party exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Did he not notice? Or did he notice but remain indifferent? Mian was oblivious to Shen Jinxiao's tumultuous thoughts. Upon hearing the dismissive nothing, he merely responded with a calm acknowledgement. He then placed the tray upon the table, lifted his gaze to meet Shen Jinxiao's, and inquired, "So, second young master, are you in the mood for something to eat?" This simple question instantly assuaged Shen Jinxiao's emotions, although a lingering sense of gloom remained. It was overshadowed by a burgeoning joy and awkwardness. Just as he was about to reply to Mian, his peripheral vision caught sight of the intimate garment again, causing his ears to flare with heat once more. Consequently, Mian witnessed him, akin to an eager pup, dart towards his bed, seizing the black underwear as if it were a grenade and rushing into the bathroom. After tossing the item into the designated washing machine, he did not hasten to exit. Instead, he turned on the faucet, cold water cascading down. He leaned against the edge of the sink, glancing at the reflection in the mirror. The alpha's face was flushed, his eyes flustered, a stark contrast to the typically indifferent Shen Jinxiao. He muttered a curse at his own lack of composure. Mian could not fathom why it would take Shen Jinxiao over 10 minutes to wash a pair of underwear. He soon grew bored and began scrolling through his phone. Just as he stumbled upon a humorous video and opened the comment section, he found the top comment amplifying the video's comedic value. As he prepared to reply with praise, the bathroom door finally swung open. Shen Jinxiao's slightly damp hair hung over his forehead, a few strands sticking to his smooth brow. Droplets of water still clinging to the tips, trailing down his brow and jawline, leaving a cool trace behind. The previously sharp features softened by the steam. The earlier irritation faded, replaced by a languid nonchalance that accentuated his superior bone structure. Though Mian harbored no fondness for him, he could not deny that Shen Jinxiao was quite pleasing to the eye when silent. However, in the next moment, upon seeing him engrossed in his phone, frowning slightly, he asked in a dry tone, "Mian, who are you replying to?" In an instant, the atmosphere shifted entirely. Mian, a handsome fellow, yet he possesses such a sharp tongue. Chapter 84. You must accompany me to the gathering in a week. Before Mian could respond to his inquiry, another question swiftly followed. Who is it? It can't be my brother. He is currently preoccupied and has no time to check his phone. Pausing momentarily, Shen Jinxiao's brows furrowed tightly, as if struck by a sudden realization, his voice rising abruptly. It can't be that Omega, can it? Mian remained silent, somewhat disinclined to engage, continuing to type in the reply box. Observing that he was being ignored, Shen Jinxiao grew increasingly convinced of his suspicion and took 2 steps forward, positioning himself directly in front of Mian. I told you, that Omega is not a good person. He is exceptionally tall and possesses excellent eyesight. Being close, he could easily see the content on the phone without needing to lean in. Naturally, Mian had no intention of concealing anything from the outset. He had only uttered half of his sentence when he abruptly fell silent, taken aback and awkwardly gazing at Mian. A perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Mian looked up, fixing him with a somewhat aggrieved gaze. The misunderstood Bate refrained from defending himself, seemingly aware that in the face of such deep-seated prejudice, any justification would be futile. His clear, light brown eyes appeared to be veiled in a thin, damp mist, his eyelids drooping, exuding a sense of despondency and melancholy. A wave of regret surged within Shen Jinxiao, and he flusteredly began to apologize. Yes, I misunderstood you. It's all right. Misunderstandings can be beneficial. This way, I can stand on the moral high ground. Mian pressed his lips together, lowering his head and averting his gaze, refusing to meet Shen Jinxiao's eyes. Growing anxious, Shen Jinxiao took half a step closer, and when he saw that Mian remained unresponsive, he simply squatted down. This way, he could look up and meet the Bate's gaze. Clearly taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, Mian's eyelashes fluttered in surprise, instinctively attempting to turn his head away. However, this time, Shen Jinxiao did not grant him that opportunity. The alpha extended his arm and gently grasped the back of Mian's neck, grinning at him. Now you have no way to escape, do you? After a brief pause, his tone softened suddenly, and he earnestly said to Mian, I was wrong. Please don't take it to heart, all right? At this moment, Mian's objective had already been achieved. However, he seldom witnessed Shen Jinxiao in such a vulnerable state. Thus, he chose not to respond, merely retracting his neck and stubbornly pressing his lips together. Shen Jinxiao. He nearly forgot that Mian was a rather obstinate beta. He let out a deep sigh, speaking with a hint of exasperation. "TSK, you've got me there. Speak up. What exactly must I do to compensate you before you will acknowledge me?" Though it sounded reluctant, Shen Jinxiao had already formulated a plan. Even if Mian demanded stars from the heavens, he would find a way to procure them. Although he and Mian had known each other for quite some time, he realized he was still unfamiliar with the latter's preferences. He could not help but feel a thrill of excitement, eager to discover what kind of request Mian would make. Beta paused momentarily, and under Shen Jinxiao's intense gaze, began to speak slowly. "Xiao Bai is my friend, and I will not allow you to speak of him in such a manner." In an instant, Shen Jinxiao's jawline tensed, his knuckles whitening as a barely audible cold laugh escaped his throat. Mian observed, "It seems this brotherly protector is genuinely afraid of anyone encroaching on his brother's territory." Seizing the singular opportunity, Mian resolved to confront him head-on. Noticing Shen Jinxiao's reaction, Beta raised his arm to brush aside Shen's hand and stood up, intending to exit the room. Shen Jinxiao was taken aback and abruptly grasped him. "Where are you going?" Upon meeting Mian's disappointed gaze, he instinctively recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. "It appears that I cannot find common ground with young Master Shen. Therefore, I shall no longer be a nuisance to you," Mian stated flatly, enunciating each word. Shen Jinxiao was momentarily frozen in place, his hands still suspended in midair, his expression dimming as the earlier acidity and anger transformed into panic. "Who said you were a nuisance?" His voice trembled, tightening his grip on Mian's hand, his eyes dark and menacing. Yet he managed to force out a few words through gritted teeth. "It's merely acknowledging that Omega is your friend. I promise you, I will never mention him in your presence again. Is that agreeable?" Mian could discern his profound reluctance. However, the situation remained manageable. Though Shen Jinxiao possessed a rather simplistic mind, he was generally a man of his word. Once he acknowledged Xiao Bai as his friend, it would be much simpler to request that he refrain from discussing the matter with Shen Jinxiao in the future. Well then, why not sit back down? Noticing Mian's expression soften slightly, Shen Jinxiao quickly adjusted his tone. "You have nothing to do outside. It would be better to play some games in my room." Mian was not particularly fond of gaming. To be precise, he had grown disenchanted with it. However, during his university years, he had worked as a companion and game booster for extra income. The toll it took on his health had ultimately led him to abandon it entirely. Meanwhile, Shun Jinxiao wore an eager expression, believing that since they had encountered each other at the arcade last time, Mian should have an interest in such activities. He felt quite pleased, convinced that this would ensure Mian's presence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently created a significant misunderstanding in Mian's mind. You should finish your meal first. We could discuss the rest later. Mian had not forgotten his persona. Shun Jinxiao was indeed hungry. Ever since he learned of Mian's presence at home the previous day, he had rushed to complete his work, resulting in skipping both lunch and dinner. He had initially hoped that Uncle Chan would treat him to a proper meal that morning. However, he did not anticipate the conflict that arose with his brother. Yet, he hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. With his gaze lowered, Shun Jinxiao's eyes fell upon the porridge in his bowl, his long lashes concealing the tumultuous emotions beneath. His fingertips unconsciously grazing the edge of the porcelain bowl. He lifted his eyes to Mian, his voice somewhat hoarse yet tinged with a hint of amusement. "Do you wish for me to eat?" Mian replied, "Not particularly. It has nothing to do with me." Confronted with Shun Jinxiao's visage, it was indeed difficult to utter a second word of concern. He hesitated for a moment, turning his face away, remaining silent. Bate interpreted this demeanor as shyness. Unable to resist, a smile crept upon his lips, genuine warmth sparkling in his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Mian's face, his tone infused with a playful stubbornness. "All right." After a brief pause, his voice softened further, his eyes shimmering like a waiting puppy. "But you must promise me that you'll accompany me to the gathering a week from now." Chapter 85. Has he mistaken my chat for a memo? This morning in the garden, Mian had already declined Shun Jinxiao's invitation. Logically, considering the other's proud disposition, he should have refrained from mentioning the matter again. Surprisingly, not long after, he extended the invitation once more. Now, Mian found himself somewhat intrigued by this gathering. Initially suspecting it to be a prank by Shun Jinxiao, he later dismissed that notion. Although Shun Jinxiao had a flawed character, he was fundamentally straightforward, typically confronting him directly rather than resorting to subterfuge. Moreover, Mian genuinely required Shun Jinxiao's assistance in concealing matters related to Baironxing. After pondering for a few seconds, he adopted a demeanor of contemplation, lowering his head and biting his lip. Observing this, Shun Jinxiao grew increasingly anxious. "I'm not going to drag you out and sell you. What are you hesitating for?" Mian had been awaiting this very question. I fear that Lien might disapprove," Bate murmured, carefully interlacing his fingers. "Can't you just not inform my brother?" Shun Jinxiao nearly blurted this out, and even after uttering it, he felt no sense of impropriety. As a fellow alpha, he understood his brother's possessiveness over his fiancée. If he were to inquire, rejection would be inevitable. Yet, why should other alphas be barred from approaching Mian when he himself could not? Having known Mian for a duration not shorter than his brother's, he felt a sense of entitlement. Although he anticipated such a response from Shun Jinxiao, hearing it aloud still made Mian marvel at the rebellious phase that even a brotherly obsession could experience. This was largely due to the friction they had encountered in the garden today. Otherwise, Shun Jinxiao would not have deviated from his original plan. However, a flicker of disbelief crossed Bate's clear eyes, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. "There's no need for hesitation. My brother wants to be home to watch over you constantly." Shun Jinxiao shrugged, his speech quickening slightly, each word laced with persuasive allure. "Those old-timers at the company are quite formidable. Only he can command their respect. In a week's time, he will be preoccupied again. At that point, you can simply claim to have other commitments, find any excuse to step out, and I'll come to fetch you." He wanted to delve into details. After all, it was you who first suggested deceiving Shun Lianyan. Mian subtly curved his lips. Raising his gaze, "I can agree to your terms, but what?" As Shun Jinxiao perceived a hint of concession from him, his eyes suddenly gleamed with hope. Completely unaware that he had unwittingly stepped into the trap meticulously laid by Mian. However, the incident that transpired that day with Xiao Bai at the arcade must not be disclosed to Lien. Why is it this Omega again? Shun Jinxiao furrowed his brow, instinctively inclined to refuse. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, a sudden realization struck him. Just a moment ago, he had suggested to Mian to conceal the gathering from both his brother and himself, leaving him with no rightful grounds to decline this matter now. For a fleeting instant, he even suspected that Mian had deliberately chosen this moment to present such a request. However, when he cast a doubtful glance, he found the Bate's expression to be utterly sincere. The soft timbre of Mian's voice flowed like a gentle breeze. You just mentioned that Lian has been quite preoccupied lately. I cannot assist him, so I must endeavor not to disturb him with trivial matters. Mian's earnest demeanor and the concern woven into his words for Shun Lian were palpable, causing a wave of inexplicable annoyance to rise within Shun Jinxiao with just a lingering glance. Clearly, he was overthinking it. Just a moment ago, he had reveled in Mian's agreement, yet the next, he found himself engulfed in an indescribable melancholy. He could not fathom what was amiss. Ultimately, he attributed it all to perhaps having skipped several meals, leading to a slight dip in blood sugar. In the end, Shun Jinxiao acquiesced. With the burden lifted from his heart, Mian felt increasingly at ease during his stay at the Shun residence in the following days. Shun Lian's hand had been scalded, and his modeling endeavors were momentarily set aside. His daily tasks merely comprised changing the dressings and serving food at the dining table. Initially, Mian found it somewhat disconcerting to be near Shun Lian's exquisitely handsome face. However, as time passed, he managed to hypnotize himself into believing that this was merely an alpha resembling a human, and since they belonged to different species, there was no need for embarrassment. Akin to tending to livestock, observing Mian's face, which bore no trace of emotional fluctuation, Shun Lian felt a flicker of puzzlement. Soon, a week had elapsed, and as Shun Jinxiao had predicted, Shun Lian indeed became engrossed in his work, even neglecting to rest over the weekend. Adhering to the role of a devoted admirer, Mian sent him a caring message. The response indicated that he would be attending a business event in a neighboring city and would not return that weekend. Mian, remember to take care of yourself. If anything arises, consult Uncle Chun. Glancing at the courteous admonition, Mian internally celebrated with a cheer. Finally, he could venture out and stir up some excitement. Having spent this period within the Shun residence without encountering any rivals, his progress on the task was virtually stagnant. He still needed to return to work and was uncertain of Bo Junchuo's stance. Clearly, during that team-building gathering, he had fervently vowed to keep him. Yet now, after all this time, there had been no word. At the very least, they could mention whether my paid leave is still valid. Mian thought, feeling a surge of irritation. However, before that, I must first fulfill the promise made to Shun Jinxiao. The day after Shun Lian's business trip coincided perfectly with the time agreed upon with Shun Jinxiao. On that day, Mian had just awakened when she received a text message from him. Good morning. Glancing at it, she chose not to reply and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Upon emerging, her phone was already inundated with messages. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Accompanied by a playful dog emoji. Make sure to dress nicely today. I'll be waiting here for you. The subsequent message contained an address very close to the Shun residence. You're not still in bed, are you? Aren't you planning to tend to the flowers in the garden today? There were many more messages, but Mian found herself too apathetic to continue reading. She suddenly regretted giving him her contact information that day. He was far more talkative than Bai Rongxing. While Bai Rongxing, with his proud demeanor, would cease messaging without a response, Shun Jinxiao was different. He could entertain himself in a chat box for an extended period. Today, what car had he modified? What plump cat had he encountered in class? And how had he tricked it into being neutered? Messages of this nature could be sent by him throughout the day. Mian couldn't help but wonder if he treated his chat box as a memo pad. Chapter 86, A Silent Phone Call Doubts Aside. She still needed to respond to the messages. Mian set down the towel she had been using to dry her hair and replied to a few messages. I haven't forgotten. What time shall we meet? Her response was akin to completing a task, lacking any warmth. Upon hearing the notification sound, Shun Jinxiao's eyes brightened, and he quickly grabbed his phone. However, the indifferent reply caused the light in his eyes to gradually fade. The usually assertive individual at school now resembled a drenched dog, looking dejected as if its ears would droop if it had them. His demeanor was disheartened, yet he still fixated on his phone, hoping for another message. Unfortunately, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was no further response. Reluctantly, he decided to reply with the time. "All right," Mian responded. It was exceedingly curt, but Shen Jinxiao's spirits lifted once more. The fact that she replied so quickly suggested she had been waiting for his message all along. Moreover, they were about to meet soon, and it was a rare occasion when his brother would be absent. Just the thought of this made Shen Jinxiao's mood brighten considerably. "Shen Xiao, you've been checking your phone quite frequently lately," remarked a boy beside him, sporting a head of silvery gray hair, as he nudged Shen Jinxiao with his elbow. His expression rife with innuendo. "Are you in a relationship? Shen Jinxiao was taken aback, his face suddenly flushing crimson. The boy, witnessing this reaction, became even more convinced of his speculation. "I told you, with so many Omegas in school sending you love letters, you ignored them all. Turns out you've long had someone in your heart." The boy leaned in closer, visibly excited. "So, is she exceptionally beautiful? Is he coming today for your birthday? Do you have any photos? What does her pheromone smell like?" Upon hearing the incessant inquiries, Shen Jinxiao furrowed his brow in mild irritation. These individuals, when discussing romance, immediately thought of pheromones, a notion exceedingly superficial. "No," Shen Jinxiao replied coolly, feeling it would typically be prudent to clarify that the other party was his elder brother's fiancé, and thus it was entirely unremarkable for her to attend his birthday gathering. Yet the words faltered on his lips, morphing into, "Just a friend, please refrain from making assumptions." A friend? The number of individuals recognized as friends by the second young master of the Shun family could be counted on one's fingers, and they were predominantly from their exclusive circle. It was improbable that an unfamiliar face would suddenly emerge. The young man was acutely aware that this friend was far from ordinary. However, Shen Jinxiao's evident impatience dissuaded him from further inquiries, igniting instead a yearning to meet him later that evening at Shen Jinxiao's villa. Unbeknownst to Mian, his impending arrival had already stirred considerable curiosity. As a beta, he assumed that even if he attended such a gathering, it would merely be a fleeting appearance. Thus, he had not taken the time to meticulously prepare his attire, opting instead for a comfortable outfit hastily chosen from his wardrobe as he prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to exit the guest room, which had now transformed into his own sanctuary, his phone unexpectedly chimed to life. "Shen Jinxiao, you're becoming quite bothersome," he mused internally. The incessant barrage of text messages wasn't sufficient. The abrupt phone call was the most vexatious. While grumbling in his mind, he retrieved his phone. To his surprise, it was not a call from Shen Jinxiao, but rather an unfamiliar number. His immediate assumption was that it belonged to one of Shen Lianyan's fervent admirers. He had frequently received such calls in the past, where the callers would often express their disdain, proclaiming he was unworthy of Shen Lianyan and wishing him ill. However, such calls, along with the harassing messages, had mysteriously ceased in recent times. Consequently, Mian resolved to answer, pondering it might be a colleague requesting his return to work. With that thought, he pressed the answer button. "Hello." His tone was flat, imbued with a hint of aloofness that concealed any underlying emotion, as he remained uncertain of the caller's identity. On the other end, there was an unsettling silence, punctuated only by a steady yet restrained breathing, carrying a barely perceptible weight. "Hello, may I ask who is speaking?" Mian inquired, frowning once more. The silence persisted, with no intention of a response. His patience waned entirely, and he raised his hand to terminate the call. Just as his finger pressed the end call button, a low, hoarse voice seemed to murmur a name from the other side. Mian did not catch it clearly, assuming it was merely a heartbroken individual who had dialed the wrong number. Dismissing it from his mind, he bid farewell to Uncle Shun before making his way to the agreed location with Shen Jinxiao. Little did he know, across the city in a luxurious apartment in City A, an alpha clenched his phone in disappointment. Mian was unprepared for the sight of Shen Jinxiao arriving on a modified motorcycle to collect him. The sleek black motorcycle rested at an angle beneath the street lamp, its lines exuding a cold, fluid elegance. Alpha perched upon it, clad in a black leather jacket zipped to the top, revealing a hint of his pale neck. His helmet hung casually on the handlebars, while the wind tousled his short hair. His dark eyes, strikingly bright, fixated on Mian's form. He uttered no superfluous words, merely lifted his chin and gestured towards the space behind him, his tone radiating the usual audacity, yet tinged with an imperceptible hint of anticipation. Get on. Mian stood still, making no move. Noticing his hesitation, Shun Jinxiao assumed he was intimidated. He gracefully dismounted from the driver's seat, picked up a spare helmet, and extended it towards Mian, his face slightly flushed, yet his voice softened. I apologize, I've never owned a four-wheeler. I can only offer you this. If his friends were present, they would undoubtedly be shocked to tears at his willingness to let someone else touch his beloved motorcycle. Typically, he was fiercely protective of it. Yet today, he found himself offering a ride to a Bate. To further reassure, Shun Jinxiao added, rest assured, I will drive carefully and safely. Mian, coming to his senses, recognized the caution in his tone and realized that Shun Jinxiao had misunderstood his intentions. Contemplating how to maintain his composed persona, Mian remained silent for a considerable time, until Shun Jinxiao, anxious, contemplated seeking help from a friend to come and pick him up. Suddenly, a low voice, imbued with Mian's distinctive shyness, reached Shun Jinxiao's ears, one that he found delightful. He heard Mian say, well, it's okay if you don't drive too cautiously. Taken aback, Shun Jinxiao instinctively turned to face him, noticing that the trepidation he had seen earlier was nowhere to be found. Instead, his eyes sparkled with the light that only shared interests could ignite. Chapter 87. The backseat Shun Jinxiao stood there, completely stunned. He tightened his grip on the helmet, his tone dropping unconsciously to a whisper of disbelief. You're not afraid? Mian's eyelashes fluttered, and he realized he had perhaps overstepped. He lowered his gaze further. His ears flushed, yet he nodded gently, his voice barely above a whisper. It's not that I think it looks great. I just believe you will drive steadily. This sentiment was not born from an inherent trust in Shun Jinxiao, but rather a reflection of the narrative's design. As the only university student among the prominent characters, and the charming younger brother, he was indeed exceptional. From his academic achievements to his passion and proficiency in various extreme sports, Mian recalled that he participated in racing club competitions every few weeks, often emerging victorious. Many clubs sought to sign him, with offers reaching 7 figures. However, the second son of the Shun family had no need for money, thus no one had ever succeeded in securing him. Nonetheless, this was sufficient evidence that Shun Jinxiao's driving skills were undoubtedly top-notch. Given the opportunity to experience a ride with a race car driver, Mian had no qualms about praising him. Yet, Shun Jinxiao held a different perspective. Mian, that timid and cowardly Mian, surprisingly holds such faith in himself. His heart feels as though it has been struck by something forceful, both warm and soft. His dark eyes are fixed intently on the other, filled with astonishment, joy, and an unacknowledged flutter of emotions that even he himself was unaware of. The usual arrogance has melted away, revealing a clumsy tenderness. Come here. Let me take you for a ride. As Mian's hand rests on the side of the vehicle, Shun Jinxiao instinctively stiffens. He maintains his posture leaning against the car, yet his gaze remains locked on the other's movements, observing as Mian cautiously climbs into the back seat. Their knees accidentally brush against each other, sending a cool sensation surging through him like an electric current. Shun Jinxiao's throat tightens, and the hand that once hung naturally at his side now clenches into a fist, knuckles turning white as he breathes more softly. Though it is his own car, his own territory, at this moment he feels like an inexperienced youth, with an awkward rigidity enveloping him. Sit tight, he manages to say, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. He clears his throat hurriedly and turns the ignition, doing so much slower than his usual driving pace. He recalls how his friends, upon learning he was coming to pick someone up, had teased him, suggesting that if the other was shy, he should suddenly turn the wheel when starting the car, causing them to lurch towards him. Shun Jinxiao blushes at the mere thought, feeling as though he can barely control the front of the car. No, perhaps not. That is far too excessive. What if I frighten him? He reflects on his past mistakes and decides he only wishes to honor Mian's wishes now. Moreover, this moment is not so bad after all. The motorcycle starts to roll gently, and Mian clings tightly to the edge of the seat to maintain his balance. However, as the vehicle traverses the minor bumps in the road, he instinctively leans back against him, his shoulder nearly touching Shun Jinxiao's back. Shun Jinxiao's body tenses even further, his core muscles tightening instinctively as the faint scent of grass and wood mingled with the aroma of gasoline envelopes him, surprisingly alluring. Noting that Mian is adjusting rather well, he gradually accelerates, keeping his eyes on the road ahead. Yet his peripheral vision betrays him as it strays back to the figure behind him. He observes Mian's lowered eyelids, the flush on his earlobes, and his lips pressed tightly together, a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Shun Jinxiao cannot imagine a more exquisite birthday gift than this. Mian's initial excitement begins to wane slightly. He relaxes his grip on the seat and steals a glance at the motorcycle's dashboard, watching the numbers flicker slowly, his eyes brightening and the corners of his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. How does it feel? Shun Jinxiao's voice suddenly breaks the silence. And nothing much. It's very stable, Mian responds softly, and no one would suspect that deep down, he wishes for their positions to be reversed. Perhaps when they return tonight, he can make a request. Who knows? Maybe Shun Jinxiao would agree if he were in a good mood. The motorcycle came to a gradual halt in the driveway of the standalone villa, its sleek black frame contrasting against the radiant lights of the courtyard, where even the air was infused with a subtle hint of champagne bubbles. Shun Jinxiao was the first to disembark, the warmth from the handlebars still lingering on his fingertips. As he turned around, his movements faltered for a moment. He swallowed hard and deliberately softened his tone, yet a trace of barely perceptible tension lingered. "We're here, step down." Mian released his grip on the edge of the seat, reluctantly descending, but froze as soon as his feet touched the ground. Before him stood the villa, ablaze with light, and through the expansive windows, shadows danced within, accompanied by the faint sounds of raucous laughter. This was a stark contrast to the intimate gathering he had envisioned with a few friends. He hesitated, suddenly regretting his decision to come, although not socially anxious. Mian preferred to avoid crowded situations, especially when he knew no one inside aside from Shun Jinxiao. Wasn't he just going to be a burden at someone else's celebration? Shun Jinxiao's expression mirrored his unease. He was well aware of Mian's disposition and had initially intended for a modest affair, merely inviting a few close friends as an excuse to bring Mian along. However, he had not anticipated such a large turnout. It was evident that someone had taken it upon themselves to liven up his birthday celebration by inviting others. He felt a surge of irritation and instinctively glanced at Mian's expression. Wasn't he Shun Jinxiao like a dog, always attuned to the slightest shift in his companion's mood? Before Mian could utter a word, he had already sensed the unspoken reluctance emanating from him. Nervously, he grasped Mian's sleeve, realizing that the situation was already set in motion, and there was no point in further explanations. Instead, he gazed at Mian with a somewhat pitiful look of anxiety. "Oh, you promised me." Mian fell silent. What was with this boy's overexcitement? He even said he wanted to leave. "I know. Just let go of me." Shun Jinxiao's eyes brightened once more, obediently releasing his hold. Yet, he continued to gaze at Mian, displaying a sense of unease as if he wouldn't feel at ease unless they entered together. "Could you first tell me where this place is?" Mian inquired, articulating each word slowly. He had already resolved that if he felt uncomfortable staying here, he would promptly send a message to Uncle Chun to arrange for his departure. As for how Shun Lianyan would explain the situation, that was Shun Jinxiao's concern. Chapter 88. What was he upset about? Shun Jinxiao did not answer directly. Instead, he positioned himself in front of Mian, shielding him from the curious gazes in the distance. His back remained tense, but he deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for Mian to catch up. His voice dropped to a hushed tone, laced with an awkward effort to reassure. "This is my home. All my friends are inside. Don't be afraid. I'm here." As the intricately carved door swung open, the cacophony in the living room abruptly ceased. Dozens of eyes turned in unison, their glasses and balloons suspended in mid-air. The previously boisterous laughter caught in their throats, leaving the room enveloped in unabashed astonishment. Who was unaware that Shun Jinxiao was renowned for his solitary nature. It was rare for him to bring outsiders home, let alone extend an invitation to a gathering, much less to personally ride a motorcycle to fetch someone. See, what did I tell you? The young man with silver-gray hair was the first to react, excitedly rising to his feet and striding over. He playfully nudged Shun Jinxiao's shoulder, his gaze flitting between the two with a teasing and exaggerated grin. I told you Shun is here to pick someone up, didn't I? Yet, none of you believed it. The onlookers joined in the raucous cheer, waving colorful streamers that danced onto Mian's shoulder. Indeed, Shun, you usually complain about the hassle when we ask you to host a birthday party. Yet today, you not only organized one, but also brought someone along. Come on, is there something special going on? Birthday party? Mian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. He turned to Shun Jinxiao, his lips moving soundlessly, unable to articulate his thoughts. He had suspected Shun Jinxiao harbored no good intentions, summoning him here like a mere corporate drone. He certainly did not wish to spend money on a gift for Shun. While these thoughts raced through his mind, his outward demeanor betrayed a sense of surprise, as though he had arrived empty-handed and unprepared. He lowered his head further, his cheeks flushing crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Shun Jinxiao noticed Mian's distress, his brow furrowing slightly as he instinctively stepped in front to shield him from the overly bold gazes. His dark eyes scanned the crowd, his tone remaining icy yet protective. Stop the nonsense. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze to Mian, softening his voice just a fraction, laced with a hint of unspoken apology. I didn't inform you in advance. Didn't he inform him in advance? Luze immediately seized upon this key point, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous smirk. Shun, you're quite the character, bringing a surprise guest to your own birthday party? Do tell, who is this mystery person? The friends joined in the teasing, insisting. This must be the one, right? Otherwise, why would Shun care so much? The murmurs echoed, curiosity and flirtation lacing their voices, as their eyes fixated on the two. Though they were all Shun Jinxiao's classmates and meant no malice, Mian couldn't shake off the discomfort that gnawed at him. This discomfort stemmed not from the present company, but from their playful matchmaking suggestions. Shun Jinxiao and him. The thought alone was enough to make him want to expel the breakfast he had consumed that very morning. Surely, Shun Jinxiao would find the notion repulsive as well. Setting aside their relationship, the mere thought of being paired with someone he loathed to his core was infuriating. Would his friends really push him to the brink of fury, forcing him to leave? If that were the case, he could simply retreat to the night market downstairs. Though he had been well fed at the Shun household these past few days, he occasionally longed for the flavors of his own neighborhood's market. With this in mind, he looked eagerly at Shun Jinxiao, anticipating a denial that would allow him to gracefully exit. However, reality dashed his hopes. Shun Jinxiao stood frozen, his face flushed after hearing those words. Had he truly been rendered speechless by the absurdity? Mian felt a twinge of helplessness, observing Shun's prolonged silence. He realized he would have to take matters into his own hands. Bate's face was bright red, as if scorched by the blunt insinuations, and he quickly lifted his head, his voice weak yet remarkably resolute, tinged with a frantic need to defend himself. No, that's not it. We do not share that kind of relationship. As these words echoed, the lively chatter in the living room abruptly ceased. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for several seconds, with the smiles on everyone's faces frozen in disbelief and awkwardness. They exchanged glances filled with shock and embarrassment. Luze opened his mouth, the teasing remark that had been on the tip of his tongue swallowed back, his hands suspended in midair, unsure of how to continue. No one had anticipated that this seemingly timid Bate would so bluntly deny the connection. I already have someone I like. The reaction he desired was achieved, and Mian felt a surge of amusement as he delivered the final blow. The fervent attempt to sever ties left Shun Jinxiao momentarily stiffened. His previously tense back, now tauter than ever, resembled a cold, unyielding slab of iron. The light in his dark eyes dimmed suddenly, replaced by a profound silence. His throat tightened silently, and the hand clenched at his side tightened subtly, the knuckles turning pale, with the muscles in his arm forming rigid lines of tension. He remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant crystal chandelier, avoiding the eyes of everyone, as well as Mian's direction. His brows, usually rebellious, were now tightly knitted, not out of impatience, but concealing an almost imperceptible sadness, as if something secret had been uncovered, compelling him to encase his emotions within a cold facade. A cough broke the tension. Lu Zhe was the first to react, hastily trying to ease the situation. "My apologies. We were merely speculating." He nudged Shen Jinxiao's shoulder, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. "Come on, let us get some food. The cake is about to melt." The other friends chimed in, scattering yet unable to resist glancing at the two, the previous ambiguity transforming into a lingering awkwardness that refused to dissipate. Shen Jinxiao slowly retracted his gaze, his face betraying little emotion, still maintaining that aloof and hard demeanor, as if the earlier despondency had never existed. He turned to Mian, his voice deeper than usual, devoid of discernible emotion. "Let us go. I'll take you to get something to eat." He took the lead, his posture upright, yet infused with an inexplicable distance, his pace quickening slightly, no longer waiting for Mian to catch up. Mian stood rooted for a moment, perplexed. Why did he feel somewhat bewildered? Since when had Shen Jinxiao's temper become so mild? Was this subdued reaction merely a consequence of their friends being present, making it awkward to display his true feelings? After taking a few steps, Shen Jinxiao felt a pang of regret. He was uncertain why Mian's words had incited such irritation within him. It was evident that Mian liked his brother. This was a fact they all acknowledged. Logically, as the younger sibling, he should feel happy for the one he liked, shouldn't he? Yet, the undeniable bitterness in his heart was perplexing. Biao biao. One certain leopard is still working overtime today. It's exhausting. Chapter 89. I can also call you brother. Shen Jinxiao was all too familiar with this feeling. Each time he had witnessed Mian unreservedly rushing toward Shen Lianyan, he had felt this same discomfort. Previously, he had believed that it stemmed from his disapproval of Mian's reckless affection, thinking his brother could find a more suitable omega. However, today, nothing reminiscent of past events occurred. His brother was not even present. So what could be the source of this emotion? The turmoil within his heart remained unresolved. In the past, he might have taken the car keys and abandoned everyone to go for a drive. Yet now, rather than seeking solitude, he found himself more concerned about why Mian had not yet caught up. Did he inadvertently frighten him again? Shen Jinxiao was well aware that Bate possessed a timid disposition. Even a slight display of sternness from him would send Mian retreating. Their relationship had finally begun to thaw after much effort, and he had seized the opportunity to invite Mian out, hoping to understand him better. He feared that he might inadvertently ruin this delicate progress and revert to square one. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shen Jinxiao halted his steps and turned back. Meanwhile, Mian was with Lu Zhe, who had just dispersed their group of friends and was now speaking in hushed tones to ease the situation. Mian. He introduced himself, taking note of Lu Zhe's striking silver-gray hair with curiosity. "Oh, little Mian, please don't take offense. We were just joking around." Lu Zhe explained with a forced chuckle. "Little Mian? He is older than you." Suddenly, Shen Jinxiao's voice drifted in, low and melancholic. The premier alpha endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, yet the palpable tension surrounding him revealed his discontent, particularly in the presence of Lu Zhe, whom he deemed almost the instigator. Lu Zhe swallowed hard, quickly correcting himself. "Mian, brother Mian, my apologies. I thought you were about the same age as us. I assumed you were a junior like Shen Xiao." The mention of being a junior slightly eased Shen Jinxiao's expression. He cast a sidelong glance at Mian's profile. Standing tall, he was perfectly positioned to observe the soft strands of Beta's hair and the golden lashes illuminated by the light. In terms of appearance, Mian certainly did not resemble someone who had already entered the workforce. He could easily be mistaken for a university student or even a high schooler, and few would question it. If he were indeed of the same age or younger, did that imply the possibility of becoming his fiancé? The notion startled Shen Jinxiao. Yet rather than feeling repulsed or disgusted, He found himself filled with anticipation. His heartbeat quickened with excitement. Thud, thud. The sound of his heart overpowered the blaring music within the villa, reverberating painfully in his chest. Mian, however, was preoccupied with his own thoughts and paid little mind to Shun Jinxiao's musings. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's address, he paused for a moment, thinking to himself, "This young man has good taste." Yet he feigned shyness, responding, "Please, don't call me that." His bashful demeanor was rather endearing. Not the sort that turned crimson in an exaggerated manner, but rather a gradual blush that blossomed softly. It resembled freshly steamed buns that seemed ready to burst open with a gentle poke. No wonder Shun Jinxiao found him appealing. Lu Zhe felt a slight itch in his fingers, yet in the presence of Shun Jinxiao, he lacked the courage to act upon it. He concealed his hands behind his back and, mustering a smile, inquired, "What should I call you? Brother you Mian? Or simply brother?" As his words flowed unabated, Mian's face flushed deeper, his gaze lowered, even his earlobes taking on a lovely rosy hue. It was only at that moment that Lu Zhe realized the other party was a beta. After all, no matter how shy an omega might be, they would never so defenselessly expose their neck. "Just call me by my name," Mian murmured, his eyes fixed on the hem of his clothing. Had it not been for Lu Zhe's attentive observation, he might not have caught those words at all. He recalled a time when he had shared with friends his ideal partner, expressing a desire to find an omega fragrant enough to cradle in his arms, one whose very presence evoked a sense of comfort. Yet now, he found himself regretting that earlier declaration. Lu Zhe smiled gently, exuding an innocent demeanor. "All right, brother Mian." This time, Mian offered no reply, merely bowing his head. Lu Zhe's delight grew at this interaction. Shun Jinxiao, observing their exchange, furrowed his brow and suddenly seized Mian's wrist, leading him towards the dessert area. "I've specially ordered these desserts for you to sample," he said. This was something he had inquired about with Uncle Chun, asking what Mian liked to eat, and then ordering accordingly. The reason behind this was to express gratitude for the meal Mian had delivered to him previously. Uncle Chun had been thrilled upon hearing this, believing their previously strained relationship might be progressing, and he had taken it upon himself to observe Mian for a week. He remarked that Mian always finished his desserts after meals, and sometimes even consumed Shun Lianyan's portion when his own fell short. As Shun Jinxiao listened to these naturally occurring interactions, he felt an oppressive weight in his heart, as though a great stone were pressing down upon him. He was puzzled as to when even Uncle Chun had come to accept the engagement between Mian and Shun Lianyan. Would they truly marry in the future? Just as he was consumed by such thoughts, he glanced up to see the interaction between Lu Zhe and Mian once more. As a friend, he was all too aware of Lu Zhe's flirtatious nature. Though it might merely be a jest to alleviate the earlier awkwardness, he still felt a wave of discomfort. By the time he realized it, he had already pulled Mian away from the scene. How impulsive of him! He wondered if Mian thought him too self-centered. Cautiously, he stole a glance at the other. In truth, all of this was merely Shun Jinxiao's overthinking. Mian was wholly unconcerned about his position at the gathering. In reality, he was pensive, reflecting on the fact that he was being called brother for the first time in his life, not by a soft girl or a fragrant omega, but by an alpha who towered over him, needing to bend down just to converse. This was far removed from the narrative of others who, after crossing over, embraced multiple partners and ascended to the pinnacle of life, was it not? Was it because he was a mere supporting character? Mian. Just as he was lost in such thoughts, he suddenly heard someone call his name, prompting an instinctive response. Then, Shun Jinxiao bent down, and a wave of intense warmth brushed against his ear. The alpha's voice seemed somewhat low and aggrieved, as his breath, laden with an uncontrollable itch, enveloped him. "Don't think about others. ISNT it just brother. I can call you that too." Chapter 90. Unacceptable, do you want to hear it? Shun Jinxiao's voice lowered, laced with a hint of provocation. Mian, what? Who is he thinking about? Moreover, what is wrong with Shun Jinxiao? Who wants him to act as his brother? Mian was bewildered and profoundly shocked. "Stop it." He instinctively retreated, his back gently pressing against the wall. "Speak normally." Shun Jinxiao did not advance, but also did not withdraw, merely gazing at him with those dark eyes reminiscent of his brother's. Why can he do it? But I cannot. You Mian. He cannot either. I am covered in goosebumps. Who will take responsibility? Does your brother like it when he calls you that? You Mian fell silent. Yet Shun Jinxiao persisted, directly changing his address and almost leaning in. What does it matter if one likes it or not? It's merely a title. Then I shall call you that too. Shun Jinxiao insisted stubbornly, his voice imbued with a childlike possessiveness. Brother, brother, brother. To be called brother by a handsome, wealthy man with long legs would be unbearable for most. Yet Yu Mian was no ordinary person. He could be gentle with an omega, but he would not indulge a towering alpha who exuded an overwhelming presence. Stop! Yu Mian abruptly covered Shun Jinxiao's mouth, unceremoniously voicing his thoughts. Don't call me that. It's quite cringe-worthy. Shun Jinxiao's eyes dimmed as he gently grasped Yu Mian's wrist and moved it aside. You let him call you that, yet deny me the same. Yu Mian was at a loss. With no other recourse, he resorted to his tried-and-true tactic. We are not in that kind of relationship. I have not become your sister-in-law, and you are not interested in this engagement. Therefore, you cannot call me that. Upon hearing this, Shun Jinxiao indeed fell silent. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his expression inscrutable, leaving Yu Mian unsure of what he was thinking. Seeing this, Yu Mian exhaled in relief. Adopting a serious demeanor while continuing to press the point, Shun Jinxiao, I know you dislike me, but there is no need to make things difficult for yourself out of momentary spite. The air thickened for a few seconds. Shun Jinxiao never anticipated that even now, Yu Mian still believed he disliked him. He instinctively wanted to explain himself, questioning how he could possibly dislike Yu Mian while sending him countless messages daily, inviting him under the pretext of a birthday celebration or inquiring about his preferences. However, as he met Yu Mian's gaze, the words were stifled. He could openly admit that he did not dislike Yu Mian, but what lay beneath that lack of aversion? A willingness to bless Yu Mian's engagement? A hope that he and the one he cherished could walk together for a long time? These were sentiments that Shun Jinxiao could not accept. Some thoughts, akin to creeping vines, take root and grow wildly once they emerge. He finds himself uncontrollably pondering what might have been if his gender test had not misdiagnosed him as an omega during childhood, or if he had been born a few years earlier. The engagement with Yu Mian should have rightfully been his. What am I? He feels as though his emotions have surged, yet he cannot quite grasp the essence of these feelings. He merely understands that certain words must remain unspoken. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately settles on a simple explanation. I do not dislike you. Yes, indeed, you do not dislike me. You merely harbor disdain for the engagement with your brother. You possess an unhealthy fixation on him. Yu Mian muses inwardly. They are merely a group of young individuals, whose emotions flare up and dissipate just as swiftly. Thus, the awkward atmosphere does not linger for long, as they naturally become animated. Although Yu Mian initially feels out of place, after a while, he discovers that he does not entirely despise this vibrant ambience. Under the warm, bright lights, the sounds of music, laughter, and the playful banter of youth collide, filling the room with an undeniable fervor and vitality. Even the air is infused with the unique, fervent energy of youth. This sensation is one he has not experienced since graduating and entering the workforce. No wonder the affluent are drawn to the young. Once he acquires his 200 billion, perhaps he should hire a multitude of young people to work for him. With such aspirations, he gradually allows his mood to lighten. Seated nearby, Shun Jinxiao keenly observes the shift in Yu Mian's emotions, which instantly uplifts his own spirits. Consequently, the expression of Lu Zhe, the organizer, also softens considerably. Noticing the lad's gaze soften, Lu Zhe exhales in relief. Earlier, he had playfully teased Yu Mian, not anticipating such a strong reaction. Thankfully, the two are not in a romantic relationship. He is certain that had they been, Shun Jinxiao would have likely expelled him from the gathering. As scions of wealthy families, their friendships extend beyond mere affection. The Lu family has numerous business dealings that require the support of the Shun family. Initially, his family intended for him to win favor with the family head, Shun Lianyan. When he visited the Shun household as a child, He attempted to greet Shun Lianyan, but alas, the latter offered no response, merely gazing at him with a pair of pitch-black eyes devoid of expression. In retrospect, he realizes it was likely mere curiosity. However, the pupils of children are naturally large, and Shun Lianyan's eyes, being extraordinarily dark, appear to Lu Zhe akin to the haunting visage of a doll from a horror tale. Despite the striking beauty of the individual, though it may sound unbecoming at that moment, Lu Zhe could not hold back his tears. From that day forth, his family ceased to pressure him into approaching Shun Lianyan, instead turning their attention to the second son, Shun Jinxiao. Compared to Shun Lianyan, while Shun Jinxiao exhibits some typical young master temperaments, it is evident at first glance that he is far more approachable. Yet that is merely a facade. Being of the Shun family, they share the same DNA, and the inherent obsession and possessiveness that lie beneath remain unchanged. However, the Shun family is indeed formidable, and both brothers exude a sense of emptiness that comes from a life filled with indulgence. They appear to be devoid of desire, which naturally makes them easy to interact with. But will this remain the case when they truly yearn for something? As Lu Zhe playfully bantered with the Omega beside him, he couldn't help but notice Shun Jinxiao's cautious demeanor in front of Mian. He mused that the days ahead would surely become more intriguing. The leopard. It's likely that in the coming days, Shun Heir will come to realize his feelings, and someone will inevitably emerge to take a few laps around. My sweet spot is that the more acerbic a person is at the beginning, the sooner they become aware of their emotions, leading to a delightful struggle. Chapter 91. Any gift will suffice when it comes to birthdays. One of the most indispensable elements is, of course, the birthday gift. Many attended Shun Jinxiao's birthday celebration, most of whom were deliberately trying to curry favor with him, resulting in an abundance of gifts. They were casually piled in a corner on the first floor, resembling a small mountain. Unfortunately, he felt little enthusiasm for them, lacking even the desire to unwrap any. Seeing this, Lu Zhe's eyes brightened. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he approached Mian and raised an eyebrow, asking Mian, "What do you plan to gift young Master Shin?" Fearing that he might genuinely offend Shun Jinxiao, he had already restrained his playful address. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of regret. If only he had encountered Shun Jinxiao first. Lu Zhe suppressed this thought. Although his demeanor might seem unreliable, he was, after all, a cultivated heir of the family, fully aware of what was appropriate, what was not, and the absolute red lines that should never be crossed. Mian, why bring up that topic? I have no intention of giving Shun Jinxiao a gift. His face flushed crimson, fingers gripping the hem of his clothing turning pale, his head bowed low, voice weak and flustered. I didn't know today was his birthday, so I didn't prepare anything. Not having prepared in advance is no issue. Lu Zhe leaned in closer, a playful tone in his voice. You could make it up on the spot with a simple birthday wish, or perhaps pour a drink for young Master Shun. Slice a piece of cake. That would also count as a gift, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Shun Jinxiao's hand, resting at his side, subtly curled, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing together, a fleeting glimmer of anticipation and delight flashing in his dark eyes, his shoulders relaxing slightly, his throat gently bobbing. He had been contemplating how to use this occasion to draw closer to Mian, not expecting Lu Zhe to provide him with this opportunity. Suddenly, Shun Jinxiao found Lu Zhe's exaggerated ash-gray hair quite agreeable. Nearby friends immediately chimed in. Yes, just keep it simple. It's the thought that counts. Young Master Shin surely wouldn't mind. Would you, young Master Shin? Mian. Actually, it wouldn't be impossible, as long as it doesn't cost him anything. I'm open to suggestions. Besides, according to his persona, once he realizes it's Shun Jinxiao's birthday today, he should feel compelled to reciprocate with a gift later on. Mian had originally planned to give a handmade card or a handwritten letter, gifts that required no expenditure. However, since circumstances have reached this point, it would be wiser to settle everything today, thus avoiding any future entanglements with Shun Jinxiao. With this thought in mind, he resolved to reach for the champagne before him, when suddenly Shun Jinxiao moved. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Mian, shielding her from prying eyes. His tone was brusque, as he questioned the purpose of this gathering. Casting a glance at Liu Ze, his voice bore an unmistakable edge of irritation. I didn't inform him that today is a birthday. It has nothing to do with him. Pausing momentarily, he deliberately softened his tone to evade any semblance of ambiguity, quietly offering you Mian an escape. Just join the festivities. There's no need for all this. The surrounding clamor swiftly subsided, and Liu Ze scratched his head, attempting to smooth things over. I spoke out of turn. Yu Mian, bewildered by Shan Jinxiao's sudden shift, found herself locking eyes with him. The dim light illuminated his gaze, resembling obsidian flecked with stars. Rest assured, no one here can compel you to do anything against your will. It dawned on Yu Mian that he had experienced a moment of conscience, coming to her defense. Perhaps their previous interactions had led Shan Jinxiao to conclude that she was ill-equipped to handle such situations. A smile crept across Yu Mian's face. She had not anticipated that Shan Jinxiao, who typically appeared fierce, would exhibit a protective nature in public. The more time she spent with him, the more he resembled a loyal guardian. Regrettably, this loyal protector's fidelity was solely reserved for Shan Lianyan, she mused inwardly. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy not needing to serve Shan Jinxiao drinks or cut the cake. Thus, the Bate smiled sincerely at the alpha who had shielded her moments ago and earnestly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Shan Jinxiao's eyes flickered, and as if jolted by an electric current, he abruptly averted his gaze. Although there had been no tangible progress, this situation seemed quite agreeable, she thought sweetly to herself. The room was filled with university students yet untouched by the workforce, with Yu Mian being the sole working adult. Initially, she felt indifferent, but as time wore on, she couldn't help but feel a sense of discomfort from their carefree demeanor. Seeking respite, she excused herself to the balcony for some fresh air. Shan Jinxiao intended to follow, but as he rose, his phone rang. He refrained from revealing the caller's identity, yet the pained expression on his face suggested it was undoubtedly his brother. Thus, he had no choice but to answer the call, reminding Yu Mian to call for him if needed. Yu Mian nodded, pondering why, in what was ostensibly her own home, she felt such a lack of security. She then made her way to the balcony. At this moment, dusk enveloped the sky, a seamless transition between twilight and sunset, casting a soft, misty blue hue across the heavens. This ethereal blue was both transparent and hazy, like a delicate veil, draping over rooftops and streets. It exuded a cool, tranquil serenity, yet was not biting. It was as if the world had momentarily quieted. Yu Mian mused that when she amassed her fortune of 20 billion, she would certainly create a balcony just like this one, where on sunny days she could watch the clouds, and on rainy days, relish the rain. Life would become infinitely more delightful, devoid of disturbances as it was now. He took a deep breath, reluctantly opening his eyes, his gaze sweeping down to the floor below. Two guests attending Shan Jinxiao's birthday gathering were huddled together, chattering animatedly about something indiscernible. Yu Mian had little interest in eavesdropping on others' conversations. However, they assumed no one was nearby and spoke at a volume that rendered their words inescapable, entering his ears word for word despite his disinterest. Have you heard? Old Bai's brother, by Ming Yuan, who went in 3 years ago, was released a few days ago. Yu Mian thought to himself, that surname sounds familiar. It couldn't possibly be as he imagines, could it? Were the odds of such a coincidence? Yet he momentarily forgot that he was not on Earth, but rather in a melodramatic, cliché-ridden novel set in a universe entirely divergent from his own beliefs. Thus, anything was conceivable. Sure enough, the next moment, another voice chimed in, by Ming Yuan, the one who conspired with other shareholders to seize old Bai's parents' inheritance, effectively controlling young Bai at that time. This voice was laced with astonishment. I remember he was sentenced to 5 years. How did he get out early? Yu Mian found himself at a loss for words, only able to marvel at the sheer wonder of the narrative.